All righty, thank you, Emmy. And right now we are going to throw it to Scott Rain with the opening ceremonies. Scott Rain, take it away.
Gentlemen, the guys have just pulled up here to the line. Fans are starting to make their way up here to the stage. Hey, are you guys ready to have some fun out here? Absolutely. We are super early here in the morning, a little bit chilly, but the guys are starting to wake up the line. But before we get going, let's now take a moment and remember what today's all about and what is going on around in this country. Let's start off first off with our opening invocation with Steve Hansen, our representative from Racers for Christ, but we lovingly know him as Chappie.
Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we are just so blessed to be out here in the sandbox, kicking up some dirt and enjoying the passions you put in our lives and to showcase our passions, showcase all the people that are behind us, rallying behind these cars. But I just pray for all these drivers, our past kings and those that are wanting to be a future king, be crowned today. But Father, we know that you are truly the King of Kings in all things, and we just honor you in all that we do. And we pray that your favor would be upon us in this desert, and that you would just keep all our contestants safe and secure, and all those in the pits and all the volunteers that are out there scattered across this desert that make this happen. But Father, we lift up our men and women that protect our freedoms, both home and abroad in our city streets, that you would protect them and all that they do, Father, and you give them great discernment and protection. Father, I also want to lift up Nicholas Miller and just bless that young man and his injuries, that you would keep him on the healing road. But in all things, Father, we lift your name up today. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Chappie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now this moment is probably one of my most favorite of all on race day. It's where we remember very, very special people. Coming up on stage right now, let's put your hands together for your very own 29 Palms Headquarters Battalion Marine Corps Color Guard. Left turn. Hard. Ready. Halt. Reset. Call it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now's that moment we need to recognize some very special people. Not only these Marines up here currently serving our country, but also service people that have served our country in the past and present. If you are currently in the military or have been in the past, please out there in the crowd, raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, look next to you. Our true American heroes are here in attendance right now. Now at this time, gentlemen, please remove your hats. Everyone's already on their feet. They're ready for some racing, no doubt about it. Let's hear the greatest song in the world, our very own national anthem this morning, sung by Cynthia Adame.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Cynthia Anime and the Marine Corps Color Guard. Johnson Valley, the time has now come. Are you ready for some Ultra 4 racing? Ricky, Jim, the show is now yours.
Alrighty, welcome back. You are watching the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Battery, and today is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. I'm here, this is Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. We just heard from Scott Rain. Jim, this is what it all comes down to. We've been going all week long. I'd like to say we were working hard battering our voices, but everybody's done their homework. We have a lot of stories to talk about when it comes to the lineup, but right now, you gotta be stoked about this race.
Oh, it's so good to be back here, Ricky. Now, we're racers ourselves, and we're stood in the booth, and we're pacing up and down like caged animals. We want to be out there with these guys, but the second best seat in the house is watching these guys. We've got such a stacked field out there. Let's talk about some of the drivers that we've got racing with us today. On the front row of the grid, it's Paul Wolf, the young gun himself. He's won absolutely everything there is to win last year, apart from this race. Could this be his time? Alongside him is three-time king Jason Shearer. Brand new car for this year. It's astonishing piece of technology. What can he do? Then we also have qualifying expert Brian Crofts right up there on the second row, and then last year's king Raul Gomez lining up next to him.
Raul had the death stare on his face. I was walking through talking to some of the drivers, and I walked by Raul. He just gave me the look like, not now, Rick, I'm ready to go. But also some of the guys, let's just go down some of the different guys. We got Lauren Healy, obviously a guy, and he was out there racing yesterday, so he got a sneak peek at the last moment.
Lauren Healy has never won this race in an IFS car. He's won it twice in a solid axle. Is this his year? This car has now got a season under its belt. Could this be his time? Also alongside him is Cameron Steele in that lazen up IFS IRS car.
Well, and that's what they were saying. I talked to Cameron and the guys Cody about that, and they've made a lot of changes, and Jamie Campbell rebuilt the cab. That started out as an Armada truck, and then they've done a lot of engineering, a lot of changes. They're very excited. They also have that Dugan power plant in there. They feel they are the car to beat.
Absolutely. And then alongside Lauren, we've also got Jason Blanton. Now, Jason, this car is at least 4 seasons old now. It's well tried, it's well tested. Could this be his moment? We saw him do so well in last year's Hammer and then have a breakage put him out. Now, this is an interesting one. Levi Shirley.
Yes.
Been running Loretta for the last few years. He's made the change to a new car, but this is very different to all the other cars that are out there because this car was made in the UK.
Yeah.
Is he able to bring UK metal over to the USA and do something special?
Well, and then also we have in the back of the field, which we're going to talk about that. The back of this field is stacked with a bunch of drivers. So I'm going to jump to that really quick. I'm going to go to the very back and then we'll fill up the middle. But we have Eric Miller, Bailey Cole, Bailey Campbell, along with Robbie Gordon, just to name a few that have been replaced.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's some big stories here. Bailey Campbell, her car unfortunately had problems. So what she's done, she can't use her own vehicle, so she's going to be using Levi Shirley's old single-seater Loretta. It's a Campbell car, so it's a chassis that she knows well. It's a chassis that she's used to driving. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens there. Now, let's things we can talk about. Robbie Gordon, he's going to be driving JP Gomez's old single-seat IFS car. So it's going to be great to see Robbie Gordon out there on the track. Has this famous Desert Warrior got what it takes to be able to finish this race?
Well, and also I really want to throw it out there to Chip McLaughlin, who is starting in the number 4 car, and they are carrying part of Zandy Williams, some of Zandy's ashes in there, because Zandy was such a great supporter with Rufus Racing. So it's awesome to have that support for him, and also to remember a fallen soldier. I also want to point out that JP Gomez qualified in 90th, so not normal for JP, and always one that to really charge hard. So we got to keep our eyes on him as well. But let's talk about the UTVs, the Can-Am cars that are actually starting up towards the front, and how fast we saw the different drivers going in the UTV race to get themselves going. So we have a big race coming up.
Yeah, our top placed UTV is Hunter Miller in 10th position, and it's going to be incredible to see where he comes today.
Well, and then right behind him is Von Gittin, and also we talked about Cody Miller, but now I got to slow down. I'm getting too fired up as I go here. Let's throw it to Tiffany Stone that had a minute to get with Raul Gomez, our current king. Tiffany?
Raul Gomez. Raul Gomez. What do you think it's going to take to be a back-to-back king?
Wow, this course definitely is tougher than last year. I think that whoever took the best notes, whoever did the best pre-running, and whoever comes with the best equipment, it's going to be a fast race. We're watching the UTV race yesterday, how quickly they finished the 2 laps. It kind of changed my game plan of what I was going to do out there, and I'm literally just going to go out and just call it almost like a short course sprint race. We'll be running through the rocks fairly quickly, and it's just going to be down to who did their homework, who has the best equipment, and there's probably 20 drivers out here that can win tomorrow, and this is going to come down to that for sure.
Well, I know that you're hoping you're the top out of those 20 that you predict to win. So whoever took the best notes, whoever did the best homework, and who has the best equipment is going to be the king. Back up to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Tiffany. And just watching the face of Raul, you know, a lot of times these guys are hilarious and they're awesome on there, but nobody takes this race more serious than the whole Gomez family. We have a lot of them out there. We have Marcus, JP, and Raul, and not to mention Robbie Gordon is in, as you said, in JP's old car. So it's going to be interesting what Robbie can do while he's out here.
Absolutely, and there are so many big hitters at the back of this pack. It's worthwhile talking about those. We saw Cody Addington in the original Red Dragon braking. He's going to be starting from 93rd position. We go right to the back and we can see there we've got Chase Capera, fast young man. Brian Capera, fast guy as well. Eric Miller's going to be starting in the 100th position. We'll talk about that later. But we've also got Ryan Rockhold, had engine or motor issues earlier this week. Another fast guy at the back. And then, of course, Bailey Campbell, which we spoke about earlier, is going to be running Levi Shirley's old car. But let's pop back to the front of the pack. Let's talk about the big stories. Let's talk about the UTVs, the rise of the UTVs.
Yes.
We've got Hunter Miller in 10th. We've got his brother Cody in 12th. And then just behind them, we've got Carl Cheney in 21st. It's going to be interesting to see those. But the favourite battle in 44? IFS versus Solid Axle.
Well, and that's what we've been talking about. And then the guy who qualified actually a lot higher than we thought, we'll talk about him in just a moment, is Randy Slauson. We're going to throw it down for another interview. Take it away.
All right, Waylon Campbell, we've seen you head back to Arizona a few times this week. What's going on?
I had a couple dumb problems. Kept losing oil pressure. Finally found the issue. It was a machining flaw in the oil pump, and motor's running good now. I just did a rear main seal last night and dried, so I stabbed the tranny in, just waiting to start it.
All right, in one word, what's the game plan for tomorrow? Better be win.
Yeah, win's the game plan.
All right, you heard it from here, Waylon Campbell.
Thank you, Tiffany. And obviously the Campbell family, strong. We've got three people coming from that, but they have definitely been one of the guys. And then as we see these guys lining up, they're getting ready to go. This is the time, Jim, where you question, did I hydrate enough? Did I get enough sleep? Did I do all the different things? But as soon as that green flag falls, it all goes away and in your happy place.
Absolutely. Now, Hammers is one of those races where strategy is everything. We're seeing lots of cars now built with larger fuel cells that are going to allow them to blow through remote pit 1, blow through main pit, and make their way back into the desert to be able to get track position.
Well, and that's the thing. I think a heavier fuel cell in the desert is going to help them. Putting that weight off the back, keep that front a little bit high, a little bit more yaw, and I think that's going to be better. You obviously want to be light when it comes to the rocks. You don't want that gas sloshing around, but I think it's a good choice to be heavy on fuel at the beginning.
Well, let's talk about a race favourite, a guy who's never won here that really could this year. Tom Ways. He's running 2 fuel cells this year to give him that extra capacity so he can get around all of that desert and right into the rocks before he even has to think about fueling.
Tom Ways, that driver that's so calm, so cool, so
This
good.
year.
I honestly think this could be the year for him.
Exactly. He's got Brian Trotter sitting alongside him in the rocks, and he's got James Schofield sitting with him in the desert loop. This is an awesome combination. It's going to be great to see what he can do.
Well, remember I talked about the Navy SEAL that had to learn how to tie rope? It was Brian Trotter, and I introduced him to this. I brought him here, and I apologize to him and his wife and the whole family. He was out of the car so much, he's like, RJ, enough of that, please. Can we just move on?
Okay, looks like we're around about 1 minute away from the start right now, and lining up on the front row of the grid is 3-time king Jason Shearer, and next to him is young gun Paul Wolf, who's running in that UFO single-seater car.
Let's talk about somebody starting in 28. 44, 48, Randy Slauson. Randy has been a sleeper. He typically sits way back, then all of a sudden, about the last half of the last lap, all of a sudden, here comes Jay. Holy, we got to get our stopwatches out.
Exactly.
So he qualified a lot better than normal.
Exactly, but our highest place solid axles car at the moment are in 13th and 14th. Josh Byler, a previous king, of course, and in 14th, his father, Rusty Byler, the Happy Pappy.
Alrighty, so as we're watching them, as you see, there's Shannon Campbell as he rolls up. Had a nasty roll. Luckily for him, it was only 2. One more, and it would have been all the way down that hill. So it didn't hurt Shannon. He's fine. Obviously, the car he built is very tough, ready to go. But that's got to be in your head a little bit. Maybe that might be the blessing that he was looking for. Say, hey, bro, slow down just a little bit.
Shannon looks ready. I was chatting to him earlier this week, and he really is looking focused, and I think he's really looking to enjoy himself on this event. But also, they've got problems in the Campbell camp. Wayland's had terrible amount of motor issues. Bailey's had motor issues. Are the team prepared? Are they? Can they deliver this race with so much drama in the background?
But it's always that way here because this is the first race of the year. It's the beginning. The first race and the biggest. So it's like Anaheim when it comes to Supercross. It's the biggest race that we had in Supercross, but it was always the one that was nerve-wracking because you're wondering, is everybody else doing perfect? But everybody's having problems. But we have seen, as you said, we see some new cars, Jason Shearer and a lot of the other guys. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Yep, we've also got some spaceships out there on the line. When I say spaceships, cars of incredible complexity. Let's talk about Cameron Steele, Lauren Healy, and of course the wizard himself, Paul Herschel. These vehicles have portal axles, they have IFS, they have IRS, they have, in Paul Herschel's case, 4-wheel steering, passively controlled by electronics. This is crazy stuff. Can it be reliable on the hammer trails?
Well, and that's the thing. You want to lock that out. Definitely, you do not want rear steer through the desert, so you want to get that stuff locked out so you can really carry your speed straight. Because it's a matter of, this is a game of seconds now. It used to be a game of hours and that, but this has evolved because, once again, when the Baja 1000 started, they would check in Tijuana and give a telegraph from La Paz. That's how they did it. Now it's down to seconds back and forth, and nothing is different here. A lot of, with how fast these guys can climb these hills, how quick they can go, and just what the vehicles are so dynamic, and they can race them so hard. There's no Achilles heels.
They can indeed. Now, Jason Shearer's car, we can see there on the front of the grid. This car is a new car for this year. It looks so similar to last year's car. This has been built by Get Bend Fabrication, Keith Beam and his team. But this vehicle's got something a little bit different. It's got portal axles in the front, running a solid axle rear configuration. It runs a single-speed transfer case as well. Now, is this car going to be reliable? It's a brand new vehicle. We've seen brand new blues in the past, but let's not forget, we also saw Raul Gomez in a brand new car last year, straight out of the box, taking the win. Is that what Jason can do this year?
Well, it's the level of workmanship in these vehicles is unbelievable. We are 1 minute from the start, so it's going to be interesting. Is Paul Wolf going to go for it? He's, as you said, he's been dominant everywhere, but Jason Shearer is one of those guys that wants this race. Who's going to go for it?
Now, interesting. Paul Wolf, I think, is running a bigger motor than Jason Shearer. Jason Shearer at this race tends to go smaller motor, go for reliability rather than outright aggression.
But it's an A-stack. I talked to Ray from Dugan, and he's got the similar motor that they run on the trophy truck, and I've driven that motor. great bottom, very smooth. 30 seconds away from the start, but to finish my thought about Jason Shearer is that it's a very smooth running power. It's going to be strong.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is nearly the start of the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Race of Kings.
Let's count it down. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it!
It's showtime in Hammertown. Here we go, the first two cars heading off the line right now. It is Paul Wolf and Jason Shearer heading out onto our short course.
I'm going to give it to Jason Shearer because he's going to use that high line, carry that around, and that puts him to the inside on the next line. So right now, Jason Shearer is in a great spot. Paul Wolf needs to look high, then shoot low and try to get it back.
Absolutely. Now, what's Paul Wolf's strategy here? Is he going to sit back? He is a race car driver. He will not want to be sitting behind Jason Shearer. He will want to be getting up there, getting clear air and moving out in front. Oh, and look at this. He's trying to push his way up the inside, but as you would say normally, he's got to watch out for that roost.
All right, and on the line you're seeing Brian Cross and Raul Gomez, our current king. That's him on the right-hand side, and that is Brian Cross. So Jason Shearer loves to be in clean air.
Yeah, now this is interesting. Both single-seat cars here. Now, both very different configurations. Brian Cross in a Campbell chassis. Raul Gomez, of course, in a Joe Thompson UFO. And Raul Gomez jumps the start slightly there, pushes out ahead of Brian Cross.
Well, and we know Raul does not lack aggression. He's always on it hard. But Brian Cross was a little bit slow, but did he jump the start?
Absolutely. Or did Brian Cross let him go? I'm sure we'll find out later today. But the one thing that amazed me last year is the maturity in Raul Gomez's racing. So can he bring that again this year? We watched him pulling into the pits nice and slow, checking out easily, doing everything absolutely right. It was the perfect race plan. Can he execute it again?
And he had to get out and winch himself off a rock. He got into a tight spot, got himself dead centered. We saw him get out, do the winching himself, which it's amazing that how they can do that by themselves. Got it done, got back in and won the race.
Absolutely. Now we're sitting in here in Hammertown at the moment. The sun is shining. We've got a small amount of wind out there. It's looking like we're going to have a great day of racing. And on the line now, it is two-time king Lauren Healy and Cameron Steele in the Laser Nut IFS IRS car heading out into the desert.
Cameron with quite a hole shot there. Cameron taking off. Obviously, Cameron races obviously a lot of Baja stuff, short course, rides moto, does all this. But now he considers himself what he calls a rock donkey.
Now this is a car that's nearly won 3 times. Mechanical failures putting them out of the race. The things on this car, he was saying, they're a little bit weak, they're a little bit twee, so they've cut the front of this car, put an entirely new front end onto it, and added strength, lots of strength. Is this going to allow them to get to the end of the race?
And that is Jamie Campbell, who did all that fabrication. Jamie does a lot of stuff with Han, obviously his brother, Johnny Campbell, but Jamie completely did that from Raceco. They are very excited. I talked to Ray Dugan as well. I've talked to Ray from Dugan. They're excited about that car.
Yeah, I'm excited about it as well. And just behind him is another spaceship. It's Lauren Healy in his Bronco. Again, another IFS IRS car. Big motor with live valve suspension. Let's see what it can do. And next on the line now, it's Levi Shirley and Jason Blanton. So Jason Blanton is running an IFS Jimmy's frame. It's around about 4 years old. Levi Shirley is in the Off-Road Armory.
All right, as we're watching them take off the line, we are going to toss it over to Emmy for a quick update. Emmy, take it away.
Thank you so much, you guys. You know, you were talking earlier about Tom Ways in the 321 vehicle having never won before, and I talked to him earlier today, and he had one thing to say to me, and that was see you in the front. He did say he's trying to behave. He really wants to save his car for lap 3 because he knows this race is going to be won or lost in the rocks. Now, I also had some time with the Miller clan. They are running those UTVs out there in this 4400 class, and they had one thing to say: don't run over us, Levi or Shannon. They know they're small. They know that they are just trying to get out there and trying to win this race, although they said they just want to finish better than 8th, which is what they got last year. So we've got UTVs out there, we've got big trucks out there. It is a good day for racing here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. Back to you all in the booth.
Thank you very much, Emmy. It's great to see. A minute ago, we did see Levi Shirley heading out into the desert in his off-road Armory Eurofighter alongside Jason Blanton. Now heading off the line, it is Brendan Thompson in a single-seat UFO, but interestingly, it's the guy lining up alongside him. It is the first of our UTVs. It is Hunter Miller. Who would think that we would have a UTV qualifying into the top 10?
Well, I love how strong Can-Am has come out. They've been big supporters of this, and they've been evolving their side-by-sides over the years. And to see how fast the guys went in this UTV race, they are going to be a threat today.
Absolutely. Alongside on screen now is Cody Miller, brother of Hunter Miller, and he gets the whole shot on Vaughan Ginn Jr., our national champion in 4400.
Well,
now,
so here's what happens. They sit and idle as they come around, and they get a little bit boogered up. Like, you need to clean a bike out, clean these plugs off. What happens is sometimes they load up a little bit. I've had it happen down in Mexico. It takes about a mile for it to clear out. So we'll see Vaughan Ginn coming back after it.
yeah, if you're down by trackside, you'll hear it popping, you hear it spitting, and it'll start to clear itself. And around about a mile or two, as Ricky says, it will come good.
Now talk to me about the Bylers. We have them side by side. How awesome is that?
So we have the Happy Pappy, Rusty Byler, further adjust Byler, Josh, of course, a one-time king. Now, the Solid Axle Mafia, we know they're not going to be the fastest in the desert, but this Miller Pro chassis is something special. They stretched the wheelbase by 6 inches a couple of years ago, and the difference has been remarkable. Have they got what it takes to hold on to these IFS cars, get to the rocks, and show what they can do? So it's Rusty Byler closest to us, Josh Byler on the inside, and it's Rusty that gets the whole shot. He says, move over, son, I'm coming through.
Well, Josh beat his dad out in qualifying, but the old man says, nope, son, get behind me. Alrighty, another member of our team, Miles, is down on there with his wrench. He's got an update for us. So, Miles, what do you got for us, buddy?
I'm right here in the middle of the lineup, giving everybody a big thumbs up. You should see the smile on everybody's face right now. Everybody is so stoked to be right here, right now, having the time of their life. All I can smell is race fuel. All I can hear is race cars, and that's what it's all about down here at the start line. Everybody's really pumped up. Everybody's excited, and this is my favorite time of the year. What an amazing start to this race. I love the big dogs starting from the back and the front, adjusted time. This race is going to be really hard to tell who's where, so be sure to get on that tracker, get on live timing. It's going to be one to watch. It's going to be action-packed all day long. We got 28 cameras all over this course, from sticks to drones to helicopters. This is going to be absolutely amazing. I'm going to send it up back to the booth to keep everything rolling. So it's Jim, Ricky, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. And on track right now, we have Jordan Pellegrino and Christopher Branton. Christopher Branton won the Legends of the Fall race back in October, so he is a man on fire. He is Mr. USD with those great big sticky tires. Jordan Pellegrino is driving the Unicorn, another IFS IRS portal axle car.
And Jordan Pellegrino, always exciting, always fun to watch, and very creative when it comes to the rock, so we need to keep our eye on him throughout the day.
Yeah, now he's been working on that car for 3 years now, really trying to perfect it. They've had a load of problems, but he hasn't given up. He just keeps taking it back to the workshop, keeps making changes, and keeps coming back. And he gets faster and faster every time. Now, here's two very interesting vehicles. This is two solid axle cars. Inside line there is Casey Gilbert. As he said it before, he's taken the sandbags off, moved up from 4800 into 4400, and I'll be really interested to see what Casey can do today. Another Miller Pro chassis. Has he got what it takes to be able to be inside the top 10 at the end of this race?
And this is one of the things that I love about this racing between the Campbells and Miller, and it goes on and on. The racers build their chassis.
Absolutely, and it's Bill McGlinton, though, who has the whole shot over Casey Gilbert and making his way around the short course out into the desert. Philip McGlinton.
All right, next we have Paul Herschel and Darian Gomez. So Paul Herschel, always one to excite, always ready to go. But who are you going to take on the whole shot there?
I'll be honest with you, Darian Gomez, I think, might take it a little bit easy. We saw Darian a few years back actually rolling in the short course, literally only a few meters off the start line. So I think Darian's going to take it a little bit easier. We know Paul is super aggressive, nearly 1,000 horsepower. I'll have to eat my words as Darian blasts off, leaving Paul for dead. Now Paul's using that big Dugan's engine.
Alrighty, as we're watching them during get the whole shot, we're gonna see down on the lower right, Paul Wolf is out of his car already, so not good for Paul Wolf. We'll watch him as he's out of the car. It's coming up in just a moment. We'll be able to see he's out of the car and then he gets past.
Oh no, this is tough luck for Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf had almost zero luck in the desert race with the UT, or in the main race with the UTVs the other day. So let's see if he can get this car fixed. Is it just a flat tire? Is it something more serious? As we watch Darian Gomez in the single-seat UFO car that used to belong to his father Raul heading into the desert.
And this is the king of the UTVs, Kyle Chaney, who blistered everybody in the right seat. I mean, you gotta look at what this guy did the other day.
Let's put this in perspective. Kyle Chaney did the same course as the EMC classes and finished an hour ahead.
Yes, he was flying. It was 10 minutes, as you can see. Right now, he's got clear.
Yeah, the reason he's got clear air is he was supposed to be lining up alongside Waylon Campbell. Waylon Campbell has motor issues. We have heard there's a possibility that Waylon might be taking a rear start in another car, but we'll confirm that further on into the race.
And on the right seat is Terry Madden. Terry is one of the hardest working guys. I talked before the race, we were smiling and laughing. And I said, well, the good news is you won't have to get out winch for this guy because he is such a stud. Because I'm telling you, Kyle Chaney was blistering the other day.
He was, but he actually winched. They had planned winches when he went up Sledgehammer. They were out of the car, pulling cable in a planned attempt to make those courses here, to make the course safer for the car, so they saved the vehicle.
The weak link on that, no matter what you say, is the belt. And that's a place where you can scar a belt and then the high speed will get you later.
Okay, now this is a man who needs no introduction. It's Tom Ways leaving the line now. Firm crowd favourite and a lot of people's favourite for this year. This is a car now that's around about 3 years old, put a lot of work into it. It's completely built for the hammer trails. It's not the widest of the IFS cars out here by a long shot. He wanted to keep it narrow to be able to punch his way through these difficult trails. And behind him is a single seat UTV being driven by Mark Welsh.
Well, and so also he's got Brian Trotter from Driven Experiences. He knows his way around these trails. He started with me, then he was organized, helping work the race, and now he's going to be in the co-seat.
Now we've just seen Mark Welsh there. He's already pulled off into the infield, so something wrong there with Mark Welsh's UTV. That's terrible bad luck. But things like this can happen when you're putting your vehicle through multiple races on a week like this.
And next we got John Grounds and Ron Prindle. So right there, great matchup.
Yeah, now John Grounds is running the Miller Pro Chassis, and Ron Prindle. Now this is a car with history. This is a car that used to be driven by Jason Shearer and Tom Ways. So this is a car that we know works really well here in Hammers, and it's Ron Prindle that takes the whole shot from John Grounds. Now John Grounds is from Proving Ground Racing. He's moved up through the classes up into 4400. Always got a smile on his face, always happy to have a chat, and always laughing. It'd be great to see if John Grounds can keep it together today.
Now, when you look at what we had in the Everman Challenge, this is almost double the distance. So this is a much longer, more demanding, and a much higher speed race. Next on the line is our past multi-time king, is Randy Slauson as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, is Robert Liebel and Randy Slauson. So watching Randy Slauson right there, always one of those guys that comes from behind, but he's in a good spot.
Exactly. Now, we were talking yesterday, every time in Everyman Challenge a bomber has won, he's gone on to take a title here in Hammertown. Now, a bomber came second yesterday, so what does that mean? As he takes the whole shot of a Robert Liebel.
All right, as we watch Randy Slauson as he takes off the line, we're going to throw it back down to Emmy. Emmy, take it away.
Thanks, you guys. So I was talking to our favorite fun haver, Vaughn Gittin Jr. earlier. He's in the number 25 car. You know, he just got like 50 grand from the earlier race yesterday, which is pretty cool. But he's not letting that get to his head. He is here to just trust the process. He's going to follow his strategy, and he is going to keep it cool. But his goal is to be in the top 5 when they're coming out of the desert, because again, he knows that this race is happening in the rocks. He doesn't want to get stuck in any of those bottlenecks that always happen out here at the Nitto Race of Kings. But of course, he said his most important priority out here is to have fun. Back to you guys in the booth.
All righty, here we have Marcus Gomez and Jason Wicks as they take off. Marcus with a little bit of advantage. I was letting him know that I get to interview the top 3, and he said, I'll see you there, buddy.
Yeah, no, I was chatting to Marcus Gomez, and he was really stoked with his qualifying position. I said, really? I think you made a mistake. He said, no, Jim, this is exactly where I wanted to be. He said, I want to be in 30th place. I don't want to be at the point at the end. You watch and wait. See what I do during the race.
That's pretty talented to say, I want to be 30th and qualify 30th. Well played, buddy.
Exactly.
But
I don't believe a word of it.
Well, Marcus is unbelievable. He focuses on this. JP and Raul run a lot of trophy trucks as well, or T1 trucks, but Marcus focuses on the Ultra 4.
And that is John Grounds going over Baldwin's jump there, making his way down into the desert. Now this section of desert is really cut up. As we watch now, this is Tad Dowka and Casey Curry. Casey Curry, of course, a Dakar winner in UTVs, and he takes the whole shot in his trophy Jeep. Now, this vehicle is an old vehicle, but they've done a lot of developments on it. They've cut the front off it, built a new front end onto it, and it's great to see him on track.
Unbelievable bad news for Cameron Steele. We're going to show an insert as Cameron Steele is out of his car. As we're watching, we're going to see one of the drivers now, as all of a sudden Cameron stops, co-driver gets out, and we do not know what's happened, but Cameron Steele at this point is stopped on the racetrack. Unbelievable. This is not what he wanted to hear right now because Cameron qualified so well.
No, this is terrible news for Cameron Steele. Now, it's worthwhile saying at this moment in time, please head on over to kingofthehammers.com/live. You can find the live tracker information, you can find scoring information, and find out about all of the vehicles live on course. Keep up with the information and your favorite racers.
At this point here in Hammertown, it's been really, as we're watching Pip Justice and Jaron Gunter as they take off another line. So already some drama. We had the pole sitter pull her off to the side. Cameron Steele, who felt that he was one of the favorites to win this, feeling so strong in that Legionette chassis with all that work done by Jamie Campbell. So we'll get more information as we can, but very, very tough. If you are just joining in, you are watching the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. We have more people down on the field. This race is going to be 200 miles-ish, okay? It's going to go around a little bit. We also have 3 laps, so a lot of different strategies that the drivers are going to be doing. Some are going to fuel short, some are going to fuel long. They're going to try to make up as much ground as they can, but there's so many things happening already at the start of this race as we're watching Brent Burton and Guy Miller getting ready to take the starting line. At this point, we are down to 35th and 36th off the line. We have 207 entries, Jim. This is going to be an unbelievable race. A lot of carnage, a lot of spectacular stuff all day long. As Miles was saying, we have stick cameras, we have drones, we have helicopters, we have it all.
We do indeed, and I'm just looking at our tracker right now, trying to get a feel on who's actually got the lead. And right now, it looks like our early pace setter is Jason Shearer in that brand new car of his, moving along at a very swift pace, closely followed by Raul Gomez and then Lauren Healy and Brian Crofts. So that is our lead 4 vehicles as they make their way out into the desert, and they're approximately already at race mile 25.
All right, here we are. The man with Off-Road Warehouse, that is Greg Adler. Obviously been a big fan of this for so many years. I remember seeing him test one of the rock buggies when this race started, just going, oh my God, that is so scary watching him go through the bumps, and how this is done. Him and Joshua Smith take off the line, but we don't see Joshua.
I don't see Josh there, so I think Josh is actually is a non-starter in this race today as we watch Greg Adler. I love the fact that he's moving things around. He's now got that Bronco styling on his vehicle.
Well, but the good thing for Greg is that now he has no pressure. He doesn't have to put his elbows out, doesn't have to block people. He can just drive his own race.
Okay, as we continue to watch the action here, we have live news from Remote Pit 1. What do we got?
All right, we just heard from the car. They're at mile 6 and the car is at 100%. That's awesome. We're about 35 miles in on the course at pit 1. The crew is ready, but we're actually hoping the car is just gonna go by at 120.
mechanics are talking about, and what they're saying is they do not want their guy to pit. I don't know anybody that's going to have a planned pit stop at remote pit 1. They're making it out there in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, now remote pit 1, the reason that it's there, it's an emergency pit. It's, oh my word, I've got problems. I need to come in here. I need to change a tyre. I've got an issue. I need to tighten something up. You really do not want to be working in there. There's going to be nobody who's using remote pit 1 as a strategy pit. That is absolutely certain.
I'm going to say they're using a little bit more colorful language than, oh my gosh, if they're going into remote pit 1. As you say, though, sometimes guys are getting flats, they're re-racking, because this is different than the trophy trucks. They run 2 tires, so if you get a flat, you can still run aggressive until you get that second flat. But right now, because of weight, because of the climbing, because of the demands on an Ultra 4 vehicle, it is completely different on a 4400.
Absolutely. There's Tom Gilpin there in another Get Bent Fab car, or a Fishmouth Fab it might be. Now, this is an interesting one. This is Eric Miramont. Eric Miramont had that huge role in qualifying, and I find it incredible that they were able to get that car back to town, get it repaired, past technical, and back here on the racecourse. That shows you the resilience of a 4400 class race car.
Well, and that's the thing. They build these things because it's not a matter of if, it's when you roll. I mean,
absolutely.
What you're doing in the training that you're going through, you are going to put it on a slid, and they build these chassis to take that hit and protect those drivers.
And we saw so many rollovers in qualifying this year. It was an incredibly tough course out there on Chocolate Thunder, but that's why we come here. That's why we race Ultra 4, because we want to test ourselves against the very best in the world.
That is Greg Adler as we're watching him work his way through the desert. And you can see, once again, these chassis have to do everything. It's not just rock crawl, it's not just desert race, it's not just high speed, it's not just slow technical, it is everything. And so this series has pushed the envelope and now created a much stronger field of four-wheel drives in the desert as well.
It has. I mean, only a few short years ago, we were rock donkeys. We were the slowest things in the desert. Now,
don't talk about your driving style. Don't put yourself down like that, Jim.
That's quite all right. I'm fine with it. But now these vehicles are absolutely incredible. The speed that they can hit the whoops. We're going to see cars today hitting in excess of 130 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was talking with Ray from Dugan Racing Engines, and he's really happy about the power plants that he has in Raul Gomez, Cameron Steele, and also Jason Shearer. So a lot of different power plants. Some guys want to go big horsepower, some want to go torque. A lot of different strategies because it's wide open.
Yeah, this is Tom Gilpin here making his way into the desert. This is almost a carbon copy of the car that Jason Shearer used to race. Look at this, and you can see the way it just soaks up those bumps. That enormous suspension just taking all those hits. And this is John Webster and Chad Hunt. Now, Chad Hunt, you're going to love this. He's running over 1,000 horsepower in that supercharged Miller Pro chassis.
Well, and how much can you use?
All of it. All of it. Every single time. There's one drug in the world you can never get enough of, and that is horsepower.
Well, I'm going to disagree, because when we run in a lot of the trophy trucks, you want to tone it down to make drivability. Sometimes it's like lights. If you go so bright, what happens is you lose a lot of that. So drivability, I think, is more important than horsepower. But as you said, it's always good to have that extra in your back pocket.
It is. It's always nice to have it there when you need it. But ironically, it's not Chad who took the whole shot here. As we go back again to Baldwin's jump and watch another vehicle, I believe it's either James, is that Eric Miramont? I think it probably is, or James Mahoney, one of the two of them anyway, making their way up over the top there. That was the 308 of James Mahoney. We just saw him on the start line. One of my favourite cars here. This is John Hall. I love this vehicle. Teams up with Blake Wilkie at the Shreddy Cam. Great to see him off the line. Again, it looks like he's probably had an engine flutter as he's leaving, and it's just because where these vehicles sit on the line and they're pouring so much fuel into those cylinders, they just block the plugs up and they just start to stutter as they leave the line.
Well, and a lot of people make the mistake. They think if they're just going to just rev it in neutral, just kind of rev it to clear it out. What that does is sometimes throws too much fuel in there and gets it going, because until you accelerate in gear, get the ignition firing the way it needs to do, a lot of times it's better just let it idle and chill.
Exactly. Or as we've said before, switch it off.
What a concept. Turn it off and get ready to go.
Okay, we're just watching Edwin Abb there in the 4475, making his way through. And we have so many starters here today. It's amazing to be here.
Next on the line is going to be John Webb and Chris Hicks as they take off the line. And it looks like that is John Webb that gets the whole shot.
Now, John Webb, he is a massive crowd favourite. This is the guy with the speakers. This is the guy who brings the party to King of the Hammers. Expect to see him on the trails as he comes around. There'll be music blasting. Those aren't lights on the top of his roof bar there. Those are speakers.
So we should hear a little bit of bumping going on as he's going through
Absolutely.
the rock
He's
garden.
also driving a car that's very similar to Jason Shearer's old vehicle, built by Fishmouth Fab. It's an absolutely beautiful car, and he is, I say, usually when I mention the words John Webb, I get a crowd from the crowd, so I'm sure that'll happen later.
Alrighty, 4404 Bill Kunz, as well as 270 Brian McVeigh. So we're only halfway through the field.
It is, and it's an incredibly strong field. Just think about those guys who are going to be starting at the back that have got past these vehicles. There are no easy victories here on this track. Every single place has got to be earned as we watch Bill Kunz and Chris Hicks leaving the line.
Well, this is basically like the Ironman. You just started the swim. There's so much ahead of you, but you have to stay present. And right now, the driver that's out front is a very, very dangerous Jason Shearer. When he gets in front, he likes that clean air.
Yeah, Jason Shearer loves clear air.
All right, good news for the Cameron Steel fans. Cameron Steel is up and running, so a little bit of downtime. This is going to be a long race, ladies and gentlemen. So Cameron Steel is back up and running. We don't know what the situation was. It didn't look like a tire, but maybe something, no wire or something, who knows?
Yeah, you never know. Oh, it's what we were saying earlier. That vehicle is so incredibly complicated. One small thing can just take it out of contention. And this is what we talk about. As we talk about all of these things, it comes back to that. Do we want to use something simple like a Miller chassis or something along that type like Randy Slaughter's bomber? Or do we want to go for something that has all that incredible complexity like Lauren Healy's or Cameron Steel?
Well, and that's the thing. Depending on what you have the technology to work on, how easy it is to get in and out of the shop, we've got to report that the leaders are about 5 minutes out of remote pit 1. So that's going to put them right at a half hour. So Jason Shearer is off to a great pace. We have not heard Paul Wolf has got back underway. We'll be looking at the tracker, which we'll be going to the tracker here in a little bit and show you around a little bit. But remember, if you want to watch this, you can go to kingofthehammers.com/live and get that. And if you want to get the premium channel, what you can do is go on there for $25, get everything so that it is uninterrupted all day long.
Yeah, it's fantastic action still in Hammertown, and we're just over halfway through our starters here. It's a beautiful day, the sun is shining, we've got a little bit of wind, but we could do with a bit more, if I'm honest, as Travis Solinger and Frank von der Heide lead the line.
As they work their way in, we have a man who really doesn't need an introduction, a Shannon Campbell. We saw him take a nasty roll in qualifying, but he's up on the line next, and he's just starting in 57th spot. It's amazing how many vehicles there are in this top 4400 class.
Yeah, you can't afford to make mistakes in qualifying in 4400 anymore. The smallest glitch puts you right back down the field. And three-time king Shannon Campbell's going to be in that single-seat Campbell car making his way out into the desert. His car, called Dragon Slayer, is an older vehicle now, and I know that he's looking to develop something new. But this year he said this could be the swan song for Dragon Slayer.
Well, and does Joe Thompson go, you know what? I'm going to sit back and let the king do his thing. We're watching the physical leader, and that's Jason Shearer as he's coming into remote pit 1. So Jason Shearer at this point out in front and running quick.
Yeah, there's three-time king Shannon Campbell heading off the line. Joe Thompson going out behind him. Joe Thompson, of course, is the twisted mastermind behind the UFO chassis, favoured by the Gomez brothers, Paul Wolf, and so many other racers out here.
Well, and also let's remind everybody, we're going to see Robbie Gordon in one of those chassis today. He's already in staging. We've got everybody out towards the line. We are going on 59 and 60 is going to be great, because the next up is we're going to have Dan Fresh is going to be taken off, who was obviously always a threat.
Yeah, now Dan Fresh, we saw him yesterday. Oh, that looked like a car off the track there as we watch Greg Adler picking his way through the desert. And two bomber chassis there on the line. But we're getting news that we're seeing another breakage out on course. It sounds like we might have a problem as we watch Dan Fresh and Aaron Smith leading the line, both in Bomber Fab cars. We saw Dan Fresh yesterday on the podium, but this in the bottom right, oh my word, no one wants to see this. That's the trophy Jeep of Casey Curry.
I was going to say, from the profile, that looked like Casey Curry, so tough break for Casey. This is not the way he started. He wants to start. We do not.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com, click on Watch Live, click on Join, sign into YouTube, and that's how you get all the good stuff.
They've done a belt. I reckon that they've got. It looked like they got that. Looked like they had the guards down at the back, and it looked like he was actually playing with something in the back there. I think they've lost a drive belt. But this is Dan Fresh,
yes,
on the podium yesterday in the 4800 class. Now Dan had problems yesterday. Yes. Dan is usually the consummate professional on track. Never gets flat tires. Had 2 flats yesterday. Is that going to play with his game plan? Is that going to play with his mind as he heads out onto track?
Well, I think one thing that he has is seat time. He went out there and he drove. He was gone. He was out of sight. Then all of a sudden, next thing you know, here he comes again. So he looked very fresh after the race, very strong. Dan in great shape.
Absolutely. And this is Mel Wade and Kevin Porterfield. Kevin Porterfield taking the whole shot here on the outside. Have a check out this car of Kevin Porterfield's. It's absolutely stunning. There's not a straight tube anywhere on this car. It's just beautiful flowing lines. A real work of art.
And that's what I love about this. It's unlimited. It's wide open. Build what you want. You want the motor the front, back, top, bottom. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
You decide.
Well, let's talk about that. In the top 10 qualifiers this year, there were 7 different manufacturers. Name me another motorsport where that happens.
Does not happen at all. And they look completely different, from the cab to where the motor sits to, is it straight axle, is it IFS, is it front and rear IFS?
Yeah, we had vehicles with IFS, we had vehicles with IFS and IRS, we had UTVs, we had solid axle cars, we had cars with front engines, we had cars with rear engines, and everything in between. Now here is a crowd favourite. This is Sam Collins. Check out this full body vehicle, Ricky. You can't tell me that you don't love Sam Collins' car as he makes his way around the infield, and he got the whole shot as well. He actually crashed this car last year and had to fully rebuild it. It's so good to see him back out here racing.
And what I love is these all have personality and style. And that's what I like, is that you can not just make it functional, but you can also go for fashion, as they say.
Of course.
You got to look good before you can go good.
Absolutely, as they always say, it's no point driving a Ferrari fast and people won't see you.
All right, in 65th, I gotta throw a shout out to our man Zandy Williams. He was one of my students. Our heart is broken. We lost him earlier this year, but Chip McLaughlin is out there. To all of the guys from Rufus Racing, our hearts are broken. And here, I want you to know, Zandy is with them. They have Zandy's ashes in the car with him, so taking Zandy for another loop. And I joked with him. I said, don't drive like Zandy, because Zandy flipped cars like nobody's business. But I think Chip McLaughlin and everybody's really happy where they're at. And obviously they know they have Zandy Williams with them.
Exactly, and that's why they have the big Z on the side of the car. In fact, they put a plaque up onto one of the trails, Z Walk, this week in commemoration of the amazing Zandy Williams.
And we do not want to take anything away from his competitor. On the line with him is Kevin Yoder.
Kevin Yoder. Who
Yoder
doesn't know Kevin Yoder in Hammertown? This man is awesome, and it's great to see him out here racing with us for another time. But as Chip McLaughlin makes his way out into the infield, qualified well, and it's great to see him pushing on out into the desert. We're just waiting to get confirmation of leaders as they go through remote pit 1. But looking at my tracker right now, it looks like our current race leader is Jason Shearer being hunted down by last year's king, Raul Gomez.
Well, as we said, this race doesn't start till we get to the rocks, and really doesn't start till after lap 2.
Yeah, now this is a couple of interesting cars we've got here on track at the moment. We've got Tom Pendergrast and also Greg Guggerberger. Now, this is interesting. Tom is in a UK-built off-road armory Eurofighter. This is a vehicle that's been the brainchild of Rob Butler, IFS front end, and it's a completely different look to anything that's out here on the lake bed. It's going to be really interesting to see what he can do. He's also packing some serious firepower in the winch department with a giggle pin winch up in there as well. So let's see what he does on the trails. Is he going to drive things a little bit different? And can British Metal do well in the USA?
I bet if it does, you are going to let us know.
I couldn't possibly comment as we watch Sam Collins here making his way into the desert. And
next up we got Rick.
Yeah,
Rick Levezzo and
William McGibbon. There we are. Now, Rick Levezzo is driving a Pennell Fab IFS car. Now, this is an older design. It was first brainchild of Ben Napier back in 2014, and this one was built in around about 2015. It's never been a particularly successful car on track. It's never really done as well as perhaps it should. So let's see what it can do with this new owner. Rick Levezzo, of course, usually races in 4500. So let's see if he can put it anywhere near the podium today.
But we've seen, I go back and forth. You can have the latest and greatest and the newest, but you have to know your vehicle so well when it comes to this. We've seen it in motocross, we've seen it in trophy trucks and stuff like that. Newer isn't always better. Sometimes knowing what your vehicle does, knowing when it's going to kick, knowing when it's going to buck, instead of just trusting blindly, is definitely what a driver doesn't want to do.
Yeah, and this is Joe Gatlin and Matt Neiman here, heading off the line, two very contrasting styles of vehicles. You see the height difference there. And it looks like Joe Gatlin has got the whole shot as he makes his way around the short course. Now, if you're watching at home and you're trying to stay up with our leaders, please go to kingofthehammers.com/live. You'll be able to find live scoring, and you'll also be able to find our live tracker. On top of that, you'll be able to subscribe to the premium feed. It's $25, and you'll be able to see all the background action live here as it happens.
As well as it's going to have some special tidbits and stuff, information, things that you're looking for.
More of you and me, Ricky. What more could they want?
Exactly. They're like, oh, okay, never mind. But you know, it's a great value for $25. Gives you all the back access. So check that out on kingofthehammers.com/live. Check that out.
Yeah, now I'm just watching on the tracker at the moment. It looks like our lead cars have all blown through remote pit 1 as we watch more vehicles going out towards Baldwin's Jump. And this here now is the 4488 of Jordan Townsend alongside Patrick Beckworth. And still the cars keep leaving Hammertown. Let's not forget we have 107 starters here today. And the firepower that is on this starting lineup is quite remarkable.
Well, as we're going down, all of a sudden, normally you see all the superstars in the top 10, and all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, and another one, and another one, and another one. And we have some that are starting all the way back into 100, over after 100.
Exactly, that's why I love, oh, no, we got a car off track here. Did he just spin it round? I think he might have just spun it, or maybe he didn't have it in four-wheel drive, but he's back on track again right now. Let's not forget, it's so easy just to get out of shape.
Alrighty, as we're watching the takeoff, we are down to 75th. Miles, you got an update for us? Take it away, buddy.
Yeah, what a great deal. We've got all the competitors in here towards the start line. I gave a thumbs up to every single one of them, and everybody has a great vibe. So many people are so stoked. The horsepower is high, the vibe is high, and I was talking to Lance Clifford. He's a little worried about that Jason Shear could come here before everybody's off the line. We'll see what happens. Remember, it's 1 minute increments, 2 at a time. It's going to be really close, but Jason Shear is on fire out front. And I did see Eric Miller pull out of the start line here and already go to his hot pits, and now I see him coming back. So it looks like he'll still make his starting position. So that was the one update I was going to have, but it looks like he's coming right back. But yeah, so much good vibes down here. Everybody's super stoked. I'm stoked. I hope you all are stoked. This is the best race of the year. Let's keep it rolling, guys. Back to you, Ricky Jim. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you, Miles. Always great to get them tidbits. Remember, we have Emmy and Tiffany as well. We got a lot of things coming your way. Right now, as we're watching, we're seeing door-to-door action down in the Desert 2 camera. We got a lot of action going on. Jim?
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I love this race so much. Andrew McLaughlin, Hunter Sparrow. Hunter Sparrow, of course, in that Miller Pro chassis. Andrew McLaughlin, back to a solid axle car. Let's roll off-road. Had a disappointing qualifying run. Said that he broke something in the front end, which is what caused him not to be able to climb those big rocks. And that's what I loved about that qualifying course. It really did kind of put that double jeopardy in there. And we saw Andrew McLaughlin. Now, I've seen him drive that trail 1,000 times, picking it absolutely wheel perfect. But during qualifying, he just couldn't make it work. And that's why he's right back down here in 70-odd position.
Well, when it comes to qualifying, everything has to have perfect, and you're rushed, and you don't really get to take your time. But let's talk just for 1 second, or more than that, about the difference between IFS and a straight axle, and why someone might choose a straight axle over IFS.
Now, the straight axle cars were also what all the rock donkeys used. Is where all our Jeeps had it, all our Toyotas had it. It was historically the way to go. Now, the thing with a solid axle car is you can make it incredibly strong. As we watch Jared Pallant and BJ Carter hanging off the line, it's very reliable, it's very, very solid, but there are problems with a solid axle car. When we're in the desert, the way the suspension reacts is totally different to an IFS. Now, an IFS has independent moving parts on each corner. That means it can soak up each single bump differently and separately as it picks its way through the desert, making it a softer ride, which means you can drive faster.
And sprung weight and unsprung weight. Having that heavy axle bouncing up and down sometimes gives people a lot of time, but working with guys like Wayne from Alltech and also the people from Fox, they do an unbelievable job at helping these guys get the right combination of desert versus rocks. Next on the line, we have BJ Carter as well as Jared Splendor.
Yeah, we've got a race in our hands here, Ricky. It's absolutely fantastic. I can tell you right now, looking at my tracker, that Jason Shearer is still powering his way back towards Hammertown. In second place at the moment on the tracker, it is Raul Gomez. And just behind him, it looks like it's either Brian Crofts or Jason Blanton. Levi Shirley is also fighting for position right up there at the front end. This is going to be...
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com. Click on Watch Live. Click on Join. Sign into YouTube. And that's how you get all the good stuff.
Along with Jim Marsden. It is going to be a 3-lap race, Jim. Not every lap is the same. I like the way, and I've talked about this, how they laid out the course to give them a little separation in the desert, because at this point, we don't have any wind. You got to be careful when you ask for a little wind out here, because it goes from 0 to 100 quick, just like these races.
It does, and also the sun. When the sun goes in, it's actually quite chilly, but when the sun comes out, there's a lot of heat there. I think this is going to be a really great day of racing, as Gary Easley and Daryl Kriebsbach makes their way onto the short course. Now, we did miss them a moment ago. We missed Mike Spindler and Randy Burke making their way through. I'm sure we'll catch up with them later on as they make their way around this course.
Next up on the line is Derek Starr and Cade Rod. These two drivers are going to go head-to-head as they start off, and going to be dicey, get to the desert.
Yeah, now Cade Rod's a really interesting one. Cade Rod is, of course, the son of Randy Rod, who is the owner of Jimmy's 4x4. Jimmy's was the chassis builder only a few years ago. If you wanted to win at Hammers, you wanted to have a Jimmy's vehicle. Now, he's going to be coming here this week with a brand new IFS car. There he is sitting there. Look at this absolute thing of beauty with the Rockstar livery down the side. But he struggled in qualifying. Just couldn't punch it through the rocks. So is this move from Cade Rod from a solid axle car to an IFS car going to be feel a little bit strange for him?
Well, once again, you don't always want the latest and the greatest. You want what you're comfortable with. You know how to attack the rocks, how you look at the rocks versus straight axle and IFS, how you look at the desert in straight axle versus IFS, completely different. So a lot of times a new vehicle, you're learning as you go.
It is, but one thing is for certain, is that Cade Rod is incredibly talented. And just watching Robbie Gordon making his way past the booth there in JP Gomez's old car. But right now it's all about the action on course, and it's the young man, Cade Rod, and that gorgeous Jimmy's IFS car.
Next up is Brent Hurl and Kurt Jensen.
Indeed, Kurt Jensen there in the IFS RRI Struts vehicle. Interesting vehicle, no springs, just using RRI struts. They use air and nitrogen to create that spring package, so it's going to be interesting to see what it can do. Brett Harrell, of course, father of Brent Harrell, who we saw racing yesterday in 4800. Now, Brent Harrell is running a big engine in this Horseshoe car. Be interesting to see what he can do.
Interesting point. To remote pit 1, the UTVs were 5 minutes faster. That just tells you how much these side-by-sides have the technology with the turbos,
No way.
unbelievable. So yes, now, but the course is rougher and a little more beat up, but the UTV is 5 minutes faster than remote pit 1.
That's absolutely astonishing. Remember only a few short years ago where we thought they were only good for putting your golf clubs in? How the world changes.
Alrighty, next on the line is Dennis Stansfield and somebody we've got to keep our eye on all day long, JP Gomez. JP, always dynamic, always spectacular, so we got to keep our eye on JP all day long.
Yeah, that's JP heading off the line now, also in another UFO single-seat vehicle, same, very similar car to his brother, Raul Gomez. So there's 3 Gomez brothers on track, and we also have Darian Gomez on track as well, who's the son of last year's king, Raul.
So a family affair, I made a joke when I was at the podium a long time ago, that if you're going to be a rock crawler, you need to have a woman's name like Lauren or Shannon, or you need to be a Gomez. So I wasn't adopted by them, and I kept my Rick Johnson as well.
Yeah, lots of people always suggest that, say to me, so what's with this Ultra 4 thing when you got all your top drivers are called Shannon, Levi, Randy, Lauren.
Yeah. Or Gomez.
Oh, as I say to them, real men.
Trust me, that.
And it's the 463 of Jean-Pierre Maureen there. TMR Customs, solid axle care. Jean-Philippe, sorry.
Yeah, Jean-Philippe Maureen.
Benjamin Miller is not on the line. He was in that beautiful blue Horschel car, and they had breakages during qualifying, problems with their CVs, so let's hope they can get that fixed very quickly, because that car looked incredible, and it'd be great to see it back out here racing.
Now, if you notice, the ambient noise in the background has calmed down. We are down to the last 15 vehicles taking off the start line, so everybody's gone through. We saw Robbie Gordon as he was working his way out to the start line, starting towards the back. It's JP Gomez, and Robbie, always spectacular, always, no matter what he does. If it's rock crawling, he's exciting at a dinner party.
Well, exactly, but Robbie's almost stolen the show during this event as he had problems with his UTV. He was like, well, I can't be bothered to go and collect it. I know, we'll take the helicopter. So they flew in the helicopter, big Black Hawk comes in, picks up the UTV and flies it out of Johnson Valley. Only Robbie.
Well, that's what Robbie does.
Now, leaving the line here now, this is a very interesting car. On the outside there is car 888 of Cody Addington. Cody Addington, of course, first time he raced here, 2013, in the old school Toyota. Moved on up into 4400 in this, which is the Red Dragon. This was Lauren Healy's car. This car won every single Ultra 4 race apart from King of the Hammers. He suffered a breakage in the driveline during qualifying, which is why he's starting right back here in 93rd position.
Alrighty, thank you, Jim. And you are watching the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. We will be right back after this message. See you in a minute.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride for the path less traveled. It stands strong where the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise!
Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Ryan Chase, number 23. It's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat. Whatever you say, big dog. Seriously? These fools think I'm fried?
They know the deal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. You are watching the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. Jim, a lot going on, and we're down to our last couple entries.
Yeah, we are indeed. We're just watching Bailey Cole go off there at the moment with crazy as a monkey with a knife. Oh, Bailey there, just getting out of shape. Now, this car had to have a new motor put, one of the many cars that's had to have a new motor put into it here in the lake bed. So it's great to see Bailey Cole moving out on track. Now, that looks like he's in two-wheel drive to me.
I was just going to say that. It looks like he's very, very loose. It's not pulling it, because these vehicles are not like the desert truck where it's like 60% rear, 40% front. They are pretty close to one-to-one. So Bailey Campbell very, very loose all over the place. So he's going to... I'm sorry, Bailey Cole. My bad. Great correction. So Bailey Cole very loose on the start as we go back to the starting line to the next entries.
Yeah, this is going to be the 911 of Kevin Taylor, lining up side there of Patrick Peterson.
Yes.
Now, also, we just saw a two-time king, Eric Miller, making his way into the desert. Now, lots of people are saying, why didn't we see Eric qualify? What's going on? Eric had there was an accident in Eric's pits earlier this week, and two of Eric's children were injured, Wyatt and Nixon. I'm very happy to say that they're both going to be okay and that everything's fine. Nixon turned around to his dad yesterday and said, Dad, you need to go and race this race. So Eric's out here because he wants to make his kids proud.
Well, and that's
I love that.
But family first. When it comes to it, when you're in the race car, and Eric Miller, a multi-time king, definitely puts his heart and soul into it, his whole family. But when your kids are hurt, the world stops.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm 100% behind the Millers today. I cannot wait to see what they can do out on track. Now, this is an interesting one. There on the inside is Bailey Campbell in Levi Shirley's old car, Loretta, lining up alongside the Desert Warrior himself, Robbie Gordon. Now, Bailey Campbell, she's lost two motors this weekend. They can't get her car back together. So Levi stepped up, offered them Loretta so they can race this race. Bailey Campbell's going to do the desert lap, then she's going to jump out. Her brother Wayland, who's also had motor issues, is going to do the first rock lap. Then he comes in if it all goes to plan, and then Ryan Miller, who is Bailey's normal co-driver, will jump in to do the second rock lap.
That is a mouthful, and Robbie Gordon is on a tear. I love how hard he ran this desert loop, but it's going to be interesting if Bailey Campbell can't take it up. As we look at the Miller family right in front of us, we see the two kids with a couple little scabs on their face. They're doing good. Daddy's out there doing their job. So great to hear that the Miller family is all in pace, and we have multi-time defending, not defending champion, but multi-time champion Eric Miller on the road.
Yeah, no, it's so good to see Eric out there. And I say the children are in front of the booth at the moment, sleeping soundly by the looks of it, so that's great to see.
And last off the line in 107th is Logan Goodall as he takes off. So he's got to work his way from the back.
Yeah, now Logan Goodall was racing yesterday in the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. His father was actually, if I'm right in saying, I believe his father came in the top 10 also. So great to see Logan Goodall out here. And he is the final starter here at the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries.
Well, as we see now, we see Casey Curry in remote pit 1. We saw him stop. Now you were mentioning that you thought it could have been a belt on the back, but now they're looking towards the front of the vehicle, so it could have been a serpentine belt, whatever they're doing. But they have they got the toolboxes out. They're getting ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we've got a race on our hands, so now it's time to reach for the trackers. It's time to look at our cameras and find out who is our race leader. And I can tell you now, looking on track and on the trackers, it is Jason Shearer who is out front.
And on the perfect timing, Jim, that is Jason Shearer, our current leader of the race. Great timing, Jim. On screen right now is Jason Shearer, multi-time king, and he is off and in clean air, a dangerous Jason Shearer.
Look at the ground clearance under this vehicle, Ricky. This is why people have portal axles. If you look under those A-arms on the IFS, you can see that he's gained around about 4 to 5 inches of extra clearance. Not so important in the desert, but once he gets into those rocks, that's going to be incredible. As we watch the Desert Warrior, Robbie Gordon, in JP Gomez's old car.
Well, and it's going to be interesting when we get to the rocks, because Robbie is a driver of everything. But when it comes to Bailey Campbell, she knows her way around. As we're back to remote pit 1. That is Casey Curry. Not a good start for Casey Curry. He spent some time in the desert. Now they're looking up underneath, and I think you could be right. It could have been a problem with the serpentine belt.
Yeah, they're still playing there. That's a tough break there. Nobody wants to see problems. And the other one we haven't seen recently is Paul Wolf. We saw him pulled across. He was our pole setter, and we saw him with problems yesterday. Set the fastest time in the UTV Hammers Championship qualifying run, but had problems when he got out into remote pit 1. He hasn't even got to remote pit 1, so really tough luck for Paul Wolf.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see. As you said, he's so dominant in the Ultra 4 Championship races, always aggressive, always right there. We saw him, but Jason Shearer was able to nip him at the start and start pulling away.
Yeah, I'm just looking on my tracker now, Ricky. It looks like Raul Gomez and Jason Shearer are the pick of the pack right now and pushing away from the rest of the field.
When we watched them last year going back and forth, and Raul was one that was able to pull it off. Jason Shearer had a little problem, got stuck in a spot, but it's anybody's race. I mean, and you can't even think about picking a winner at this point.
No. This is 3 laps of brutality. There are no easy miles here in Hammertown. To coin a phrase from another event, respect is earned every mile at a time. But this is wonderful stuff that we're seeing right here now, and this is Jason Shearer's game plan. Clear air, please. I'm staying out in front.
And what we've seen in the past when it comes to the rock vehicles, which I'm going to call the Ultra 4s, but they're not. They're a complete race car. But this vehicle is looking more and more like a trophy truck as it goes across the desert than any other vehicle out there. We know that the Gomez vehicles are unbelievable on the rocks, and we saw Robbie Gordon, and we also seen Raul and JP. But this vehicle looks like a T1 truck when it's going across the desert.
Yeah, the development in these vehicles is absolutely staggering, and it's going to be interesting to see what's going to hold together this year. Is it going to be the old school technology like the Miller Pro chassis, Randy Slaughter's Bombers, or is it going to be the spaceships like Lauren Healy's Bronco and Cameron Steele's Laser Nut vehicle?
But watch the attitude of Jason Shearer's truck as it's rolled, the Bronco, as it's rolling across the desert. You don't see the back chasing it around. The balance looks unbelievable. The front and rear wheel movement is very consistent, because one thing that typically happens is that either the front overpowers the back or the back overpowers the front. But I got to give it to those guys that have worked on that Jason Shearer chassis. It looks great in the desert, and we know it is going to look awesome in the rocks as well.
Okay, here we are at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. We have all 107 starters out on course. There are a couple of no-shows. Waylon Campbell, of course, is sharing driving duties with his sister, Bailey Campbell, and they're going to be working together in the old Levi Shirley car. As we cut across now to one of our cars.
That is Raul Gomez.
That is Raul Gomez.
So that is our current king as he works his way through the desert, trying to chase down Jason Shearer.
Well, if we work on the premise that we just saw Jason Shearer a few short seconds ago, I reckon we've got probably a gap here of around about 1 minute from Raul to Jason.
So now we see him as he works through.
Big kick there.
Watch the difference in chassis and where the cockpit setup is and how it's completely different. This is a single-seater versus a two-seater that Jason Shearer is driving, which you see how far Raul Gomez is up toward the front, and the advantage if that is in the rocks. We saw that in the side-by-sides as well.
But look this, you can see Jason Shearer's dust ahead. That must be, when you see people's dust ahead, that really drives you on. It spurs you forward, it makes you want to go faster.
Well, I do know when I had pre-run with Larry Ragland in the past, every time he saw dust, he picked it up about 30 miles an hour. So for a racer, that is like, that is just like...
It feeds you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that lets him know that he can see it, and you start counting off how far ahead they are from you.
Now, people are wondering, how do these guys navigate? How do they know where they're going out there? Now, the race course is a set course on GPS. They download the GPS files onto their navigation devices. But this is interesting. You think to yourself, oh, well, he can cut a corner. They can't cut corners. They have what are called VCP, virtual checkpoints. They don't physically exist. They only exist in the digital world. Look at the ground clearance here, though, Jason Shearer's car. Or is that Cameron Steele? No, that's Shearer.
That is Jason Shearer.
And so they own the virtual checkpoints. And what happens is that you have to hit these checkpoints to be able to be on the right place on course.
Well, and also there's a lot of different technologies between the Lowrance, and also lead nav, where a lot of the guys will go in there and they'll put audibles in there and it will read them off for them. For somebody like a Raul Gomez who's in a single seat, because here we're watching Jason Shearer as he works through the desert, he's got a co-driver letting him know to the right or to the left what's coming up, and also danger march, which we saw some of the T1 trucks have some pretty big get-offs, even though they mark the spots.
Yeah, we've also got Garmin are now up in the game and have actually produced a. This is Brian Crofts. We're just coming into shot here. Yeah, that is Brian Crofts in the Campbell chassis. Oh, that's great to see him out in front. Now, Brian has had terrible luck on this event in the last few years. Can he hold it together? This vehicle is 3 years old now. Always qualifies incredibly well.
Well, and that's the thing. So many things can happen as we're watching, once again, our current race leader, Jason Shearer. If you are just tuning in, you are watching the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries, and this is live right now, the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. We are about halfway through our first one of 3 laps, so Jason Shearer obviously running very strong as we go back to watching Brian Cross.
Yeah, Brian's looking really good here.
Miles is ready to cheer pit. So look at them.
All right, as we're watching Brian Cross as he navigates his way through the desert, obviously having a great run at this point. We wish him luck for the rest of the day. We have Miles down in the pit with some more information. Take it away.
Thank you, Ricky. I'm down here in Jason Shearer's pit. They're watching the live feed as we speak. They got the timing up. They're checking everything out. They're in communication. Everything's going great. They've got a whole team in here. The entire team is absolutely ready. I'm down here with Lance Clifford as well. How's it going, buddy? You've been here since the very beginning.
Yes, sir. It's great to be back supporting my brother-in-law, Jason, and super excited. He's in the physical lead right now, and he'll be here any minute.
Yeah, he'll be here in about 5 minutes, it sounds like, so we're going to kind of wrap up. I just wanted to come and chat with you, but it's just really cool. I mean, you got a whole setup. I came in here and got caught up to see what was going on, so I knew, when he's coming in, the whole team's in here doing great things, and you guys are a pro pit here. You got the guys out there going. Lance, always a pleasure to see you, and I'm sure we'll chat again.
Thank you very much.
All right, so yeah, we got the guys in their full fire suits out there. They got the fueling ready to go. And I was talking to them. They hope to be in and out in under 1 minute. They're going to do just a car look over of fuel, pop some Advils, drink some water, and keep on rocking. So we should have him here in town in the next 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll run down to Gomez. They're not too far back, and it's going to get really busy here in just a little bit. So I'm going to take a deep breath, send it back up to you guys, and we'll be ready to play here in just a little bit.
Miles, thank you so much. And right now, our current race leaders are about race mile 65. Got about 5 miles coming to town. Here we're watching Brian Cross again. Now, let's be clear. The first lap is complete desert, very, very little rocks. And what they did is to separate everybody. Out in lap 2, as soon as they start off, they cut off and get into the rocks and go through the technical stuff. So the second and third lap are going to have a whole lot of rocks. But right now, they did the desert. So we'll see if Raul Gomez can make up that ground as we're watching Jason Shearer on Millville Ridge.
Yeah, as he picks his way across Millville Ridge, he'll be dropping very soon into Turkey Claw. Now, Turkey Claw is a trail that they're going to be racing down, and as they come out the bottom, they will be able to see Hammertown, and then they'll be making their way across what we call the saddle. Now, the saddle is incredibly brutal. We saw the T1s out there the other day, and it was swallowing up those cars up in those massive whoops and ruts. So these guys have got to be careful there not to get a flat tyre. Let's not forget also, last year we saw Jason Shearer run out of fuel on the saddle, making his way back into town after a mistake on a fuel calculation. Let's hope something like that doesn't happen again.
Well, and as they work their way back into the KMC Turkey Claw, that is their first introduction to rocks. Now, that's nothing for these guys. I mean, they're just going to wheel through that so fast. But as we said, the UTVs were quicker to remote pit 1, and we'll get a first lap check between that because those guys were flying the other day.
That's astonishing, isn't it? And as he makes his way down towards the KMC Turkey Claw, it's going to be interesting to see what those split times are. I still can't believe that a UTV could be faster than the best of the best in 4400. But this is Brian Crofts right now.
It's the whole thing.
Brian Crofts is running this Campbell chassis car. Very interesting design, and it just works. So different to everything else that's out there.
But if you watch the difference, because he's got that forward cab, and it's got to be a little unnerving going that fast in the desert and right in front of the desert to try to draw your eyes away from it. Typically you have the hood to stop that, but Brian Crofts is looking down right at the whole time, but it is unbelievably helpful when it gets to the rocks.
Yeah, when he gets to the rocks, he can literally look down over each of the front wheels and see exactly where he's placing them. That makes things a lot easier for him. It means when he comes up to those skyline moments, he's not actually just looking at sky and hood, he's still seeing the ground below him. And this looks like our second place car. This looks like Raul Gomez.
It's 12 pounds down to surface. It's like a huge piston.
So we just heard from that Ryan Rockhold lost oil pressure on the brand new motor. So that's the thing. Anything can happen when you get out there, Jim.
That's the third motor that he's lost this weekend.
Well, a lot of times, if you do blow a motor, something like that, some of the parts get in there. If you don't change the lines, you can flush them all you want, but all of those parts and the bearings and everything that happens, depending on how bad you grenade that motor, sometimes you have to completely replumb the car.
Yeah, I agree entirely. He's running a dry sump system, and my guess is there's still debris somewhere in that dry sump system. It'd be very unusual to lose 3 motors in one weekend.
I hate it when that girl shows up in a race car. Debris.
Never take debris for a ride.
All right.
Okay, the action here keeps on happening, and it's going to be very soon that we're going to see our current race leader, Jason Shearer, making his way down into the KMC Turkey Claw, the first of the rock trails here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Racer Kings, powered by Optima batteries.
We also want to thank Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy as we're watching the dice coming up. I'm going to finish down the line. Optima batteries, Nitto tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo tires, 4-wheel parts, and Griffin radiators.
AMSOIL, Tribe 16, CA Technology, Spider Tracks, KMC wheels, Laser Nut, PCI race radios, SDHQs, rookie program.
Alrighty, as we're watching Jason Shearer as he works his way through the KMC Turkey Claw, this is your current leader as he's got a great pace going. Watch the difference. Pay attention to the IFS, how it works versus when you see a straight axle car later on in the day.
Now, this is interesting to me. I think he's going through a very, very relaxed pace here. This is not the pace I expected from Jason. Watch when Raul comes through. More importantly, watch when Brian Crofts come through. I think we'll see a very different pace.
Well, and that's something that you don't want to do this early in the race. I would rather give up a minute or maybe even 2 just to be patient on my vehicle because everything is just getting rolling.
Track position is king right now, and he holds it.
Exactly. So we don't know, but when you, as you said, you watch Brian Crofts as he works his way through Millville Ridge as he's coming in. Let's see the pace, how much different it is. But right now, the guy controlling, as we look in the upper left on Bessemer Mine Road, is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Yeah, that is Vaughn Gittin Jr. there, and we're just cutting back. That is Raul Gomez. No, it's not. That's Jason Blanton in the Jimmy's IFS car. Jason Blanton, he left the line in 7th position this morning, and it looks like he's running strong. He's got that massive big block motor in this Jimmy's car. It's got some miles under it now, which means that he knows the vehicle inside out, and they built some reliability into it. Let's see what he can do, but this is one of the bigger, heavier cars that we see in the field today.
Well, typically, bigger horsepower, more reliable, do not go together.
No, these are two
typically.
things that...
But,
no, exactly.
but the trend in trophy truck is going towards the big block because you can get the horsepower without stressing it. So even guys like Rob McCachran say, even though it's a bigger, heavier motor, as we're watching Bessemer Mine Road, they say it feels lighter because of the torque and the horsepower.
Yeah, just look at this shot here, though. You've got the helicopter on the top left-hand side chasing down the cars, and it looks like the helicopter's struggling to keep up with the vehicle, which means they must be doing 90 mile an hour plus. And that is last year's king. That is Raul Gomez picking his way through the KMC Turkey Claw.
If I had to put him, that puts him about 5 minutes down. So Jason
I
Shearer,
reckon 2 minutes down. 2 minutes down. Yeah. But it's speculation, but I know who will know the answer, and that's our timing loop when he crosses it very shortly.
Absolutely, we'll see. So somewhere between 2 and 3 minutes. But Raul Gomez definitely on a tear, running hard. You can see that he just bangs through everything.
Yeah, now let's just talk about that. That means we've lost, because Raul Gomez left the line in 4th position this morning, which means we've already lost Paul Wolfe, and it means we saw Raul Gomez get the whole shot over Brian Cross. So he's already made 2 places.
They're saying Shearer's about 5 minutes from town, so we will be able to check the timing loop as we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. as he works his way through the desert in that Bronco. Now, him and Lauren Healy had an awesome day yesterday in that Bronco.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm just looking at this is Vaughn Gittin Jr. In front of him was Brendan Thompson, Levi Shirley as well. So where's Levi? Where is Brendan Thompson? Brendan Thompson, of course, is driving this brand new UFO. His brother, of course, is Joe Thompson, who designs the UFOs. So it'll be interesting to see where Brendan is. Brendan had an incredible qualifying run, but he was brutal. He was really hard on the car. Has he hurt it?
All right, now let's talk about technology. You're talking about portals, you're talking about IFS, straight axle, this, that. What are the designers from Great Britain bringing to this that's different?
Rob Butler is obviously designing Levi Shirley's car, and he just takes a totally different stance. Rob is very off the wall. He sees the world in different eyes to most people, in the same way that Joe Thompson does, in the same way that Eric Miller, Randy Slauson, Shannon Campbell have their own separate ideas on things. And it's going to be interesting to see what it does. But when you see Levi's car, it's a completely different profile. It's a completely different style of vehicle. He's designed his own IFS front end. He's not copied anybody's. He's used, obviously they're all similar style, but it's going to be interesting. Oh, look at this, is why IFS is king in the desert. Here as we see Vaughn Gittin Jr. really putting his car to work.
So I'll capitalize on that. If you focus on just the front wheels and notice that the right front wheel jumps up, the left front wheel jumps up, and it doesn't go through the chassis. It doesn't have to, it's not attached, and that's also less unsprung weight that makes it much quicker in the desert.
And this is Jason Shearer, our current race leader at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, making his way over the saddle through these incredibly tough trails, heading back to Hammertown.
And this is what you want. You want to come in with clean air, get your way in. And we were worried. Some of the guys were going, I don't know if the other cars are going to get off the line before Jason Shearer makes it back. But right now, as we're watching, that is Lauren Healy as he works his way down KMC Turkey Claw.
Yeah, Lauren Healy, of course, a 2-time king. We were talking about this earlier. He's only ever won in a solid axle car. He's never won in an IFS. Now, this car is a spaceship. This car is IFS, it's IRS. It also has Fox Live valve tuning on it, which means that the suspension is electronically controlled and is connected to the brakes and to the motor as well. So, or should I say, to the ECUs. So it takes readings from all points on the vehicle to provide a better and more stable platform when you're driving.
Interesting fact, in first, second, and third is from the 3 different lines, but only one driver from the line. From line 1 was Jason Shearer, line 2 is Raul Gomez, and line 3 is Lauren Healy. So something happened to those other drivers. They're not in the mix yet, but we'll see them soon.
Yeah, and also it might play true on when we get to the 4th line, because we've only seen Jason Blanton so far. We haven't seen Levi Shirley. But just looking there, that looks like that is Brendan Thompson in our bottom right of the screen, but in the top left of our screen right now, it's our current race leader in his brand new car for this year. It's Jason Shearer.
As soon as he pulls off the track,
all right, well, Jason is back into the infield, so an unbelievable pace.
Now, let's see if he stops. Is he going to actually pull in? I know they've worked on a massive fuel cell on this vehicle. Are they going to blow through pit 1 or blow through? No, he is coming to the pits. Let's throw it down to Miles.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Yes, Jason Shearer is coming in. They got a plan. They got a system. They are here in town. They're going to do a quick stop, mainly just a fuel and go. Looks like they're pulling off the front hood, getting some ibuprofen and some drink. Jason Shearer, Jason Berger, make it look like it's going good. Got a big thumbs up from Jason Shearer. And he sounds like he has a little bit of something for me. How's it going, buddy?
The car is incredible out there. I got to get some power steering's a little issue, but it's amazing.
Okay, so they're taking the hood off, doing a little power steering, doing a little bit of fuel and go, but everything's going good so far. You're out front.
Say it one more time, Miles.
Everything's going good, and you're out front having fun. Everything's good.
Absolutely the most fun car I've ever driven in the desert. That was a real treat. Fox, the shocks so dialed in, and this car has so much power with this 4 horsepower. It's insane.
Well, I love it. It's a brand new car. Looks like they're getting ready to take off. That was an extremely fast fuel and go, a little power steering. Jason Shearer, you just heard it from here. Did you hear how calm he was right there? Super excited. Under a minute. Jason Shearer and his entire crew just did one heck of a job. But I think Raul Gomez is coming in town, so I'm going to run down there. So I'll throw it back to the booth.
Alrighty, so we have a couple of different theories here. Jim is saying possibly for visibility, he's keeping that hood off, but if he does have a power steering issue, he's going to leave that off so he can get to that fluid much, much quicker. As we see Raul, as he works his way in, he is 1 minute and 30 seconds behind Jason Shearer, so very, very tight. Alrighty, Miles, take it away. You're down in the Gomez pit.
Thank you, Ricky, down here with Raul Gomez. It looks like they're just checking all the tires, or sorry, all the lug nuts on it, but the car looks like it's in great shape. Those King shocks been soaking up everything. It's kind of wiggling everything back and forth. Super laser focus from Raul Gomez. Quick fuel. Wow, this is fast. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. He is ready to roll. Look at that fuel and go. Checked a couple things, and he is on the road. So on adjusted time, it's going to be super, super close between Jason Shearer and Raul Gomez. What a great, great run they've got going. They're pitting for 6 cars down here at Gomez Brothers Racing. So we'll see how it shakes out. But the defending Nitto Race of King champion just came through and looking good. Again, our adjusted time is going to be super close. We've got a lot of race yet to come.
Alrighty, Miles, take a breath, calm down, slow down, get out there. As we're watching Brian Crofts as he worked his way in, very impressed that Raul Gomez was able to stay with Jason Shearer through the desert.
Now, what's more incredible about this, we've just seen 72 miles of desert work. We've seen them come into pit, and you're not going to believe this, 4 seconds separates the 2 cars as they cross the line to head out into lap 2.
And if I had to pick which would be a better car in the desert, I would go with Jason Shearer. Who's better in the rock? Raul Gomez. So now starting the 2nd and 3rd lap, it's going to be favor Raul Gomez in that forward seating single seat car.
Possibly, but then Jason Shearer, to my mind, also has the advantage of having Jason Berger sat next to him. Now, we were sitting here talking about why would he take the hood off the car. Yes, he's going to get to the power steering. Now, is that going to be an issue? Why is he getting overheating power steering so early in the race? Now, let's not forget, when you're in the rock trails, you're going to be using the steering a lot more than you are in the desert.
And a lot more feedback from the wheel to the driver, and also through the whole system. Because some of these cases, they're putting complete 100% weight, G times 2 on the right front coming down these rocks or back and forth. So it is definitely something as we're watching Brian Crofts, who's very tight on time as well with the leaders. So Brian Crofts off to a great start here at the beginning of the Hammers race.
Now we're probably going to be throwing down shortly to Miles in the pits, but it's also worth noting we saw Levi Shirley making his way through the KMC Turkey Corner. So Levi Shirley is going well on course.
Well, everybody's working their way into the pit. It looks like that's the strategy. Get through that first 70 miles, get the car shaken down. Now take a look. We did see with the leader a little bit of an issue with power steering fluid as Brian Crofts worked his way in. Miles, take it away.
Physical 3rd place, Brian Crofts. Another just fuel and go. Look at this. They're going fuel from both sides to get some fuel in. He's adjusting a few things up here. Looking at steering. Big thumbs up from Brian Crofts. The car looks like it's in great shape. All 4 Nitto tires still in air. This single seat Campbell car is ready to rock. He's ran up front a lot, and he just hasn't quite kept it together, but we are anticipating Brian Crofts having a great, great run today. Lauren Healy's in the pits, physical 4th. So it looks like just a quick fuel and go. I'm gonna throw it back up to you guys. I'm gonna run down to Lauren Healy.
Alrighty, as we watch Lauren Healy as he goes to it, we need to keep our eye on this, Jim, because those guys are very close on time. Also, Von Gittin Jr. having a little bit of an issue trying to get that fuel in, and they're going for something else up top. So they got the hood up, they're looking at it. Lauren Healy was on a on a hard run coming in, so we'll get Miles down there in just a little bit to take a look at that. But Brian Crofts is back out and underway as we're watching one of the Can-Ams work their way back towards Hammertown.
Yeah, it's great to see so many cars coming back in. So many vehicles coming back into Hammertown right now. Now, the interesting thing is technology, when we're looking at this refueling, the difference between the Gomez brothers pitting and the Campbells pitting, and that makes a difference. But Miles is in the pits. Miles, what do you got for us?
So I'm down here with Lauren Healy doing a quick fuel and go. This Triton Engineering Bronco looks amazing down here. Everything's going great with it, and it was a quick fuel and go. They did pull off the rear panels. I assume that's for engine cooling issues. We did see Brian Crofts take back out on course. The physical 4th position here in Lauren Healy with Fun Haver Off-Road. Again, this Ford Bronco is looking like it's great shape. All these portals are still doing exactly what they need to do. This is one of the most beautiful cars down here for the Nitto Race of Kings. Looks like they're checking out just a few more things, shaking a few things here and there, handing a wrench in, so they're working on something on the inside of it. We need a nut. So they're checking out a couple things. The first few are only just fuel and goes. They're working on this Bronco just a little bit. Oh, the left rear inner CV boot is missing. So that, man, do you have a chance going out with no grease in that CV? That's the chance you're gonna have to take. Looks like they're gonna go with it. So left inner rear CV boot is missing. Oh, I'll bet you what's going on right now is they can work on that, and I'll bet you Von Gittin Jr. isn't too far behind us. So I'm gonna kind of get my bearing straight. I'm gonna throw it up to the booth. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Miles. As we watch Jason Blanton as he's working his way through the saddle, as he's working his way in, and also we saw Hunter Miller, the first UTV, Blanton as he's working his way into the infield. There, that's a great shot from there. But also Hunter Miller as well, another Can-Am, actually the first Can-Am to be up in the mix.
Absolutely. Now, let's just talk. There's so many things going on here in the pits right now. First of all, I just want to talk about refueling. When you're a Gomez, you have the best refueling ability available. So they have a system that comes from from T1 style racing, where they literally plug in a Formula One style, and they deliver anything up to 60 gallons in 20 seconds. If we watch the Campbells there, they're still using old-fashioned technology, using manually lifted dump cans, which they can put around about 11 gallons in 20 seconds. That is a huge difference.
Well, and a lot of times they'll come from two sides, so what it'll do is it'll hammer fuel in from both sides, pun intended, and then also when it's full, it'll pull that fuel out, so it's a very clean, very quick. A lot of the side-by-sides down in Baja run that style, but you have the Pressure Pro versus the Gravity Feed versus the dump cans, so a lot of different technology out there, and Gomez always pushing the limit.
Yeah, absolutely, and these little things that can make big differences. Now, the other thing, we're talking about the spaceships. We're talking about vehicles like Lauren's car that have IRS and IFS, and now we're seeing the complexity is starting to hurt them down there with a broken CV boot. But I believe Miles is in the pits with the Shirleys. Let's see what Miles has got for us.
Thanks, Jim. Yes, down here with Levi Shirley. I see Jason Blanton just down the way. So this is with our top 6 already in and out. Lots of great things happening down here. Head shake, they're drinking water, getting all hydrated. Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso looking great. This brand new Eurofighter, the RCV axles in the corner, holding everything strong. The King Shocks have been eating up this desert out here, but doing a quick walk around. The car still looks like it's in great shape. Lap 1 of 3 is done. Now we have 2 tough rock laps yet to come. Our leaders are coming through. Jason Blanton heading back out, getting a thumbs up from them. They're still taking a little drink. But Shirley Pitt doing a quick little fuel and go. Everything's looking good. They're checking on the shocks, checking on the steering, giving everything a quick little shakedown. But what a great quick pick by everybody so far. Lauren Healy is still in the pits. Not exactly sure. Looks like they're getting ready to take off. So Levi Shirley is out on the road. Brian, that looked like a pretty good pit strategy there.
Yeah, all we had to do is fuel. They've lost columns between each other.
Oh, that's a little tricky. He's now doing hand signals.
Yeah, they're Hill and Keller now giving. Levi can't see or hear.
But yeah, you guys have been fighting all week long. You were putting it. I swung by last night at 6 o'clock. You guys were still putting in a transmission. You've been fighting that, but it's going, and you're out there running.
Oh, absolutely. He's finally reaping some rewards here.
Yeah, it's all great. Brian Shirley, always great to talk to you. Levi's out there. We'll see who's coming in next, but great pit by everybody thus far. The heartbreaker right now is Lauren Healy still in the pits. So I'll run down there and have a quick chat. Looks like there's a couple more cars, so we'll send it back to the booth and I'll go check it out.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always great to hear from you down there. And that looks like our current second place car. That looks like Raul Gomez heading his way out into the desert. Now, let's talk about pits. Let's talk about cars really quickly. Lauren Healy driving that IRS IFS car. That means that he's got 4 shafts on the car. Each one of those shafts has a CV boot at each end. That means he has 8 CV boots. These are rubber gaiters that keep the grease into the CV joints on that vehicle. If those boots get damaged in any way, then they will lose the grease, then the shafts will break after they lose all that grease, and that's the complexity that you have with these very complex cars.
Well, they're unbelievably tough, and I've seen them to where they've run without it, but you cannot start a race this difficult with that leaky boot, because the grease is going to get hotter and hotter. You know, once it gets hot, gets thin, it starts to blow up, it's all over the place. The next thing you know, you get the sand in there, it starts to grind, and everything typically comes apart. But let's just talk about the map for a second. So I'm still getting educated on this, but if you look at the map, you see the main course, the desert, that is roughly 70 miles long. Then as they take off, they go 5 miles in, and then they hang a hard right and head into the rocks, Jim. Alrighty, guys, as we're watching Hunter Miller work his way in, Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Ricky. Down here in the Fun Haver off-road team, Vaughn Gittin Jr. had a really quick pit. There he's going to be back out and running. They've about got this boot on for Lauren Healy, but yeah, another quick run for them. I see one of the Miller brothers coming in.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com. Click on Watch Live. Click on Join. Sign into YouTube. And that's how you get all the good stuff.
Just in time, so there's still a lot of racing yet to come. But it looks like our first Can-Am is through. One of the Miller brothers just drove by me. But lots of action down here. So I'm going to send it right back to the booth. Jim, Ricky, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Always great to get a pit side view from you as we watch another one of our Can-Ams making his way in. I believe that is Cody Miller there, the 221, and we're seeing so much action here right now. Joining me in the booth at the moment is Ian Johnson. Good morning, Ian.
How are you doing, Jim? It's great to hear you and Ricky calling this race off the line. I was super excited to see everyone out in the desert, and I've just been sitting over in the VIP tent, chilling, having some nice breakfast sandwiches.
Absolutely. Now, we just saw Levi Shirley leaving the line a minute ago. Worth noting that he's running one of the very few forced induction motors out there. He's got an LT5 supercharged motor in that, so it's going to be interesting to see how that hangs together in this desert atmosphere.
I think, you brought that up, Jim, and I'm glad you did, because I wanted to talk about that. The nice thing about that LT5 engine is you said it's supercharged, but it's also direct injected. So there is some benefit to that. Not only can he build massive amounts of power, and that's just under sub 700 horsepower, but the tuning you can do with those direct injections, you can actually ramp that power on a lot smoother, so it's not as aggressive. And then more importantly, it runs a little bit cooler. But probably the most important thing is he actually may get a little bit better fuel mileage in that vehicle.
Yeah, now that is something that we'll talk about, because usually supercharged motors chew through fuel faster than a hungry young man. So it's going to be interesting eating donuts. So let's see what we've got here. This is our current race leader. This is Jason Shearer going into Spooners.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see, we've been speculating, and obviously that is our first car on course, our current race leader, Jason Shearer, in that vehicle coming down Spooners. But still, tons of action all over the race course today. And, it's good. This is the coolest race I think that we're going to have in a long time, mainly because we also have all those guys starting from the back that are going to be powering their way up.
We've got that double whammy of adjusted time, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen on that. Think of this. We've got Robbie Gordon. We've got Cody Addington. We've also got Bailey Campbell. We've also got Shannon Campbell, all starting from near back positions. What's going to happen? And let's not forget, two-time king Eric Miller is also near the back of the pack as well.
Yeah, and those guys are just going to be charging hard from the back, and we're going to keep an eye on them all day long, and then we'll be paying attention to that adjusted time. It'll really come into play as we watch everyone come through and finish that first lap, and then Jim can go ahead and get us some updated tracking and timing information.
Yeah, at the moment I'm just looking at our live scoring, and this is obviously timings as they cross the timing loop to complete lap 1. At the moment, out in front is Jason Shearer, who crossed the line in 1 hour 14 minutes and 11 seconds, closely followed by last year's king Raul Gomez with a 1 hour 14 minutes and 15 seconds. Then it was Lauren Healy, but we know he's still in the pits, but he did complete lap in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Brian Cross is at 1 hour 17 minutes, and Jason Blanton at 1 hour 18 minutes. Now that is on adjusted time, that is correct. So okay, and joining me in the booth right now, I have none other than Dave Cole. Dave, it's great to have you here with us. How are you doing, sir?
My first time ever doing this, Jim, so take it slow.
Now, this race is the twisted genius of yourself. We've been racing here for 17 years. You must be very proud to see so many fantastic racers out there on these famous trails.
It's pretty amazing. Watching the amount of technology and effort they bring into it, it's humbling and pretty awesome. But we're going to have a great race today. It's going to be the best ever.
It is going to be the best ever. But right now, it's all about this man we've got on the shot. This is Jason Shearer, picking his way through. And right now, down in the main pits, we've got Miles, the man with the mic. What do you got for us, Miles?
Thank you, Jim and Dave. I saw both Blylers come into the pits at the same exact time, and now I'm over here with Cameron Steele. He was stopped on course earlier, had a torque converter overheating issue, but they got something squared away, and everything's going good. I'm going to make sure they're not fueling, and I'm going to come in and have a quick chat. It looks like he's good. So Cameron Steele, how you doing right now, buddy?
We're doing good. We had some kind of mystery. It happened to the same thing last year, like it had a burp or something, and the tranny got hot, spit fluid out, so we stopped to make sure the fans were working right away, like at mile 5. Mike and I got out for safety to make sure, because we got a real hot converter temp, and then, you know, we just kind of babied it, and it kept getting better and better and happier. So I don't know what to say. We got some kind of growling going on, and it's more than my stomach.
All right, well, thank you. Always good to talk to Cameron Steele. I'll be honest, I couldn't hear a thing he said. But lots of action down here. This high horsepower Monster Energy laser nut machine is looking great. Cameron Steele had that issue earlier, but it looks like he's going good. And he still has a shot. Everybody still has a shot. As I see Jordan Pellegrino with the Lamborghini coming through. He's heading on down. Here comes Paul Horschel all over the throttle. So they are having a lot of fun out here. So much action going on down here in the hot pits. I absolutely love it down here. We'll see how it all shakes up, and I'm going to send it back. Jim, Dave, take it away.
All right, Jim. What he was saying is that Cameron said that he had a burp and then it was in the radiator or something like another radiator. The converter, he saw the converter temps go too high. He pulled off the course. So to repeat that, because I don't know if my mic was working, is that Cameron saw high converter temps, stopped, checked it out. They think they might have had a bubble or something in there, and now he's back underway. He said he had that problem last year as well.
Now, I see it's weird things like this that can just catch you out, isn't it? Something out of nothing, something out of nowhere. And we'll keep talking about the complexity of these machines. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Now, we've just seen our first solid axle vehicles, the Bylers, coming into pits. And this is the problem with running multi-car teams. We've just seen the Bylers arriving in the pits literally on top of each other, and the team has to react to both of those vehicles at the same time, which means one of those vehicles has to lose out and lose time. So here we go. This is the top 10 right now after they cross to complete their first lap. In 10th position is Paul Herschel, we've yet to see on course. In 9th is Hunter Miller in the UTV. In 8th it was our UT champion Kyle Cheney. In 7th it's Levi Shirley. In 6th is Vaughn Gittin Jr. In 5th is Jason Blanton. In 4th is Brian Cross. In 3rd, but still in the pits, Lauren Healy. In 2nd is last year's king Raul Gomez. But right now it's three-time king Jason Shearer, who's leading the pack as he picks his way through Spooners, and we can see him in the bottom right-hand side of our screens right now.
So Dave, I want to ask you a question. You've been doing this since the conception. We go from Spooners into Outer Limits. How much have the trails changed from back in the day when you guys were just out there building all these trails.
Spooners has changed a bunch as far as bypasses, and the veterans know which ones they can make up time on.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com. Click on Watch Live. Click on Join. Sign into YouTube. And that's how you get all the good stuff.
Well, as I said, you've been here since the beginning, watching the evolution of the IFS and independent rear suspension and all of that. It's just got to blow your mind watching what people bring next, because it is an open class.
It's between the advancements in motor, suspension, axle tech, all of it is kind of mind-blowing where it's come.
Because when the first time I experienced it was watching Greg Adler out in Barstow doing some testing in this skinny frame rock crawler, and it looked so scary through the bumps but now we're watching the pace of Raul Gomez and also Jason Shearer. They are at T1 pace in the desert as well.
Yeah, it's that pendulum. Everybody keeps talking about the UTVs, and there's all that conversation about UTVs racing this, and I think there's going to be a gap in the middle between these heavy cars that are going fast in the desert, light cars that are going fast in the rocks, and they're going to, over the next couple of years, we're going to see even a more crazy hybrid of that.
Unbelievable. As we're watching more and more vehicles as they work their way into Hammertown. If you are just joining us, you are watching the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries, and you're watching live the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson, along with Jim Marsden, and Dave Cole is in the booth with us, going to give us some expert insight.
Indeed, and right now it is second place car. It is last year's king, Raul Gomez, in that UFO single-seat IFS machine. Huge Dugan's motor, but he doesn't need all that horsepower right now. What he needs is clear focus as he picks his way through these rock trails, and it's so hard to see. These shots are incredible, but I can't impress on you the size of these rocks. They are absolutely enormous. They swallow up those massive 40-inch tires. And just seeing Raul here, he knows his job. He knows he has to be patient. He knows he just has to keep the wheels on those cars and keep putting pressure on race leader Jason Shearer.
But one of the things I'm really impressed with Raul is because he has been running some of the T1 trucks down in Mexico and some of the other races, that he's really upped his desert racing game, because he's always been very, very, very strong in the rocks. So this is more his neighborhood, jumping into the rocks. But obviously Jason Shearer knows his way as well.
Okay, let's have a look. If we go to kingofthehammers.com/live, we can find live scoring, live tracking as well. And this is what you'll find. This is our tracker here. So you'll see that anything that's in orange on the left-hand side there, those are cars that are on lap 1. Anything that's yellow are cars that are on lap 2. Now, what we don't want to see is a red triangle at the bottom of any of these, because that would indicate a stopped vehicle. Now, we're going to head on up to the top right-hand corner here, and we're going to see our lead vehicles. So we can see there, car 76, Jason Shearer. This is the important bit. That just pinged at 9:38. So that tells us the last time the tracker pinged. If we then move to our second place car, which is Raul Gomez, there he is. We can also see that his tracker pinged at 9:38. So that actually gives us a true track location, and it does mean that Jason Shearer is still ahead of Raul Gomez as they make their way through Spooners. So do pop on over to kingofthehammers.com/live.
They're through Spooners now on Outer Limits.
Are they really? It's amazing.
They've crossed over on Spooners now. So Brian's dropping down the very bottom of Spooners now.
Yep.
He gets down, there'll be basically a 180 right over top of a ridge, and you drop into Outer Limits and go right back up. And that's Raul and Jason are already going at Outer Limits right now.
It's incredible, the pace of these vehicles. I mean, Dave, we've seen this. What do you reckon we're going to see them coming, finishing lap 2 in? Not putting you on the spot or anything.
11:15.
11:15. Well, that will be absolutely incredible if we see that. Now, let's not forget that we saw in the UTV Hammers Championship our lead vehicle completing lap 2 in around about 11:34. So if we're seeing those back at that sort of time, that's hugely different. But look at this car. This is another single-seat vehicle, but this is a Campbell chassis. He's running a slightly smaller motor. He switched back across, sold his tall deck, put a different motor in there to get some reliability that he believes is what it needs to win at King of the Hammers.
Well, watch it, and that's where I go back and forth. And Dave, you can chime in on this: horsepower versus drivability. Even when it comes to racing, it's that getting off that corner, it's that throttle response, and definitely in the rocks. a lot of horsepower isn't going to help you in a lot of cases over drivability. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I believe that you just need to have the horsepower suited for the weight of your car and your chassis. If you've got a 400 horsepower suspension, the only thing wrong with your car when you have 800 horsepower is the extra 400 horsepower.
Exactly. It's just blowing all over the place. And that's the thing that talking with Ray from Dugan, they're running the smaller block with the 8 stack, so it's more tested and proven than the actual big blocks that they're running in a lot of the T1 trophy trucks and stuff like that. But a lot of guys like that big block power because horsepower makes it feel lighter. But if you're spinning tires, you're running 10% throttle.
Yep. If you're spinning tires in the rocks, you're not in control, and that's how you're braking. You're not making speed.
Yep.
Okay, as we continue with the action here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, I can tell you that we now have had 20 cars complete their first lap. In 20th place, currently on adjusted time, it's Brendan Thompson. In 19th, it's Cameron Steele. In 18th, it's Casey Gilbert. In 17th, crowd favourite Tom Ways. In 16th, it's Josh Byler. In 15th, it's Darian Gomez. 14th, Jordan Pellegrino. In 13th, and I believe our leading solid axle car, Rusty Byler. In 12th, it's Marquez Gomez. In 11th, it's Cody Miller. In 10th, it's Paul Herschel. In 9th, it's Hunter Miller. In 8th, our leading UTV is Carl Cheney. In 7th, it's Levi Shirley. 6th, Vaughan Gittin Jr. 5th, Jason Blanton. 4th, we just saw him in the rocks a moment ago, is Brian Crofts on adjusted time. In 3rd, but still sitting in the pits at the moment, is Lauren Healy. But it's all about these two guys right now, the guys who were battling all of last year, Raul Gomez and Jason Shearer, with Jason Shearer leading the pack.
Jim, did you get an update? I missed it. Did you get an update on what happened to Paul Wolf? He came in about 15 minutes off the pace into pit 1. I saw him working on his car in Melville, but was there an update from him?
No, we haven't had any updates on that so far. So if anybody knows what's happened to Paul Wolf on track, drop us a text, let us know. It's always good. We'd like to update the fans. So more action out here on track. Ricky, what do you got for us?
Well, no, just watching the different guys work as they work their way through. The UTVs are starting to come as they're starting to work their way. But if you get a chance to look back at the map as they go through lap 2, then in lap 3 you're bringing in a lot more trails, Dave. So lap 3 is going to become more and more challenging as you go through.
Out here at remote pit
Okay,
2,
we are just getting news right now that Paul Wolf has actually lost a drive belt, but they didn't have one at remote pit 1, so they're trying to get a belt out to him at the moment. So a tough break there.
It's not going to be a drive belt in that car. It's going to be a serpentine belt. Yeah. But I've got a time to him at 44 minutes into RP1. I wonder if he got that fixed. And he's in pit 1. I'm going to check the tracker right now and see what's going on there.
Yeah, we can only guess at this point in time as to what's happened. We've got a few more people crossing the line at the moment. Tad Dowker has just moved up into 15th place on adjusted time, and Philip McGilton in the solid axle vehicle has crossed the line in 23rd on adjusted time. Randy Slauson has also just popped up, and he's moving up the scoreboard as we expected him to, and has made his way up into 19th position. Right, as the action continues here, as we watch Jason Blanton making his way through Spooners, let's thank some of the people who support our sport. Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4 Wheel Parts, and Griffin Radiators.
AMSOIL, Tribe 16, California Technology, Spider Tracks, KMC Wheels, LaserNut, PCI Radios, and SDQ, the Rookie Program.
Curry Enterprises, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Holly EFI, King Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, and Warn Factor 55.
As well as the Terra Crew, Onyx Off-Road, Recaro Seats, EMPI, Pro Eagle, Baja Vita, Beef Jerky, and Buggy Whip.
I can never say that one. ARB, SRT Off-Road Moto, Share My Coach, Dana Spicer Electrified, Axel RC Cars, Action Sports Canopies, and Nutshell Lights. Thank you very much, and to use Miles' phrase, support the people who support the sport.
Absolutely. They're behind us. They put up with everything out here, and it's great. We see so many contingency sponsors out here, a lot of great support from everybody.
Yeah, so still so much action going on here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. Miles has got some more news in the pits. Miles, what do you got for us?
Lots of action down here in the pits. I'm here with Ron Prindle in this single seat. This thing's been around for a long time. Jason Shears drove it. Tom Ways has had it. Mike Boo, and now Ron Prindle's out here. I've seen lots of quick pits. I saw Slauson come through quick and easy. I saw Horschel come through quick and easy. So far, so good for all of these competitors. The top 20 are looking good. They're just kind of doing a quick little shakedown on everything, but so far, so good. Everything is running smooth. The car looks like it's in great shape. This single-seat IFS car has proven that it's here to play with the big boys. Philip McGilton just takes it out of the pits. We did see Lauren Healy in here for a lot longer than he wanted to. Tough break, but hey, anything can happen. I don't think anybody out here will have a perfect day or not. Hey, Ron, you having fun out there, buddy?
Yeah, man, this is a good time.
Yeah, everything's going good. You got through the desert lap, a couple more rocks to go. What's your favorite part out here?
Oh, man, me and Randy were doing some battles out in the desert for a minute, and then we kind of connected a little bit. I think we have helicopter footage, but we're planning on hitting the rocks good.
All right, Ron Prindle, thank you, buddy. What a great race is shaking out. This will be a race to the finish. So much going on, so much action all over the course and here in the pits. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Miles. As we're watching the different drivers work their way back in and out of the main pit. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the King of the Hammers 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries, and we're watching live the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Jim Marsden. Miles, as well as Dave Cole, is in the booth with us today.
Got some tracker information for you, Ricky.
All right, I was just going to say, Dave, what do you got for us?
I've got Casey Curry's out and already down by Adelita's getting some good Mexican food in Lucerne. Greg Adler's off the track below RP1 back towards Cougar Buttes area.
Okay.
And moving, so I would assuming he turned right out there at the sill bed and headed back on Powerline Road. And Paul Wolf is stopped on the return from pit 1, so he made it to pit 1. Whatever his issue was on the way out there, he fixed, got through pit 1, but now he's just on site the military base. It's going to be about an hour for his pit crew to be able to get to him on Powerline Road because it's all mountainous through there.
Yep.
It's going to be difficult, but he is recoverable. He's at a point that he can walk and get stuff, so we'll see what happens.
Alrighty, thank you. That is Dave Cole. And Dave, it has been a remarkable couple of weeks. We had King of the Motos, we had the UTV, we had the Desert Challenge, we had the UTV race. You got to be happy with this giant that you've created. You and I talked about it. Your relentlessness and just pursuit to make this thing bigger and bigger. You got to be happy with what you see. Not so much.
It's big. It got a little overwhelming, and we built this. It was just friends doing things, and it's really rad that I still look out and see a lot of new friends that I've had forever. But there's a lot of new people here too, and it's different.
Well, no, but and as I said, I got to commend you and all your people. When I come back here in a couple weeks to do testing, it's like you guys were never here. The short track is not here. You guys do a better job than Burning Man, making sure that everything is meticulous. It's great with the people from Tread Lightly, and we wanted to put that out there to all the people. Whatever you bring in, take out. Don't leave the trash for somebody else to pick up. Everybody works so hard, but that's the thing that you got to love is that the enthusiasts are behind you 100%.
Absolutely. There's no way we'd be able to keep doing this event if the people here watching it weren't helping it make it awesome.
All right.
Okay, we keep watching the action here. Live at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. It's the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. And the action is absolutely unbelievable. That looks like John Webb there. Just trying to get confirmation of a number. No, it's not John Webb.
That's that old, that's the car that got converted to IFS. It was a solid axle car. It was Ad Rock Racing.
Yeah, it was years ago. I'm trying to remember who it is right now, just trying to pick a number on it. But we've already seen so many vehicles crossing the line to go back out onto their second lap. At the moment, there's 25 vehicles picking their way through. Ron Pindle has come through in 22nd. Jaron Gunter come through in 20th position.
Okay.
And don't forget, there is going to be lots of changes on adjusted time as people can make their way into the pit to start lap 2. Now, we've got some big, heavy hitters at the back of this race right now. Let's not forget, we've got Robbie Gordon making his way up the field in a UFO car, Bailey Campbell in Loretta, which was Levi Shirley's old Campbell car, and we've also got two-time king Eric Miller starting from the back as well. There's going to be so much action on this course, Ricky.
And Dave, I want to throw something out to you. We were watching Bailey, your son, Bailey Cole, as he took off. Looked like he was in two-wheel drive off the start. Very loose, a lot of sliding. Is, from what you know, everything good with Bailey out there right now?
Well, except for the genetic problems that he's unfortunately saddled with, he's doing great. I believe that the other thing is that I've done a really good job of keeping him in slow cars his entire career, and the car he's in now has a brand new Blyler motor, and I didn't ever tell him that people had more than 500 horsepower before.
So now when he throws it to the floor thinking he's going to take off like that spec car, it jumps around.
It's gonna feel like a real race car.
All right, and there we have Cameron Steele as he's working his way down. No, that is not KMC Turkey. I take that. He's already been through the main pit and on his way, Jim.
Yeah, this is making his way down through Spooners. Now, look at the clearance he has under this vehicle. This is where this vehicle comes alive. It's like a spider working its way through the rocks. It just puts its toes down like a little ballet dancer and picks its way through, uses that IFS and IRS and those portal hubs to give it huge amounts of ground clearance. The underside of this vehicle is almost like a UTV, completely flat underneath. And when he comes to those big rocks, he can actually send it and slide the car across those rocks to make his way through. Remarkable vehicle. Been plagued with breakages in the past. They've done a lot of improvements to it. Have they got what it takes this year to get it to the finish? More importantly, have they got what it takes to get it on the podium?
Well, and I got some text from them, and it was redesigned. This is not an Armada or a Tilton car. This was redesigned by Matt Taylor in American Standard Design and fabricated by Jamie Campbell at Raceco. So they were very proud of this car. It is unbelievably fast, and obviously Cameron Steele has been in the lead, but has not quite made it to the finish line in first place yet.
They're rocking live valve on that shock too, aren't they, on the car?
Yes, they are. They got the Fox live valve, which some people, if you're wondering what Fox live valve is, the computer's working back and forth with you, basically active suspension that can help you along the way and do some adjusting on the fly.
There's several iterations out there now, and the biggest thing is going downhill in the rocks in an IFS car. Your tendency is to tap the brake, and when you tap the brake, the car squats in the front. So you're constantly driving that nose into the rocks when really you want to get it away. And with the electronic shocks, they're able to stiffen that front end, so when they're dropping, they're not getting that brake dive in the rocks. It makes the IFS cars way faster in the rocks.
Well, and we're seeing that in some of the UTVs, and also that a lot of people are liking that, because as you come into a corner, as the chassis wants to lean, it gets more active. It puts more compression into that slow speed compression. Then in certain bumps, it'll give you more high speed compression. So a lot is going on, and that's where we're seeing technology lead the way. And definitely here at King of the Hammers has pushed the envelope, because with the four-wheel drive technology and everything going on, this is the one race that your car has to do everything.
So catching up on the tracker, it looks like Jason Shear and Raul are still pretty much nose to tail through pit 2, heading up the big hill across the mine road and up to Big Johnson. Now, one of the reasons why they're going to be faster than the UTVs is the UTVs did Thor's Hammer on lap 2 yesterday, or 2 days ago. But these guys are going to go up Claw and then Nightmare, so they're going to be running the stock bypass on lap 2. They're also not going to run Z-Walk on lap 2, so they should be in here a lot faster.
Alrighty, thank you, Dave. As we're watching the racers as they come through the main pit, we have Tiffany Stone at remote pit 2. Tiffany, what do you have for us?
One person who works great under pressure is Warren Healy, and he's coming off that high from yesterday, and this is giving him a little boost of confidence. Hanging down here, Kyle, this is remote pit 2. What is the pit strategy? We just saw Lauren come physical 4th into main pit, and I'm assuming that's what he's going to do, make sure he goes into there. This is just a safety. Can you reiterate anything that's going to happen out here?
So yeah, we're just going to keep checking on the tire sizes. Maybe if Lauren goes to 42s, we have spare sets. Not really much strategy over here, but yeah, just tires.
And talking about that, how quickly are you going to change, obviously, all 4, re-rack the one on the back as well, or is it just kind of, if need be, if this is what he wants?
Yeah, it's just a fail-safe in case he does keep it on the 40s, and if he's back on the 42s, we'll have him for him too.
Awesome. Well, hopefully won't have to see him come through here. We'll just give the little wave, and then we'll see him either before or after the rocks. We'll keep you guys updated. Back up to you guys.
Well, Tiffany, thank you so much. As we come back, you're watching this. We've got some information. Certain guys are breaking. Dave, it is tough so far, because these guys go from zero, they're waiting, everything, they're idling along, and then they're full tilt into it. But and I'm not just blowing smoke, but I really like the way you start off with the desert loop to create some separation. Obviously, we're going to get some competitors falling out, but we don't get the big log jams right off the start.
I learned that lesson back in 2011 when we sent outer limits like at race mile 12 and we had 60 cars sitting at outer limits 30 minutes into the race.
Yeah.
Completely changed the complexion, so we came up with the concept of using the desert to separate the pretenders from the contenders.
Well, and that's the thing, is that you have to constantly evolve. As you know, some people go, well, that's how we always done it. And you got to try something, because one year, that's what worked last year might not work this year, that you learn 1% on all these different things as you're going through and building this. So great job so far. We got some separation. We got some great racing going on. But we've also seen some of the competitors fall out.
Yeah, and the action's still coming here. Look at these fantastic shots from our static cameras and from our helicopters and from our drones. And look at this live race action, car on top of car as they make their way across the desert, heading in towards Spooners. That looks like Philip McGilton there leading out. That solid axle vehicle. Just trying to get confirmation of that. That is car 47. That is Brent Moffitt. I do apologise. One of our rookies, as Dave's just pointed out. He's doing very well indeed, making his way in through that desert part.
So Dave, let's talk about that, the rookie program. This is something that's big, and I think it's great because this is such an intimidating race, and to give somebody that award of coming out here. So what was the motivation behind the rookie program?
We had been noticing that we'd get 10 to 20 rookies out every year, and half of them wouldn't come back because it was completely overwhelming. You come out here, you don't know all the tricks, you haven't been out here before, you don't know the trails, you don't know all the things that could really just make your week kind of sucky.
Yep.
And you spend all your effort, all your time, you come out here, you get frustrated and just say, this is dumb, I'm not doing this anymore.
Right.
And we would get about 20 rookies, and this year we announced a rookie program. We had some of our best racers, I mean, Lauren and Jason, and we had I don't know, 10 racers came out and hung out with these guys, taught them a lot of tricks, stuff that takes them a decade to learn. Lots of actions as Brewers. We'll get back to that. We'll talk about the rookie program in a bit, but the bottom line is we had about 70 rookies here, and they're finishing, and they're having a good time.
Well, and that's the thing, is we're watching Marcus Gomez as he works his way up Spooners, and that's awesome, because if you get a chance to come out here, and that's the thing, all of these guys are so helpful. When I was running the spec class, I remember Lauren Healy coming up to me saying, hey man, we're not racing rocks today in a short course, bump that tire pressure up, which we Marcus Gomez work his way around the outside, going for that pass. Now, this is like a mud race in Supercross. Things happen slow, but definitely when you're in that car, there's a lot going on, and one more especially, because he is in a single seat.
Especially trails like Spooners, outer limits, and going up Claw as well. There's known passing lanes, and the guys that have been pre-running understand it. And veterans here, they're going to pick their spots. They're going to know, and even if it's not like faster lane, they know they have 2 wide for the next 100 feet of trail, and it's time to make a pass.
Well, and everybody knows if you're running up one of the trails and you hear the Gomez brothers coming, look out, because they're checking things on live time. They don't do things at half speed.
Yeah, the concept of two toots, two taps, 2 tons.
Exactly.
GBR, they go to the 2 tons right off the bat.
Well, Raul and JP doing a lot of desert racing, but Marcus sticking to rocks, and we've noticed that he is very much a student of the rocks, but very impressive in the desert this time. So he's obviously done some testing and absorbing some of the information that he's got from JP and Raul.
It's been remarkable. I mean, I remember when Camo brought out Marcos and his old, I don't even know what car that was. I think it was a Goat Billa cart or something. I'm like, okay, these guys are cool. And the culture, the family, just the vibe they bring to the race is amazing, but they've turned out to be, I can't believe that Raul's hanging with Jason right now. Jason was on a mission and Raul was sitting with him. Marcos is now picking through traffic.
Through the desert.
Racers.
That's what impressed me the most, because if you had to pick between those 2 cars, the one that is set up more for rocks is Raul's, but he stayed right with him a couple seconds in that desert section. So that is very, very, very impressive.
Jason has a history of really just pummeling people in the desert and pushing them to make mistakes, and Raul's just taking every punch and sitting right with them.
Okay, so the action continues here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. It is the Nitto Racer Kings, powered by Optima batteries. It's been a fantastic day of racing, and the racing is really coming alive out there on track. But joining me in the booth now is none other than the twisted genius of Quinn Poltz from 74 World. For those who don't know who Quinn Poltz is, he's the guy who invented the portal hubs that are being used on cars like Lauren Healy's, Jason Shearer's, etc. Quinn, welcome to the booth.
Thanks for having me.
It's an absolute pleasure, mate. I know you love this race a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've been coming every year. I raced it with Jack Graff from CTM in 2009, and can't pull myself away. Just keep coming back.
Fantastic. Well, tell us a bit about the technology that you're bringing to this sport.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, it started kind of based around Unimog stuff, and it's progressed a lot. About 5-6 years ago, we thought that we could do a whole new platform, and so we designed all of our 4-gear stuff that you're seeing on Lauren's car, Jason Shearer's new car. We've got 13 vehicles now that we've fielded between 4600 and 4400, so it's just really cool to see stuff out.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the innovation. You must be very proud to see Jason Shearer right now running up the front with your products.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jason's been a good friend of mine for years, and with the new car, we talked quite a bit. He was adamant that he wanted to go that route, which I was super honored and really happy to be a part of.
Fantastic. So, what are your predictions for today's race? If I was to put you on the spot right now and say, who's going to be coming home in first place, where would you be at?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd love to see a portal car come across the finish line. There's so many good racers out there. I just hope that we can have a good run and see somebody on the box, at least on the podium.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Quinn. Keep coming up with the crazy genius that you do all the time. Keep giving our racers better and better products, and thank you for joining us in the booth today.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
It's an absolute pleasure. Okay, we continue here with the racing live here in Hammertown. It's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. In front of the booth now, I can see our old race director, JT Taylor. How are we doing, JT? I'm awesome, thank you. Right, anyway, we get back to the action.
Shear should be coming through pit 2 for the second time here in a second. They're coming down Choose Your Own Adventure. They bypass King's Veto in the second lap, and they'll shoot up on top of the mountains. We got a new long lines camera. That is Jason coming down Choose Your Own Adventure right there.
Now, talk to me about the pace we're seeing here, Dave. This is an exceptional pace that these guys are being able to put together through these trails. I know you've been trying to put together harder courses, more technical courses to slow these guys down. Does it just blow you away every year, just how they just soak it up?
It is remarkable to me, both the skill of the drive, the way that the talent's picked up, as well as the technology of the cars is. I keep trying to throw harder stuff at it, and they go faster and faster, so we'll see. He'll come down, he'll touch pit 2 right here. If he's got no problems, he'll just turn and jump right back up on the mountains. If he does have a problem, this is an opportunity for him to come in.
Well, so the one thing that I hear commonly between King of the Motos with Jimmy Lewis, when he'd go, oh, it's going to take him this time, and Dave Cole, is how everything is progressed. Like you listen to that. You're like, well, I think they're going to make it in this much time, and they typically almost always come in a lot quicker. And that just goes from everything, from driver training, from technology, from all the different stuff. But the pace that these guys are putting together is unbelievable.
Yeah, in this pace, Jason Shearer will be in Chocolate Thunder in about 7 minutes.
That is unbelievable. I mean, he's on a tear, but what was so great, how calm Jason was. Miles is in there putting his wrench in his face. He's like, oh, this is a fun truck to drive. I'm having the time of my life. But he was having some power steering issues. So will that come to bite him? As we see another driver down
that was is that Paul Herschel?
No, that's Brent Harrell.
No, that is Brent Harrell. Brent Harrell. Yeah, you're quite right.
He's on his way back in here though, so he's close. If he's in the saddle, he's in the home stretch about a mile out. So
yeah, so he will back in the car. He will be able to see Hammertown, which is so frustrating. But Brett Harrell did have problems in qualifying. He popped his CV joints, so it was great to see him back on the starting lineup. But it just goes to show that you can never ever take anything for guaranteed. right here as we've got Sam Collins making his way down through KMC Turkey Claw. But right now it's Miles who's in the pits with the Campbells. Miles, what do you got for us?
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, down here with Shannon Campbell, 3-time King, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer. All these 4 Nitto tires are looking good. Got a thumbs up from Shannon Campbell right there. Everything on this Monster Energy machine looks like it's going strong. Waylon Campbell's in here. He will be hopping in for his sister Bailey Campbell here in just a little bit. Great to see the whole team down here helping everybody. So far, so good for everybody. We've seen a lot of people. Saw Pip Justice with Rufus Racing come through just a little bit ago. Under a minute pit. There goes Bill Coombs heading out for another lap. I see Chad Hunt with Team Indiana coming through. Lots of action out there. So far, everybody's having fun down here. Lots of action yet to come. Like I said, the car still looks like it's in great shape. He'll be ready to go out there and chase him down. I got Ryan Miller down here. You were telling me a funny little story earlier. Shannon was relaying some stuff with you, and he was asking about who's up front.
Yeah, we were... sorry, we're getting out of the way of a car right now. He would just want to know who was running up front. We let him know that it was Shearer Raoul and Brian Crofts. And so he loved that. He asked how Bailey was doing. And our guy on the radio said, well, if you keep screwing around like you are, she's going to catch you.
I love that. You told me that story. It gave me a great chuckle. So, yeah, it's great to see the Campbells out there running strong. I'm going to run up here and have a quick chat with Waylon as well. So I'm going to let them finish their little conversation. But Waylon Campbell is coming into the pits. So you're going to hop in the car after Bailey does, right?
Yeah, yep. She's bringing it here, and I'm going to do the lap 2 rocks.
That's awesome. Sorry you had a tough break there, but I love to see your buddy Levi Shirley gives you a rental car, and then you're going to hop out there and go playing.
Yeah, man, it would have been a real bummer to not be able to drive anything after the 2 weeks that we've had. So I'm pretty stoked. Obviously, huge shout out and thanks to Levi and the whole team over there.
So now you got a few cars to work on. You're going to go beat this car up too.
Yeah, well, she's driver of record. I'm going to try and just bring it home for her. I'm pretty stoked that she even wanted to hop in the single-seat car. It takes a lot of balls. She got some big lady balls.
Yeah, always a pleasure, buddy. Best of luck out there. Sorry you had some bad luck, but you're still with that big smile. The Campbells are out here, and it looks like I see Kevin Porterfield and Adam Woodley coming through. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Always to get to check in with the Campbell pit, that is for sure. But we got action all over this place as we look at our current race leader, Jason Shearer. Now, Dave, we just saw some action back there in the rocks. What was happening?
You had Raul coming up the bypass out of remote pit 2, so he's about a minute and a half behind Jason right now. Jason's going to be coming downhill. It's mostly bypass rocks coming down Dirty Love. It's actually Dirty Love with LUV, but it's cool because it's an old Chevy Love at the bottom of it. That's why that name got there.
There we go.
But Jason's going to come down here. He's going to pop over. He'll be into Chocolate Thunder in the next 2 minutes. 2 minutes you'll be in Chocolate Thunder, and Raul's about a minute and a half behind. You got Brian Crofts coming up to the top of Choose Your Own Adventure right now, and then a small gap back to Von Gittin. And Cody Miller, our first UTV on course. So Von Gittin and Cody Miller are coming up to Big Johnson right now.
Well, so when you watching these guys, you don't know if Jason Shearer is playing the Cats game, because you have guys like Rob McCacker that are very active on what's my back door, where are these guys at, and keeping them at bay to save that vehicle as much as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the action continues here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, we've got Tiffany Stone out in the pits. Tiffany, what have you got for us?
All right, so we just seen the leader, Jason Shearer, pass by remote pit 2, as well as Kyle Cheney. We also talked to the Gomez guys, and they said that Marcus and Darian are battling back and forth. They're not sure who's leading who right now based on the tracker, but hopefully this is just as safe. This also, Cameron Steele got a flat out in the outer limits. He's coming in to re-rack that spare up top, and then he's heading back out. Lots of things are coming through. Lots of things are happening. Lots of remote pit 2. We'll keep you guys updated and back up to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Always great to hear from you out there. And we try to bring the action from every corner of this race course during the Progressive Insurance 2023 King of the Hammers. Now, Ricky, this race is unfolding. We're starting to see the cars stretch out across this course, and we're starting to see Jason Shearer pushing out a lead. But can he hang on to it? Is he going to be able to take this new car to the end?
But also now we're watching Raul Gomez as he works his way into Dirty Love, and he's got a strong pace, trying to match him back to back. These guys are keeping within seconds. It's amazing the terrain that they're covering. One in a two-seater, one in a single-seater, both in IFS. But right now, Raul Gomez looks like he might be a little bit quicker through Dirty Love.
Yeah, it's interesting as we watch that. Look at the pace of Raul here. Just picks up the throttle, throws it down, and makes that UFO sing as he works his way down through. Don't forget, you can go to kingofthehammers.com/live. Pick up the tracker info, pick up the live scoring, find out where all your heroes are out on course. 107 cars left the line this morning, and there's lots of racing yet to come.
Okay, you got Marcos Gomez and Tom Ways coming into pit 2, but they both just went by Cameron Steele, who was stopped about a mile out of pit 2. I think we have Tiffany going over to his pit. They should have radio contact with him and understand what's going on with his car. He's out of the fork, he's out of outer limits, but he stopped coming into pit 2.
Well, they were saying that he got a flat, that he's going to possibly come in and re-rack, but we're not exactly sure. He did have that issue earlier when he was talking about with his converter temps, but and that was in a high-speed section. Typically, you see converter temps more in the sand washes climbing and the pressure on it, but there, as we see Marcos Gomez, as he works in, works his way out.
So if that's what he's experiencing, where he's coming out is a lot of sand climbs out of the fork to get on top of compaction hill back into pit 2. So he is experiencing what you were worried about.
Okay, we're watching Tom Ways there, just coming into the pits. It looks like they're going to be changing a rear tyre. Now, Marcos Gomez, this is worth a note. Marcos Gomez started in 30th position, so that's 15 minutes behind Jason Shearer and Raul Gomez on adjusted time. Do you know what? I reckon on adjusted time, that is going to be real tight on Raul and real tight on Jason.
He's probably going down about 5 minutes in real time, especially if he can make it through Claw and Nightmare without a problem. Traffic is light, and the guys up in front of this pack are going to be able to get through these trails pretty easy. This race isn't even starting till lap 3.
Oh no, it never does. It always amazes me how it just starts to come alive, and we see different cars that we haven't expected all of a sudden popping up on our radar. Let's not forget, we haven't seen Eric Miller yet, we haven't seen Bailey Campbell. All of these guys started at the back of the pack, or guys and girls should I say.
Yes.
And we're going to have to wait to see how this race unfolds on adjusted time.
And as well as you're going to have Waylon Campbell get in, who's going to be fresh, knows the trails, knows everything out there. So are we going to see multiple driver combination win, or single driver like Jason Shearer or Raul?
We've never seen a multi-driver combination win on this course before. We've always seen an Ironman win in the past. So is this the year maybe that we might see a driver combination actually come together and get on the podium?
The recipe was set with Lauren and Vaughn doing it in the stock class. I mean, you have two of the most talented drivers in our sport going after the stock class win. So take that same formula, put it to the Go Fast cars, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. It's a formula that works well in desert racing as well, Ricky.
Yeah, well, it's some of the longer races, like the 1,000 and stuff, they're going longer races. Most of the guys, anything 500 and under, a lot of the top guys are just running by themselves. But once we get up to the 1,200-mile mark or even the 800-mile mark, you just can't stay as fresh. And we're talking about Baja racing specifically. You're not running the same course. Very rarely do we run a loop race. So this gives the guys a chance to get out there, see the course, and then get going. But some of them will keep the same co-driver so he can let them know the notes of what's changed out there.
So we have our leader in Chocolate Thunder already, Jim.
Look at this. Look at this. Who would have thought that we would have our lead vehicle in Chocolate Thunder at 10:14 in the morning? Jason Shearer is absolutely laying down the pace right now, working his way through, and he's been now making his way up idle issues. This is part of our qualifying course earlier this week, except we were coming down idle issues, not going up. This trail is absolutely brutal. I was watching the Everyman Challenge vehicles making their way up through there, and I was amazed at the pace that they could carry. So just check out these 4400 class cars as they make their way through.
I was shocked at how many EMC cars went out the top of this trail yesterday when we gave them a bypass and the top of it's rather ugly. I wouldn't be surprised if 4400 cars take the bypass as well.
Yeah, just watching here as Jason Shearer picks his way through. He'll now, once he gets to the top of idle issues, he'll be dropping into the sand wash, making his way across the bottom.
He just took that same bypass, so he avoided the top line as well. Jason Shearer. Yep.
That's pre-running.
Well, and at this point, you want to save your vehicle. You're better off to maybe sacrifice a little time to also sacrifice some damage to the vehicle that you're putting through. These things are designed to crash through the rocks and bang on the skid plates and do all that. They've done everything they can to protect them. But once again, as long as this race is, if you can keep from cycling everything a couple times, that could mean the difference between finishing and winning.
So JP Gomez out of the race.
Oh, tough break for JP.
Pulling off at pit 1. Robbie Gordon-Storm moving 53 miles an hour. I'm going to get you some updates on some back markers.
So this is first and second on screen at the moment. At the top left, it is our former king, last year's king, Raul Gomez in that UFO IFS car. And in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, it's three-time king, Jason Shearer, in that brand new Get Bent Fab vehicle, picking his way through and putting those 40-inch tyres to work in these huge rocks. And that trail here is known as her problem. Once he picks through there, been making his way onto the next set of tracks. I'm just trying to work out what time we will have him back here in town. I mean, Dave, you were saying about 11:15. I don't think that's going to be far wrong, which is absolutely crazy.
Fast times. Robbie Gordon is coming down Turkey Claw right now, so you're going to have him coming in a second. Be interesting to see him in a single-seat car in the rocks, though.
Well, and obviously what he's done is his specialty. We saw how fast he was in the short course taking off against Bailey Campbell, but going into the rocks, he's got to show some patience. But he's been doing this for a long time. He brought out his own rock crawler. If you ask Robbie, he can build a car better than anybody. Just ask him. He'll let you know that. And when he came out here with his rig a while back, I think he was definitely humbled, which this desert will definitely do that to you, Dave.
It's a different kind of race.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see him back. It was one of the most prideful. The first time I thought we were making a difference or getting some places when Rob Mack and those guys started racing with us. When you started coming hang out with the spec car, when Jim Marsden started doing great things over in Europe, that's when the evolution really started exploding for us.
Well, as a racer, you got Vaughn Gittin, world-class drifter. You have all these different guys, and when we watch this, so I come from motocross, short course, and desert racing. I watch this and I'm like, I got to try this, because all of us like to go do some little hill climbing. As we're watching Raul Gomez work his way into her problem, to finish that thought from another driver perspective, you see this and you go, I got to see how tough it is. And boy, was I not disappointed when I came out here. Jim?
Raul Gomez must be almost in visual contact with Jason Shearer. He must almost be able to see puffs of dust as Jason's making his way down the trail. I reckon there is literally about a 1 minute separation between these two vehicles right now.
So there's multiple points on this track where you're backtrack on each other and you can see the person that's a mile behind you, a half mile behind you. That was one of the things I looked for when I made this course, as far as one of my favorite things racing down in Baja, when you get that glimpse of the guy that might be 5 miles in front of you, but he's on a cutback.
Yep.
And it just lets you know where you stand, and we're giving the racers that opportunity today. It gets the blood glowing.
Well, exactly. It keeps that going. And for Raul, as he stopped there for a second down, now, do you think he could be going from low to high range, Dave?
Absolutely. If he was coming up out of her problems right now, he's definitely going to go high range across. Actually, he's in an SCS case. He doesn't have high or low.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. For the people that don't know, we have a high and low, and you can't just throw it on the fly.
So yeah, another thing, Randy was the first person to kind of figure this out, was that if you ran with a 4-speed transmission, you can run with a kind of hybrid mid-low transfer case, and you can run first gear in the rocks, and you can just keep upshifting to fourth gear and still pull 125 in the desert. And so that enabled us. The SCS started building great T cases where they're not T case anymore. It's more just a power distribution unit, because you're not switching front to rear.
And it's really interesting speaking to the drivers. They reckon it's worth another 100 horsepower switching to that SCS style case, where there's massive straight cut gears and direct drive, as you say. It's not really a transfer case, it's a direct drive unit to be able to get power distribution from the transmission directly to the differentials. Or the third members, as you would like to call them.
But the thing is that once you get in the rocks, you do not have the mobility with an SCS case. You can't do a front burn. You can't do a rear burn. All you can do is lock all 4 tires into place.
The other thing as well is the technology allows us to build a lower first gear for our 4L80E gearbox, but it doesn't allow us to actually build a lower reverse gear. So the danger is if you're running that SCS case, running a 4L80E, if you get jammed in the rocks and you reach a reverse, you can actually damage your reverse gear very easily. So that's the gamble gamble that you take.
All right, gentlemen, slow it down just a little bit. Front burp, rear burp, as we're watching Bailey, and Bailey Campbell's going to be working her way into the pit. I fixed it. That's one mistake for me.
That's not going to be Jack North. He's going up Wrecking Ball here right now. He'll go up Wrecking Ball, and then when he turns right, he'll be going across Bender Alley and then coming down Jack North.
Am I right in thinking we've got an either-or track coming up very shortly?
We have an either-or when they get to the top of Jackhammer. I've given them an option that we never had before. I think that Tim's got us an update out at Pit 2 on Cameron Steele. Do you want to kick to that?
If we've got it, let's go for it.
So let me go back to Dave. You said a forward burp and a reverse burp. Just explain that.
Burn. Front burn, rear burn. So if you got a four-wheel drive car, if you need to move the front end to the left or the right, if you are going downhill or if you need to get really technical, if you have the rear end engaged, it's going to be pushing through the front end.
Correct.
And then, if you can go to front burn, it's almost like having the old front-wheel drive car with the emergency brake and spin around in a circle. You just get way more capable about moving the car in different directions.
It gives you that option to turn it like a tractor. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, we're getting news right now that Bailey Campbell has just made her way into the pits. She stepped out of the Loretta, and she's going to be letting Waylon Campbell, her brother, jump into Loretta and get back out on track. So that's good news there to hear that Bailey Campbell has completed lap 1. And we believe that we've got Miles in Robbie Gordon's pit right now. So Miles, what have you got?
So Robbie Gordon is down here in the Gomez Brothers Racing pit. The car looks like it's in great shape. He has 0 seat time in this before last night, but everything is looking so good. Right now they're doing a quick fuel and go, checking all the steering, and he's just switching everything back and forth, getting a quick drink, and he's off. Robbie Gordon in and out in about 30 seconds. He is on the gas, heading on out for his second lap of 3. Robbie Gordon on a mission trying to chase down the rest of the pack. Remember, he was the absolute last car off the start line. So adjusted time is absolutely on his side. The Gomez Brothers Racing crew is doing a great job. I can see across the way, Bailey Campbell is in the pits. She is switching with Waylon Campbell as we speak. And he just said he just wants to bring it home for Bailey because Bailey Campbell is the driver of record. So Waylon's going to go out there and have fun in the rocks and then just bring it on home. And then there's a rumor Ryan Miller, Bailey Campbell's co-driver, may be hopping in for the 3rd rock lap. We'll see how it all shakes out. But Levi Shirley, huge shout out to him for giving Bailey Campbell a ride out here for the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. We are just about the halfway mark for the Nitto Race of Kings, and we got a battle up front between Jason Shear and Raul Gomez. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. It's been an amazing day of racing so far. Jason Shearer is our current race leader. We're going to pop out and pay some bills, and we'll be back very soon. But if you fly over to kingofthehammers.com/live, you can sign up for the premium feed and get all the extras. Even Dave Cole's going to be on there answering questions later as well. So pop on over, see what it is, and stay with the action with the premium feed. See you very soon.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4WP.
Quattro off-road technology, and we bring to you the next step in user-controlled lighting.
Welcome back to the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optimum Battery. You are watching the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optimum Battery, and that is Kyle Cheney, the man that dominated the UTV race as he's working his way through Dirty Love. Unbelievable how fast they're going. And Jim, we have some time splits, a lot going on the course right now.
Yeah, right now it's all about our current race leader, Jason Shearer, but hunting him down is last year's king, Raul Gomez. We've seen the time splits changing constantly in these trails. It actually pulled out to about 2 minutes and 40 at one moment, but it's back at the moment to less than 1 minute 30. As we watch right now, three-time king Shannon Campbell in that 5AZ car, picking his way through. This car's more commonly known as Dragon Slayer. But he's never won the... sorry, I was just about to say something that's completely irrelevant, so I'm not going to go there.
Alrighty, as we're watching that, we got Paul Wolf has made it into the pit. Miles, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Ricky. Yeah, Paul Wolf is in here. The car looks like it's in good shape. Obviously, he's a little off pace. He was our pole setter. Had a great run going, but has been fighting some issues. But look at him. He is on here. The Nitto tire's looking good. He's still here. The race is not over. It'll be won on the third lap. So tough break for him on early. But hey, anything can happen. But he's still doing a great job out here. He's got the pips. Everybody down here doing a great job. Got the Brannick Motorsports in the back, still looking like everything's holding up strong. So everything's going great down here. So I've got race director Lee O'Donnell with me right here. So Lee, how's everything going down here?
Very busy down here in main pit.
Jeremy. Yeah, lots of action going on. You're making sure everybody's safe and sound, but like I said, we were talking this morning, we were both a little nervous, and we got the race kicked off really nice, and it was a really good sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's pretty busy. I'm trying to watch Paul Wolf put here, make sure they're doing everything the right way, and they are. Really good pit stop. A little long, I don't know if they're having trouble with the car or not, but yeah, let's just shut her down, so I'll let you step in there.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Lee. But yeah, so far the race is going good, but tough break for Paul Wolf in the pits, shutting it off. Looks like the window nets are coming up. He is going to be getting out of the car. Oh, looks like they're switching a belt once again. So tough break for Paul Wolf. Lots of stuff going on in here in the pits. Lots of fun, but I'm going to throw it back up. Sounds like we have some interesting stuff going on with the tracker. So I'm going to throw it back up to the pits. Take it away, guys.
Alrighty, thank you, Miles. As you can see, a lot of action going on, and unbelievable. That was a terrible break for Paul Wolf. Something must be wrong. Something in that oil system that's catching, and also he's spitting the belt off of there. I'm going to step aside, bring in Ian Johnson, a brother from another mother. Unbelievable racing going. Dave Cole, thank you for all your information. Jim Marsden, keep it up, buddy. I'm going to pass it over to Ian. Take it away, guys.
Okay, as we wait now for Ian to join us in the pit, it's always great. Thank you so much, Ricky. Always so much useful information. We'll be seeing him later on today when our leaders get closer to town. Dave, you've got some information for us.
That's Jason Shearer has come down into Jackhammer, and he's turned up Jackhammer in the rocks, coming up to the plaque line right now. So that's the wedge at the bottom. That's the easy way up. He's going to move up to where it used to be a Z-turn up here. There's probably a good 5,000 or 6,000 people sitting there watching him right now in that spectator area. They're going to go up jackhammer. We gave them a couple different ways out. Last year, the ridge on top of Jack got really hard, got pretty chewed up, and people were saying that we needed another optional, so I gave them 2 more. One was a trail that Randy Slauson made called Bombs Away, which is probably the most fun trail I've ever been on because it's so completely exposed. It's like going across the top of Fisher Mountain, but in jackhammer as far as rocks. Like you're on top of the rocks the entire time. The other thing was a side hill that if anyone takes it, I'll shake their hand when they get back. It is gnarly. Like I wouldn't want to walk it, let alone drive it. But we gave it to them. I wanted to see what would do. If we gave them hard stuff and easy stuff, it seems like everyone's still choosing the hard stuff and want to make as fast as possible. So we'll keep upping it.
Yeah, that's great news. Dave, this is so much fun to be able to sit in the booth here. We've never done this before. I'm calling a race with Dave Cole. This is so much fun. And as Dave said, that is our current race leader. This is Jason Shira running away with it right now. But Jim's got his hand up. He needs to talk. What's going on, Jim?
Well, we've got Tiffany's in remote pit 2, and she's got some news about Cameron Steele. So I think we ought to check in with her and find out what's going on. So, Tiffany, what do you got?
All right, Cameron Steele just made it into pit 2, like we talked about a little bit earlier. All they need to do was re-rack that flat that he was able to change the spare. Seems like everything's going well. Cameron and Mike Kim look very calm in the co-driver seat, just making sure everything's good for the guys.
It comes back on.
Cleaning off some visors because it's pretty dusty out here. There is a little bit of wind right now, but other than that, everything looks good for this Laser Nut Racing team.
Thank you very much, Tiffany Stone. That is great to hear. That's awesome news as we are watching Jason Shira make his way up the trail. We're watching to see where we're going to see Gomez behind him. Now, Jim, how much corrected time is at play between these two drivers?
Well, it's always difficult because it changes as they come into the different trails. Some of the trails are more difficult than the others. But at the moment, we're seeing a sort of a consistent 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. These guys are right on top of each other.
That drone shot right there they just had was the drone on Jason. Turn the drone around, the drone was on Raul. They are within vision of each other.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was over watching you guys call the race. They are literally right. That drone, for the drone to be able to spin around and see him, he is right on Jason's bumper. That's got the question will be, if you're Jason, do you let him push it? Do you let him bird dog you a little bit, push the car a little bit harder? Is that Raul's plan here to get Jason to make a mistake?
Well, the interesting thing is that the only way that Jason can see Raul is if he turns on course and actually puts his car almost sideways to him, or if he's coming up another particular trail, or
Jason
if he's
knows
got a rear
exactly
camera.
where Raul's at.
Yeah, I was
Jason
over
can feel Raul.
Yeah,
He knows where he's at, and coming up the plaque line that you're about a minute and a half behind, he stayed right there in his dust. And now this is my first time being here watching the show.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com, click on Watch Live, click on Join, sign into YouTube, and that's how you get all the good stuff.
Right now, this is interesting.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, Dave. We've seen it up here forever. We see if Jason gets that break out at the beginning, he's usually just gone, and we're usually sitting here going, "Well, when's Jason going to come into town and win this thing?" Because no one's near him. But you are right; he's sitting right on his bumper, pushing him up through that canyon.
So, judging by what I'm seeing, Raul's not pressing up these rocks. So, if he's hanging his dust and he's just cruising right now, does he? How much more does he have left? Is he just sitting his dust and just hanging? No one's pushed him like this. This is really rad.
And I think the big question will be, Jim, as you mentioned before, this is a brand new
Eric
car.
Miller,
Jason
Spooner's
built.
making passes.
Yeah, look at that. As Dave called it, there's Eric Miller down in Spooner's making moves, and he's coming from way back in the pack. Look at that, in and out of that traffic, just weaving his way through there. There is a man on a mission.
Okay, as we watch Eric Miller there, two-time king, picking his way through traffic. That's why he has been a two-time king. And just look at the pace he's putting on those cars already. But Miles is in the pits at the moment, and he's got some news for us. Miles, what have you got?
Thank you, Jim. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries, but this is the Nitto Race of Kings. And talk about Nitto, I've got Mr. Nitto of Off-Road, Chris Corbett. How you feeling, buddy? It's been a great race so far.
What a great morning. Yeah, lots of action all morning. I think we've had a few drivers have some problems, but Yeah, look, as you know, it's a long race. Anything can happen. So
It's not even close to being over yet. Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see. Nitto's jumped on board quite a few years ago. I want to personally thank from Hammer King and King of the Hammers for coming out and helping us out with King of the Hammers out here.
it's more than just a race for us. It's family. We really enjoy it out here with everybody, and we've got a great partners, great teams. We look forward to it every year.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody, this is the biggest off-road race in the world as far as I'm concerned, and you're here front row making it happen. We appreciate it.
It's the toughest too. Yeah, it's the
There's no doubt. And we're proving your tires out here for sure.
They're always amazed what a tire can be put through at this race. Pretty amazing.
At the Nationals, it was, I'm dropping my name, Brett Harrell won that race, and I went and checked out his car, and all 4 tires were completely bald, but holding there. It was crazy.
That's they'll get down there, they'll wear, but they hold together. So all by design.
Absolutely, putting that traction to the ground. But anyways, Chris Corey, just want to have a quick chat, and thanks for everything. We'll see how this shakes out. This race is not over. It's not even close. It's going to be fun to watch till the end.
It's going to be an amazing day.
All right, well, Chris, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks, and we'll send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Miles. Great to get that info straight down from the pits with his patented wrench mic. But I'm going to throw it over to Jim here, who's got a little bit of information for us as he's watching our drivers come through that timing loop and figure out where everyone sits on course.
Yeah, let's talk about adjusted time. Let's talk about these cars when they crossed over to finish lap 1, because there's some really interesting stuff going on here right now. If you go to kingofthehammers.com/live, you better find live scoring and the tracker information. If you're looking at the scoring right now, you'll actually see that we've got Jordan Pellegrino showing in first position. Please ignore that. It looks like he went over our timing loop twice, which is why he's showing 2 laps. I expect that's where there was some complication when he was going into the pits. But I want to just hook down the line just a little bit here and just have a look at some of the names that are worthy of note. So Marcus Gomez came over in 14th, started right in the back, near the back of the pack. Also, we've got Eric Miller moved up into 19th on adjusted time. Cody Addington 21st, Robbie Gordon in 22nd, and 3-time king Randy Slauson in 23rd. Now, the interesting thing about this is some of those are solid axle cars. They're now making their way into those rock trails, and we just saw Eric Miller overtaking no less than 3 cars in one pass in Spooners.
Yeah, very impressive, and even more impressive considering the fact that he started dead last-ish.
Absolutely, but that's what this race is all about. And in fact, just popping up on my tracker right now, Jordan Pellegrino has been corrected, and he is now in 15th place on adjusted time.
Now,
So there's so much action going on here, of course. We're around about, the lead cars are now probably just over halfway round lap 2, and we're judging that they're probably going to be heading back into town and probably going to be here for some time around about 11:15, which is an astonishing time.
It's a crazy fast pace. Now, Dave, we're just speculating as everyone heads out into those rocks. Let's take a brief second here to talk about some of the new rock trails that are out there. And you had just mentioned a few minutes ago about how some of the stuff, you gave them a couple optional lines. You've been out there in a rig pre-running some of this stuff. Which ones do you think are probably we'll call it your favorite new trails in this race?
Z-Walk and Legit are by far. I mean, Blue Dot's a really pretty trail, but it's not as much of a challenge. Stores is really hard, but it's an older trail we just haven't raced. I'm interested to see the top 20 guys get through Thor's Hammer. We have a camera up there today. We had some technical difficulties in the previous races, but we'll be able to show that camera today when they get there. Most of the real difficulty in the rocks are happening on lap 3. So these guys are through. I mean, Jason's already up past the mailbox. He's on Fissure Mountain now because Legit is bypassed to lap 3. So with Jason on Fissure now coming across, he'll drop into pit 2 again, come down to the Masters course in Aftershock and Turkey Claw. So he has got no real obstacles between here and the finish line, just a little bit of miles.
But then he heads out on that final lap where you said we're going to have some major rock trails for these guys on that lap 3.
The reality is Jason is now an hour from going back into Spooners. And Eric Miller just went down Spooners.
Wow.
So it's the big thing that I don't know if it was talked about at the beginning of the show. It was kind of a mix-up, but I think it's actually fortuitous and it'll make for a better race. We started them 1 minute apart today, 2 at a time, 1 minute apart, and historically we've always started 30 seconds. So that gap, that time split and the adjusted time race will be far more interesting.
Especially when we're talking about Eric Miller, as you just said, just went down. He has starting so far back in the pack. He got so much adjusted time in his back pocket, and it's not a strange phenomenon to see here at King of the Hammers, to see somebody come in at this Nitto Race of Kings from the back and win it. It's happened in the past.
If Eric can get back in here in the top 20 physically into starting lap 3, I've been asked like multiple times this week who my pick is, and I think Eric's the guy to win it. I just, even from the back of the pack, that was before the stuff he had to deal with this week, and it's been a hard week, but that guy's focused, and every time he starts in the back of the pack, he does incredible things.
And as you said, Jim, that solid axle car and that Miller chassis, no stranger in the rocks, and always does well.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be wanting to lay down something special this week, that is for sure. And that looks like there, I believe is that Jordan Pellegrino?
I believe it is, Jim.
It does look like Jordan Pellegrino there in the Unicorn, picking his way through. IFS IRS car. Jordan is an interesting story. He started here racing in the Everyman Challenge classes, worked his way up from a stock class car, then into a 4500, and now into this incredible race machine that is the Unicorn. And we're back into Spooners now, where still the traffic is flowing through. And a few short moments ago, we saw that man himself, two-time king, Eric Miller, picking his way through all this traffic, trying to make lap position, or trying to make track position.
I think what's most impressive about that, Jim, we talked about how the technology that gets pushed into these Ultra 4 cars, but you also have all that technology trickling down into the rec wheelers. I mean, a few years, well, Dave can remember this, years ago, we didn't put 2 shocks on our rec wheelers. It was maybe an air shock if we were feeling sassy, a little spicy.
I've wheeled the Hammers with no shocks. I don't know what you're talking about here. 86 4Runner with the blown out monotube shocks.
And nowadays, I mean, if you show up out here at Thanksgiving weekend and you don't have coilovers and bypasses, you get giggled out of the campfire. But it's that OG guys who've been out here wheeling, just like Dave said, blown out shocks, and that is basically the grassroots that started this. But we see that technology from companies like Ford, like Can-Am, like Optima Batteries, Nitto, all these guys take what they learn here on race day, pull it down into the products that you can buy for your everyday vehicle. So if you see them out here, you want to go check out some parts, walk around Hammertown, check out these vendors, see what they have, and you'll see some amazing technology that you can put on your daily driver, weekend wheeler, and come out here and tackle the hammers.
Levi Shirley getting back on track right now. He must have had some problems because he was in here in the top 10. That's not Levi right there?
That's Loretta. That's Loretta being driven by Waylon Campbell.
Yep.
This is
Waylon
Campbell.
now, yes.
Yep. So that's why we're suddenly seeing Loretta making some moves here. Levi Shirley, of course, in his new car, Linda, who was somewhere near the front of the pack. We haven't seen him for a little while. We'll have a look on the tracker, see if we can find him.
Yeah, such unfortunate news out of the Campbell camp, having them have 2 cars go down right before racing. But that just shows you how the Ultra 4, or the King of the Hammers family, is a family. Basically, you have a race team out of cars, and Levi says, well, I have my old Campbell car. Why don't you guys share it for the race? All right, I hear that Tiffany's got some information for us right now, so we're going to jump in and talk and hear from Tiffany. Tiffany Stone, take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. So we just saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming in. It looks like he had a front left flat. They're making sure that everything's good. They also re-racked back there for him as well. Seems like there was a little bit of trouble getting off that flat. They had to hit it a little bit to make sure that it was coming off. Now they're just making sure everything's going on. It looks like Vaughn is talking to one of his crew members about what's going on. Since you're able to come in here a few times to remote pit 2, they just want to make sure once they want back out of here in the 25-mile-per-hour zone and get back on course correctly to ensure that they hit all those VCPs. And back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Always great to hear from the pits and all the action that's going on. I'm currently just trying to find Levi Shirley on our tracker, and if you go to kingofthehammers.com/live, you'll be able to find live tracker information and scoring as it happens here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. What a day of racing it's been so far, and we're barely halfway through this race.
This is probably my favorite style of King of the Hammers race, and I was super excited to see qualifying back out of Chocolate Thunder. And I think that's what caused this sort of reshuffling of the deck of our starting order, which I think is amazing. You know, so many heavy hitters in the back fighting their way up to the front. But right now, I believe we have Miles down in the pits for a little bit of extra information as well. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Ian. Lots of action is going down. We just saw Cade Rod come through for a quick fuel and go. They were having too much fuel pressure, so they tried to dial that back a little bit. We see Brian Reed down there. They're having a left front axle. We'll go check on it in a little bit. But I've got Chip McLaughlin down here racing for Zandy. How you doing, buddy?
I'd be doing better if the motor was running right. We took off the starting line. It was missing, and we've been fighting that whole lap pretty bad with no motor. I mean, we had about half power, and then when we got the real fast stuff, we pulled over so nobody would punt us from behind, and the boys are going to see if they can get us up and going again.
Well, it's always, you know, a bummer seeing you not run at full power, but you're still out here. You got the whole team checking everything out. Other than the lost power, you're still having fun, I assume, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, like every other races, I come and talk to you, so we got to stop that. But, no, we're having fun, and, you know, we're racing for Zandy, and these guys are going to hopefully get us back going, and we'll get in the rocks and go where we shine.
And don't forget, take your time when you're running through Z-Walk. Obviously, you're not going to win this race. Take it all in, buddy.
Yeah, we're just going to go for a finish and race for our buddies and, you know, have fun. We got all the family here, and, you know, Diamond Dave is over here somewhere wrenching, and he's been just awesome on this car. We've had a lot of issues, but we'll just keep going.
And I love the style. That's what everybody does here at King of the Hammers, is just adapt and overcome and make things happen. The whole Rufus Racing team is here, putting it all in one more time. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they can make it through this race. Remember, it's a huge feat just to finish this race. I was talking to Brian Reed just a minute ago. They're having some axle issues, and he said, you know, obviously we're not in it for the win. We're in it for the finish. So that's the outcome of a lot of these people wanting to do right now. So just make it to the finish line. So we'll be open until 10 p.m. tonight, and then we'll have some live music on the Monster Energy stage as well. Chase Beckham will be kicking off at 10:30. We got lots of stuff yet to come, but the race is just getting going. And it's not, like I said, these cars, the third lap score is going to come to life, so we'll see how it shakes up. So I'll send it to you guys back in the booth.
Thank you very much, Miles, as we see tons of action happening out here. As Miles just said, lap 3 is where it's going to all come to life in that rock section, and we're watching our leaders make their way, getting close up to remote pit 2. I got Jim over here checking on some tracker action. What do you got for us on the tracker, Jim?
Yeah, I'm just checking out car 81, Levi Shirley, as we were talking about Loretta earlier. And Levi is still moving. Looks like he's just gone past race mile 87, something around there. So Levi is still going strong out there on course.
All right, I believe we do have an update coming in here with our leaders. And I think we got Tiffany on the line right now. So Tiff, what do you got?
So we just saw leaders 1 and 2, Jason Shearer and Gomez, make it through here. They did not stop at remote pit 2. Just heard from the Gomez team that approximately 52 seconds behind Jason Shearer is Raul Gomez. So this is a race. They're finishing up lap 2. They do have one more opportunity to make their way through here if they...
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com. Click on Watch Live. Click on Join. Sign into YouTube. And that's how you get all the good stuff.
Safer, he's past that point. I bet you if that drone pulls back up, you might find Raul right in his dust.
Yeah, we've been watching that as Jason's making his way through this rock trail, and I think you're right, Dave. We're going to see Raul basically pushing up right behind him. As soon as we get this drone to spin around, we should see. But right now, we are watching Jason Shearer, first car physical on course right now. But as we've said all day, this race is far, far, far from over. As Dave has alluded to before, the second lap, the rock trails are not the hardest rock trails, even though I think they're some of the hardest rock trails in the country. Lap 3 is where this race is really going to be thrown down. But right now, that drone is now spun around and looking for Raul, our current king. And Dave, I don't see him.
There he is, coming down right now. Now, keep that drone on him and see if he goes down the rocks or takes the bypass. He is taking the bypass, already committed to it.
So there he is, as we said. Oh, look at that left front tire, Dave. Look, I think he has a flat.
He does have a flat, and he is a long way from a pit. So if that, let's look at a spare. Is the spare collapsed down, or does it look like it's full?
It looked good. It looks good to me, Dave. From here, it's hard to speculate, but I do believe it does. It doesn't look to be pulled in by the ratchet strap.
If he's going to change it, this is the place to do it. It's flat. Is he pull over and stop right here? He is. He's pulling over right there. He's off the line. He's going to change that tire right there.
Excellent
single
choice.
Single seat car, and this is the whole thing.
This is a lot of work as a single seat car.
I think Raul wanted to clear our drone out of the airspace. not have an audience while he changes his tire, maybe.
Oh, look at this, Dave. It looks like maybe he's not. Maybe he's going to keep going.
This is the if, or, and whys of off-road racing. Do you stop? Do you continue?
To me, first of all, I have great respect for the racers. So it's unnerving for me to sit here and criticize what they're doing. But he's got to go all the way down Aftershock. He's now slower than he would be. And no matter what, even if he gets through Aftershock, he's got 40 miles of desert, 35 miles of desert, and Turkey Claw before that tire gets magically changed again. So if you're going to eat that time and you have a spare, why aren't you changing it right now and getting back on pace?
Okay, look at it another way. He's still got all these rock trails to break out of until he gets out onto the desert lap. Does he go down through here to protect the spare wheel that he has in the back of the rack? Does he punch down here to get through the rocks, change the spare so he's got a definitive 4-tire strategy going into the desert?
Okay, so my view on it, like, this is why we got into tire balls and everything else, right? So he's probably at about 35 or 40% of his race pace with a flat front left. If he puts on a spare tire and then just dials it back and goes at 80%, he's net ahead. That's my gut. But
I completely agree.
And there's also he's a single seat guy. Where's his physical exhaustion right now? Where is he? He might have stopped and just gone, I don't have it in me to get out of the car, because I know I've stopped to change a single seat tire before and just been like, I'm gonna take 5 minutes to think about this for a second. And that's not what you want to be doing in the race. And maybe he's thinking, and maybe you're rethinking it now.
The other thing we saw play out last year, if you remember, when we had a Jason Sherrill last year had flat tires in the rocks, he had to push the car harder, burned more fuel, and actually ran out of fuel in that desert section. So to Dave's point, yes, it's a flat tire and you think, oh, I'm just in the rocks, but at the end of the day, he's got to work that car so much harder to get through the rocks, even with a flat tire. It could cost him some fuel that he might need when he gets out into the desert.
Yeah, but we can only guess what's going through Raul's mind.
Whoa, Jason Blanton, rear axle broken out of the car. That's a rear links are definitely shot out. That would be going up jackhammer. Looks like it's below the plaque line, though, so he's not going to be a traffic jam there, but bummer for Jason. That's going to be, if the drive shaft survived that and the shock survived that, it's still going to be a hard fix.
Yeah, we can only guess as what's happened. It's probably a high-arm joint that's failed. It's so easy if you land these cars, and this is one of the heavier cars in the field. If he comes up and drops the car down like an axe, he can break those high-arm joints. It's highly unusual, but we did see it happen to Rusty Byler last year. As we watch now, Vaughan Gittin Jr. in the bottom right of our screen. Vaughan showing a good pace.
Tons of action here from the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, all part of the Progressive King of the Hammers Race Week powered by Optima batteries. But joining us in the booth right now, we have...
I'm calling an audible on our production staff.
Yeah, we're going to jump in here. It's one of my favorite cars. I'm biased out here, but we got the EV car. I'm sorry, so we're talking to?
I'm Melissa. I'm the co-driver for the EV truck.
So Melissa's the co-driver, and this is the 1010 EV.
S10.
S10.
Or Test 10.
I always say it wrong. The Test 10.
Yes.
So we're talking about this. I'm super excited about this because I'm a big fan of the EV stuff. So let's talk a little bit about the truck. So for those watching or listening at home who are unfamiliar with it, what are we talking about?
Yeah. So this is an S10 body. We converted it into a Tesla Model S. So it's the motor, batteries, all the modules. We're running AEM system along with a Radial Dynamics power steering pump. So it's pretty unique, that's for sure.
I've been following it on social media. I've talked to you guys via email many times about the project. So how's it doing out in the rocks? How did it do in the race?
Well, man, we were 5 days outside of the shop before we got it here. So it was very much new, a lot of testing. We pretty much tested it on the course, and it was running beautifully. We did run out of batteries right outside of mile marker 63, but we were able to charge with Optimus Charger at pit 1. We kept her pretty smooth throughout the whole track. We kept her about 25, 30 miles per hour just to reserve our batteries, but she ran beautifully. We couldn't be more proud.
I'm super happy for you guys. You know, to come out here and, like you said, basically test the car, break it in out here on the racetrack. It means a lot to have it out here and actually see it actually out on the race course. And I think people kind of look at it like, oh, that didn't do that well. But the reality is, man, years ago when we were breaking ground with new ideas at Hammers, we would be the same way. We were breaking 20, 30 miles outside of town, and you're doing the same thing with this, adopting that EV life. How is the EV in the rocks?
So we barely ran it in the rocks a little bit. The great thing about it is we are able to regenerate our battery when we're going downhill. So that's one thing I feel like EV does have a little bit of an advantage of, is that we're never really losing too much fuel. We're able to, lose the battery when we go up, but when we go down, we're able to regenerate that back in. So we've been testing that a little bit. We're going to try to take it out today and run around and do a couple more trails and see what we can do with it.
Awesome. I am super happy to see you here. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth and filling
Ian.
us in.
It was so
this.
nice to finally meet you in person.
Absolutely.
It's all been email.
Yeah, and it's great to see that vehicle out here. It is super cool. And once again, congratulations on making. Hey, you made it to the start. You took the green flag. That's a win in anyone's books.
Every mile marker was a win for us. So yeah, check us out on our Instagram, Facebook. We're Evolve Racing 2022. You can follow the build from start to finish. It's been 10 months that we started this build, and we couldn't be more excited to be here next year.
Good stuff. Good to hear, and good luck. We'll see you back next year.
Thanks.
For maybe I'll finish. We'll get that.
Yes,
we'll take our wins, slow little wins here.
Everything is a win to us, so we're just happy that we got to push her.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us in the booth.
Thanks again.
So a couple updates. First of all, thank you very much, Melissa. Congratulations. We go from one underdog in their EV story to third on course right now is Cody Miller in 221. That's a Can-Am UTV, third on the road right now. And we're bringing in Tracker right now. It looks like Roll has stopped to change that tire at the bottom of Aftershock. So Jim, your thought process about just basically obliterate the one that's already dead and then put on a fresh one at the bottom might be the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're a racer, you start thinking about things like that. You're starting to think, get the maximum out of my kit, and that's why I think he wanted to push to the bottom. So he had 4 good tires. His fear would have probably been if he put it on there, then he lost a tire in those rocks, that he would have been down to still having a flat going out across the desert.
Right now, Fish is rolling his eyes and laughing at me, but I'm showing Jason Shear at 0 miles an hour as well. And the trackers have been good and on point. When they go to 0 like that, it might just be a stop for a second. Give it a minute to check, but right now, both Jason and Rule, top 2 cars in the course, are stopped just below Aftershock.
Yeah, I'm just going to. You're absolutely right. This is not uncommon for both of for the trackers, particularly in this area, just to suddenly go stop. Keep an eye on it. 2 minutes later, he could be moving.
No, that's not correct. These you could get bad transmissions sometimes in the canyons. These trackers are transmitting and they're showing 0 miles an hour.
And they're not in that normal canyon spot that we would get that sort of bad transmission. This is a spot where we would expect to see them pinging correctly. So whether they pinged when they were both stopped for some reason, but yeah, we're going to jump out of the tracker here and take a little bit. Talk us through this a little bit, Dave.
Yep. So 1 minute ago, Jason was at 0 miles an hour, so that it is transmitting. For one reason or another, he has stopped. Both leaders within about a half mile of each other. They're not going to have visual there because it's pretty weird canyons, but they're both stopped right there.
And this could be where Raul's changing that tire very well.
I would expect that, yes. Go ahead, Jims.
Yeah, no, I was just saying we can only speculate here. So is it a flat tire? Is it more than a flat tire? There are so many things that could be happening. But that's the thing with Hammers. You never know, and it's never over until it's over. We've seen so many people over the years pushing hard on that second lap, pushing out massive gaps, and then all of a sudden, boom, the race is gone. Do you remember a few years ago, the Poison Chalice was actually leading this race? We saw Cameron Steele leading full out. We saw Bailey Campbell leading full out. We saw other cars leading a full out. And this looks like this is one of the Miller brothers, isn't it?
Yeah, that's one of our UTVs out on course. It looks like both the driver and co-driver out of the car.
That's Cody Miller. That's Cody Miller.
Was that Cody Miller?
Actually, no, that's Hunter Miller.
That's Hunter. I apologize. Cody has already passed the plaque right now and heading up on top of Fisher.
And in our shot inside is Tom Ways out there in his rig, making his way through the rocks.
He's heading up Wrecking Ball, and he'll cross over to Bender Alley and then come back down Jack North and head over to Jack.
Yeah, we're also showing Brian Crofts currently stuck on, or currently stopped on course. And earlier on, I did notice that Darian Gomez was also showing a stop. Now, he's been stopped for some time, so I'll keep an eye on that. And Marcus Gomez was also showing stopped, as is Paul Herschel. But I'll keep an eye on all of those. There could be flat tyres, it could be broken drive lines. All of these cars, almost all of these cars, carry spare parts, they carry toolboxes, and they'll be trying to fix their cars on the trails.
So if I'm reading this correctly, Randy Slauson is now going up Jack, which puts him top 10 on the course. I'm trying to get a visual on where he's at right now. Yep, I see him. He just
that's him. Just heading up through the
he just
plaque line
passed
there.
Jason Blanton. Just made a pass to the plaque line to Jack. That's exact. If you're Randy, that's exactly where you'll be sitting. You're sitting in top 10, coming into lap 3. The top two. Jason Shear is now moving again, back up to 9.3 miles an hour, which is an acceptable speed or an appropriate speed for that area. It's kind of cutbacks slash back and forth.
But do we see Raul moving?
Raul is still sitting there for a second.
Okay, here's interesting. Behind Randy Slauson, we also have Josh Byler. So we have now those solid axle cars are starting to make their move. They're starting to push through the rocks. And this is what we always say. It's the IFS in the desert. But those rock donkeys, those solid axle mafia cars, they're starting to push on through. And there is the man himself. That is Randy Slauson.
Jason's back up to 31 miles an hour, which is definitely back to race pace in those washes over there. So whatever the cause for Jason's brief stop was, he's back moving now.
Yeah, I just want to mention actually Jordan Pellegrino, bottom right of our screen. The car was affectionately known as Unicorn, but recently it's been known as the Lamborghini, or Lamborghini, should I say.
Yeah, you got to get the bro in there, Jim.
Got to get that bro in.
Yep.
So thank you very much for the guys out there keeping me straight and honest. As we cut back to the action here, and there is lots of actions, but it's all about the 448. Oh, we got a car on its side there.
Casey Gilbert stopped. He's been there since Tom Ways passed him. That's coming down her problems. I'm looking for the car number here.
792.
That's Hunter Sparrow?
Yeah.
So that's Hunter Sparrow on his side. Casey Gilbert's just to his right. There's not many more passing lines left.
Is
on her
Kimberly
problems.
co-driving for Hunter, do we know?
I don't believe so, because I saw Kimberly out of the car this morning when I saw him in the staging. She had a great drive yesterday.
Yeah, it was amazing to see her come back into Hammertown. She did a great job out there. All right, as we're watching.
Right, well, I'm going to step out of the booth for a short while. Emmy Hall's going to be coming in and joining Dave and Ian in the booth. This race is absolutely fantastic. I'll be back a little bit later, but I'm going now to watch it from the comfort of the VIP.
It's quite nice over there, yes.
So we just saw Jaron Gunter coming down Can-Am, or coming down Turkey Claw.
All right, it is good to be in the booth today with my friends Ian and Dave on this wonderful day for the Nitto Race of Kings. These guys have been going pretty fast. They've been setting a pretty good pace as I've been watching on the live stream from the comfort of the VIP, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, loads of action out there. We've been watching Jason Shearer, Raul Gomez, basically the first physical 2 cars on course. We've also been watching Eric Miller make his way up through the pack as he's had multiple passes out there. And right now we're just speculating when we'll see our leaders come back through town.
I think that's sometimes less, about 30 minutes or a little bit less. I'm still going to hang with my 11:15 is a little optimistic.
Is that out on Dry Lake Bed? In our picture-in-picture, would that be our leader out there in the?
So yes, that would be Jason Shear on Emerson Lake Bed. No, actually, they're showing that desert too. That's probably still people moving across. Couldn't tell the car. Jason's just now hitting on Emerson Ridge right now.
So we do have
a heli out there as well.
Yeah, so he'll come down through there and drop down onto that Dry Lake Bed, and that's where we'll really see where he is put in relation to Raul. Raul's basically been sitting in his dust all day, just pushing him through those rock trails. All right, well, while we keep up with all of these drivers tacking our Nitto Race of Kings today, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Just a reminder to all of you watching at home, if you don't want to break from the action, head on over to kingofthehammers.com/live. Subscribe to that premium feed, and you'll get to see all the action coming to you live from Johnson Valley, OHV.
Sometimes, adventure is a road. A ribbon of dirt winding through the woods, or a strip of pavement disappearing over the horizon. More often than not, how we travel these roads is the adventure. Move confidently, journey often, and stand strong when the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that. There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat. Whatever you say, big dog. Seriously? These fools think I'm pride?
They know the deal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Back, everybody, here to the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. I'm Emmy Hall. I'm here with Dave Cole, the man, the myth, the legend, and we just got word that Healy, who was third when he was coming through town, he is out of his car on Jack.
Yeah, he is, and with the course workers standing there, it doesn't look like they're in a hurry or there's much action to get it fixed. I'll get an update. We can just reach out to those course marshals and get a true facts of what's happened with Lauren. We also have Jason and Rolo moving at the front of the pack. We have Cody Miller has moved across Fissure and it's been interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Cody does making or losing time to them in the open desert. But Cody's now dropping into RP2, and Randy Slausen's exactly where he wants to be. Fourth on course, probably about 15 minutes down on adjusted time. Getting across, he's gotten through Sledgehammer or Jackhammer on lap 2. Coming across Fissure here in a second.
Now, it looks like on the tracker, Jason Scherer just pinged about a minute ago. He is through race mile 120, moving at 75 miles per hour. And Raul Gomez, according to this tracker, his tracker pinged 3 minutes ago, and he's just at race mile 115.
Yeah, he's just dropping off Emerson Ridge right now. Raul will pick it up and be into triple figures here in a second in speed. If his car's healthy, we'll see him ping again around race mile 120 at about 108 miles an hour, and he'll be giggling and laughing.
Dude, that's so dope.
Yeah, it's a fun section back there.
So how much of a lead do you think, because, Raul started behind Jason Scherer, do you think that he's made up that time?
That tire, he lost 10 minutes on that tire at least. I would think if Jason stopped right now, it would still take Rolo about 10 minutes to catch him.
So we've got Jason Scherer approaching race mile 125, but I did get word that Paul Wolf is out. Paul Wolf in the 1018 car. He was first off the line. He had a little bit of trouble out there in the desert loop. Somebody had to bring him a belt. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we do have word that Paul Wolf is out, which is kind of a bummer.
Yeah, that is super awesome to see. It's good to see Jason. You know, we said it earlier, as Dave was saying, so when Jason, 9 years on that starting line if he gets out. But we've been watching Raul reel him in, but he changed that tire, obviously fell down a little bit. But yeah, Jason right now is stretching his legs on that car.
He'll be here right before 11:30. Jason Scherer will be in around 11:28 or so. It sounds like we have some video of Lauren Healy holding up something broken. And then China, if you're listening on Race Ops, why don't you reach out to our course marshals there in Section 8 and find out what happened to Lauren. What do we got?
That looks
That's
like
a jack.
That's a jack, and then tire looks fully inflated there.
He doesn't seem to be in much of a rush.
That's a shame. Yeah, he does. That's one thing about Lauren. Anytime he's fixing his car, if he's fixing, he is moving. But unfortunately, it looks like they're just kind of assessing the situation right here. So as Dave said, we'll try to get some info from the course marshals and find out what exactly is happening out there with Lauren right now. But that's a shame to see him out of the car.
At best, it looks like they're flipping a coin to see who's walking to the pits. But at this point, I think that, yeah.
All right, and as we see that happening, we've got some passing going on out in the rock section. But right now, we are waiting to see our current race leader, Jason Scherer, should be back into town very soon, and then he will be headed out onto his next lap, which, as we've said, is lap 3, which is when we get into these serious rock trails.
And we do have a lot of people already out just on their first lap in the rocks, and yet we've got leaders are going to be coming through here, so they're going to be fighting a lot of traffic with those lap 2 guys as they are trying to complete their lap 3.
But I think the big question here is we've been watching Eric Miller work his way up through the pack, and David, you mentioned earlier, starting them a minute apart. That he has a huge amount of adjusted time in his back pocket.
Hey, someone take off their shoes and do some math for me and figure out when Rusty Blyler started, because his tracker just popped up at the bottom of Aftershock right around Cody Miller. There's Gomez cruising across, just leaving Emerson coming across for the old crossover area. But Happy Pappy's at the bottom of Aftershock right now. The tracking guy.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Go to kingofthehammers.com. Click on Watch Live. Click on Join. Sign into YouTube. And that's how you get all the good stuff.
Watching from home, if you see a red bottom pin on that tracker, it means that when it pinged, they weren't moving. But right now, as Dave said, the question is where are we at on adjusted time with our leaders as we watch Jason Scherer make his way back into town. And then the only way we'll know it, sort of official, unofficial, will be when they get back into Hammertown, close that timing loop for lap 2 and head out on lap 3.
It looks like Tom Way is coming up the plaque line on Jack right now, which would put him in the top 10, 15 on course, which is it's where you want to be. If you're starting lap 3 in the top 20, you're in a healthy place to be able to make a move.
Well, we've seen that so many times when these lap 3s are so heavy on the rocks, Dave.
Kyle Cheney stopped on top of Fissure Mountain.
Yep, out of the vehicle.
Looks like a belt to me, based on where he is.
And on Fissure Mountain's a whole bunch of sand, like loose climbs, and it's the place where UTVs can make up time, but they'd be pushing the belt temp as well, because lots of climbing. So coming out of the rocks, getting up on top of Fissure, probably pushing a little bit and lost that belt.
Yeah, and as you can see, that's basically looks to be the position. He was in the position prior to be a belt where he's like in front of that rear tire. But he seems to be moved around to the back of the tire right now, so we're not sure exactly what's going on. But that is in our picture-in-picture. That is our current race leader. That is Jason Scherer making quick work of the desert on his way back into Hammertown.
So Jason just made the turn off of the old MDR course onto the return down to Turkey Claw. I'm looking at the tracker right now and not seeing much. He looks like he should have some clear air all the way down. We have 2 broken cars around the saddle area in Turkey Claw, but he shouldn't be hitting dust unless we're not seeing trackers. He should have clear air coming in.
And we saw this play out yesterday in the Everyman Challenge race, even when you get into Turkey Claw. If there is any traffic in there, luckily yesterday we saw traffic on the tracker, but when their leader got in, the traffic was gone. So even if he does hit a little bit of traffic in Turkey Claw, the good news is the trail's wide enough that, especially someone with Jason as seasoned as he is in the rocks, should be able to make quick work of it. But yes, he is on his way back to Hammertown to finish his second lap in this Nitto Race of Kings.
So Lauren and Vaughn, is this Lauren Healy and Vaughn working together? That doesn't look like Vaughn.
If I was to speculate, I'm going to assume that this is Lauren possibly giving up his tire to Vaughn.
No, that's not Vaughn.
That's not Vaughn.
That's not Vaughn in the Nitto. That's another Nitto teammate. But Vaughn's is going to be wearing Pennzoil garb. I'm not sure who the red and black is. I saw Jason Blanton there a minute ago. He's on Nitto.
Could that be Mel Wade? He's in a red and black race suit usually. Could that be Mel Wade in that?
Trying to read the back of the Nitto helmet. Nitto, when Nitto did those helmets years ago, they put the names on the back of the helmets. That looks like a co-driver for somebody.
And he still has his helmet on, so he's
pull back the zoom for me. We'll see who's got a flat tire. I guarantee there's somebody else.
Yeah, it looks like right here we've got.
So Vaughn's got a flat. Lauren's talking to him. Lauren is taking a flat off that. So Lauren's got the orange beadlock rings. It appears as though that Lauren's co-driver, which is completely legit, is changing Vaughn's flat front left.
Yeah, for those of you at home who are getting confused by this, what we're looking at is Vaughn getting in the driver's seat, Lauren Healy standing outside talking to him. That is Vaughn's co-driver helping Lauren change, and then we are trying to figure out who this other
They're going to have
racer
to
is.
raise that car up a little bit more, because when you can barely get the flat off,
it's hard to get the full tire on.
You can't get the full one on, even though they're only flat in the bottom. It doesn't work that way. So we'll watch them talk about it for a second, and they'll raise the car up a little bit more. The problem is that jack, that's the AGM jack. It looks like it's fully extended.
Yeah, they might have to dig a little bit to get that. Oh no, look at that.
Yeah, I think that actually wasn't the ground holding the tire on, Dave. I think it was just basically stuck on the centering ring on that hub from the looks of it.
Corrected. Well done. There's Brian Cross on jack. He's out of the car. He's parked completely. If they're not working on the car. He's not in the car. So it looks like Cross has either maybe walking back to the pits.
Yeah, he could have
single seat car. No, that's not Brian Cross helping with. That's Vaughn's guys over on Vaughn's car.
Yeah. So the question is, where is Brian Cross right now? We see the car, but as Dave said,
that's Jackhammer. He's in the same area as Lauren.
Yeah.
But he's got a different problem. Yep.
Yeah. We're still trying to speculate who that other person is helping on Vaughn's car. That's obviously another competitor, which is perfectly allowed.
Actually, you did name it. That is Brian Cross. You can see his CR. That's a Nitto helmet. You nailed it. That's Brian Cross in the red and black fire suit. So he has now abandoned his car. He's helping Vaughn put Lauren's tire on his car.
And the question would be, if he's out of the race, it's strange to see him still have his helmet on. Oh, great news from Miles in the pits, pulling it up, just talking. He said Brian Cross overheated, so he's going to let the car cool down a little bit, and then he's going to go up and get back into it. So that's why he's obviously still staying in full race gear. So he's down helping Lauren and Vaughn get that tire changed, and he's going to let that car cool down and then head back up to it.
So I'm looking at the tracker here. Jason Scherer is just pinged about a minute ago, heading down the course at 63 miles per hour, getting closer to Turkey Claw. Like Dave said, we do have two vehicles that are broken down right in there, but he shouldn't have any problem getting by those guys. So we should see Jason here in just a few minutes.
But right now on your big screen, that is our current king, Raul Gomez, pushing hard, trying to make up time. And in our picture-in-picture, there is who we've been kind of keeping an eye on, Dave. That's Eric Miller coming down Can-Am Chocolate Thunder, taking that left and head up into Idle Issues. So knowing the course so well, where would you say he is top 20?
Well, it's hard to tell because there's so much chaos happening on Jack right now. I mean, there's 3 cars sitting in the bottom of Jack, and Eric will be there at the bottom of Jack in about 20 minutes from where he's at. So when he comes through there in a minute, if Brian's still overheating, and if Lauren's still sitting there, that's two more cars he'll pick off right there.
Yeah, so that's what Eric wants to see when he gets over there, as Dave said. He did cross our timing loop in 19th place.
19th corrected time.
Corrected time on lap 1, yes.
I would estimate him probably be more like 30th or 40th on traffic, which right now traffic matters to him more than time. He needs to get through the traffic, and then he can start worrying about adjusting time on lap 3.
The benefit, Eric, having that solid axle car, they're able to handle the traffic a lot better than the IFS cars in the rocks just because of the additional steering angle they get in that front axle. We talk about this all the time, the IFS car versus solid axle car. When we're talking about the rocks, in my opinion nowadays, it all boils down to the steering. There's no question, a few years ago we look at IFS cars and they're not going to survive in the rocks. The technology that's come along in those IFS, IRS cars now with the advent of portal axles, or portal hubs I should say, at each wheel, taking the load off those CVs and half shafts. Definitely, they've proven they can survive in the rocks, but that steering angle definitely comes into play with those solid axle guys.
And it looks like we've got Jason coming through the KMC Turkey Claw, making his way through to Hammertown, completing his lap in the desert and his first lap in the rocks. And then he's got another lap to go there where he's going to have to fight some traffic. We've got so many people out there just trying to get through the rocks on their first lap. And here comes Jason finishing his second.
Now on that lap 3, they will be in different rock trails. So Dave, talk us through that for everyone who's watching at home. Which trails are shared between 2 and 3, and which ones are just lap 3 only?
So now I'm looking at that right now. The first place that Jason will run into traffic is coming down Spooners. Looks like there's a lot of broken cars in there now, but the way traffic is moving, it appears that cars are getting through. Spooners also has a ton of passing lanes, and at the very bottom, the third lap traffic is going to break off and stay in the rocks a little more, which shouldn't affect it here. The problem is him getting up the bottom of Outer Limits. Outer Limits is pretty narrow. It's got a couple choke points. If Eric can not get hung up in traffic at the bottom of Outer Limits and gets to the upper side of Outer Limits, then he's going to go through 3 or 4 trails where he is not on the same race course that the lap 2 guys are, because he's going to go up Thor's, he's going to go up Blue Dot, he's going to go up King's Veto, all those trails, and then he's going to come around. He'll stick with traffic for a bit, but he's going to go on Sledge. So I try to set it up so lap 3 would give it a separate path to get out, and not have to get stuck in traffic. And this Outer Limits is going to be the challenge.
Outer Limits is going to be the choke point that we're going to want to pay attention
Lauren's
to.
moving up the waterfall and Jack right now.
So we're hoping to see Jason Sharon 8 to 10 minutes coming in to Hammertown to start his third lap in those rocks.
All right, we kind of have a super secret squirrel unofficial timestamp as we saw Jason Shearer come through KMC Turkey Claw Trail. We'll be watching to see when we see Raul come through there, and we'll have sort of an unofficial split time between the two. But then when they get back into Hammertown, we'll really know for sure where they sit in our standings as they finish that second lap and then head out into lap 3.
So I'm going to do some fuzzy math for you.
I love fuzzy math.
It looks like Happy Pappy, Rusty Blyther, is about 18 minutes behind Jason, just looking at dots coming across Emerson Ridge. About 18 minutes around the same place on the planet. You figure Jason's going to be a little faster in the short course. Rusty started 7 minutes, the desert. Rusty started 7 minutes behind him off the line, so he's about 13 minutes behind on corrected time going into lap 3.
And that's a big deal if you're in, Rusty Blyther, no stranger to the rocks in that Miller car. And I think this is probably the most exciting part about any King of the Hammers race as we get in here. And whenever we have any hard chargers, big names at the back like this, I think it makes the race incredibly exciting. This race is going to basically roll right into lap 3, all the way down until we get our finishers across the line, and then we start fire up all of our stopwatches and see what happens. But this is my favorite kind of King of the Hammers that we get to watch when we see so many people in the lead.
We got Robbie coming down Dirty Love, so he's made it through the first beginning rock trail, so he got up at Outer Limits. He'll be dropping into Chocolate Thunder here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So going through the on course, we have Jason Shear coming in through Turkey Claw. He'll be back in here in the main pits in about 5 or 6 minutes. Raul Gomez has made the turn and is coming down to Turkey Claw as well. He's got about that 10-minute gap behind Jason. Go all the way back around the desert loop to Emerson Ridge, and Rusty's there. Cody Miller's there, but Cody Miller's sandwiched between Rusty and Josh Blyther. And just behind Josh Blyther is Randy Slauson.
There's a lot of players in the game right now. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's getting good fun.
This is awesome to see. Awesome to see, but we are waiting to see Jason Scherer making his way across the saddle. We're just kind of keeping an eye out for him, our current race leader.
That's Jordan Pellegrino going across Fissure. It's showing with the legit tag. They'll be going into legit, the trail there on the 3rd lap. But that's Jordan keeping the car healthy. Jordan's had some really bad luck over the years, so to see him running healthy this deep into lap 2 is a great sign.
Yeah, kind of been chasing those new car blues for a few years. He was that car kind of pushed the envelope in a lot of areas, but definitely good to see him out. But look at our desert cam here. That's exactly who. Oh, and there is our current first vehicle on course, current race leader Jason Scherer making his way across the saddle. And he certainly seems to be pushing some good speed through here.
Lower picture, you got Vaughn going up to the top of Jackhammer. It looks like he's going to go up. Is he going to go across the crazy side hill? That's about this turn. That's that turnoff right there. That's the turnoff to Bombs Away. He is taking the regular Jack Ridge, taking the long way around, but it's the safe and a conservative way.
How much time could they pick up there taking that side hill, Dave?
It could be at least 15 minutes.
Really?
It could also be the end of your car.
But it could be the end of the day, yeah. So it's definitely a roll of the dice right there.
Yep.
But 15 minutes is forever in this race.
So Jason's coming back in right now. So if we had Jason in first, you had Raul in second, you have you have Rusty in third, Cody in fourth, Josh in fifth, Randy in sixth on the course. Looks like you've got Kyle Cheney coming around in seventh, Cameron in eighth, Tom Way's ninth, and Jordan Pellegrino 10th.
Look at that
flat left tire.
That's got to be flat.
Oh, that's definitely flat, and that's not the place you want a flat left. Going up the Jack Ridge is not fun.
Based on the fact that we just saw him put one of Lauren's tires on, he obviously does not have a healthy spare right now.
Correct.
Oh, and there we have Raul coming through Turkey Claw right now. So I'll shut it back to the production channel. They'll give us our super secret squirrel math, and we'll see. But here's Jason right now heading into the short course. And I'm hearing that our good friend Miles is down in the pit with Jason Scherer's crew down there. He's got his patented wrench mic, and so I think we're going to throw it down to him shortly and see what's going on.
Thank you, Ian. It's been a great race so far. They're going to check a few things out. Jason Scherer wants some water. They're going to rip some panels off. So what's going on in the front? He's running out of air, so he's going to put a new CO2 bottle because he doesn't have a front locker right now. So they're going to switch out a couple bottles on here so he can have his air locker up front. But the car is looking like it's in great shape, this Keith Beam built machine. Brand new, and it's still out here running strong. And the rear drive shaft has some pretty good marks on it. It still looks like it's strong, but he's definitely kissed some rocks. Remember, his rear end is on the other side, and I was talking to Berger the other day that it's kind of playing mind tricks on old Scheer to place rocks in the certain spots. They are doing a rear tire change as well, but other than that, this car looks like it's in really, really good shape. Just kind of walking through this 4 horsepower, just idling along. Everything's going really good. Keith, Jason Scherer, and Jason Berger getting a quick drink, getting a little snack. But man, everything's looking good for these two. He's led this race more than once. He's won this race 3 times. The only back-to-back champion. Could he be the only one to win this race 4 entire times? We're about to find out. One more lap to go for Jason Scherer as they're still trying to get everything switched out. Looks like Jason Berger and Jason Scherer are pretty calm and collected. Everything's going good. They are laser focused right now, trying to get some visual, but they're just paying attention to the race right now. I'm going to completely respect that of them. They're doing getting the rear tires changed. They're getting that bottle switched out so we can have a front locker. So remember, he didn't have a locker for the entire second lap, so it's going to get a little easier for him. Even the trails get harder. So this is definitely longer than they were hoping for, but he'll get it back out. What were we talking about? A 10-minute split between him and Raul. Scheer started on the front line, Raul, and then we have the adjusted time of the Happy Pappy. So this race is far from over. This is where it's going to get interesting. The cars have been fast in the desert. They're getting beat up in the rocks. So these cars are really going to be put through its paces on this 3rd and final lap. So 200 miles roughly here in just a little bit. But so far, so good for Jason Shear. They're getting everything dialed. Like I said, the whole team is here making sure everything happened. Before they came up, I had a quick chat with Casey Shear, the brother. He said, hey, stay back just a little bit because we got quite a few things going on. Let us do our thing. So that's what we're doing, just kind of keeping our spot away. But, man, the car looks like it's ready for this third lap. Jason's kind of shaking his neck, just getting a little stressed out because they have been absolutely getting beaten and battered out there in the rocks and through the desert. So the rear tires are getting put on, but I think I'm going to send it back to the booth and go wait for Gomez to come through, but it looks like Shear's having a good pit, so we'll send it back. Dave, take it away, buddy.
All right, thank you very much, Miles. Now, we do have a little bit of replay action from out on the course right now. We have a rollover that happened, and the cool thing is this is Ted Dacker. This, Dave, is your old car, you said.
Yep. Unfortunately, it sounds like Tad had a roll. We're going to see here in a second. It's going down Jack North, looks like. Going up Wrecking Ball, excuse me.
That's the worst kind of roll because that's all belly up right there. That's not a that's not a dirt nap on your side. That is a.
You see how big that rock is underneath the center of the car? So the back tire. Give me one more slow motion on that, Tim. When he backs up again, when he backs up on the back right, it starts picking it up. But then the rock rolls up underneath, and the belt it just rolls right off. It just pushes him right over.
Yeah, the physics of this, you can see it right there. As Dave was saying, it basically he just pivoted that rock up. He was centered on it, and it just lifted the whole car off.
That was a sucker rock. Yeah, he didn't see that one coming.
That was terrible. And right now, this is Raul Gomez, our current king, coming in through the saddle. He'll be into Hammertown shortly. On our unofficial Secret Squirrel sort of stopwatch, we watched approximately a 6-minute split between him and Jason Shearer. But Miles is down in the pits with Jason right now, and we'll get down to Miles as soon as we see Raul come in. But right now, we unofficially have about 6 minutes apart. Once they get through this lap and clip the timing loop, then we'll know where they are on corrected time. But the big story is the fact that we have so many other people that can still be in the mix as they head out into lap 3. All right, this is Raul making his way past. That's King Shocks Hill right there, or King's Mountain as we sometimes like to call it. And then he's going to, basically, you can see the short course there. There's Hammertown in the distance, and he's working his way through, and then he'll come into the short course, make his way into the pits.
This kind of gives you an indication of where Raul was pushing to hang with Jason, or if he was conserving, because if he actually closed in on that 10 minutes, and he's not anywhere near that gap now, that means he had speed on Jason coming back in here. And did Jason make it out of the pits, right?
I have not seen it. Does not look like it on that wide shot. Looks like Jason might still be in the ship. But right now, we'll throw to Miles, and we'll find out that information for us, Dave. Take it away, Miles.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Jason Shearer has already left the pit. When I threw it to you guys, he was about 10 seconds behind us, so Shearer is back out. But our current king, Raul Gomez, is in here, changing the rear tires as we speak, and it looks like they're going to change the front as well. They're going to definitely give him some fuel. He's taking a big drink, but Raul Gomez about 6 seconds behind on adjusted time. We'll see how fast this pit was, because Shearer was, I'm going to say about that 5 to 6 minute mark. So, if Gomez can get him out here, he can save a couple minutes here. But Raul Gomez looking good, and I hate to see this, but I see JP Gomez here, so I wasn't aware of that. But JP Gomez is out of the race. Tough break there. Rear tires are on. They're getting ready to switch the fronts. So going out on this third and final lap with fresh Nitto tires, the King Shocks are looking good. This car is in great shape. Laser focus from Raul Gomez right now. This UFO car has only been racing for 1 year. Looks like they are about to ship him out. They're going to finish changing that right front tire, get the jack out of the way. Raul Gomez should be heading out of the pits here very shortly. Yep, there he goes. So that's probably, I'm going to say, about 3 minutes faster than Jason Shearer. So I do not want to see you here right now, buddy. What are you doing, JP?
Just on a Sunday drive, hanging out.
So should you have drove your old car that Robbie's in?
I'll probably jump in on lap 3 for him.
Oh, all right. I like that style. I hate seeing it, but hey, you still got the smile on your face. The current king, your brother, is in second. You got to be excited.
Super excited. I think he's only about a minute or two off Jason, but obviously corrected time, so they were neck and neck. So we're cheering them on. They just did an awesome pit on about a minute 20, 4 tires, so fuel.
All right, well, yeah, I won't keep you. I'll let you do your thing. Hate to see you out of your car, but excited to see you getting in for Robbie.
All right, thanks, Miles.
All right, JP, great job. Gomez Brothers just did a great deal, so I'm going to wait for Bleilers are just right around the corner from me, so I'll wait for them. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, heading back now, we see Eric Miller in the big picture there. He's coming down Jack North. This is one of the areas that we keep him in the rocks on BCPs here because the rocks themselves are actually pretty fun in Jack North, and there's a fire road right next to it. But Eric is down in the rocks, following the course, and making up time.
Yeah, we just saw.
Looks like he's top 15 on course, which would be pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and considering the fact that he started so far back, and right now we now have some official times coming through, or unofficial, official we'll call that. We got 1 minute 53 seconds between Jason and Raul as they came through the timing.
Then Raul definitely made up time on Jason after the flat tire at Aftershock. He absolutely made time back up on him because that's about the same gap we saw before the flat tire.
Yeah, because he was pushing him through that dust and those rock trails, and then we saw that flat tire. So being able to get out, change the tire by yourself, and make up that, we're going to assume, 10 minutes.
So who's playing games here? Is Jay holding back too, or is Raul? Does Raul just push out of his head to get up there? They're going to have to turn it loose here in a second.
The question would be, like you said, is Jason holding back in that brand new car? You know, he's in that brand new car.
I wasn't going to talk about that.
He's in that brand new car. Is he dialing it back to 80% in laps 1, 2, and 3, and then when he heads out lap 3, maybe he turns it loose? But yeah, there is that question. Is there a little bit of that brand new car fear? Maybe holding it back just a little bit while Raul is pushing through there.
I don't think fear is the appropriate word.
No, it's not.
If Jason's holding back, he's calculating, and he's trying to set a pace and keep him Raul where he wants him to be. But for Raul to make up 8 minutes like that, that's telling.
Yes, that is very, very telling for sure. And as we're watching right now, we are seeing in our big picture.
That should be Tom Waits dropping into Aftershock.
Yeah, we're watching that happen right now. But as Dave said, we still have lots of. That's Eric Miller. We just flew by with our drone, and as Dave said, he has pushed hard to get up, starting right at the back of the pack, passing a lot of people, and that is. All right. Oh, and look at this. There's that flat tire that we watched. That is just heartbreaking.
And he's got to go all the way across Fisher Mountain. He is 7 miles of hill climbs just like that until he gets back to pit 2 again. He can change that tire in pit 2 and then come on and home.
Because as we mentioned earlier, we saw him getting a tire from Lauren Healy, so obviously his spare is not in good shape. So he doesn't have an option even to pull over and change that tire, having borrowed Lauren's. Maybe, thinking back on it, they probably second guess it now. They probably should have pulled 2 tires off Lauren's, given him a fresh spare, but they obviously didn't know he was going to cut it 2 miles later in the rocks.
Correct. So Tom has come down Claw. He also took the bypass around Depreciation Knob. There's Cody Miller moving back in the desert. He's still moving. We expect him back here in Hammertown. He should be here in a few minutes unless something's gone wrong. I don't see him popping on the tracker.
Yes, Miller, one of our UTVs that is competing in this 4400 race. They did it last year, and they're doing it again this year. It's good to see these guys definitely know these cars inside and out. As we're watching Tom Ways pick his way through these rock trails, always a fun driver to watch, and good to see him still in the mix.
We're expecting Rusty Bleiler coming into Hammertown here in about 5 minutes.
And that's another one that we want to watch because he started fairly far back as well compared to our current race there. Jason starting right off that starting line and then basically been leading this race ever since. But the amount of corrected time that these guys have in their back pocket is really going to come into play in this race.
So that'll be Tom at the bottom of Aftershock.
Oh, it looks like we got some traffic going on up in this section.
This is where we saw Casey Gilbert stop. We saw a second car stop next to Casey Gilbert. There was a car stopped right next to him there. I can't remember who that was.
I don't remember either day. I don't remember seeing it, but we're just seeing some. It looks like we might see some movement here. I think we were watching this car stopped. Is that trying to see. I believe that was car 90, Dave. Looked like a UFO car.
That'd be Darian Gomez if it's car 90.
Yeah, it looked like. It does look like one of the Gomez cars. Yeah, and he went around that car, so he's obviously sitting there. Yeah, this is that section of the qualifying course that her problem. But we're watching car number 72 make his way through. Oh, and we're going to see Blyler. There he is, coming across the saddle. Physically third on course. We won't know where he is on corrected time until we see him come back through Hammertown and finish his lap 2. All right, I'm just hearing from our crew that we should get Jason into Spooners shortly.
I'm not sure if we did talk about this, but it's confirmed that Paul Wolf is out. I'm not sure what they
Yeah, we did say that. Yeah, it's confirmed.
Okay.
Paul Wolf was out. Yeah, unfortunately, he is out. And that's a shame. See him come out and put on the show and during the shootout on Tuesday night, race the UTVs, charge hard, had bad luck in that race, and then to back it up with bad luck in this race. But as we always say, there's always next year. He'll be back again for sure.
He dominated last year's Ultra 4 Series, Ultra 4 USA. I expect to see him back.
He was everywhere. He even showed up in Kentucky one day. I turned around, there's Paul Wolf, just hanging out, ready to drive a car. All right, so we are watching Blyler. This is our physical third car on course. He's going to make it around King Shocks Hill there. Then he'll be back into the short course and back into Hammertown.
We're about ready to see Jason Shear drop into Spooners again. We have about 4 cars moving, and we're still seeing about 10 cars backed up at the 8 cars backed up at the bottom of outer limits. Only 2 or 3 of them that are moving. Hopefully those other cars are off. Andrew McLaughlin looks like he stopped in there. That's a bummer. But if Andrew's there, that's the kind of guy that's going to be out helping everybody else around him.
Yeah, you know, I wheel with Andrew year long, and he's always fun to be out. But I am here right now that we have Miles down in the pit. We're going to throw it to him. Miles, let's see what you got.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, the Happy Pappy Rusty Blyler number 46 is just doing a fuel and go. All 4 Nitto tires are looking good on this Miller Pro chassis. Everything is going smooth with it. I talked to Barry, and he said that everything should be good to go. They're just taking some fuel, taking some drinks, taking some deep breaths. But Rusty Blyler, can he follow in his son's footsteps? It would be really cool to see him do great. Now I'm getting a visual from him. He's gave me a thumbs up, got a drink, chucked it out. But Rusty Blyler putting some fuel in this Big B Motorsports Miller chassis. Sitting in physical third, the first straight axle out there, and this third lap's really going to play his favor, I feel. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it can shake out for Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy. Looks like he's seconds away from heading out. Here he comes, Rusty Blyler. We should be able to get a time slip from him here pretty quick. Rusty Blyler back out on course. So a great run. So what's that? I'm going to say 10 to 15 minutes, spreading out the top 3. That's pretty impressive. So we'll see who comes through next. We'll kind of try to chase them down. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Miles. It's great to get that info right from the pit. But right now we are watching in our picture-in-picture. That's Randy Slauson making his way through the desert.
It'll be interesting to see Randy's split and the Blyler split heading back out solid axle, and then a little after that we'll see Eric come in here, and we're having a problem with Eric's tracker. It's coming in intermittently. We'll be able to certainly check course compliance afterwards, but we're not getting the updates we want to see.
Well, you say that, David. Right here, I have Rusty Blyler coming through at 3:32, whereas Raul came in through with a 3:28, and then Jason Shear with a 3:26. So a split time of 4 minutes behind the car in front of him, and about 6 minutes behind Jason.
Is that on adjusted time then? Perfect. So you got a Jason Shear's got a 6-minute lead on Rusty, and he's got a
1 minute 50-ish second on Raul, which is good. So
Got a race.
Yeah. Oh, and this is just the first 3 cars. We still have so many. And as you said, Dave, we're watching Jason. He's going to go out through Spooners, and then he's going to head into Outer Limits, which has that traffic that we're concerned about. You know, as we said, Spooners, there's a lot of trails. Spooners, Turkey Claw, a few of them, that there's a lot of different ways to get around everybody. But when you get into Outer Limits, it's if you see traffic, it can be hard to get through.
I'm pleased to see Jack is still moving. The plaque line is still moving up. There's some cars broken at the bottom.
When the leaders come back around, they won't have to go back through Jack again. Now they're going to switch over to Sledge.
Yes, yeah. So as David mentioned earlier, lap 3 they share some trails with lap 2, but then they have a completely different run, and even some brand new trails out there for those lap 3 cars. This is, even though we have 3 cars through, and yes, they're out on that second lap, or out on their third lap, sorry, there is still a lot of rock trails to tackle, and that is still a lot of people to get out there and get through those rocks. We've seen this race be lost on lap 3 before. Just because you're leading this when you head into lap 3 does not mean that you've got this race in your pocket. There's still a lot of work to be done to get through these rock trails.
Just had a question from somebody here in the crowd if Josh Blyther was out, but no, Josh is in. We expect to see him coming in here soon after his father. It should be, based on tracker, it should be Rusty, then Josh, because I think that Cody Miller has fallen back a little bit.
There's Josh right there in the saddle right now.
There he is.
Asked that question. There he is coming across saddle. So obviously he's already made it down through KMC Turkey Claw, which we're showing in our picture-in-picture. I didn't catch who that was. I don't know if that is a lap 2 or lap 1 car. To be honest with you, I didn't see the number.
I think that both of those are lap 2 cars, but I could be mistaken.
All right, as we're watching Josh Blyther come through.
Yeah, the first car over there was Patrick Peterson, still finishing lap 1. And then the second car that we saw moving there was Kirk Jensen in 4401. They're both coming in, finishing their lap 1. Jason coming in, just passing them, finishing his lap 2.
Yeah, so basically what we have here is everyone will be going through that KMC Turkey Claw right now, and I see that Josh Blyther is down. I'm trying to see if Miles is over there with his wrench mic or not. All right, so I'm getting a yes, 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 yes. Miles, take it away.
Another solid axle machine. Josh Blyther, a former King back in 2020, is in here in the pits, and he is just like his dad. Fuel only, check over the car, give me a drink, but everything is looking good for Big B Motorsports, sitting physically 3rd and 4th on course, and I believe that's where they're going to be sitting on adjusted time as well. So 2 IFS out front, 2 solid axle right behind them. We do have a race on our hands. This is going to be a race to the finish. Can't wait to see how this shakes out in the next couple hours. It's going to be super fun to see it come together, and again, probably about under a minute for Josh Blyther to give out a quick thumbs up. Josh Blyther in and out in under a minute. The Big B Motorsports crew did a great job getting them in and out of the pits in a hurry. So it's going to be a fun last lap. I can't wait to see how it shakes out. Ian, back to you, buddy.
Thank you very much, Miles. But right now, Dave, we're watching our leader, Jason Shearer, up in Spooners right now.
Yep, dropping down. He is making a pass on the right.
Yeah, so this would be lap traffic that we're watching Jason get around. I started an unofficial stopwatch here as we cut to Jason getting into Spooners, so we'll be watching to see when we see Raul get in there, because we saw him make up a pile of time after changing that tire when they got back in here to finish lap 2 and head out on lap 3. So we fully expect to see Raul maybe just a couple minutes behind Jason into this section of Spooners.
So the tires looked healthy. And Nittos are renowned for being able to have good trail, like they last in these rocks. However, Jason and Raul both changed all 4 tires healthy, and Josh and Rusty both just put fuel in.
Splash and go, yeah.
Yep.
You know, that's a good point. You know, yeah, it does take more time to put 4 new tires on that car, but to have 4 fresh tires right before you head into these rock trails, we saw it just play out with Vaughn and Lauren pulling over and just changing that flat on Vaughn's car and leaving the dead tire in the rack on the back, Lauren giving him a spare tire, when realistically now he's wishing he would have got another tire because he's struggling with that left rear flat through the rocks. But right now, this is Jason Shira. We're going to jump back and see if we can find where Raul is behind Jason. Oh, no, that's the car that he just passed. I got all excited there, Dave.
So it looks like there's three
lap traffic.
3 lap traffic moving. We're going to get a sighting on Raul.
We're working our way down this canyon with our drone, looking for Raul. Oh, is that him there, Dave? Is that him? It's hard to tell on that wide shot. That looks like it.
That's not.
That's
nope.
not him. That's more lap traffic. Based on the speed of that car, I'm going to say
that's Raul coming down right now.
Be Raul. Really easy to spot the difference between Raul and everybody else.
It's not more than about 3 or 4 minutes back then. I mean,
no, he's really close.
Spooners is a 7-minute trail for these guys.
Yeah, it's really close.
And Jason's not through the bottom yet. Now Raul really needs to get by those 3. He wants to get by those 3 lap traffic before they get to outer limits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if Spooners has got a lot of passing lanes. Outer limits does not have those passing lanes.
Yeah, it's got, as Dave was talking about, those choke points. What those choke points end up being is you're just in a situation where really the only line to take is through certain sections of the course. It's just the physical geographic setup of the trail. You can't get around it. Or if you do try to get around it, which we've seen in the past, like when we used to run backdoor in the days we'd have a choke point on that ledge, you'll sometimes make huge mistakes or big risky moves and risk the car trying to get around through those choke points. But as Dave said, Raul's going to want to get past. We saw 3 cars between Jason and Raul, even though he's only about 2 minutes behind Jason right now on the course.
Just got some breaking news coming in. It looks like that Eric Miller is having some issue and has dropped off the pace.
Oh, that's terrible news, because we've been watching Eric pick his way through the traffic and through everybody on this course. He's been doing such a great job basically coming in and reeling everyone in that solid axle car. So if he's having problems now and is off pace, that's just bad news for the Miller Racing team. So I saw Raul make 1 pass, so he still has 2 cars between himself and Jason right now.
So not only does he have to catch him, but when he gets to the bottom, he's going to have to still take the third lap rocks at the bottom, which are probably about another minute and a half compared to that bypass. So his potential, he could pass those guys. They could pass him back while they're on the bypass too.
Oh.
Sounds like Vaughn has made it to remote pit 2. Do we have video of that? He got in. If he got there, he can get some healthy shoes and keep on fighting.
Yeah, he won't be happy that he drove that long on that flat tire. Definitely put him off pace. You cannot keep up race pace in these rocks with a flat tire and keep the car together. It's just not possible. All right, so we're watching Raul make his way through this trail. I've seen him pass one of those cars on lap traffic, but I don't even see the other 2 in front of him. He's got to reel those guys in and get in front of them, as Dave said, before they get into outer limits to get around those choke points.
It's a good pace, though. I mean, where you're at in the race right now, this still isn't going to decide it. When things are going to get hard here in a second, if a single-seat driver wins this race, there's no argument anymore. This is not a single-seat track.
It's impressive to say the least when they go out and do it. It's a testament to that is, years ago. All right, but right now we're going to throw it out to Tiffany Stone. She is out in remote pit 2. We're going to get an update from her. Let's take it away, Tiff.
All right, so it looks like Vaughn Gittin Jr. has come in. This back rear is just shredded. They're trying to get it off right now. Lots of things are happening. Just look at that tire and wheel. They've also re-racked in the back just in case. Vaughn's also getting some snacks over there. All is well over here in the Fun Haver camp. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Always good to get those updates from way out in the middle of nowhere. But we're going to take a quick break from the action here. Just a reminder for everyone who's watching at home, if you don't want to break from the action, head on over to kingofthehammers.com/live. Subscribe to that premium feed. Become a member of King of the Hammers, and you won't miss any of the action coming to you live from the lake bed here in Johnson Valley, OHV.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
Dana's involvement with King of the Hammers includes our sponsorship of the EV spec class with our Spicer electrified e-powertrains. Dana is here not only to invest in the next generation, but also to provide the next step of technology that's needed to race in the desert using electric technology.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Welcome back, world, to the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Nitto Race of Kings, and we have three-time king Randy Slauson in here. They're putting some fuel in. Once they're done fueling, they got a couple little things to TLC, but they're not feeling too concerned about it. And this bomber chassis is looking like it's in great shape. These King shocks with this King wrap on it are looking amazing. I mean, this is one of the OG cars. Obviously, the design is OG, but this car's only a couple years old. Simple, light, functional, and it looks like it's running great. You know, some of these cars are built super beefy, but this is simple, and he keeps it going. And the front bumper is, he's gave somebody a little bit of love. But big thumbs up from Randy Slauson. This is great. This is what is coming down. Physical fifth position. Randy Slauson should be coming out of the pits here in just a couple minutes. They're hoping to be about a 2 to 3 minute pit. But again, the car looks like it's in great shape. Everybody's doing their thing. Put some fuel in. But again, the car, I'm walking around, other than the front bumper, he's kissed some rocks or the back of somebody's car. But other than that, this thing's good. I'm looking at the drive shaft. I've seen a lot of scrapes on a lot of people's drive shafts. I see none on Randy Slauson. So he is a magnet. You know, he's doing great in the rocks. They're checking a couple links, tightening some bolts. But other than that, I think this car's in great shape, ready to battle on lap number 3. It's crazy to see. We knew Dave said this is going to be a tough course. 2 IFSs out front, and then the next 3 are solid axle, and this is going to be a tough last lap. Roughly 200 miles in total. It's going to be fun to see how this plays out in the next little while. But Randy Slauson seems like he's right in the zone. Some people have been a little too laser focused down here, but he's got it going. He's calm. He's wiping his visor, taking a drink. And like I said, the big thumbs up, so I love to see from him because they acknowledge, yes, we're doing good, but we're letting our team do our thing. And it looks like he'll be taking off here in just a few seconds, taking a little snack, a last drink. Looks like Randy Slauson's ready to go out and battle here in just a second. What a great pit by everybody so far. Everybody's doing good. It looks like, yep, he is about to take off. So Randy Slauson is heading back out for his 3rd and final lap. Another great
And listen to that horsepower right when he gets back on. In the pits, it's only 25 miles an hour. As soon as he hits the course, he was wide open. He's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch under the Bronco Arch. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Miles. As we watch Blather make his way through Spooners, Dave been making feverish notes on who's where on course. So, Dave, what do we got shaking out for our top cars out there right now?
Jason Shearer and Raul Gomez have both made the turn out of the bottom of Spooners and are going back up outer limits. Jason's probably going to be passing the fork here. He's already done it, which will get him back out of traffic, but now he's back here into bigger rocks. Those two guys are on outer limits, and then you step back a little farther back, you see Rusty coming down Spooners right now. Josh should be entering Spooners just behind him. Randy is the only other person through the top 5 through lap 2. Cody Miller is now stopped at the bottom of Turkey Claw, still sitting 6th on course. It looks like Cameron Steele and Hunter Miller. So Cody Miller is stopped at below Turkey Claw, but Hunter Miller and Cameron Steele are coming. We should see them in Turkey Claw any second now. In fact, if you go to Turkey Claw, you can see Cameron coming down it right now. After Cody, Hunter Miller, you have Tom Ways, 321. John Webb, 4468, just getting out of Aftershock, and back there you also have Vaughn Gittin. Brian Crofts, number 9, has got the motor cooled down. He's hanging with Vaughn right now. I just saw Casey Gilbert and Dan Fresh moving again too. They were both having problems earlier, but they're moving up Jackhammer.
So that's a great little update from Dave right here in the booth. But right now also, we now have Randy Slauson in and out of the pits. He did clip the timing loop, so we have some times for him. So Randy's out on lap 3 with a 3-hour 42 minutes. So he is 5 minutes behind Blyler. He's 10 minutes almost exactly behind Rusty, and then he is, let's say, another 14 minutes behind Raul, and just under 20 minutes behind our current race leader, Jason Scherer.
Never over.
But as Dave said, the big question here will be when our race leaders get over into the next trail where might see a little bit of traffic for them to contend with.
This is a wrinkle for this year. Normally you have the same opportunities to go into the pits, but on lap 3 this year we don't give them the opportunity to go back to pit 2 after outer limits. They have to go directly to Thor's Hammer and up Thor's and up Blue Dot, then they can come back into pit 2 at that point to get fixed up before they hit King's Veto. I believe that King's Veto will, one of these top 5 will not make it out of King's Veto.
You know, and you mentioned that, and we talked about this earlier. We saw our 2 leaders come into main pit, get 4 fresh tires, probably with that understanding, looking at the race course, knowing they've got to hit so many serious rock trails. They want 4 fresh shoes on their horse before they hit in. Where with the Blylers, we saw just a splash and go. Same with Randy. We saw him take 1 tire and then head back out. You're asking a lot of these tires before they're allowed to get back into another pit.
I think that was a calculated decision by the Blylers not to take another 2 or 3 minutes. They knew they were starting to lose a little touch with the leaders, but now they're going to be in a sweet position coming back up. I think by the time we get to the top of King's Veto, you will find a solid axle car back within 5 minutes of the lead.
Well, we've seen this multiple times, especially when we get it, like you mentioned before, King's Veto, King's Graveyard. Those we saw a few years ago where we saw the Lasernut car running away with this race and just get eaten up by that trail. You're asking a lot of these cars to get through those trails. It can be very, very difficult. So as Dave said, we fully expect to see a solid axle car up there. And right now in our top 5, we have 3 solid axle cars, both 2 Millers, and then of course Randy Slauson and his Bomber Fab car. Both excellent vehicles in the rocks out there, ready to tackle this course on lap 3.
Great seeing Brett Gagebro out there, 4473, getting up idle issues now. He's cut through Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, he's coming.
Let's look at our multi-view here and see all the. We have like 40 different shots. Let's see what the cool stuff is out there.
Yeah, and for those of you at home watching, if you're questioning this, if you get on that premium feed, this is an option for you. You can get this multi-view, see all the cameras that are out there. There is like 40 some odd cameras, including the drones, out there watching this race. You can watch this at home, see exactly what Dave and I are looking at right now. As on our main feed right now, we're watching Blyler make his way through Spooners as we're waiting to see our race leaders pop back up on one of our cameras.
That's still Rusty, right?
Yeah, I believe that is Rusty still in that section.
A little darker green car.
So that would be our physical 3rd vehicle on course. That could be Josh, actually, Dave.
It's 46 and 41. We're just looking for a number.
Yeah, as soon as we see a number pop around on that.
41. So that's Josh Blyler.
That's
so
Josh Blyler. So
Rusty should be about down at the bottom of outer limits now. That's Josh coming down, chasing him down Spooners.
yeah, so as we said before, as David mentioned, we have the leaders are going to head into outer limits. The problem with outer limits is the fact that we have so many choke points and there might see some traffic. But we're watching right now.
Jason's already out of the top of outer limits. Jason's here out of the top of outer limits. He's caught back. He's now heading across the goat trail towards Big Johnson and then to Thor's Hammer. I know we have a camera in Thor's Hammer. It'll be very interesting to see how he gets up that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the split that we see there. Obviously, Jason made quick work of that trail, but right now, and we're watching Cameron Steele will be our next car back into town. It's good to see him able to keep that laser nut car moving out there on the trail. Always good to see them working their way back into Hammertown. All right, so we are watching Cameron make his way around King Shock's Mountain, and then he will be into the short course and back into town.
Tim, can you send somebody over from race ops to me so I can get some information about
As we watch Cameron make his way through the short course, I'm just waiting to hear from my good buddy Miles, Miles down the pit with his patented wrench mic. Pick up our drivers shortly and get an interview from them in the pit. He's been doing a great job down there all day. All right, so we're going to throw it down to Miles. Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. Cameron Steele coming in, doing a fuel stop. They're also going to pull the hood off because it feels like the transmission may be leaking a little, or slipping a little bit. Earlier on, they had a little windshield on the dash to keep the cold air out there, but it was hurting the cooler, so he kind of overheated his torque converter a little bit. So now they're worried they're going to top off the transmission just a little bit and hopefully get him back there running strong. But Mike Kim and Cameron Steele, yeah, big thumbs up. Yeah, he's giving me the. He's still out there. He's still in the top 10. Oh, here's our first UT. That's one of the Miller brothers coming through. So once I get done fueling, I'll see if we have enough time to have a quick chat with Cam. Looks like they are done fueling. Everything going all right there, Cameron?
You know, we've been dealing with some kind of grumbling or like some kind of like clunking, and a lot of the time we don't have first gear. Like just now we tried to climb it low to go into Turkey Claw and it wouldn't make it. We had to back down, and then we re-engaged low in second and got it to grunt up, and it made a couple big clunks. So we're putting a little more tranny fluid on it. In it. It was better when we left last time after we put tranny fluid in it. And I want to say I love you to my wife and kids.
Well, thanks, Cameron. Great to see that. Hopefully that transmission fluid does fix that up. They'll get the hood on this Monster Energy Laser Nut 48. He's definitely in the top 10. Had some issues early, has a little bit of issues now, but this race is far from over. Like Dave just said, he suspects one of the top contenders to drop out in King's Veto, so it's still anybody's race. Looks like he's just about a few seconds away from heading out, but this car is an absolute work of art. Love seeing this IFS IRS with portals. It's almost a spaceship out here, but it's running. It's here. We'll see if they can make it to the finish line. We'll see where they shake it out. What a great race we have. It looks like Cameron Steele will be heading out for his third and final lap. He'll be heading on out. He will be heading through the Bronco Arch with the white flag a-flying. Cameron Steele heading out for his third and final lap.
In these cars, if they're running a turbo 400 or a 4L80, what can happen if the fluid starts to overheat, it causes what's called washout inside that fluid, which means the fluid is still there, the transmission is still good, but sometimes the fluid just cannot engage the clutches. And based on what Cameron was saying, it sounds like what's happening there. Adding more fluid will help, but how long they're going to be able to keep that together is the next question.
And it's not where you want to be heading into lap 3.
No, you are going to be working the heck out of the fluid. For those who are watching at home and here in the live stream, the thing about an automatic transmission is that fluid's got a couple jobs inside there. It's going to lubricate everything, and it's working as a hydraulic. But right now, we are watching Tom Ways come down the KMC Turkey Claw.
So Cody Miller's moving on tracker. He'll be heading into town. We'll get Miles talking about him in a second, but Tom Ways will be right behind him.
Yeah, I believe he's about 5 minutes behind Cody, and then we'll get him into town. But right now we've got, as we said before, the story of the day is Jason Shira leading this race from the green flag. Raul Gomez hunting his way through traffic, our current king, and is basically putting pressure on Jason. And then right behind him, Rusty Blyther, Josh Blyther, Randy Slauson, 3 solid axle cars making their way out onto that lap 3 and heading in. All right, so we also have Hunter Miller. So I got some times here, Dave, as everyone's come through. Hunter Miller appeared around a 3:58 coming through.
Yeah, Hunter was running the top 7 or 8, and then had that problem down there with Turkey Claw. Sitting in 6th still right now.
Yeah, excellent job for him. And then right behind him, Cameron. Cameron at a 4:02, so that puts him just over 30 minutes behind Jason as they came through the timing loop here in Hammertown.
But here in the interview, I wouldn't be worried about the time as much as I'd be worried about the mechanical condition of the car.
Yeah, the downfall is, as we were just talking about, if Cameron's saying that he's basically losing forward gears in that car out in the rocks, that fluid's either overheated, washed out, and the transmission is just not able to hydraulically hold the clutches or the bands. In the case of that 400, if it's first gear, it's actually a set of clutches that need to hold it in place. If that fluid's washed out, that transmission is going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, and then he's going to be fighting that problem for the rest of the day.
Just got word that we're clearing the last car off of the outer loop, the desert loop. Tyson Snell's coming back now, and then that loop will be cleared out. I want to thank the United States Marine Corps again for giving us the opportunity to race across the base. It's a good race course out there, but we're done there for the year. Now we're all in the rocks.
All in the rocks. Yeah, that is great to have that last car. As David said, the Marine Corps allows us to use that land. That is basically carve it out for us during this race for special use out there, which is super great to be able to use that big desert loop as part of this race. But right now, I believe that is our camera in. Is that our camera in Thor?
That is Thor's, but he's great shot. He's coming down Big Johnson right now, so he's taking the bypass down Big Johnson. Neither one of those is Jason, so we should see Jason Shearer coming down Big Johnson again. That's the sand hill coming off of Lower Big Johnson, breaks down to the left right there. They drop in here. They're right at the bottom of Claw right now. That car in front of us is going to turn to driver's right and go down to Claw. Same with the car behind him. But when Jason Shearer gets down here,
he'll be turning the opposite way.
He's almost going to go straight across the course right there, because right about where that car's at right now is driver's left into Thor's Canyon. We expect Jason coming in there in about the next 2 minutes.
As we're watching.
There you go. See the speed coming in?
Look at the speed.
Look at that.
Yes.
You
Look
can
at
see
the
the 2 different cars.
That is Jason.
there's 25th and there's 1st. And
yes.
You can see the difference in speed coming down.
Yeah, that was. You could see it just coming around that corner.
That's Raul. That's Raul.
Yeah, at the front of that car definitely is Raul's car right now. So where?
So Jason already up into Thor's right now. He is. He is.
So we missed Jason coming through there. This is the traffic.
We didn't miss him fly the drone over that way.
I believe that's a set of sticks. Oh. All right, so that is, as Dave just said, that is Raul coming down Big Johnson, caught up in some traffic, and we are only assuming that we missed Jason coming through this section, and that Jason would be in Thor's already.
Jason's already in Thor's. We can see him on the tracker. We're going to reposition the drone in a second. You'll see Raul peel out driver's left around this guy and come over the sandhill. He'll make the pass before they cross the sandhill. There we go. We're moving directional towards Thor's. And there goes Raul around that car, dropping into Thor's.
All right, so we should see this, and we should see, here we go. We should see, hopefully get to see Jason here shortly. We got it. All right, so while we watch this, we're going to throw it down to Miles for a little bit of information from the pits.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, so we had Hunter Miller in here just a moment ago. He took some fuel, and he had a bolt in his seat come out, so they had to dive in there, get the seat because he was starting to shake around a little bit. And now we have Cody in here. He was down for a little bit. He broke some axles. They were talking about changing the front diff, but apparently they're calling an audible on that. So we have 2 Can-Ams still running strong up front. So both Hunter and Cody Miller running strong in these Can-Ams, really proving that they have what it takes to battle with the big dogs. We'll see how it plays out, but lots of racing yet to come. But yeah, both Miller brothers still running strong. I do know Kyle Chaney dropped out with a broken transmission, who has won the UTV race 3 years in a row. So tough break for him. Lots of attrition setting in today. Lots of action out on course. But these Can-Ams, we'll see how they'll shake out. Right now we have 2 in the top 10. It's pretty interesting to see. They're working on something the front. Can't quite tell what they're working on. Looked like they were playing with some steering. Thumbs up. So Hunter Miller's going to try to chase down his brother Cody. Cody Miller's going to try to chase down Cody. So lots of action, but it sounds like Tom Ways may be coming in soon, so we'll try to run around there and check that out. So we'll send it to you guys back in the booth.
Thank you very much, Miles. It's always good to get that info from down in the pits. But right now what we're doing, if you're watching on our big screen, we see our little drones kind of hunting through the canyons looking for our race leader.
So that drone's probably about 2,000 feet above Thor's, looking down on Thor's right now. Raul's in there, but it looks like Jason's already gotten out of Thor's Canyon, which is impressive. When they get up on top of there, they have a fairly easy canyon going through Blue Dot, which is another new one this year. They come into RP2, and then they go up Kings Veto. And I've watched them. I mean, I don't know what's happening there. It could be easy, it could be hard.
We just got to wait and find out. But yeah, as Dave said,
I have a feeling the Rock Gnomes had visited Kings Veto last night. So
yeah, we were watching Raul, expecting to see Jason a lot closer to him, but as we pulled the drone back further and further and further, we just couldn't see Jason. All right, so I think we did find Shearer here.
That's not Shearer.
That's not Shearer. Getting some bad intel in here. But this is the trail, just so you know, this is the trail that we're watching as Dave is talking about. We're talking about Thor's Hammer as they head up this section. We saw Raul in this section. We just couldn't find Jason. So as Dave saying basically the tracker, he's just shot through it incredibly fast.
We will see Jason coming down Choose Your Own Adventure into Pit 2 then. If he's already through, I would say that's Jason down the bottom of Blue Dot, guaranteed. So that car moving down there in the bottom, just got past the top of NSA, and that's Jason coming up through Blue Dot. Not a terribly challenging trail, really beautiful. Lots of more optional rock trails out there to play in. Tom Waits did not stop for fuel and move through, and is still 7th on course, going back out on lap 3.
Yeah, that's impressive to have him not stop, basically blow through here and keep going. Still headed out on lap 3. So basically what we have right now, that's
Raul climbing up the top of Thor's.
All right, so as Dave said, this is Thor's Hammer. This is lap 3 rock trail. So that is Raul making his way out of this. And the fact that we're watching him struggle but didn't see Jason at all shows how fast Jason was able to get through here.
So you see these cars, when they're in their comfort zone, they can pretty much move through rocks. When they get to the point that they're on the very edge of the capabilities, they're heavy. The sway bars aren't your friends at that point, and that's where Raul's facing it right now. Is he's at the very edge of what that car can do relative to how deep those rocks are.
And I think that what you don't understand at home, and until you've been out here wheeling or even recreating or close up one of these races, you'll see as soon as that vehicle loses forward momentum, what happens is all 4 tires are instantly digging holes. The sand out here, the rocks out here, they're so loose. If you lose that forward momentum on these rock trails, you're just basically sucking the car down into the dirt. It makes it incredibly hard to keep that momentum. That's the key, and that's where Jason's got that experience on his side. So much time in the driver's seat out here in the Hammers, driving these rock trails, just being based, as my good friend Jim Marsden calls it, the hammer flow as Jason works his way through.
This looks like Jason. Jason turning off to Choose Your Own Adventure right now. He's out of Blue Dot, and Raul is past the hardest part of Thor. So I would say Raul could do Blue Dot in about 6 or 7 minutes, which should be still the gap back to Jason then. Jason is coming down Choose Your Own Adventure right now. So they're 1 trail apart. I would assume Jason will come into the pits before he heads to Kings Veto. If he doesn't and just goes straight to Kings Veto, you know he's feeling it, and you know he's feeling a healthy car.
Yeah, if he's, and that's the one thing, you know, we talked about this being a new car to Jason, but obviously he's got a lot of seat time in it, and he's doing incredibly well. Let's just play a little game here, Dave. If Jason wins, would this be the first time ever we've seen back-to-back first car brand new cars, because we saw Raul win in a brand new car last year.
John
Beat
Reynolds
that new
won
car.
in 07.
Well, we'll call that, yeah.
Shannon Campbell won in 08, and then Jason Shear won in 09. They were all new cars.
All new cars, yes. They're all new cars
Jason
when they show up on the lake
Jason built
bed.
that car in 09. He built that in Shannon's parking lot in a month.
I remember that, yes. All right, but right now, as Dave said, we're watching our current race leader on our big picture. That's Jason Shearer making his way through the desert as we're watching Raul make his way through the rock trails. This is vehicle 1 and 2 on course. And right now, as it sits, we have only had 9 vehicles make it back through Hammertown and head out onto lap 3. So I'm going to come from the bottom to the top. So in 9th place right now, Cody Miller. Right in front of him, Cameron Steele, then Tom Ways, then Hunter Miller, Randy Slauson, Josh Blyler, Rusty Blyler, our current king, Raul Gomez, and then our current race leader, Jason Shearer. And just to give you an idea, we are looking at roughly 40 minutes between 1st and 9th place as they came through.
Hey, I got Josh and Rusty Blyler stopped in outer limits above the fork but below the top rocks. That's right at the climb going out of outer limits. It doesn't shock me to see cars stop there because it's usually you have to get set up and climb the line.
Hit it. But to see
to
two cars,
have father and son both stop at the exact spot is something to keep an eye on.
It could be a situation where the one benefit they do have running both pretty much identical cars, it could be a situation where if one is broken, maybe they're flipping coins to see who gets to keep going.
It's also, I mean, I doubt they're winching. Those guys can drive through those rocks, but if they had any problems, that's the place that have them, and maybe they're just helping each other get through.
It could very well be, yeah, as Dave said. But right now, this is Jason Shearer in our big picture, making his way into King's Veto.
This is the first really big rocks they've hit. Thor's has gotten kind of played out. It was loose and powdery, but there's no way to get it to turn these rocks into powder. They're going to be interesting to see now that.
So Dave, did he not go into remote pit too?
He did not go into remote pit.
So as you speculated a few minutes ago, you said if Jason skips remote pit 2, he feels that car is in good shape to jump in there right away. So obviously he's feeling like he's got a good horse underneath him, and he's headed into this rock trail, which is no joke.
Which will, if it hasn't gotten the pressure on Rule yet,
it will now.
When he comes crests over to choose your own adventure, gets radio contact with his team, gets the update that Shear didn't stop when he's in King's Veto, he's going to know his car's healthy. And so this line, the line originally was to the left. Now the guys are shooting this hill on the right. It's pretty hairball because if you don't keep the mow up and keep momentum on top, you're going to fall into those rocks. Jason got up on top. Slides down right now in the heart. If you can get another 20 feet, you're through the first real obstacle of King's Veto.
And it's hard to see this from home, especially from a drone, because we're basically shooting it from straight above. But that climb right there, as Dave was saying, that's an incredibly difficult climb. Especially, it's not so much if everything goes right on that climb. If everything goes right, it's just a climb. But when something goes wrong, the consequences are serious, not only to you as the driver, but mainly the car. You're going to put yourself into a position that you cannot get out of.
He's gotten through that first one. It's a little technical for a while, and then there's the last climb out, but he's doing great. So Raul has just entered King's Veto as well. So this drone shot, King's Veto is a very short. It's only about 1/8 of a mile long.
Yeah, so we should see Raul popping up in our screen very, very soon. And look, there's Brian Crofts moving again. We saw him earlier out of the car with overheating problems. So obviously he let it cool down and got back out. So he's made it through KMC Turkey Claw. So that'll put him into the saddle and headed back into town at this point right now. But right now we're watching Jason make his way through, and we should see Raul, maybe not in this shot, but if we pulled back a little bit, we'd be able to see him coming up that trail shortly.
I'd be interested in seeing them stay on Jason now and then comparing Jason's line to Raul's line
to see what happens. Yep.
So there's basically where the rock he's climbing over now just basically high centers you. He's going to go through and he's going to jump up to the right around the rocks at the end here.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting to talk to Jason about this car, how he kind of wanted to play that game of I want to build a car specifically for this type of race, that meld of, high-speed desert, legit rock crawler. Jason have such a history of rock crawling, but look at that. He's made his way through there, just like you said, Dave, up and over and around. Making his way through the rocks in that car, throwing a little bit of a roost when he loses that front, but We're just waiting to see where Raul is in this trail as we're watching Jason make his way through it. The other thing to remember, as we talked about before, Jason is out, and I don't see Raul in that wide shot, Dave. Oh,
yes,
there
yes,
he is.
Yep,
just popped out from behind that rock. So now the question is, how long is it going to take Raul to get through this trail?
I got 12:23.
All right, I'll start an unofficial secret squirrel stopwatch here. So we just saw Jason clear. Now, we talked about this. Jason is running that brand new car single speed transfer case in that, so it doesn't have the benefit of the low range ratio. I'm not 100% sure what Raul has in this Joe Thompson UFO car. Probably a good chance he has the same, where a lot of the other competitors will be running that more traditional transfer case with the ability to shift from high to low, but certainly didn't slow down Jason in that trail. As we're watching, Raul right now is basically on the exact same line that we saw Jason. He's fighting his way up this climb right now.
He's taking that line that I was talking about, the momentum on it. He's got to get up high. He's got to get up high, driver's right. If you fall back down into those rocks, there's just big holes. The left side gets swallowed up by the holes. You can't get any more momentum going up.
And this is where, you see these UFO, these Joe Thompson cars, they're so long. They've got to look at this. I think he's going plan B at this point, Dave.
He's going back to the original line. Nope, he's still going to try
he's
this.
just resetting, yep. There we go. That was it. Made good work of it. Got a lot of weight on the back end of that car.
This right line sets you up better for the crossover. So these rocks that are about to cross over now are difficult this direction. They're downright impossible when you come up from
that
the
left-hand side
line.
of that trail.
You see how he's sloughing down on the rocks?
It's just so loose in there.
The farther he sloughs down, the bigger the holes get, and you just can't get out of that.
Yeah.
Now he's behind that rock on his bulkhead. He now has to commit to going to the middle line.
He's fighting his way through it as we're watching him
work.
sort of pick his way through, but he ended up pulling it off. Good job.
He's not there yet.
He's not out yet. He's still in the mix.
He's really wishing he was 10 feet to the right now.
Yeah, 10 feet to the right is a lot smoother than where he is right now. Oh, and look at this. It's just gonna keep pulling him to that left.
It's so steep, and he's gonna keep sloughing off, and he's gonna end up going backwards down the original line.
It's hard to see from this drone shot because we're at such an angle, but what Dave is referring to is basically every time he's trying to climb to the right, the gravity is on the left-hand side of that car. It's pulling him down. And when he loses traction, when he hits that loose dirt, that sand in there, it just basically slides that car to the left, and he's just getting into a mess.
I think our drone shot just had to go back and get a fresh battery.
Probably. He's been in there for a while, and that's going to happen. But we did I believe that is Jason right there.
No, he's come up. So as the flow of course, he's now come up Kings Vito. He's now going up the no-name trail, and he's coming back down Dirty Love. He'll be back into Chocolate Thunder here in about 3 minutes. Then he's going to come back over to
Sledgehammer, yep.
Well, first he's got to go up Wrecking Ball, Bender Alley, Jack North, then Sledge. I don't know what happened to Sledge last night either.
It all just depends how much partying was going on in Sledge last night, Dave. It's hard to tell.
Yes. The paving crew or the destruction crew.
Yeah, it's one of the two. It just depends who was in there, and was it a bunch of Toyotas or was it something else?
Hey, hey.
I had to throw that at you, Dave.
The Toyotas are taking the rocks out of the trail, not stacking.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, I guess I should have said if it was a bunch of Jeep JLs in there, we'd see a lot of stack on Dave.
This is where I no longer have the opportunities to say whatever I want to say anymore.
You just don't get to say what you want to say anymore. You can always preface it with, well, in my opinion.
And with all due respect.
With all due respect, put that rock back.
I think your car sucks.
All right, so as we're watching Jason, he's been leading this race now for 4 hours and 3 minutes. Started on the front line, and as Dave said before, 9th time taking off from that starting grid. That's
9th time in a row.
9th time in a
on
row,
the front
I should
row.
say that. Yeah, that's even more impressive when you say that. Yes, 9th time in a row, which just proves the pedigree that Jason Shira has here out at King of the Hammers. He's never counted out for the race, but as we always say in this situation, it's not over yet. He still has work to do, and right now we're watching Brian Crofts, or as I like to call him, Brian Crofts Campbell, with a hyphen in there.
Oh, no. That joke is so 2020.
All right, watching Brian Cross make his way back through the saddle, and he'll be headed back into Hammertown. And I believe that he will be our, just look at the
Blidlers are both moving. They've gotten past the waterfall in outer limits. I'm going to check on timestamps and see who's actually in the lead there.
Yeah, we were watching them on the tracker. We saw them both stopped. As Dave said, they are both moving.
They're within seconds of each other. Too tough to tell on that. We're going to visual on them when they come into Thorzo here in a few minutes. We'll be able to see both those solid axle cars go through with Thor's and King's Vito the same way the IFS cars just did.
Yeah,
See how it differs.
and we'll see what kind of, if it's faster, looks smoother, looks quicker, how it looks, but we'll just be able to get it'll be a great sort of comparison side by side of the two.
So just staring at I just zoomed in here looking at the trackers, checking on Rusty and Josh, and this 4448 guy, I'm not sure who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Sleason. Oh, Randy Slauson. Yeah, Randy Slauson sitting there in 4th place. Or 5th place, and he's right behind the Bleilers coming up outer limits.
And that, we didn't see him that close to them when they came through the pits. We'd have to go back and sort of get some unofficial timing on there. But yeah, if he's made up some good time making his way up through the rocks.
That's Miller coming in the end of Turkey Claw, coming down, finishing his lap 2.
Yeah, so I got some unofficial information that unfortunately he's running a little bit off pace, which is a shame. We saw him reeling cars in out there in the race course, but I think he's fighting a mechanical issue trying to get through. And right now, that is our current race leader, Jason Shearer. We lost it. Oh, he's back.
Showing Jack North, they're actually picking up as the drone in that valley. He's now out of Dirty Love, crossing over the valley, heading past Checkpoint Dolly and over to Chocolate Thunder.
So we'll see him come down Can-Am Chocolate Thunder, and then he'll head back out a few more rock trails.
All the crowd there in Chocolate Thunder, get ready. Here comes your leader.
All right, but I'm here, and we got Miles down in the pits with some info for us. Miles, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. It's supposed to be just a fuel and go. Now they're talking about something with their rear axle. I don't really see anything too pressing at the moment. This car looks like it's in great shape. Nitto Tires holding air. This Campbell Enterprise single-seat machine is doing a great job. Brian Crofts did shut the motor off. But remember, he did have some overheating issues earlier. He's giving me not a thumbs up, but not a bad day. Having a few issues, but that's what it's all about. You got to adapt and overcome. Putting some fuel in, not much other action going on it. The rest of the car looks like it's in pretty good shape. And we keep talking this single-seater. It's going to be tough on this 3rd and final lap. Lots of tough. Okay, that's what there's a crack in the rear housing, not the actual diff tube, but the support going to the 3-link. So he does have a crack in his rear housing. That we'll see if it can hold up or not. But it looks like they're going to send him back out and see what happens. But it was a good run for Brian Cross. And he shut her right back off. So not quite sure what's going on with Crofts up there. He made it about 15 feet and shut her back down. Looks like they're going to put him back up. Maybe they didn't get enough fuel in it. So while we kind of try to figure exactly what's going down here, I'm going to throw it back to the booth. Ian, Dave, take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. But right now, this is our leader.
I want to see if I can hear the crowd from Chocolate Thunder from here.
I'll bet you there'll be some cheering up there right now. As we watch Jason Shearer, current race leader, coming down Can-Am Chocolate Thunder. And in our picture-in-picture is our current king, 2nd car on course, Raul Gomez. And we're just going to wait and see how much space we got between them. All right, so here is Jason making his way up. Idle issues.
Sounds like they pulled Brian Cross back into the pits, and they are going to weld up that rear axle housing on the 3rd.
4-link, David, the support.
4-link,
yeah.
Yes,
He said,
I
heard he said it wasn't an issue, but I mean, if he loses one of those links, especially going fast through the desert section, it's not going to be a happy day.
It's a triangulation thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
I read about it.
Those are, you can always use more triangulation, Dave. And if you get that joke, you've been out here for a while.
Bleiler will not.
All right, as we in our picture-in-picture right now, we have one of the Bleilers. Their cars are so similar colored, I can't tell which one it is.
Yes, that's accurate. So the Bleilers tracker is a little bit farther behind, and he is out of Thor's. So that's Rusty or Josh, I can't tell. Tracker's delaying a little bit, but he is at the top of Thor's right now.
So he's made it through Thor's. Physically third on course right now.
Right about that spot that we picked up Raul when Raul was struggling. It's the exact. That's Josh, not Rusty.
Yeah, we talked earlier about watching the difference between the IFS and the solid axle car make their way through. This is a different angle that we had, but this is where we saw Raul being pulled down to the left. You can see that Josh was able just to get a little bit better steering angle and get up where Dave, that's where you said he wished he was.
This is the hardest rocks at the top of Thor's right here, and when Raul came up, he came up middle line. There was a line that started opening up later as the trail got matured up a little bit. Josh is taking high right, and it's going to kind of fall into the line. Wouldn't be able to pull that off in an IFS car.
No, and it also looks like he was getting hung up on that left rear, but he looks like he was able to make it around a couple of bit. That's a perfect example right there. We saw him go hard left, hard right. You can see how much steering angle you get to whip those cars through the rocks. As Dave was saying, the IFS car just wouldn't have been able to pull that off.
The other thing that's actually probably helping Josh here more than even the IFS and the solid axle and the steering angle is with a front engine car compared to rear engine cars.
Those climbs, huge difference.
Once you get the weight over the rock, you're pulling up.
Yes.
As opposed to having to pull all that weight up behind you.
Yeah, that was one thing we were about to comment on with Raul, and then he ends up making the climb, is yes, having that front engine, having that weight up front can definitely be very helpful when you're making these steep, loose climbs. So that is Josh, physically third. We don't see Rusty, and we're just assuming that the trackers aren't updating as fast as we want, because we saw them basically almost right on top of each other. But I think I'm assuming that might have just been the tracker ping was off by a little bit. But in our top screen right here, this is Raul Gomez, our current king. He'll be headed over to Can-Am Chocolate Thunder, where we just saw our current race leader, Jason Shearer, come down through.
Okay, so we have Raul has moved out across the valley, back over towards Jack. He's actually just crossing the top. He'll drop down to the valley, crossed over to Jack North, to Wrecking Ball, go up Wrecking Ball and up Bender Alley. Jason's probably just passing the gatekeeper right now of Wrecking Ball. Let me check the tracker.
All right, so there is Raul making his way across that ridge as we just saw Josh, and we're pulled out to see if we can see any traffic behind him, but we do not. I see a dust trail.
That's Thor's. Randy or Rusty have to be in Thor's.
They've got to be in there somewhere. The question is where.
Yep.
And here comes Gomez making the turn, coming into Can-Am Chocolate Thunder. As we said many times today, this is running this way they're qualifying. This time he's running it backwards. We just saw Jason come through here 2.5 minutes ago, approximately.
Oh yeah, I was off. I thought Raul had already cleared Chocolate Thunder, but he's just coming down into it right now. Were you taking a time split on Jason?
About 2.5 minutes is where we're at right now.
Okay.
So 2.5 minutes behind the pace of Jason. Jason obviously just blistering through right now. And we'll see Raul will make that left-hand turn up through idle issues. All right, but right now I hear that Miles is down with Shannon Campbell down in the pits. We're going to stop down there and see him. Miles, what do you got?
Thanks, Ian. Shannon Campbell's down there. They're doing a quick fuel and go. Obviously, we saw Cross down there getting everything welded up. They're going to finish welding on that thing. They're going to change a couple tires now that they had more time to look at his car. But it looks like they're hopefully just a fuel and go for three-time King of the Hammers winner, Shannon Campbell. This Monster Energy machine looks like it's in great shape. These Nitto tires are taking a beating, but they're still here. Kind of looking at the axle, just like we had on Brian's, and it looks pretty good on the back end of Shannon's. The Dragon Slayer's still looking good.
I'm trying to lose track. He's probably about 12 through. That's a guess. That Shannon Campbell getting ready to take back off here momentarily. Looks like he's ready to go. I'm gonna get out of the way. Shannon Campbell out. And I saw Lauren Healy down there, and I saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. down there doing a pit, and I saw Lauren Healy in the pits without a fire suit on. So I'll run down there here a little bit and have a chat with him as Eric Miller comes blazing through. Not sure if he stopped over with the Blylers or not, but Eric Miller's still on the run. Number 21, heading through the Bronco Arch as we speak. White flag is flying. So I'll throw it back to the booth, and I'll go see if I can find Lauren Healy.
Thank you very much, Miles. Well, as Shannon trips the beams there going out on his third lap, he has moved into currently 11th place, but he's not physically 11th on course. That's the adjusted time, so he has made up a lot of time. But right now, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley OHV. Remember, for those of you watching at home, if you don't want to miss any of the action from today's Nitto Race of Kings, head on over to kingofthehammers.com/live. Become a member of King of the Hammers, and you'll be able to see all the action non-stop coming to you live today on the race.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride for the path less traveled. It stands strong where the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Early because we have breaking news right now, Dave. We have action on the race course. What is happening out there?
It's Josh Blyler heading up Kings Veto. This is the same place we saw Raul kind of slough off the hill, but Josh is struggling in the same way. This whole thing we talked about solid axle versus IFS, and the solid axle isn't.
It's not making us correct in the way we assume it's going to happen until he hits it right there and makes fools out of both of us.
Yeah, when he drives by this and flips us off to the camera, then we'll know he heard us too.
But but the question is, how far is he off from Jason and Raul right now?
The gap is getting big. Jason is now probably halfway up Wrecking Ball. Raul's should be coming across to him now, but Josh still is still 4 or 5 Charles away
before he can get to where they are right now. We still have to see him get all the way through here. Got to run the ridge, come back down Chocolate Thunder. So there's a gap. That's a huge gap.
And he's not walking King's Veto, and he's 3rd place. We haven't seen Rusty come out of Outer Limits yet. It looks like Randy Slauson is. We should have visual on him in Thor's Canyon in a second. Unfortunately, we have the same drone gets us both in King's Veto and Thor's, but we'll get back over to Thor's in a minute once Josh clears here.
But while we were on break, Dave, you were talking back to our production crew. We were speculating when we're going to see Jason come back. We threw a timeout, and you're like, no, we got a little bit more time, because there's still one other serious trail that these guys are going to have to contend with out there, right?
There's a couple more serious. I mean, Jason's going up Wrecking Ball now in Bender Alley, which they've done already, but there's a lot of guys broken over there because it's not that terribly easy.
Yep.
Once he clears that, we haven't seen Sledge at all today.
So he has to get into Sledge.
He's got to go in through Sledge, and then he's got to go up legit. And I know Eric spent
about 9 hours on legit, changing a rear ring pinion. I know that they found some bypasses around it, but they still have to get down through the pinch rocks at the bottom. And after that, it's a pretty straightforward climb. When he gets through legit, then you're on the home straight.
But as you just said, when he gets through legit, it's not just like, oh, when he's finished with that. It's a serious trail that, as you said, has taken out some of our drivers out pre-running and basically causing some damage. And we've seen this race before. We've seen drivers in the same position with where Jason is, where Raul is, comfortable lead, get into the last rock trail of the race, and something happened. So this race is not over yet as we watch Josh Blather fight his way up through Thors.
So he has fallen off the upper line. He is now on the lower line. And
this is when you were talking about earlier. This is where you were saying you don't want to be down in there.
It's big rocks. Big rocks, big holes. And they're all loose, so even when you think you got something planted, it just rolls out from underneath you and you end up back in that hole in the dirt again. You just don't get traction.
Well, and what we saw that happen earlier with that rollover. You get on one of these rocks that's not basically anchored into the ground, and it gets pinched up underneath you, high centers you, and then you're just on for a ballet ride because you're completely off the ground. As we watch Josh get reset, find a new line, it looks like he was almost going to pop out, but he's still fighting that.
It's steep there, man.
And there, before David, that gets up there, slides down off that hill. It's hard to get that perspective here on the race course because we're shooting this from a drone. We're probably 100 feet above them. But when you're basically driving sideways through that to try to get out through that rock section.
Yeah, but he's already cleared it now. He's got this last little climb out. He'll be out of King's Veto. So, well done, Josh.
So there we go. So that is physical third. This is where we saw Jason make that turn. We just saw Raul come through there. So that's 1, 2, and 3 physically on course. The next time we'll see Josh will be when he comes around and makes his way across and into Chocolate Thunder. That'll be the next when we see that vehicle make that next big move. Right now, we're just watching more action from elsewhere.
Joe
on the
Thompson
race
right there, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that is Joe Thompson out there. And
evidently, according to his wife on Facebook, he makes badass cars.
He does. He builds badass cars.
The first place trophies they have hanging all over the race shop. He told me that too.
Oh, and there is Randy Slauson.
That is
Dave, we're waiting to find Randy.
That's coming up Thors. So he's at the very top of Thors.
So we were waiting to see where Randy was. Randy was 5th when we came through, but he's obviously we're assuming he's past Rusty. Yeah, we haven't seen Rusty. Do we see Rusty's tracker moving, Dave, or is it?
No, it's delayed. They're in the canyons. So we're getting delayed track, but Rusty and Josh, Eric Miller, those 3 cars were all having weird, slow tracking. Not bad, just slow tracking.
Just the pings that come out of those canyons sometimes don't update exactly when we want them to. So at one point in time we were watching, it looked like we had both Josh and Rusty sitting still. We were only speculating what was happening there, but we do believe that Randy has made a pass on Rusty in his Bomber Fab car as he makes his way up Thors.
He's over Thors now, and he's dropping down into Blue Dot. Looks like Cameron Steele has made it out of Outer Limits as well now.
Cameron Steele, another one that we were watching. Cameron came through and is currently sitting in, when he came through at the end of lap 2, 9th position.
He's either in 5th or 6th, depending on what we find with Rusty.
Yeah, so we've watched Cameron pick off a few vehicles. We're just sort of speculating on the tracker right now to see where everyone is. We saw Shannon Campbell come through and then on time pick up a few people. He came through, obviously, physically on course. He's behind a few cars, but based on timing, he landed in the 12th position.
So with Jason coming down Jack North, he'll be coming around and dropping any minute now. He'll drop into the Nacho Dip, which is the sand climb we dropped in.
I just had a chicken sandwich.
On our way over to Sledge is.
That was Hunter Sparrow on Fisher Mountain.
All right. So we're waiting, as Dave was saying, goes through that Nacho Dip heading into Sledge after that.
Now when he gets down to the bottom of that hill,
Everybody else has turned left all day to go up Jack. He's got to turn right to come down, go around Sledge. That looks like Josh coming down Dirty Love right now. He'll be heading over to Chocolate Thunder here in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, and that is Josh in your picture-in-picture. Right behind him is Randy Slauson in our main picture.
But he's still 4 trails down to first place right now.
He's still got some work to do.
Yeah, Josh has got to go through Chocolate Thunder, Her Problems, Idle Issues,
and there's
Wrecking
Jason.
Ball, Bender Alley, Jack North, and Jason's dropping into Sledge right now.
Yeah, there's Jason heading into, as Dave was calling it, going through the Nacho Dip, and then he's heading up into Sledge.
Sledge is, I mean, the Plaque Rock fell over about a month ago. It was really hard, then it was really easy, then it was really hard, then it was really easy. I don't know, I haven't seen it today.
And I was watching everyone head out and basically pre-run, play on it all week. So as Dave said, we don't know what was going to happen, but look at the amount of crowd out there watching. Great spot to see this race is right up there, right before they go to Sledge.
The first night I ever spent at the Hammers, I slept right there.
That's a great little tidbit of information.
Drove down from back door at from Big Bear at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I found Sledgehammer and slept for an hour right there on that sand.
All right, and we're watching Jason make it through that. This is a serious sand wash that he's driving through. It takes a lot of commitment. It's so loose.
This is a serious bypass. The rocks are to the left. It's the fast way. There's no way to legislate this, and the rocks are kind of nuisance rocks anyway. And I've watched guys get messed up on that hill, up on the sand up there. But Jason will go up here, will be out of the sand here in about another 200 yards. He'll go into the Z turn, and that's when the rocks get real again. Him getting through the, getting across the plaque line at Sledge is his next big obstacle.
Yeah, we watched a lot of the most of the UTVs pull cable up that section. We were watching. I'm trying to see, is that a shadow on his left front? Or I think it's just a shadow. That tire looks okay. It looks a little loose. But I think that's just the way the light is hitting it. But as Dave said, he's going to make his way through the Z turn, which is kind of comes up here and turns left. There's a little bit of a climb there, and he gets into the rocks on his way up to the plaque line. That left.
That front left is flat.
Good. Yeah.
That front left is flat. Let's start looking at his spare. The spare is completely full, so his front left is flat. He might not even know it yet.
Yeah, I was watching him make that turn there, Dave, and
He just realized it, though. As soon as the front left carried the momentum, he knows it now, though. If he didn't know it before, you can see the wrinkle.
See the wrinkles, yeah, inside there, yeah.
So in a second, Berger will be getting out of the car probably to winch the plaque line. Then they'll confirm for certain that the tire's flat. Did they change it there? Or did they do the same thing Raul did in the bottom of Aftershock? Did they fight through Sledge with on three wheels?
Yeah, and that's a tough decision to make. Jason cannot be forgetting about the time that he pushed the car too hard with flats and ran out of fuel.
And then let's not. He's got one more spot at remote pit 2, but he's got to get through Sledge, the third and fourth canyon of Sledge, and then legit before he gets and Z-Walk before he makes it back to remote pit 2. So
and there's Berger jumping out right there. You called it, Dave. He's jumping out right now to go and pull cable to get up through the plaque line. We watched anyone who's been keeping up on.
He's going to look at the front left.
And
he's still winching.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to pull cable up. There is a winch anchor up above this
This
ledge.
is a Warren winch recovery point. We got factor 55 ropes up there, and they are going to be able to get 2 different winch points. One, they could take the standard line around to the left, which he's not doing. He's going across the middle.
And I think we're watching. Is this Raul fighting traffic down here? That's Raul fighting traffic. Because yeah, he's got to close the gap up here, but this will be lap traffic that Raul's fighting.
He's coming down Jack North now. He's down in the gully of Jack North. He'll be dropping into Sledge in the next minute and a half, which means he's only about 3 minutes behind. He's a tire change behind Jason Scheer right now.
Unfortunately for Jason, yes.
He's a tire change behind the lead is what he is.
Yeah, and yes, that left front definitely
And
flat.
getting through those rocks on 3 wheels isn't fun, and there's no place to change it there anymore.
Not right there.
Now that they've left the bottom of the plaque line, he's committed to the mailbox.
Yeah, he's going to make it
before he
all,
can change tire again.
Make all the way up. Yeah, and when they came through Hammertown on lap 2, it was a minute 53 between the two. So with Raul closing this gap right now, and then as you said, Jason has to change his tire. Where this is the spot, this would be Raul's time. This is kind of playing out similar to last year, where we had Jason and Raul just nipping at his heels all the way to the end. And based on the fact that we saw a co-driver just run up the trail, I think they're committed that they know they're going to be pulling cable at least one more time on this trail because of that flat tire.
So the plaque line used to be the hard spot, but it's the 50 feet after the plaque line where Jason's at now is significantly more difficult.
I think especially in the IFS
He's
car,
through
just
it.
the width. But it looks like he fought his way through it, but there still is. We saw people have trouble on this left turn yesterday, and at the width of the IFS cars, they kind of get pinched a little bit in here. We saw a bunch of the 4800 cars having to winch through here, which we were surprised at. I think it actually has gotten a little bit dug out up here on this left-hand turn, right where Jason's about to go. You can see his co-driver running up.
And the left front's not pulling. I'd be shocked if they go past the mailbox and don't change that tire.
I agree with you. I think probably they're just. I think the idea that we're looking at right here is the reason he's staying out of the car is he's going to run up there and get ready, pick a good spot to change it. And Jason is just pushing through here. And I think you're right, Dave. I think he's going to run up there and say, "Hey, I'll be up here. Let's get ready. Let's change his tire." I think we're going to watch him change it. And then, unfortunately, we see Raul go around him?
So I know there's a lot of there's plenty of jokes you can ask Jason Berger if he does CrossFit, but the fact that Jason Berger might be the most fit human being I've ever met. He's now sprinting up Sledgehammer.
Yes, whenever I watch him do that, I feel bad about myself. But right here we have Shannon Campbell, and right behind him, Eric Miller. We saw Shannon come through and end up in a. We're watching. I think we might see. I think we're going to see Eric make a little bit of a pass right now. And this is Blyler right now. We should see him in through Chocolate shortly, I believe. We see Eric putting pressure on Shannon right now.
Yeah, so Rusty did get clear. He is coming down Dirty Love. He will be dropping into Chocolate Thunder here in 3 or 4 minutes.
As we're watching Eric and Shannon. Now, Eric Miller came through lap 2, 3:46. Shannon Campbell physically behind him.
They talked
4:07.
They talked about Eric being off the pace,
but he's certainly.
This is Gomez dropping in the sledge right now. He's
all right,
in sledge.
Yeah, this is where we just saw Jason a few minutes ago.
We stick with this. We're about if Raul can clear. Now Raul's a single seater.
It's hard.
Stick with this shot here, production, please, because we're about ready to see Raul Gomez the same place that Jason had to winch up. Raul is either going to drive it or winch it, but if he has to winch it, he's doing it by himself.
Yeah, so that means getting out of the car, unbuckling himself, getting out of the car, climbing all the way up, hooking it up, then climbing all the way back, engaging the winch, then pulling it up. So he's going to make this Z-turn left, then we're going to see him back into the rocks and head up that block line. This is, as Dave just said, this is the race. This is both these drivers pushing hard on each other, and we can only imagine right now while this is happening off camera, Jason's changing a tire.
Right now, yeah. Right now, Jason's sitting up at the top of the plaque, probably changing a tire.
Yeah, he's up at the mailbox. Hopefully it doesn't take time to put a sticker on the box, just to change the tire and get on out of there.
If anybody doesn't know what the mailbox is, up atop of Sledgehammer, which is about where Jason's at and where Raul's going, Vic Valley Four Wheelers put the mailbox up there probably 2 decades ago or more, and it's been a landmark ever since.
Yeah,
so.
It's amazing. It's still there, and whenever you run
I'm surprised Eric and Shannon are dilly-dallying like that. Usually Eric gets pretty impatient sitting behind somebody, but he seems to be content where he's at.
Well, just a few seconds ago, we saw him pop out and make a little bit of a move, but I think you're, as we said before, he's running a little bit off pace, and this is probably why he doesn't want to make a huge move here. But here we are. This is right where we saw.
Whoa. So that's Brian Cross. So check this out. Brian Cross has left his car. No, who's that? It's not Brian Cross. So Raul's trying to drive it. Someone's there. Is that Darian Gomez?
Yeah.
Is that Darian Gomez? He's got a Nitto.
It's hard to see on this small screen, but we're going to jump it. But look at that, Dave. I
believe that's Darian Gomez. We saw him broken at the bottom of Jack. He ran around. That's his dad. He has run around. He's running up and he's pulling winch for his pops right now. Yep, that's Darian right now.
That is some great, because we
that's 100% within the rules. We can't have outside assistance. Raul can't get help from his team, but he can get help from any other driver on course. And that help was in the form of his son right now pulling the winch for him.
And that takes some strategy right there, because as you said, he's come from a completely different trail, ran all the way over here to get ready.
He ran out of steam at the bottom of Jack, so he's run up sledge. Isn't terribly far.
It's but it's still up Jack. That's still a lot of work.
But they planned it in advance. I'm not planning Darian being broke, but when they knew Raul was in the position he was, they were prepared for this situation, which is good stuff.
That is
good stuff.
That is some great teamwork, and that is basically adapting to the race as it unfolds. They were like, hey, listen, this happens. You've got to get over there and help him. He can't get out of the car because, as you said, Dave, this is the race right now.
Yep.
Him winching at the same time. Jason's at the top of this trail changing the tire. Yeah, making excellent. We're watching that, as Dave said, perfectly within the rules. The rules here are very clear. Another competitor can help you when you're on course, and that is great to see him running over to basically come up and winch him right now.
We're going to try to bring this drone up a little higher and see if we can see the gap to him and Jason. If you go up about another 1,000 feet in elevation, you should be able to see the mailbox from that same drone.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick up and see if we see Jason there, that's bad news for Jason. If we don't see Jason there, that's good news for Jason, because this is Raul's spot right now. He's made it up the hard spot, made up the plaque line. This next turn here, it's a little bit tricky, but we saw Jason be able to make it right up through. But we should be able to see Raul make it through here. When he'll turn right, head up a little loose climb, and then he'll be at that mailbox. If we see the back of Jason's car in a second, that's bad news for Jason. I'm kind of looking we won't see it here. We got to get around that corner. Here we go. All right, so here we go. He's flying, he's following Raul up. We're looking for Jason Shearer up here in this sun, where the sun is basically broken through. Take the left. If Jason's changing a tire, he'll be right up. There's the mailbox. I see no Jason Shearer.
Jason Shearer's cleared the mailbox area, so I would assume he has changed that tire before he left that area. We'll see Raul join that two-track going to the right. And
see a little bit of dust there, Dave. Just a little bit of dust. So
yep.
Can we see Jason, or are we just seeing the remnants of his dust?
When we pick up the next camera in legit, we will be able to find out what the gap is.
All right, so I'm hearing that we are...
That's the third canyon of Sledge. A lot of fun obstacles in there, but for these guys, they're eating around the edges.
Yeah, they're just
keeping speed up.
Yeah.
When they get up to the top up here, they're going to turn to the left, stay in the third canyon of Sledge, and then this year we added a fourth canyon of Sledge for him, which has been around for a while, but we didn't never run it before.
Probably one of the best parts about this race, we talk about it every year, is right now we're looking for Jason, but the fact that the race course changes every single year for these drivers.
Jason's already through the third canyon of Sledge.
I was going to say, I see nothing moving in that canyon. So Jason they changed that tire fast. That was a fast tire change, because as we said, we saw Raul make his way up through there.
Jason's in legit.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to throw it down to Miles. I think Miles is with the Gomez camp down there. Maybe we'll get a little bit of information on that strategy that we just saw play out in Sledge.
Thank you. And yeah, down here with Marcos Gomez, we saw Robbie Gordon come through here just a moment ago and just did a fuel and go. JP was supposed to get in the car, but Robbie stayed in. He took off like a rocket, so we'll see if he can come from the back of the pack. But I got Marcos Gomez having a little bit of issues with the left rear of the car. Tough break, but you're still out there running.
Yeah, I am started 30th today, moved through the field, came in 2 minutes behind the leader here first lap, and then turned it on the second lap, got a left rear flat. I made a horrible mistake. I tried changing it in a little soft stand, broke my jack, came down on a tire, and then I broke a couple studs. So
well, tough break. It sounds like I'll let you get your thing. Marcos, always good seeing you, buddy. Hope you get back out there going. But lots of action down here. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Miles. As we just saw a second ago in that screen, we saw Jason Shearer, and unless I'm mistaken, Dave, it didn't look like they changed that left front tire at all.
We got a lot going on there. First of all, the tire wasn't changed. Second of all, I'd heard about the bypasses on legit, but I just saw Jason do like 40 miles an hour of legit, so yeah, flat tire and all. He's only got one hard rock trail down, Z-Walk. He's got the Masters course, he's got Aftershock, and he's got Turkey Claw.
and either he's got a fresh tire or he doesn't have a fresh tire.
Yeah, it was hard to tell, but basically
He does have RP2 again one more time.
so he could get in there for a pit for a tire change, but we were watching and we just kind of looked over it, and just based on how we saw the sand reacting to that left front, we speculated that he would be at the top of Sledge changing that tire, but we're assuming right now that maybe he did not. Maybe he just blew on out, and that would put his gap ahead of Raul where he wants it to be.
Yeah, he's already out of legit and moving forward. Raul has not gotten to the third canyon of Sledge yet, at least on tracker. We've talked all day about one more obstacle, but there's not many more left.
Yeah, so we can only speculate right now that he's still running with that left front flat, but as Dave said, he can get into remote pit one more time.
He could get into remote pit 2 on just a wheel at this point if on front left. If it went away to just wheel, I'm certain he's running liners. And maybe that's what the thing is. He's running on the liner into RP2 and just, instead of taking a 3.5-minute tire change in the field, he's making a 2-minute tire change and hoping he doesn't give up a minute and a half on fissure on a liner.
Yeah, and then the question would be, what does Raul, how much time can he make up while Jason is in that pit? But Jason right now definitely has a good gap between himself and Raul, who's right behind him. All right, so right now this is Randy Slauson. I believe he's already come down Chocolate, and that looks like he's headed up Idle Issues.
Yeah, he's just pulled out on the bypass of Idle Issues, going around. He'll drop in the top of her problems right now.
That would put him, I believe that's fourth? Physical fourth car?
Physical fourth, yes, he's after Raul.
Yeah, so physical fourth.
Physical third.
Oh, physical, so is he?
Yep.
No, we've seen Josh. Yeah, we saw Josh come through that.
That's right, Josh is already up on Wrecking Ball, I apologize.
Who we've lost is Rusty. We've lost Rusty. Josh has already gone through. So that's physical fourth on course
I thought
right
he
now.
was done. I guess he's still moving. That's my kid.
Awesome, good stuff. There you go, Dave. That must be a good moment right there. This is fun to see. You get that's as Dave just said. That's his son out there racing.
Thanks to Brian Reed for giving him a car to race. That was the car they flew off Jackhammer last year.
Good to see Bailey back out here in 4,400. Saw him come in, I believe it was third place in stock class yesterday. I was a little worried for a little bit when he was out there. I stopped in and saw him when he came off the podium. I said, we keeping an eye on him, and he had me on my edge of my seat for a while, but it was good to see him come back in and grab the third spot on that box.
Yeah, it was a good race yesterday. Congratulations to the Ford Performance again they've literally clean swept the year.
Yes, yep. It's great for them. And now we're watching him, watching Bailey working away in this desert section right now. Moving quickly. Oh, and there's Raul right there. So our unofficial Secret Squirrel stopwatch says that he's got about a 5-minute gap between himself and Jason.
They got it on me this year, Ian. They got it on me because that trail was fun and hard and a game changer, and they found ways around it. I didn't give them enough VCPs.
What Dave is referring to.
I am
next year, Dave.
Motivated for next year.
So what Dave is referring to right now is Dave goes out. They set this race course. They choose what's called VCPs, what's virtual checkpoints. They put virtual checkpoints on the trails that the drivers have to go through.
Cameron.
So yeah, that looks like Cameron Steele right there on a picture. As we get more info on that, we'll jump in there. But the VCPs are spots that the drivers have to go through on their tracker. But the VCP, as David just alluded to, once you figure out where the VCP is, you can sometimes find a bypass around that trail.
I left the VCPs off of that trail because it was hard enough as it was, but they found ways. Now that's Cameron winching backwards on King's Veto. So again, this is the same line. Remember we said stay high right? He's sloughed off. He's probably getting winched back out onto the line so he can try to make that right. I bet with an independent car front and rear, he is completely high-centered right there.
That is the one downfall to those independent cars when they get unloaded. And here we have, right now we're jumping out to Blyler.
This is Rusty.
That's Rusty moving again. We kind of lost him for a while, but we're seeing Rusty moving again on course, which is good. But as David said, those independent cars, that Laser Nut car is four-wheel independent suspension. And when they get high-centered, it's very difficult to get any traction. So we Watch that car, laser nut completely rebuilt that car, and it now has a winch on the back and the front, so they're able to winch themselves forward and backward, which will assist them in that situation.
That's Rusty and Bender Alley.
All right, so we're watching Rusty make his way up, as Dave said, through Bender Alley. We can only speculate as to what happened to him as we jump out.
Jason is on Z-Walk right now. Let me see if we have for production over there.
So Jason, our current race leader, Dave was just checking the tracker. He said that he saw Jason out on Z-Walk on the trail. Both Dave and I were sitting here assuming that he had changed a tire at the top of Sledge, but he did not. He looks like he pushed through on that flat. The question will be, does he push it all the way to remote pit and get a change? And then what does that do for Raul? We're unofficially, we've got a 5-minute gap.
He is practically down Z-Walk right now, judging by the tracker, and Raul is on top of Fissure. So they're still going after each other there. Big step back to Josh, and then Randy.
So Jason Shearer, as we said before, sitting on the front row 9 years in a row. The last time he won this race, it was very similar to this, where he took off from the front row, led it all day long. We can only assume that he's feeling good in the car. We speculated a couple times during the race where we said, hey, if he's not feeling good in the car, he's going to drop into a pit here, where he did not. He just kept going. So I think he feels like his car is working well for him. Brand new car for him this year, as he said, basically trying to build the ultimate combination cars, high-speed desert car, hardcore rock crawler. They came at it with a whole new game plan, and so far today, it's been the right decision. That's all right. All right, so while we watch, there is Randy Slauson right there.
He should be heading up Wrecking Ball. Yeah, that looks like Wrecking Ball to me.
Wrecking Ball to me, yep. So he's making his way through that section. So 1, 2, 3, 4, just so you know at home, we're watching Jason Shearer, followed by Raul Gomez, behind him Josh Blyler, and then Randy Slauson. That's our physical 1, 2, 3, 4 on course. Jason, we have an official Secret Squirrel stopwatch going, and we think there's about a 5-minute gap between Jason and Raul. But as we said before, he does have that left front flat. Maybe he pushes it into RP2. 5-minute buffer heading into remote pit for a tire change has got to be a good feeling.
So who's that right behind Randy?
Behind Randy, I don't know.
It's lap traffic.
Yeah, I didn't see. We saw someone behind Randy, pushing him up through that show. But obviously, as Dave said, that is lap traffic.
We're tagged here as Jack North, but that's actually Wrecking Ball. He'll be coming up and turning right here at Krusty's plaque and going on to Bender Alley.
All right, so we're watching Randy make his way through here, and as Dave said, he had a little bit of lap traffic behind him.
Hey, so tonight when we get a little darker and it's the show time kind of starts dragging on, we're going to bring back an old faithful thing.
What's that, my friend?
Do you remember when we did Roxy After Dark?
Yes.
Roxy's going to come and hang out with us.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
That'll be great. Always good to see Roxy. I got stopped over there yesterday to pick up a little bit of swag. If you're in Hammertown, don't forget, go see Roxy at the merch trailer. Pick up some King of the Hammers swag. She always does such a great job over there. All right, so now... All right, so we're trying to hear from Remote Pit 2. We're trying to speculate whether or not we're going to see Jason head in there for a tire change. I'm trying to look on our big multi-view here to see if we can see where he's out there. But what we've been, Dave and I have both been speculating all day long is, are we going to see?
That's Robbie Gordon coming down Spooners.
So that's Robbie Gordon in that Joe Thompson UFO car out there. That's very good for Robbie. He's going to be feeling good about that. All right, but I'm hearing that we might have Shearer in here. We're waiting to see if we have Shearer coming into remote pit 2 here shortly as we watch Robbie Gordon make his way down, which is good to see.
So Jason did not come into the pits. He's through the Masters course, or he's going to the Masters course right now. Now, can we have Tiffany Stone up there in pit 2? Can we confirm he didn't stop in the pits?
So right now we are hearing that he did not stop in the pit, but we're just going to double check with, we have Tiffany Stone out there in the pits. We're going to see if we can get any info from her. Because we've been watching Jason with that left front flat, and both Dave and I have speculated that pretty sure he's going to be, he would be changing it, but if he's just going to push it hard on that left front flat all the way through the rock trails and back into Hammertown, it would be a pretty serious move for him.
We're going to see if we had replay there of Josh getting up Sledgehammer. It looks like he drove it based upon the momentum he carried back to the winch points. It looks like he drove by that, getting up to the top of the mailbox right now. So Josh Blyler through Sledgehammer. Jason Shearer down, coming into Aftershock. I've lost the tracker on Raul, but I would assume he's coming into pit 2 around this time.
Yeah, we're just waiting to hear back on up from Tiffany Stone is up in remote pit 2. We're waiting for confirmation from her. Did Jason stop in remote pit 2? If he did not, did he just keep pushing on? Where is Raul stopping in remote pit 2, or is he going to keep going? As we watch, as Dave said, we watch Josh basically clean through Sledgehammer. Good job, Josh. It's going to come up to the top, the mailbox, and then into those next few canyons. That is your physical third car on course. And then the next car we should see coming through Sledge up the plaque line will be Randy Slauson in that bomber car.
He's still a few minutes away. You've got Jason coming into Aftershock now. Raul is through pit 2, coming down the Masters course, still within a couple minutes of each other. What a great race. That is Shearer coming down Aftershock.
There we go. There is Jason Shearer coming down Aftershock. Oh, we just lost that camera, unfortunately. We'll try to get that back really quick for you. But we're still popping up all kind. And if you want to see exactly how many cameras we got going on out here, get onto that King of the Hammers premium feed, and then you will get to see exactly how many cameras we got broadcasting from the middle of nowhere. But yes, we do have confirmation that Blyler was able to drive Sledge clean, no winch at all.
I don't know if there's enough difficulty left. Unless Jason or Raul will have a problem, there's not enough difficulty left in this course for Josh to be able to make it up.
For Josh to reel that in.
Just based on speed.
Just based on the time that we've got between the two of them. So right now the question will be, we're at, as Dave just said, they've kind of cleared all the hard rock trails that could possibly give Josh what he needs. They've pushed out the backside. So right now we are speculating that we have Jason Shearer leading, Raul behind him, and then it will all come down to adjusted time when they get back into Hammertown as our drone chases Jason right now through the rocks. And the next question will be, when will we see Raul come down through here? All right, so we're watching Jason make his way through here, and the question will be, if we get this drone up high, spin around, or get another shot, we'll be able to see, do we see Raul? How much time they got between them on adjusted time, Dave? Look at the starting line.
You're the smart guy over there.
You're going to make me do math here. So it's actually not a lot. It's Jason left, obviously starting first line off. Raul was basically right behind him in fourth position. So it's a minute, really.
It's 1 minute.
1 minute. So as long as Jason can keep that 1 minute gap, and we have our unofficial stopwatch showed us right now he has a 5 minute gap. But I want to get a look at that left front tire on Jason's car. But right now we're going to spin this drone around. I do not see Raul yet, but let's see when we see some speed coming down this canyon. He's got to be coming.
We had this exact same conversation last time ago. We don't see him, and then we just saw him drop right over the rocks.
Yeah, we came right over that little hole. But
what great work by our drone pilots, production. Thank you very much. This has been 17 years of us trying to figure out how to do this, and
These guys are the absolute best, and there's Raul right there.
And there he is, and he's moving too. He knows he's reeling them in.
Let's look at the tires. Front right, healthy. Front left, healthy. Back left, back right, and the spare looks full.
All looks good, so he's in great shape.
We have a replay coming up. It sounds like Jason did stop in the road pit too. Here we go.
Yeah, so we have Tiffany Stone up there, so we're going to get some review of that. So that is Jason Sherritt changing that tire. So there you go. You saw we speculated, and yes, Dave Ewan, he made the right decision. He came in there and changed that tire.
Great work.
All right, well, my good friend Jim Marsden is back here with me in the booth. I'm going to hand off my headset to him and let him take over a little bit. We'll probably have Ricky back up here shortly. I know Ricky and Jim like to be here when 1, 2, and 3 come back into town, so I knew I'd see you sooner rather than later. I'll take a break. I'll come back. Dave has promised me he's staying until midnight. I'll be up here until the last car crosses the line, so maybe it'll just me, Dave, and Roxy closing this thing out, which will be kind of like legit old school. Might as well bring back the Hey, let's bring back the pirate van,
We'll
Dave.
get camo out here. We can do a raffle.
I was going to say, if we get camo up here with a sketchy-looking van, it'll be like good old 2009. All right, Jim, take it away. Thanks, Dave. This has honestly been awesome calling the race with you.
Thank you, Ian.
It's been so much fun.
Guy Roll is definitely still making pace down the rocks. So, production, I'm going to ask you got a drone pilot out there on Emerson Ridge. Get somebody to give us a course marshal or somebody give us a legit time split, and we'll get real time from any course marshal or a production guy on the field.
Thank you, Ian, and hello, Dave. Nice to be back in the pits with you, my friend. How are we doing? Oh, back in the pits, back in the booth with you. How are we doing? You all right?
Yeah, just eating breakfast.
This race has been absolutely incredible, hasn't it?
I thought it was going to be a good one, and it hasn't disappointed.
No, absolutely. There's drama all over this course. Just watching these cars as they're picking their way through, and the adjustments on adjusted time as everything starts to play out right the way around. It's quite incredible.
We've been so engrossed in the leaders. As soon as we get this leader kind of shakes out, there is a massive gap back and an abundance of broken cars on the course.
Welcome to King of the Hammers. Always amazes me the attrition on this race course. I mean, yesterday we saw the attrition rates in the 48 or in the EMC classes and also in UTV. The attrition rates weren't that low, so it's interesting to see what the attrition rates are in 4400 when they just up that pace, just go that little bit harder, and the pace they're running out the front at the moment is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they've continued the tradition of turning this race into a sprint because they haven't let up.
This is Brendan Thompson on screen right now.
Big fan.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Brendan's been coming out here for absolute years. Of course, he is the brother of Joe Thompson, who is the genius behind these UFO machines. Now, Brendan, this is the first time that he's raced an IFS car here at this event, I do believe. And this is a brand new IFS car. Normally, he'd be driving the only UFO solid axle car. So it's great to see him moving up into this IFS vehicle and seeing what he can do with it.
Brendan's always exceeded the expectations of the vehicle he's driving, and I've gotten the most out of it. And so now to see him in a more contemporary kind of cutting edge car, it's great to see him running at the front of the pack.
Yeah, he's doing it so well right now.
It's got to be top 10, top 15 at this point. I'm hearing the word that we're sending the helicopter over to race mile 125 to pick up the leaders coming in.
And that is Josh Byler picking his way down through legit. I believe Josh is still our leading solid axle car out on track right now. But Randy can't be far behind him on adjusted time, can he?
Randy is still back in Jack North, if I'm seeing this correctly.
Yeah.
So it's Raul and Jason out. They are, when I say out in front far enough that they don't. It's the race is between those two right now.
looking at? No, that's Jack's sledge. That's a shit ton of cars broken on Jack. Holy fuck balls. I guess I'm live. Hi, how you doing?
Hey, welcome to the world, everyone.
How many people had the over-under? How long until I screwed everything up? I just screwed it up. Hey, production, get us a drone shot of Jackhammer, because it looks like there's a used car lot over there.
Yeah, I'm just looking here now. It really is a used car lot. We have so many vehicles looking over there. Looks like
when I told the production team I was going to go to the mic today, they all rolled their eyes and figured that it'd be like I'd be an hour in and would have found some way to screw it up really bad. So I made it to noon, 1:30.
Well, my phone has absolutely been lighting up all afternoon, telling me that I'm really enjoying having you in here and your knowledge of the tracks they're inspired by. But right now, this is Rusty Byler.
Going up Jack. This is this part. Yeah, he's driving Jack. I mean, driving sledge.
Driving sledge, yeah. This is up the way. Now, he's just gone over the winch line, or what we would call the waterfall drop up.
He has gotten over the plaque line. He's now moving past those next two winch lines.
Yeah, now we saw Josh drive this earlier, but we also saw Raul Gomez taking cable. That was awesome with Darian running around the corner to do that for him. Love that. We also saw Jason Shearer pulling cable there as well. Although, to be fair, it did look like he didn't need to do it. Jason Berger grabbed the cable, ran up there, and then Jason just drove up after him.
Hey, so I'm just stole Jim's headset. I'm bringing some Wayback Machine into the booth. I believe you're turned on. Welcome to the microphone, Shannon Welch.
Hi, Dave Cole. How's it going today?
Way in over my head, but I'm having fun.
Yeah? It's fun when you get to do the announcer stuff randomly sometimes, huh?
Never done it before. It's pretty cool.
Is it Shear still physical in the lead?
Here we go. Sheared right now, dropping off. Is that Jason right there? It looks like it. First one's lap traffic. Second one is Jason coming off Emerson Ridge, carrying speed, and we'll see this pass happen. Now, will this guy know the leader's coming up behind him? The wind isn't up very high, so there's probably going to be pretty dusty coming across Emerson. This drone shot's going to be amazing. Or is this heli? Must be drone. Jason stepped out. Now the wind will be blowing from driver's left to right. So Jason is jumping out into the left side. It's a little more soft, but he's out of the dust, and he should be able to carry speed past that guy right now. Great shots.
We should be able to see the pass right here, right? Pretty quick.
Can't even turn the drone around fast enough to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that lap traffic guy is not giving it up easy though. Now the problem is you get to the end of Emerson, and there's lots of big mounds. It's not as simple as just driving off and just rejoining the normal trail. You get to the end of Emerson, and there'll be big mounds that if you don't get your exit just right, it gets a little weird.
Which Jason knows. So.
Jason's seen it a few times.
A few times, absolutely. Did I see that Slauson is in the physical lead on the leaderboard?
Nope.
No. Okay, I did not see that right.
Shear's been in the lead, physical lead all day long.
I'm sorry, not physical lead. Corrected time lead?
No,
okay.
I don't believe that'll be the case either.
Okay. I thought I saw that come across the screen. So physical lead is Shear right now. On corrected time, who do we think is the leader right now?
Jason Shear.
Both?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
By about a minute over Raul. We're figuring that out right now.
See, I've been watching Blyler, because you know he likes to do that, like, sleeper, be back there a little bit, and then somehow come in at the end.
I saw that happening too, but I think we're past, at this point now it's desert, so
yeah.
Josh has got to make up time where Jason has the advantage and where Raul will have the advantage, and that's just tough to do.
So that makes him, if he comes in first, if all the things work in his favor.
There's our jacket. This is what made me curse a few minutes ago. I apologize, but that is Jackhammer circa 2017,
Ooh,
16.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so let's try to figure out what's moving there, what's not moving, but the tire plaque line's jammed up. Man.
Yeah, now there is multiple lines through here, but as we can see, that all of the multiple lines look to be blocked.
Seems like there's a whole bunch of standing.
Lots of standing, lots of looking, not a lot of doing.
Thanks for stopping in, Shannon. How you been?
I'm great, thanks. Thanks for having me stop in.
Congratulations on all your endeavors. You're killing it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Congratulations on yours. This is the biggest hammer town I've ever seen. Congratulations on yours. This is the biggest Hammertown I have ever seen, and I didn't think my jaw could drop at Hammertown, and it definitely is right now.
We're
It
having
is
fun.
stunning.
Thanks for being
Cool.
here.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand this back over to the professionals, but thanks for letting me stop by and say hi.
Cheers, Shannon.
That's John Hall coming down. Or is that Jaron Gunter? That is Jaron Gunter, sorry. Yeah, Jaron Gunter in a two-seat UFO, making his way down through Spooners. Great to see Shannon Welsh back out here. Shannon Welsh probably knows more about vintage Ultra 4 racing, I think we now need to call it. Stepping back into the bowels of time. She used to work in race ops, and she used to feed us all the information. She knew all about the vehicles, all about the families, all about the backstories. She only needed to have a glimpse of a car to know exactly who it was. And it's great to see her back out here on the lake bed. But Jaron Gunter picking his way down through here. This car was new 2 years ago. It was one of the few two-seat UFO vehicles out there on the course.
Looking at the tracker right now, it appears that Rolls in front, but he's not. His tracker updated 2 minutes later, but if you do the fuzzy math,
yep,
Jason was doing 75, Rolls doing 99.4. Same location, they're both on Emerson Lake Bed. If you count Jason being about 2 minutes ahead of Raul on course, he's only 1 minute ahead of him on time. They have about 20 miles to go.
So let's check this out. We're nearly 200 miles into the race, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, and we are talking merely seconds between our lead two cars.
And you have the three-time king and a reigning king coming in on fire.
Absolutely. Now, this is the difficult bit, Dave, is because they've just completing their third lap. They've come out of the rocks. Their engines are hot. Their transmissions are hot. Their axles are hot. They're going to be watching those transmission temperatures. Going to be watching those motor temperatures. But they've got to throw it to the wall now. They've got to go wide open or push as hard as they can, because they know that each of them are going to be going for it. They both want this title so badly.
They might be watching the gauges, but they won't be heating the gauges at this point. If the engine gets hot, that's just going to be the way it is.
Yeah, I hear, but you've got to get it back to town. I mean, we saw Randy Slauson, what was it, 3 years ago, seize the transmission 5 miles outside of town. I think he was just about to drop down into the back of Resolution when he lost that 4L80E.
Yeah, that was a bummer. He was on a mission that day.
He was indeed, and he's not that far off of the pace today. Do we know where Randy is if we look at our tracker?
Looks like Randy has cleared Sledge and is not far behind Josh. Maybe a call about 4 or 5 minutes after Josh, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see what the difference is in time. So it looks like Josh Byler started on the 7th row of the grid today, and Randy started on the 14th row of the grid today, so there's about a 7-minute time difference there.
Here we have Can-Am.
Is that Cameron Steele? I think that's Cameron, isn't it?
That is Cameron Steele. We last saw him in Legit. This is Legit. This is King's Veto. So Cameron never made it off that line. Now Cameron is kind of blocking that upper right line. Not sure who that is back. Is that Paul Horschel or is that Brent? It's
either Brent or Horschel, but I think I'm fairly confident that that is Paul Horschel. Now, these vehicles are very specialist cars. Now, these are the cars that you would be expecting to pick these lines through here, using those portal hubs and that huge ground clearance that they have. Now, where are you at with this, Dave? IRS or solid axle for crawling rocks?
IRS or solid? So you're talking about rear solid axle?
Yeah, rear solid axle.
100% rear solid axle.
Yeah.
Because it's all about weight transfer, and you can't get weight transfer to the rear of an IRS car. If you ever drive a UTV and you get up on a rock and you start floating around, you don't get that weight transfer and get the solid contact patch.
Now, there's 2 helicopters. That only means one thing. That only means that's got to be our race leader, Jason Shearer, making his way towards Hammertown. And joining us back in the booth now, it's the one, the only, Ricky Johnson.
You know, I've been watching this and how hard these guys have been racing and how close they are, but Jason Shearer has had clear air all day long, and that's a confident racer. Somebody that gets out in front, knows his pace, doesn't overdrive the vehicle, because we've seen it multiple times. We've seen the guys get out in front and really throw it away. But Jason Shearer is so cool, so calm, so collected, all day long out front.
Yeah, when I was out of the booth, I went and watched Jason Shearer's pit stop. It was absolutely awesome. There was no panic, there was no rush. Everybody knew their task, everybody knew their job. They just got on with it, made it happen. There was no shouting, there was no panic at all. It was absolutely superb.
And I didn't see any more issues of them adding power steering fluid or anything like that. So maybe it was just something at the beginning they had a little leak or a little low or found a bubble.
I'm still not convinced they didn't take that hood off for visibility.
I don't. You could absolutely be right, but
ha ha ha. Look at this. No, that's a back marker, surely. I think that front car's a back marker.
I believe so. We got
Okay, I'm just looking on the tracker now. I can't see any sign of a back marker in that area. That is, no, there is a back marker there. Just on Raoul. So we're going to be looking at physical. This is down on the saddle. This is the 44.51. Making his way through, that is Mel Wade. We just saw him coming through the KMC Turkey Claw a little bit earlier today. But it's all about these heli shots right now. We're looking long view, and I believe that is our race leader. That is our race leader in the bottom right there. That is Jason Shearer heading towards Hammertown.
He still has to get the Turkey Claw.
We're going to see Jason and Raul in Turkey Claw at the same time. Get a drone ready. You're going to see them both in Turkey Claw at the same time.
Now, I'm just having a look here. So we've got Jason Shearer. Obviously, he left the line in the front row of the grid. Raul Gomez was on the second row, so we have a 1 minute separation. That means that if Raul Gomez crosses the line within 1 minute of Jason Shearer, Raul will retain his crown.
59.5 seconds, he wins.
Isn't this crazy? No. 200 miles of racing, Ricky.
Well, and how many times they've had to back up and go the different routes. And this is one of the things that, Dave, you were talking about, that there's a couple alternate routes. We saw Jason Shearer go around the outside, go the little bit longer, safer route, and that could make the race.
Yeah, and Josh Butler's going down aftershock right now, so we will have 1, 2, 3 in here in the next 25 minutes.
Awesome.
So Josh Byler is our leading solid axle car at the moment, but Randy Slauson, another three-time king, is lurking in the background. So our top four at the moment are all previous kings. Jason Shearer has won 3 times. Raul Gomez won his first title last year. Josh Byler has won one, I believe, in 2020. And then, of course, we have the 3-time king that is Randy Slauson, making out the top 4. Yeah, I'm actually just looking here on the tracker, and there was a lap traffic that hadn't pinged correctly on there, so I think that might have been lap traffic that we were watching. But it is very close indeed between Jason Shearer and currently number 2 on track, Raul Gomez.
Well, one of the things that you got to think about is that all day Raul Gomez has been in his own head, motivating himself, calming himself down, or piping himself up. Jason Shearer's had the co-driver to help navigate his way through everything, not just navigate on the course, but also the emotions of up and down and where they are, because as Dave said before, he did set the course up so that you could see across, that you could get those glimpses of each other, of the other drivers.
Right, okay, here we go. This looks like Jason Shearer there with his lights on, and that looks to me like it's the 726, which will be lap traffic. And you can see the speed difference here. Now, Jason's got to be careful. He's picking his way into that lap traffic's dust. He's got to try and stay out there. It's still so easy to pick up a rock, hit a whoop the wrong way, and finish your race.
Well, it's so dusty that we cannot see Jason with his lights on right now. There you see that slight glip of light. And when you're on the course, we have a high vantage point, so you can see a lot more than Jason can. You can see him slow down right there. Now he comes back into sight. So a very, very difficult position for Jason Shearer to be in after a long day of racing.
Yes, an even more difficult position when you know that Raul Gomez is breathing down your neck, and you know that he has a 1 minute time advantage on you.
Well, so that's the thing. He has to give it everything he's got right now, and right now time is ticking. Time is slowing down for him as he gets into that dust, because he's just, in his mind, he knows that there's a rock out there that he can't see.
Absolutely, he's just playing the right game here. Jason Shearer just taking his time. You'll see he just goes through clouds of dust. 1 minute you can see him, 1 minute you can't. And that's the same for Jason when he's sitting in the car. Oh, look at that, he takes a punch there. He decides to make his move off course to try and make the line. Don't forget, he can go 100.
Jason is not where he wants to be. He got stuck in the dust.
Yep. Now, who's this? Now, there's 2 cars I've just seen there. So one car there was 726. Okay, I'm going to look on the tracker here and see if I can find out what's going on. Because there was 3 cars in shot there.
Jason just cut that turn.
I know.
I did.
Was there a VCP on that corner is the question.
I don't know. I don't see the VCPs on racing tracks. I would think we would have put a VCP there.
Now,
Right there,
let's get
race
this right. In the desert, he has to be 150 foot from from the center of course. Correct?
He has to be 150 feet off, but within 150 feet of center line of course.
Yep.
Raul is making the left right now. Yeah.
I've got a feeling, yeah, this is actually, I'm showing trackers. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is very exciting stuff here. It looks like Raul Gomez really has closed up. Here, there he is. There is last year's king. That is Raul Gomez, and he is breathing down the neck of 3-time king and current race leader, Jason Shearer.
It's like 2 or 3.
So here we are. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. It is the Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley. The sun is shining. We've got a light breeze. Ricky Johnson's joining me in the booth alongside race owner Dave Cole. Dave, doesn't get better than this, does it?
It's pretty cool. It doesn't suck. It doesn't suck.
I'll translate. This is pretty cool. It doesn't suck.
Now, is this Raul Gomez going for the pass?
That's Raul Gomez going for the pass on the lap drive.
Look at the dust, though. Look at the dust. Oh, this is amazing stuff.
But
nearly 200 miles of racing already.
Sorry to jump on top of you, Jim, but it's worked to Raul's advantage because the way the wind is blowing, that was hurting Jason Shearer because the wind was blowing towards him. As soon as they made the turn, it's blowing the dust to the left, and that's opening it up for Raul Gomez to take a run here at that lap driver and also try to chase down Jason Shearer before they get to the finish line.
They're both going to be in Turkey Claw in less than 5 minutes.
Right now, just looking in Turkey Claw, I can see that we've got 4 vehicles in Turkey Claw at the moment. I've got 2 stationary vehicles and I've got 2 moving vehicles. Are they going to have their part to play in this race? But right now, it is our physical race leader, Jason Shearer. He's been leading since the start. He has not put a foot wrong. He's had the occasional flat tyre, but otherwise it has been a masterclass. But we've also seen Raul Gomez putting on an epic display of driving. And then we saw some fantastic teamwork out of Sledgehammer, where his son Darian made his way around, also on the race course, made his way around to help Raul pull rope so he could get up that plaque line.
Is Jason slowing down? Because look at the pace. Oh no, I'm sorry, he was coming into a
that's
corner.
pretty hot.
He was just rolling off the gas coming into the corner.
Okay, now this is a static camera, so we can actually hit a time here and pick up a time as Raul Gomez comes
I already
around.
got one on you, buddy. I'm ready. I got it on that right-hand sweeper, so I'll let you know ASAP.
Okay, so we've got our Secret Squirrel Magic Watch on the go, and we're going to see where Raul Gomez is.
So as we scan back, we should have Raul coming into the shot on that right-hand sweeper here in just a moment.
There he is.
So
Wow.
Raul is
That's 20
less
seconds.
than 20
That's
seconds.
20 seconds. There's your leader on time right there. Jason started in first. No, Jason started first, which means that Raul
just
has
to
1
give
minute
clarity
cushion.
here. Jason started on the front row of the grid. Raul Gomez started on the second row of the grid. So at the moment, so long as Raul Gomez is within 60 seconds of Jason Shearer, Raul Gomez will be king.
And right now we're looking at an advantage of possibly about 20 to 30 seconds because we've timed him back there quite a ways, but where he went by, Dave was doing some counting in his head. He figures he's about 20 seconds behind him. So that is a 40-second advantage, and we don't have far to go to get to Turkey Claw. So Turkey Claw could be the deciding factor of this race.
So where would he find 40 seconds? I can't see that Jason can find 40 seconds here.
No, it's just got to go.
A 1 minute split off to Jason Shearer, and I think that Raul is...
Yeah, let's not forget that when these guys cross the line, of course, all results are unofficial. We have certain things we have to check. We have to make sure that there hasn't been any course infringements, no course cuts. We also have to make sure that they are not running any extra inflation devices inside their tyres. All of these little rules have to be and all these boxes have to be ticked. So when they cross the line, everything will be unofficial at that point. Now, is that... I'm just trying to work out who that is, if that's a...
That's Joe Thompson.
That is Joe Thompson in the other UFO car.
Okay,
And
this is Josh Blyther coming down Emerson Ridge out onto Emerson's lake bed right now.
Yeah, so this
that's
is
our
our
third place car. I would say probably about 15 miles behind. We just saw Jason make the pass on the lap traffic here not even about 20 minutes ago. So it gives you an idea where they stand. I believe that Josh was starting 7 minutes behind Jason. So you're about 13 minutes down to the leader right there on adjusted time, ballpark.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So Josh was about 7 minutes behind on adjusted time when he left the line this morning, starting in the 7th line off the grid. But Josh Byler is our current leading solid axle car.
We should be cutting to turkey claw here in a second and seeing the leaders coming in.
All right, as we're watching Josh Blyther as he rolls down
Josh Blyther has a flat
Ridge,
right.
Yeah, I was going to say
we
that's
should be
right
going
rear.
to the KMC
Yep.
Turkey Claw any second to see your current race leader physically is Jason Shearer, but in his wake, here he is, Jason Shearer, as he works his way through Turkey Claw. Let's
Look
get
at
a
the pace.
stopwatch.
Oh, look at the pace. Whoa. Now they are speaking to him. We saw Jason Shearer coming through here earlier at half this pace. His crew are on the radio. They're saying, Jason, go, go, go. The Gomez brothers are on the radio to Raul saying, go, go, go.
And here we have,
look at this.
Raul Gomez in second, only 20 seconds behind.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff. So both cars making their way through the KMC Turkey Claw here at the 2023 Progressive King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Race of the Kings, Power Ultima batteries, and this is two kings going head to head.
Raul Gomez only 20 seconds behind, so that puts him on corrected time, a 40-second advantage. Once again, everything is unofficial until after the race, but right now we have a barn burner coming to the finish line.
Just look at this. Incredible scenes here in Hammertown.
There's Jason climbing up out of Turkey Claw at the end. That was a great shot. Oh, we got a car rolled over right there. That looks like Vaughn Gittin. Vaughn Gittin's on his side. So this is King's Veto. Tom Ways is winching the left line. Vaughn has rolled over trying to get around Cam. Cam is broken on that sloughed off line, and then we have that red car. I can't tell the number on that.
Just going to try and get a pickup on that.
That might be Robbie Gordon. He hasn't caught up yet, has he?
Trying to find a number on it.
So remember we talked about falling off that upper right line?
Yep.
So Cam fell off of it first and hasn't moved from there. Tom tried to pass on the lower left. Now rocks are falling in from the top.
That's, yeah. Look at the size of that rock, though.
I'll do an interview. I'll just talk about that. I think they want them.
I would bet Tom can make it up that line before that red car can drive up, because Tom's on the winch line.
Yeah, Tom's got a Warn 8274 in the front of that car, which is a very fast high mount winch. But it's only as good as the winch point he can pull to. And if you can't find a good winch point,
that might have been the rock coming down the mountain.
That's what I think it was as well.
He pulled his anchor point down. So no, it's not. Yep, so that's Brian Schroeder, Tom's rock co-driver. He had James Schofield in the car for Desert.
Yep.
Now Brian Schroeder's in his co-driver for Rocks.
But look at this down the bottom left here. This car is also set up for winching. You can see a winch line up through there on that left-hand side.
That left-hand side, if he goes that way, I'll be happy to shake his hand when he gets back here. That's like 30 feet vertical.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'd like to do. But right now, it's all about the lead two cars, and I'm sure we'll be cutting to them very shortly. They'll be coming over the top of the saddle, making their way around the bottom of King Hill.
Let's go back to the leaders. We'll have the leaders back on camera coming through the saddle in about 20 seconds.
Got to say a massive thank you to our production crew. We have cameras all over this incredible 200-mile race course, and our production team is working flawlessly all day and all night to bring us these amazing images. But let's not forget, we are in the Mojave Desert. And we're going to leave King's Veto now, and we're going to make our way back here towards Hammertown. And this is the saddle, and this, I believe, is our lead car right now. That is Jason Shearer. Look at the pace of him, Dave.
Yeah, but now give me that drone 180 back and see how far back Raul is.
So the pace that Jason is driving right now is actually the best place for a driver to be. Give it everything you got. Don't worry about it. It's checkers or records at this point. Jason is going to be driving as hard as he possibly can. He's been going at it all day, saving his equipment. Not anymore.
Okay, Jason coming into the short course.
Yeah, literally going to be coming around the bottom of King Hill any moment now. As soon as he comes around King Hill, he will be visible to our crowds here in Hammertown. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. He has been racing on course now for over 5 hours. 3 laps of these brutals hammer
There's Raul
trials.
in the dust. He's only 1 turn behind him. That's not 30 seconds.
That's not 30 seconds. Raul Gomez at the moment is looking likely to be retaining his crown here in Hammertown, but Jason Shearer will not give up. Jason Shearer will give everything. So here we go, this is Jason Shearer. That is King Hill on his right-hand side now. He is literally less than half a mile from the checkered flag. And he's absolutely pushing this engine with everything he's got. How many horsepower has that car got, Dave?
About 20 short of what it needs to be Raul right now.
You know we're having that conversation this morning. Right, here we go. 3 more corners. He goes around the first corner. He will be going past the Gomez pit. He's slowing.
And there's Raul.
He's slowing. Okay, so Jason Shearer has 1 more turn to go. Raul Gomez has 3 more turns to go. It's Jason Shearer. He will be taking the checkered flag any moment here in Hammertown. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Race of Kings as Jason Shearer takes the checkered flag. But look at this, look at this. Last year's king, Raul Gomez. He comes in now to take the checkered flag and the unofficial win here at the 2023.
What a race. What a race.
Progressive King of the
11
Hammers.
second, 11.93
Nitto
seconds.
Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries.
Raul
What
Gomez
a day.
currently first.
I have goosebumps. 11.93 was the time.
Flat
frame.
tire for Raul Gomez, back right tire. He chased down Jason Shearer with 3 tires.
Wow, now Dave, react to this. Look at this.
Single seat car, Jason Shearer, 3 tires. You have all the things working against you. He's got work done. Congratulations.
Unbelievable.
Reigning king coming back again.
Now
Not
this
back
is
to back because Jason Shearer's on back to back too.
No, so this is our second back-to-back king. Jason Shearer did it a few years ago. Raul Gomez has done it again this year. Now, last year was a crazy party in the Gomez pit. I can only imagine what the party will be like this year. A minute ago, we just saw Josh Byler on shot. Josh Byler is our current 3rd place on course as we watch Jason Berger, Jason Shearer's co-driver, and you can see from the body language, they've given everything.
You can see the dejection. It's like to be this close, to have everything underneath, everything was going great, and to lose by 40 seconds is, I mean, actually 57 seconds is unbelievable. And as Dave said, for Raul to do that on 3 tires, chase down a driver like Jason Shearer, unbelievable. So much respect for Raul Gomez and that vehicle.
Okay, while we continue here to just be in absolute awe of these amazing drivers, let's throw it down to Miles, who's got the news.
Talk about one of the best races we have ever seen, been racing all day long, 200 miles, and it came down that last final deal, and I believe it's unofficial, it's 10 seconds. Jason Berger crawled out of the car, and he was super frustrated, but went straight to Raul and gave him a huge handshake. You can tell the front of these cars are, I mean, they are beat up. These cars have taken a beating, but they are both here. Jason Shearer and unofficial back-to-back king, Raul Gomez. What a great race. Like I said, racing all day long. It came down to the final 1 minute, and I think it was less than right around that 10-second mark. But Raul with this King Shot car, Nitto tires holding there, everything looks great, except for the right rear tire on Raul. So he was able to chase down Jason Shearer with a right rear flat tire, but he is here all smiles. Look at Raul Gomez. I believe he just did it again. Unofficially, it looks like Raul backed it up. He'll be able to keep that scepter. What a great race. Jason Shearer was fast all day, so was Raul. It's basically been the battle between them two. I mean, Jason Shearer
never got past out there on course, I don't believe, but Raul kept him right in his window there. And this race, that's why it goes to show you that adjusted time really makes a difference all the way to the end. But what a great race. I believe that Josh Blyler will be in here in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So unofficially, it's looking like Raul Gomez and then Jason Shear. So everybody always asks, who's going to win this race? And I always say a previous king can absolutely do it. And you can see the top three right now are always kings, or all three are kings. It's absolutely amazing. Dave Cole came down here and gave him a huge handshake, and just lots of great stuff going on down here. I absolutely love it. This has been the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries, and the Nitto Race of Kings had just got the first two across the line. Absolutely awesome. Chris Corbett's over here having a chat with Raul, and what a great run by all. And there are so many more competitors still out on course. Don't forget that. We will be open till 10 o'clock tonight for the rest of these competitors, because obviously the race is winding up, but for a lot of these other competitors, they just want to finish the hardest race in the world in off-road, in my idea. But what a great run. You can see the disappointing Jason Shear. Hate that for him. He tried so hard all day long, did a great race, and like I said, to come down to the wire after 200 miles of some of the gnarliest stuff you could ever be thrown at, it's absolutely amazing. So while we wait for Josh Blyler to come through here, we'll dot our I's and cross our T's. I'll throw it back to the booth.
All right, we had Dave down there. You talked to the guys. What do you got for us, Dave?
Scooping the story a little bit, but Jason told me his motor laid down about 50 miles ago. He's been down about 150 horsepower. Maybe running on 7 holes or something like that for the last 50 miles.
And that could have been the reason why he wasn't able to close that gap in the dust and get by that lap driver. So that could have been it. But I'm not going to take anything away from Raul Gomez. For him to put the drive in that he did, 7 cylinders, 8 cylinders, 12 cylinders, whatever it is, Raul Gomez was the man today.
Single seating this race course and doing that, absolutely remarkable. Hats off. Reigning king, repeat king, still our king.
Exactly. And what you got to say is Raul Gomez put the pressure on Jason that made him put the pressure on his motor. Incredible stuff. And as all the celebrations begin to start here in Hammertown, third place, or unofficial third place, Josh Byler is making his way in towards Hammertown now. He will be our first solid axle vehicle making his way in. So he has Turkey Claw still to come through, then he has to make his way over the saddle.
But Dave, let's talk about that for a moment. The pace that these two had through Turkey Claw at the end, completely different. I'm gonna say it was like 20 seconds faster than what they went through this morning.
Yeah, that was qualifying pace. They were laying everything out there. Now Raul's on a flat tire, Jason's down a cylinder, but they're still giving everything they had. Absolutely remarkable racing.
And you know, and both Jim, you both know this as a driver, you hate these moments, but you love these moments at the same time. You're giving it 100%, and there's no, I personally, I wait for those, but when you see them coming, you dread them a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a race car driver, I'm just watching this now. It does look like Josh Byler actually has also a rear right flat. We called that back on the Emerson.
Back on Emerson, yep.
But again, he knows he can't stop. He knows he's got to push on. And when you've got a rear right flat, when you're actually on these kind of desert tracks like this, it doesn't re-inflate, but it certainly feels much better than it actually looks.
Oh yeah, well, and that's one of those things that you got to be careful, because if it starts to fly and come apart, then you're down on the wheel. But we've seen them. We've seen people make it all the way to the finish line on the rim. So expect Josh Byler just to drive this thing until that tire is gone. But there is our current king and our new king, again, unofficial. Hold on, don't jump the gun on me, buddy. But as I said, I got to give it to Raul as we see Blyler as he works his way in through. No, this is not Blyler, or is it?
No.
No, it is not. I take that back. That was the lap track that Jason and also Raul had to go by. But yeah, as I said before, right now, Blyther just has to keep it going, and hopefully that if that tire comes apart, it doesn't rip a brake line. We have seen people make it to the finish line with no brakes. A lot going on. But Dave, you got to be excited, because that's the kind of finish I would think a promoter dreams of, seeing two of the best guys going out there, two previous kings, just laying it all on the line.
Quite honestly, man, I know those two guys, and you're just watching two guys are racing and having a good time, and I'm just a fan right now.
Yeah,
just a fan.
Exactly, but also they're sweet gentlemen, but they are warriors behind there, and they are just hammering.
They both are exhausted. I can't wait for you to interview up here. They're going to be great interviews.
That is going to be awesome. I can't wait for Raul's. I got to say, most colorful when it comes to interviews is Raul and the other Gomez brothers. They crush it when it comes to do that. As we're watching Josh Blyther as he works his way down, then he has to get through Turkey Claw and get to the finish line. But right now, it's pretty amazing that we have the top three as they're rolling in.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at my tracker right now, and I can see Josh Blyther will be making his way down towards the KMC Turkey Claw, and I can tell you that our current 4th place on track at the moment, I can see his wife, family and friends in the crowd. It is 3-time king Randy Slauson who will be next, making his way out onto the Emerson dry leg bed. But the car is shot right now. That is Bailey Campbell, driver of record, but in that car I believe that is actually Waylon Campbell in the car right now.
Alrighty, Jim, I'm going to cut out. I get the privilege of interviewing the Gomez.
You're going to leave me in the taco shed.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you in the taco shed all by yourself. You're going to do a good job, but great call, buddy. I'm going to run out there and do some interviews. As a pleasure. I love it. I'll talk to you soon.
Will do, mate. Right, Ricky's going to drop out now. He's going to go and speak with Jason and with Raul. And I can't wait to hear these stories. It's always fantastic to have Raul Gomez on stage. We have to add the 4-letter filter once in a while, but it wouldn't be that way unless the excitement. But this is Eric Miramon live on screen right now. Eric Miramon had that huge rollover during qualifying earlier this week. And there's been so much action here this week. It's been absolutely incredible. It started 2 weekends ago. It started 2 weekends ago with the King of the Motos. Then last weekend we had the desert race. And then all week we've had various racing and qualifying, including the Great American Short Course. And qualifying sessions up at Chocolate Thunder. Ah, now that looks like John Webb. Just trying to get clarification there. This looks like King's Veto. That looks like Vaughan Gittin Jr. in the back there, still on his side. Cameron still broken behind him.
I believe that's actually the top of Thor's Hammer, Jim, is where they're at right now. So we were talking about that earlier with Dave. So I saw you up here all by yourself, so I had to come up and jump back in with you while Ricky went out on stage.
Always a pleasure.
Always good. Good to be back in here with you, Jim. So we have our unofficial 1, 2, 3. Do we have Blyther across the line yet?
No, Blyther's going to be making his way down into the KMC Turkey Claw very shortly. But it looks like he has a right rear flap, which he still had when he left and came out onto Emerson. But hey, we are at the end of the race. Okay, so he's not going to stop to change this tyre.
No.
That tyre has got to do the miles.
Yeah, and the question will be, can Randy Slauson rear him in with that rear flap? Will it slow him down enough for Randy to reel him in the difference? But right now, I believe the story today is all about, I can't believe this race came down after over 5 hours of racing, basically to 40 seconds.
Yeah.
40 seconds.
Yes, it's absolutely unbelievable after 200 miles of racing. As we're going to be leaving Thor's Hammer here, but look at this. But the interesting thing is we saw Tom Ways and a few other cars here earlier, which means they've winched through and they've broken past there and they're making their way back towards Hammertown.
Yeah, there's still a lot of race course after that. You know, when Dave was up in here earlier, we could call it spot by spot, but yeah, they still have quite a bit to go, and you can see all that traffic.
I think that's Brian Crofts.
That looks like it's Brian Crofts down in there. Yeah, we had that. He had that issue a little bit earlier, but here we go. I believe we're bringing up. This is Jason Shearer.
Our unofficial second place
Good to see him bring that car up on stage.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I think this will buff out. I don't see a problem with that. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, unofficially, the first across the line, but second overall on time. Ladies and gentlemen, your past king from a couple years ago, Jason Shearer. Let's hear it. So Jason, you were impeccable all day long, but you had a couple issues at the end.
Oh, it was such a great race. You know, I got to say, all you can ever hope for in these things is that you get to race somebody all the way, and got to hand it to Raul. Great day for him. But man, we battled out there. We never got a chance to take a deep breath. I know for sure that's the fastest pace this has ever been run at, and it was a killer day. It was a little bummer at the end to lose a couple cylinders and just be down on power, not being able to kind of do our thing when I was saving the car to have that, you know, late run, and it's one that's going to sting that it got away, but we did everything we could. And ironically, this is how we finished last year, so we'll do it again. But it's also pretty cool. 8 podiums here at the Hammers. That's a good feat out of 15 years of racing it. Proud of this team. All my Rage 4th guys, you guys are the best. Love you guys. Thank you for everything.
Well, I got to tell you, Jason, we're watching you guys, the two of you come down Turkey Claw that last lap. It was full qualifying pace, and I was telling, and honestly, Jim, Dave, and I were all in tears just with goosebumps how fast you guys were driving. And as a driver, isn't it an awesome position to be that racing against a competitor like Raul?
Oh, it really is. It's all you could ever hope for is it comes down to the wire after 7 hours. You know what I mean? It's such a great battle. I also have to thank the guys on that one because I knew the splits all the way through the race. So I had data. I knew what we were up against, and you know, it's obviously depressing when you hear you're down, but I'm like, well, let's not. We never gave up. This team never gave up an inch. This thing was full throttle from the time we hit Emerson all the way through the rocks. I mean, it was everything it had. So I need to thank a few people, though. First, I got to thank Jason Berger, my co-driver. He's not only just one of my best friends in the whole world, but he's just an awesome coach in the car. He knew exactly what we needed to do the entire race, and he managed me and pushed me when we needed to. We went through some stuff out there, you know, trying to deal with different cars on the track. You know, shout out to the rookies. You guys all got out of the way really respectfully. Everybody was really cool when we were lapping on lap 3, but his plan through the whole race is just spectacular. So I can't thank him enough. Everybody at 4 Parts and Fox, this thing is so fun in the desert. It's not even fair. I feel bad for everybody else right now. VFGs are so sticky in the rocks. We were cruising through it. Vision wheels were awesome. We managed a good program today, and I'm happy for everybody. These Ford Broncos are fun. I love them. We got to get the bugs sorted out. This is a brand new car. Wait till next year. We're gonna be there.
Well, I gotta say, so yeah, definitely make some noise. As an announcer, I sat there as a fan, and as I can't agree with you more. You managed this race perfectly all day long. I was saying that you reminded me of Rob McCacker, which is obviously a great compliment. You knowing what your back door was, keeping that distance, and just charging the whole time. But I really loved it when I got to see you unleash it right at the end.
Well, thanks you guys, and thanks everybody out there for rooting us on. We saw you all over the course out there today, and it just makes a huge difference when we see you guys rooting. We push a little harder, so hopefully we gave you good a show, and we'll see you guys next year.
It was an awesome show. Once again, unofficial, but right now, the Racing Kings, second place, unofficial, Jason Shearer. Let him hear.
Okay, thank you very much, Ricky. As we see Jason Shearer there, our unofficial second place finisher here. Oh, what an incredible race, Dave. Man, it's just been absolutely amazing, but we've still got hours of amazing racing to come, and our third place car is making his way towards Hammertown right now.
Absolutely.
He's passed through the KMC Turkey Claw. So what's that making? About 12 minutes out?
Tops. 5-6 minutes coming through the saddle, coming in. He was down a tire, but he's the one really pushing him. Randy's across Emerson. And here comes Blythe. We got good video. We'll have good video of him all the way into the finish line now.
Now, we were saying that right rear was flat, but I'm just looking at it there. Now, I do know they run a liner system in these wheels on these vehicles. Inside of law, they're not a tyreable system as such. And is that enough to keep that tyre together to get him back time?
I would think if it's a flat tire is 20% of performance, a liner is 60% of performance.
Yep. But this man knows how to
Keeps you off
drive.
of bending the wheels.
Yes. Just puts that little air cushion between you and that flat rim.
It's been amazing watching him and his father come into the sport, both with just their skill, talent, the way they attack the course, but then the way they are off the course. Amazing people.
Yeah, they are indeed. And if you ever get a chance, go and see them in their pits. Their race program is absolutely A1, and they give 120% on and off the course. But look how hard this car's working. Let's talk about that, the top 3 cars that have come in. So we've got Jason Shearer, physically first across the line, second on adjusted time unofficially. He's running a 2C IFS with portal hubs. We've got in second
new car,
place.
yes.
Brand new car, second place. It's a single seat IFS, what we're now having to call straight axle IFS, work that out. Okay, single seat UFO configuration. And third across the line is a Miller Pro chassis with those solid Spider Trax axles. Okay, here we go. This is the third unofficial finisher here at King of the Hammers. This is the 2023 Progression Insurance King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. And Josh Byler has one more bend before he sees the checkered flag. He's been on course for over 5 hours today. Give him a great big shout and a holler as he straightens up. Any second now, he'll take the checkered flag, and is our unofficial third place here as he makes his way into Hammertown. Congratulations to Josh Byler.
Congratulations, Josh.
So Josh will be making his way round the short course shortly, and he'll be joining Miles before he comes up on stage. Yep. So I think now we have Raul Gomez coming on stage, so I'm going to pass it out to my man Ricky Johnson. Ricky, what do you got?
All righty, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, your Nitto Tires Race of Kings past champion and unofficially current champion, Raul Gomez. Let's hear it. Come on, buddy, get up there. Come on, you can do it. Come on down, Raul. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Raul Gomez, let's hear it. Raul, it was unreal all day long. You were 2 seconds behind in the desert, which some people might say that is your weak point, but you've been doing a lot of trophy truck racing, and I think that really upped your game.
Yeah, I think so. Just running the TC the other day, driving this thing, I can't get nothing loose. I just started giving it to the business, and just actually did pretty good. You probably see it in the footage. It was summing it up pretty good.
Well, I'm going to say it's a hell of a lot better than pretty good. It was very, very, very good. So, but Raul, you guys were keeping track all day long. You guys were keeping track all day long. You could see how far Jason was in front of you all day, and you just like you were a dog on his tail.
Yeah, second lap, I was catching him in the rock trails, and then I got a flat, and I was like, damn it, so I had to jump out. I actually was practicing changing my flats all week, so I got really good at it. I got it done in less than 4 minutes, got back on the board again, and just trying to catch him again the whole rest of the race.
Well, and at the end, you just kept coming, and we were watching, and all of a sudden we realized, wait, he's 40 seconds, he's 30 seconds, and at the end, it was 9.9 seconds at the finish.
Yeah, I was coming up, I forget what ridge that is, but in the back lake bend, I saw a helicopter. All I said, I got you, Jay. And that was all I thought in my mind. I just said, okay, you always beats me in the desert, this is my time to shine right now, and just let the girl eat, man, there we are.
Well, and I got to say, Dave and Jim and I were in the watching, and the pace that you guys came down Turkey Claw, watching two warriors just go head to head. That's what you dream of. Just there's nothing else. It's checkers or wreckers.
Yeah, it just felt like we were in a short course race for Ultra Four, just full send on these rock trails. That's pretty much how it was today. It wasn't like cruising or crawling. We were. When I didn't see his dust, I'm like, this guy's moving, so I had to start picking up the pace.
All right, you got a few people. If we start with your relatives, we're going to be here all day. But who do you got to thank? You got so many people with the GBR racing, and you got to be so proud.
Yeah, I just officially want to thank my whole team, man. It takes all of us, all these guys here, tore this car apart. We were working on last night till like 10 o'clock. And yeah, Jay, the whole crew, the whole GBR crew, wouldn't be here without you guys. Thank you. Hell yeah. Then the rest, guys, King Shocks, obviously you saw what they did today. Nitto Tire just had one flat today, nothing too crazy. Dugan's Race Motor, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, Jim ATO, then Joe Thompson, is he still out there? I think he's still out there. UFO, I mean, he builds a machine, man. This thing's fucking crazy. That's all I gotta say. sorry for my language.
We gotta have, at least we have one beep. I love that. But you chased down arguably one of the best racers on 3 tires. Where did you get that flat? Was that coming through Turkey Claw?
Yeah, I was just coming through Turkey Claw, just coming through too fast. Like I felt I got a flat there, and I just started to send it after that either way.
But watching you, I'm telling you, you didn't lose much time. These things held the construction, the tire didn't come apart, and you came across, so you got to be grateful to Nitto.
Yeah, Nitto, I mean, the support with the whole team over there, Nitto, they're amazing. The tires are just unreal, man. I can't believe I hit some stuff today, and they look pretty good. So, yeah, I'm just stoked, man. I worked all week for this, worked all year, right? Been studying and just doing everything I could to make sure I come back and win today.
Well, and so it's great because it's one thing to win once, but if you win this race once, it's never a fluke. But to win it back to back, what does that mean to you and your crew and your engineers, everybody behind GBR?
I think it just really fires everybody up and makes everybody gets up to that next level, right? We're right where we're at. We've learned so much racing in the last 10 years, and it takes dedication. It takes a full team. It takes everybody, and us as drivers as well. We have to be, like mentally dialed in. The first time in 10 years I didn't come down to the fire pit, right? I was just like at home like a kid every night, just hanging out, studying, and looking at the race course, and really putting in the time and work, and it paid off today, especially by myself. With I got lost out there a few times. You guys probably saw me driving the circles by pit 2. So we're good after that.
No, unbelievable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, unofficial, you're back to back. Take a bow, buddy. Your unofficial Nitto Tires Racing Kings, Raul Gomez. Take it away, buddy. Take a bow. All right, everyone, get in the photo.
Okay, fantastic scenes here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers live here in Johnson Valley. It's been absolutely remarkable. We've seen 3 cars cross the line already today. Jason Shearer is physically first across the line, and merely 20 seconds behind him was our unofficial king and retaining his title, Raul Gomez. And then just crossing the line, moments ago, was Josh Byler. We'll be getting him on stage very, very shortly. And I can tell you that at the moment, looking on the tracker, that the next car that we're expecting to be back into town will be 3-time king Randy Slauson. But it's fantastic scenes in Hammertown right now as we watch Raul Gomez, unofficially the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers here at the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. And that there is our unofficial 4th. That is Randy Slauson making his way across the desert, heading down towards the KMC Turkey Claw. I estimate he's around about 20 minutes away from Hammertown right now. Oh, look at this. This is King's Veto. So that's Vaughn Gittin Jr. on his side.
Ryan Cross, Cameron Steele, and Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. So it's Brian Cross at the bottom by the looks of it. He was trying to come up the high side. It looks like he's gone to try to go down around the bottom side. That is I think that's Robbie Gordon getting out of the car, tucked up alongside Cameron Steele there. Yeah, that is. Well, no, Robbie Gordon still sat in the car. It looked like somebody was trying to help him.
That's Robbie. That's the Mountain Enterprises car. So that's Robbie winching right now.
Yeah, so someone's
still trying to put Vaughn back on his wheels, but that's a slow recovery.
Now, interestingly, we saw John Webb in here only a few short moments ago. So John Webb has already cleared the trail, as has Tom Ways.
Yeah, let me get you an update there. You have Randy coming in, and then Happy Pappy, Rusty's right behind Randy. Eric Miller still back coming up sledge. He was stopped on sledge, but now moving. So if Randy's 4th and Rusty's 5th, our 6th place finisher is still a solid 45 minutes out.
Yeah.
And there's not many cars moving on the 3rd lap at all.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. Eric Miller's still moving. 221 of Cody Miller, who's one of the UTVs, is still moving at the moment. The 321 of Tom Ways is also still moving, but these guys are quite a way back. John Webb is also still moving. We've just seen him go out through King's Veto. But the big story today is the 107 vehicles that crossed the line first things this morning at 8 a.m. Jason Shearer has been leading this race from almost start to finish, which is absolutely incredible. And just look at the pace of this race. Not even 6 hours of racing to complete 3 of the hardest ever laps here at King of the Hammers. They said, give us a harder course, and Dave Cole delivered.
Yeah, I tried to give them a harder course, but they came back and answered me again, so game on.
I do feel sorry for them. These poor dumb schmucks pushing the buttons.
No.
Okay, we look there at the 4570. Okay, right now though, we're going to be getting Josh Byler to come up on stage as we watch the 4570. Joe Gatlin picking his way through. Now you'll see that he's got tape around his spare tyre. People often say, why do they have that? That's so we can get a visual check to know that his spare tyre in the rack is still complete. Such a simple thing, makes a big difference. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our unofficial 3rd place. Josh Byler making his way on stage. He's going to be talking to Ricky Johnson any moment now.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, your unofficial 3rd place finisher in your Nitto Race of Kings Powerball from Battery, Josh Byler. I have to give it to you. Your old man got you on the start. He put it to you on the start, but you definitely brought it home at the end.
He did. Pop pulled me off the line, and we didn't catch him till lap 3 somewhere. He was winching in Aftershock. That was the first time we got to him and got around him, and I expect to see him here soon. I don't think he's going to be very far behind us.
Well, I was talking to Jason Shearer and also Raul Gomez, and they were just saying the pace this year was unbelievable. To have 3 past Kings here in the time frame that it is, did it shock you how fast everyone was going?
It did. I think the wind was a huge player today. There was an extreme amount of desert. It was fast desert, and it was clean. You could just let it eat. And the rock trails were all flowy, smooth. It was a very fast course.
So obviously, who do you want to thank? I mean, you don't come here by yourself. It takes a crew, your family to love you and support you, but also you got sponsors as well. Who do you want to thank?
Miller Motorsports, this is their car. They make a hell of a chassis. It's one tough sucker. Spider Tracks, this is the rears under it. Dynamic Manufacturing, Radial Dynamics. We've been prototyping one of his pumps for the last year, and this thing is completely flawless. It's the first time I can get in this car and not feel afraid of my steering. This thing won't quit. Mapco Machine, I'm sure I'm missing a pile. Bigby Manufacturing, Mapco, and number 1, the team behind us here. These are the ones that keep us going.
All right, but let's talk about your co-driver. You guys go through so much. Either they're emotionally picking you up or dusting you off when you make a mistake like that. So that guy's your right-hand man for sure.
Absolutely. Jared and I have been in this car for the last 3-4 years, and it works. It's a necessity to have a group, a value that works together. We communicate without talking. It's amazing. We work together, and I hope he's allowed to keep going with.
So let's talk about any big events that happened during the day. You said it was flowing, desert was fast, the wind was helping you out, that the canyons flowed, but anything. You got a couple bent body panels, but that's part of racing.
Absolutely. This thing's ready to go. We could go do it again. We had 2 flat tires, both our fault. We never had to get out of the car. It worked out that we get them changed at the pits. We run a liner system, and we never put it on the rim, so we could hold pretty good speed. Put it to the pits, they changed it. We never got out, so it was a pretty easy day.
Zero winching.
Zero winching, yeah.
That is pretty awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your current 3rd position, unofficial, in the Nitto Race of Kings, Josh Blyther. Let's hear it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ricky. Fantastic. So we have our top 3 unofficially crossing the line here in Hammertown. Unofficially, right now, our new king on retaining his title is that man, Raul Gomez. In 2nd is Jason Shearer, and in 3rd it is Josh Byler.
My understanding is Rusty Blyer is also coming to town. I haven't confirmed that. And there is Rusty.
There is Rusty. He snuck up. Now, I did not see him on the tracker.
His tracker was coming and going all day long. We kept seeing it. Look at, remember how the no rear tire changed?
Yep.
Look at that. That is, that's a used tire. That's a blem.
I think that's what we call a second hand.
Broken in.
I know guys who'll still run that.
Somebody probably buy it off the stage from him right now.
I couldn't agree more. So Rusty Byler. Now, Rusty and Josh left side by side this morning. Rusty got the whole shot, passing Josh and heading out into the desert, but Josh returned the favour in the rocks. But I still can't get my head around this, Dave. 200 miles of racing, and these guys are coming in side by side next to each other. Incredible.
Yeah, the racing was unbelievable today. And I don't know, there's so many cars just spread around the course right now. It's going to be a weird 7.5 hours we still have to go.
Yeah. Let's not forget race courses open till 10 p.m. tonight. And I'm looking now out onto my tracker, trying to see where everybody is. I mean, Randy Slauson should be joining us in town at any moment. And he will be our 5th place car.
Hunter Miller winching up Sledgehammer.
So, yeah, we have to remember on adjusted time that Randy Slauson was around about 7 minutes behind Rusty and Josh Byler. So if he can get here within 7 minutes, he could separate the Bylers.
Keep an eye on that. He's just down through Turkey Claws, last I heard.
Yeah, so we're keeping an eye on that right now. And Race Ops will be keeping us honest with the scoring as we watch one of our UTVs. Now, the UTVs were unbelievably fast during the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship earlier this week. In fact, their opening desert lap was 5 minutes faster than our 4400 class desert lap today, but that's Tom Ways.
Tom Ways heading into Sledge. He'll be right up there behind Hunter Miller here in just a few minutes. Maybe an 1/8 of a mile behind him on dirt.
Yeah.
Very limited rocks between Tom and Hunter right this second.
Now, there's a lot of people saying, will they be adding a 3rd lap into the UTV race next year? What's your thoughts, Dave?
I don't know. We'll see. I'm a fan of making it harder, not longer. So we'll see.
So here we go. Coming on stage now, it is Rusty Byler, the Happy Pappy. We're going to throw it down to Ricky Johnson.
Alrighty, thank you, Jim. Unofficially 4th place in the Nitto Race of Kings Power Mountain Batteries, Rusty Byler. Now, Rusty, you put it to your kid on the start. You let him have it on the whole shot. So, and then all of a sudden, I have somebody that might want to do a little bit of the interview, so come over here, sir. Josh. So, Rusty, you put it to your son on the start, but then what happened?
Well, let's start with the start. I think he gave it to me.
I don't think so. I was watching both of you, and you put it to him, and it took him until lap 3 to get by you. So you had a great race all day long.
Yeah, he caught us the first time we had the winch. He was on us, and we had to winch a second time. I don't believe you winched. Great race, great co-pilot. Shane stayed with me all day, and kept me straight, cooled me down when I needed it, and here we are.
You guys are one of the few. I've had the pleasure of racing against my son, but I'm going to ask both of you, what does it mean to be out on the course racing that hard, and then right there behind you is your boy?
Well, there aren't too many sports you can do that in. This is one of them, and we're more like brothers than father and son, but it's an indescribable feeling to be able to compete with your kid.
Josh, I'm going to ask you the same thing. It had to be awesome, and even though you're a little teared up, I am too. I'm getting a little emotional, but it had to be awesome, but still even better when you passed him.
Honestly, I wanted him to win. I've said this to a lot of people. My goal when we started this was to finish this race one time in my career. I think this is finish number 7 for us. We've finished this race every time we started. So I really wanted him to win because I think that would be awesome. So yeah, ultimately to compete with your dad, like you said, we're more like brothers than anything, and love him to death.
That is awesome. You got to be so proud of your boy and also your whole crew. So let's talk about that. You don't come here by yourself. Who do you want to thank, and also obviously to congratulate your boy?
Well, Nitto Tire didn't have a flat all day. They keep us on rubber. That's incredible. I feel sorry for anybody that doesn't get to run it. Fox Shocks, they tuned with us. They got these cars working, these straight axle cars, able to compete. The group of guys that follows us around the country doing this stuff, Josh's saying is that we're just average guys having above average fun, and that's pretty much sums it up right there. The whole crew here, my wife for letting me do this, my whole family, like I said, that's family right there. That's our family follows us everywhere.
Alrighty, I'm gonna let everyone come and take a picture because obviously they gotta be so proud of you both for getting both these Miller chassis up here. So congratulations, Rusty. Phenomenal job for you and your boy Josh.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Rusty Blyler.
Okay, how good is that to see father and son coming in unofficial 4th and 5th here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Racer Kings powered by Ultima batteries. But as the action continues here, let's pop out for a short commercial break and we'll be right back.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride for the path less traveled. Stand strong where the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Chase. Number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog. Seriously? These fools think I'm fried?
They know the deal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. This is a Nitto Race of Kings, and we are at the moment, we are watching three-time king Randy Slauson making his way towards Sorry, say that again?
Broken upper link on the front or rear of Randy's car, and he's limping it in right now.
I can also see it looks like he's got a flat on the, is that a flat tire on the back as well? It looks like it probably is. So he really is limping into town. Now Dave, you're watching the tracker. I think he's got time on his side here. Oh, you can see the link hanging down.
You can see the upper link on the back left.
No, that's the drive shaft you just yelled out.
That the drive shaft is yarded?
No, I don't think that's drive shaft because it's not spinning. I think that's a link being torn from the frame.
Link with the link mount ripped off the flame. Yep.
So now Randy has won this event 3 times. Randy's nearly won this event a further 2 or 3 times, and he's not far off the pace this time.
Turns out he's a good driver.
He certainly is. We've got his families and friends stood in front of the stage
This
here.
just in, Randy Slauson can drive a little bit.
Now you wheel with Randy a lot out here. I think you've got a 4-wheel steer bomber now.
I don't have 4-wheel steer, that's cheating, but I have a trail bomber, and that's cheating too.
So he's making his way down the saddle. Now this is traffic. Now
this is probably a lap 2 guy, right?
Yeah, this is gonna be a lap 2 guy. So now you've got that weird situation where you know that Randy Slauson's on the 3rd lap, but you want to get by him. So you politely just pop by without being... So there we go. But Randy picking his way towards town, and this will be the longest 1.5 miles of his life.
And we were planning on going over top of Means Butte, and we took it out of the race. If he had to go over Means Butte, I don't know if he could get it without winching it.
Yep. Yeah, it was around about 3 years ago. Randy was coming in and he blew a transmission just before he came into resolution. As I say, he's no stranger to adversity, but he's also no stranger to winning here in Johnson Valley. 3 previous wins.
So we were seeing different action on the course. We saw Eric Miller look like he was pretty broken, with a struggling Hunter Miller to get around him, with Tom Ways getting impatient behind Hunter Miller.
Yeah, I think that was Cody Miller.
Cody Miller,
yeah, we
190.
saw Hunter Miller further up the track.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, we're going to leave Randy for a moment. I think we'll be able to come back to him before he gets into town.
Picture in picture, we have Tom Ways. We just lost it.
Oh, we're back in the morning.
Okay, and here we go. Look at this. This is Tom Waits.
Tom is trying to back up, pulling Eric out of the line.
Yep.
That's got to be motor then. If Eric can't do anything, is completely incapable of doing anything for himself, it's got to be just dead power, right?
Or transmission.
True.
Now we know that Eric did have issues, driveline issues earlier in the week. Is there something else? Is that something else that's hurting him? Oh, look at this. Tom Waits giving no quarter there. As soon as the hole's unplugged, he's straight through. Great stuff there from Tom Waits.
So that clears out the sledge. We had a bottleneck that was just starting to move in Jackhammer on lap 2, guys, and then King's Veto, lap 3, is looking like a hotel parking lot for desert racers.
As the racing continues here, we can see Randy Slauson picking his way around, and he will be the 5th place finisher. If he can get into town, he is less than half a mile. He's waking his way around King Hill right now, and he'll be coming into the short course. These bomber frames are so iconic. So many of these wonderful cars out there on the course today, but there's only one man who can make them dance in a particular way, and that is Randy Slauson. And these cars are so reliable usually. Very unusual to see a breakage, particularly a link arm breakage. And it just goes to show how hard you have to push here if you want to be successful. Oh, you can see it crabbing.
Yep. But the upper rear link pulled off. It's not holding the car centered over the rear axle, so it's going to fall off and shift. Now, shocks don't look bent. And Randy's also being a pro by getting the car in here. It would be real easy to leave that axle housing laying there on the ground.
It would, yes.
But he's getting it in, get to the finish, get work done.
Yeah. Just trying to see. It still looks like the rear driveline is there. Yeah, there's just the upper link hanging down. You can see it there, just pointing towards the dirt. The fact that he's actually managed to get it in without digging that link into a rock or doing something dumb is remarkable and shows the talent this man has.
It's just patience.
But race cars drivers aren't usually fitted with patience. It's one of the core attributes we are usually missing.
Fair enough.
And he's got to be
careful. Thought it was listening skills.
And he's just got to pick his way around now, ever so slow, literally tiptoeing, just small movements of that wheel to bring it round. He comes onto the final straight. He can see the checkered flag. Literally 100 yards, and he will have completed the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Racer Kings, powered by Optima batteries.
There's our Jackhammer parking lot.
Yeah, look at this. You can see winch lines going all over the place. The black and white roof is Mark Welsh. That's a UTV. Looking in there, I think that might be Pip Justice. Just trying to work it out. That's the 4478 there. Trying to get some numbers and trying to get some names for you. Yeah, that was Jordan Townsend there in the 4488. Very interesting rear engine car. I think that's the 124. Just trying to pick out some names for you. Oh, there's some very, very weary looking people. And that's the thing with these trials. These trials are unforgiving.
There's Kevin Taylor in the 911 car. Good
Yeah,
to see him back. He had a rough year last year. It's great to see him back on course.
Indeed, and that was Roger King in the 124. So we cut back out to her problem.
Those guys are all heading towards either Sledge or Jack right now.
Yep.
Sounds like they're pulling a shot together for us for King's Veto, which the parking lot is growing over there. It looks like we have a Brian Crofts, a Robbie Gordon, a Cam Steele, a Vaughn Gittin, Jaron Gunter, Brendan Thompson, Tom Gilpin.
And currently on screen, we're looking at Marquez Gomez. His younger brother, Raul, has just unofficially retained his Hammers title. Now, this is interesting. Our old race director, JT Taylor, always said to the Gomez brothers, if any of them ever win, that he would give them his jacket. He gave his jacket to Raul Gomez last year, but the deal is this. If any of the other brothers win, Raul has to give the jacket to the other brothers. So now Raul gets to keep the jacket for another year.
All right.
I like those little backstories.
I'm trying to make sense of where this trail's at.
Okay.
There's King's Veto. Okay, so Vaughn is back on his tires. Crofts is still coming up, but can't get up until Vaughn's out of the way. Cameron's still sloughed off that rock. It looks like Robbie has cleared out. Robbie has turned around and is now helping somebody else winch up, probably helping Vaughn, it looks like. So that's Robbie in the bottom right-hand corner. Looks like being a winch point for Vaughn.
Yep.
To make it up.
Yep, they're using 2 winches. Oh, no, it's not. They've got a guy hanging onto that to try and hold Vaughn upright.
Yep, it's that side hill spot. That's where he fell off the first time.
Now, that looks like Vaughn isn't actually got any drive. Doesn't look like Vaughn is actually moving his
now they're letting Brian go through. So this is a hard turn to make with Brian. So Brian, that rock on his front right, it's hard for him to make it across that. Because he gets rear diff just like that.
I don't think Robbie has a line going between him and Lauren. I think we got that wrong. Because otherwise Brian would have just crossed it. I think that Vaughn has self-recovered. I think Robbie's got himself in a pickle and is trying to work himself out of it.
It'd be hard to get turned around there.
This is Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, he's in a single seat rock car. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, he's doing good. Okay, any moment now we're going to be seeing Randy Slauson, 3-time previous king, coming on stage and talking to Ricky Johnson. He will be our unofficial 5th place finisher here today at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Racer Kings, powered by Optima batteries.
That Marcos was coming through Blue Dot, so Marcos will be coming down Choose Your Own Adventure into row pit 2 here in a second and coming to join the party at King's Veto. Looks like we have, is that Chad Hunt, 4456? No, Brett Harrell. Brett Harrell is on Thor's Hammer on lap 2, which would be a mistake for Brett Harrell if that's the case. It's unfortunate for him. But he's also stopped there too, so.
Yeah. I see Brian Cross in. Can he punch it up? King's Veto. This is such a difficult trial.
Is that a 3rd car above Robbie?
No, I don't think so. I think it's the shadows on the rocks. And Brian Crofts is coming up alongside now. Now, just imagine you're sitting in these cars. You've been in these cars for 6 hours. And you're in King's Veto.
6 hours and 45 minutes.
Brian Crofts seems to have the line here. Can he pick through? Now, Dave, is this the right line?
He's moving forward and Robbie's not, so yeah, I'd say he's winning.
So Brian Cross there looks like he's breaking free of those monster rocks. Now, as we work our way up here, does it get any easier now he's got past these big ones?
So where Lauren, or for Vaughn, where Vaughn flopped is the hardest part of this trail. They still have to get out the end here, but it seemed like that was getting a little more navigable lately.
Achievable.
Yes.
Okay, coming on stage now, we have got Randy Slauson, previous 3-time king, and I'm sure he's got some stories to tell us. We're going to pass it over to Ian Johnson. Ian, what do you got?
I don't know if I can interview you yet with all that cheering going on out there, Randy. First of all, once again, not the finish you want, but hey, you're back in Hammertown, unofficial 5th car across the line. How long was that last 1.5 miles for you personally and mentally inside this car?
That was painful. We wanted to finish hot, and we were coming in to do it. We cleared Turkey Claw, and we're coming around around into that sand wash there. We're flying and clipped a rock, and it just instantly said clack, 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 clack. And I was like, oh my God, what was that? So.
But there we go. So you're back in town. Here we are. Randy Slauson, 3-time king, 5th across the line. So let's talk a little bit more about how did your day in general go out there? We know we talked about this course, how much we liked the course. It was really, really heavy on rocks. How was your day out there on this race course?
So we had a really clean, easy day for the most part. We had one flat coming down Z-Walk and ended up driving it down into the pits and getting it changed. But other than that, we just took fuel and cruised around.
Of all the new trails out there, do you have a favorite one? Dave and I were actually discussing this earlier today about which trail he was super excited about. Did you have a new trail that you really, really liked to tackle in this Bomber Fab car?
You know, Z-Walk held up fairly well. The other trails just kind of turned to silt. There's not much rock left out there.
Just a whole bunch of guys having fun, but you avoided the traffic. You got this car through the rocks back into Hammertown. I'm sure you got a bunch of people you got to thank. So who do you want to thank out there?
Oh boy, you always got to do that to me, huh?
You should write that on your dash, Randy, for next time.
Yeah, it's all on my side panel right here. First and foremost, King Shocks, obviously. BFG tires, trail ready wheels, CVM engine, maximum trans. CBR coolers, I gotta look. PRP seats, Avalanche Technical, JE Reel, G&J Aircraft, PCI, PSC, Baja Designs, Bulldog Winch. I think that's most of them.
I think you got them all, Randy. Good job. Good job, Randy. So here, how was your day out there? Oh.
We also wanted to thank Rufus Racing for letting us use their pit.
That's awesome. Good stuff. All right, so how was your day out there? Was it uneventful, or did you just spend a lot of time? Did you have to get out of the car very much?
I got out of the car 2 times, just very briefly, wrapped a rock, pulled us off something we got stuck on, but really it was really minor. He didn't make me work very hard at all, which is what I like.
Good to hear. Well, the good news is we're not going to rush you off the stage quite yet, so you got a few minutes to get out of the car. I know you got a huge crowd out here that wants to cheer for you and take pictures. So, Randy, yeah, I'm super happy to see you back in Hammertown. I have one of these cars in my personal stable, so you know how much I love to see it up here on stage. So awesome. Congratulations for finishing the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. Welcome back to Hammertown, Randy.
It's so good to see Randy joining us back in town. 3-time king, of course, and it just goes to show you how incredibly tough these trails are. We are here this afternoon at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. The racing continues here in Johnson Valley, California. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the action very soon.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your Jeep at 4WP.
I'm Brian with Nacho Off-Road Technology, and we bring to you the next step in user-controlled lighting.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. I'm Jim Marsden, and this is the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. What a day of racing we've had. This is the race we wait all year for. And it just always gives 120%. This morning, 107 vehicles crossed the line. And earlier today, we saw Raul Gomez crossing the line to unofficially retain his title.
Yeah, you know, and that was really cool seeing him cross the line and honestly not really knowing how far ahead he was of Jason Shearer. Watching those guys come out that corrected time is always a big deal.
Yeah, now we're looking at King's Veto, and that down there just starting to move, and that's great to see, is Vaughan Gittin Jr. Now Vaughan we saw stuck earlier, he rolled onto his side.
So it sounds like we've got an eBay giveaway going on. eBay Motors is giving away some swag here on stage. You know, I keep waiting for somebody to show up here with a big t-shirt launcher and just really get those t-shirts out into Hammertown.
Well, in years gone by, we used to have lots of swag up on stage. Not so much these days. Now we've got the taco booth, but...
oh, you said taco right.
There you go.
That's so good. You're learning.
Isn't it cute?
Ah, adorable. Yeah, you know, I've actually been doing some writing for eBay Motors. They've got a great blog with some of the weirdo cars that show up on eBay Motors. So if you want to check them out, eBay Motors is a great place to get some car parts, get your latest weird car. I believe they've got some, like a right-hand Suzuki Jimny is on there right now. And there is the car 35 going through Spooners. That is, of course, the Campbell car that is actually Levi Shirley's car.
It's the Shirley
but it's
car.
the Campbell car today.
Well, actually, this is where it gets really weird, because it's the Campbell car that belonged to the Shirleys that is now being lent back to the Campbells.
Yes, and we had Bailey driving, and then we had Waylon, and then did Bailey get back in for the third lap, or do we still have Waylon in there?
I believe it's still Waylon in
Still
there.
Waylon
I'm just
in
going
there.
to check to see if this is actually on second lap or third lap. I will give you confirmation of that. If this is...
But it's great that Levi gave up that, or got this car to Bailey so that she could get out there. You know, riding a single seat car is no joke, and having to go out there, and I mean, I'm sorry, those tires are real heavy. I wouldn't be able to change one of those tires on my own. I know Bailey Campbell is a lot tougher than me, but fortunately she made it through the desert without any problems, and now here we are at Spooners.
Yeah, I've got to say a massive shout out to the Shirleys as well. It's not anybody who would just lend somebody a car of this type. This is a car that has a considerable value, and this vehicle not only has a considerable value, but the cost of preparing the vehicle after the race. But we think this is actually Ryan Miller now who's popped in, and this is third lap. So as Bailey Campbell did the desert lap, Waylon did the second rock lap, and that's Ryan Miller, who would normally be co-driver for Bailey Campbell, who's in doing the third lap.
But isn't that great? They're all just sharing the love, just sharing the fun right here. Everybody gets a lap.
Yeah, but let's not forget also, this is important because Bailey Campbell is driver of record. This race sets you up for the rest of your Ultra 4 season. It's a double points race. So even though she's off pace, even though they're not going to podium, they need to do the best they can to get as many points as they can towards that national championship.
And we see that Levi Shirley car driven by Ryan Miller making its way through Spooners. Awesome drone footage there here from our production team at the King of the Hammers. Man, we've just got so many people out here on course. Y'all wouldn't believe how crowded that media room is at night when everybody comes in from their day out on the track, and they are dusty and dirty.
Did you just throw in a y'all there?
Yeah, y'all. It's gender inclusive. It means everybody. I love y'all. You be quiet, you limey.
And you can start to see the shadows are starting to lengthen here. The sun has gone over the midway point, and those canyons become very dark places very quickly here.
It sure does.
In Johnson Valley.
Now, according to the tracker, the next car that's going to be through Hammertown is number 78, Pip Justice, but he is only on lap 2 of 3. Now, Jim, do you know what time they need to get through Hammertown in order to take their third lap?
Yes, we've just had confirmation of that from Race Ops. The cutoff for lap 3 is 6 p.m.
Woo, that is late. What time is it now? We are looking at 3-something, 3:30? And there we have got someone there going through the saddle, coming around almost close to Hammertown.
That is Pip Justice.
That is Pip. What a great name, Pip. Hello, Pip.
Pip Justice comes from Australia, comes over to join us, and he races with Rufus Racing. So 6 p.m. is our cutoff for the lap to be able to start lap 3, and 10 p.m. is the cutoff for the race. But let's not forget there is adjusted time to be added onto those. And this looks like a bomber frame here. Not sure who that is. That could be Dan Fresh, but I'm only guessing at this point. So we're just trying to see what number that car is. If that is the car number 8, that will be Dan Fresh. So we're just trying to see if we can see a number. No, it's 178.
Coming down Aftershock. Aaron Smith.
Yeah, that is Aaron Smith making his way down through.
And we are going to move with the awards. We've already checked the trackers. We had Jason Shear did miss a VCP coming in that last corner off the MDR course, but his net pickup was actually a net positive because he came to a stop on the VCP. So he missed it by about 2 feet, but he stopped there, ended up with a net worst time, which is our penalty is 5 times received benefit. So he has a penalty of 0 seconds.
That's the positive double whammy of this system, isn't it? But let's talk about virtual VCPs. Virtual VCPs do not exist in the real world. They exist in the digital world. And what they are is a way of us being able to make sure that our competitors stay on course. When they're out in the desert, they're allowed to be 150 feet from the central point on the course. When they're in the rocks, they have to be 50 feet from the center of the course. This means that they can pick and choose their lines wherever they want to. We use those VCPs. Oh, look at this. This is Tom Ways coming up against Aaron Smith here. Tom says, come on, chap, move on through. I'm coming by.
This should be Aftershock, right? Where are we? Oh, is this Z-Walk? Do we have video inside of Z-Walk? Where are we at?
Is this Z-Walk?
I'm looking.
So we're just getting confirmation. I believe Aaron Smith might be a lap 2 car.
That's 100% Aftershock. That's Aftershock.
And look at the pace difference there between Tom Ways and Aaron Smith. Tom Ways just walking away into the distance.
So we have 5 in right now?
Yeah, I'm just looking on my.
So that makes Tom 6th on course. There's
yes.
We have the Miller brothers out there as well.
Yeah, looks like we've got Brian Cross stop there. Looks like he's changing a tyre. He's just come out the top of, we saw him come out through King's Veto.
We got a Chocolate Thunder right now. We're going to see Robbie Gordon coming down Chocolate Thunder. There he is.
There he is, making his way. He's just about to make the turn onto Idle Issues. I'm guessing he stopped to change to low range.
There he goes.
This is the Gomez single seat vehicle that used to be driven by JP Gomez. Sadly, JP Gomez's current race car had a breakage on track, forcing him to retire.
This is the first time Robbie's been in a real Ultra 4 car in about 7 years.
Last time he drove, wasn't it the TBT?
Yes, he did. He had the TTB car who made that car back then? Bill Coons.
It's Bill Coons Bill Coons is driving it this week, isn't he?
That's correct. Yeah, that car's still here.
And used to belong to JT Taylor as well.
Yep.
Back in the day.
So he made it up out of idle issues, and he's taken that bypass around to the top of her problems. Same shot, great shot. Thank you for production.
Yeah, got to say a massive shout out to our production, the camera crews, the drone crews, the helicopter crews, and of course that huge army in the production trailers behind the stage bring us all this amazing action all week long. And very soon we're going to be going live on stage here with the awards. Dave, what time are the awards going to be this afternoon?
We moved them up. We actually have gotten through all course compliance in the top 5, so we're going to do awards here in the next 15 or 20 minutes, I believe, before Tom even gets into town.
Fantastic.
Okay, we're back in King's Veto, and there you have, let's see what car, I believe that's 13. I think that's Bailey.
being used as a winch point for the red car coming up. There's a pretty cool recovery happening right now in that shot.
Yeah, this is King's Veto, I think we're looking at here, isn't it? But
It is King's Veto, but that red car is using the white car as a winch point.
It is.
And it pulled him down into the line again. Cam is still down there. It looks like that car is probably done for the day.
That might be a good candidate for another helicopter extraction.
Not from King's Veto. You're 35 feet from safety there.
Oh, okay, fair play. And you can see the traffic backing up there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in shot there.
Yep.
Possibly even an 8th. Hard to tell there as the shadows lengthen. No, that's
so based on what we've seen
from the 8 cars.
From the people that finished, this is the last real hard trail.
Yeah.
To get through this, Sledge hasn't proved to be too difficult, and Legit has ended up being blown out. Z-Walk held up, but is passable. So.
Yeah, this is interesting because we're at 3 o'clock now in Johnson Valley. Dark is going to be somewhere around about the 5 o'clock mark.
Yep.
So in a couple of hours, this is going to be pitch black. That's when it becomes really difficult.
And cold.
And very cold indeed. Yeah, I've been that guy.
But there's not going to be any wind tonight.
You said with confidence. If you've just tuned in, this is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. We are here for the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. It's been an incredible day of racing. It started at 8 o'clock this morning, with 107 vehicles leaving the line, 2 at a time in 1 minute increments. And this is one of the fabled trails. This is King's Veto, and you can just see how difficult it is here, as these cars trying to pick their way over rocks that are bigger than the cars themselves. Okay, as we continue to see the action here in King's Veto, I believe Tiffany Stone has got an interview for us. Tiffany, what do you got?
All right, Brett, so you came into remote pit 2. We've seen you had a little bit of trouble. What's kind of going on right now?
Well, we lost the drive line in lap 1, coming out of Turkey Claw into the cross grain stuff. And I don't know what really happened there because we were actually going pretty slow. Me and Shannon were just kind of crawling through it together. And I really came into this year with a different game plan of just taking it easy and seeing where the cars lie, you know. But we got that driveline changed in May, and then came out. Seemed like we were going strong because we haven't seen anybody. We passed a lot of guys, and all those guys that we passed us back in Thors. But we got to the top of Thors and ended up winching. It's really tore up in there right now. And we were winching, just slowly rotating the tires, and popped another U-joint on the rear drive line. So we've got our last spare on here now. We've got to take and change one of the caps that are blown out and see what we can do to salvage this race.
All right, from remote pit 2, we can kind of see King's Veto right over there. It is a traffic jam. You're a person who can do well under pressure. We've seen how great you finished off last season. For you talking about that, what's the game plan for King's Veto as we see this big traffic jam right there?
You know, right now we're just going to have to go up there and be patient. Brian Cross, you know, he was behind me today. He was really patient with me. He went around me. I made a wrong turn, and he got around me, and we let him get to the top, and we were patient with him at Thor's Hammer. So we're just going to have to go up there and be patient. I mean, King's Veto is legit trail, and that's why it's a 3rd lap only. We're just going to have to go up there and look at the situation, probably jump out, help other drivers out, and see if we can get them winched through there to where we can finish this thing.
All right, well, Brett, I'll let you get back together with your team. The number 4456, Brett Harrell, stopping at remote pit 2. Lots of things still happening. We know that we have a bunch of finishers already crossing line, but stay with us. We're going to bring you all the action still from remote pit 2. Back up.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. It's always great to try and get interviews, but don't forget, we're in the Mojave Desert. We are bringing you this live broadcast from one of the most inhospitable air places in the entire world. There's a fantastic vibe here in Hammertown. Earlier today, we saw Jason Shearer across the line in physically first place, but literally 20 seconds behind him and beating him on adjusted time was last year's king, Raul Gomez, who has retained his title. And there has been so many amazing moments. But Dave, let's talk about that. Darian Gomez.
Yep.
Broken on course, son of Raul Gomez.
Broken Jack on lap 2, and then ran around on lap 3, prepared and ready to help his dad come up. Completely legal. We've seen it 100 times before, and it was great to see him on point and ready to go again.
Absolutely.
And it was probably a game changer, because if Raul gets out of the car there and winches up Sledgehammer, he's not 12 seconds behind Jason at the finish line.
Exactly. So that was basically a race-winning moment right there.
Absolutely.
And this is like Darren Gunter here.
Darren Gunter coming down off Dirty Love. I believe he is a lap 3 guy, right?
Yes, he should be lap 3. I'll just double check that.
So that's him coming down into Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, Darren Gunter there. He is on his 3rd lap.
He's going to make a pass. I think he's going to pass. I think Brian Cross is stopped.
Yeah, Brian Cross is stopped at the moment. We saw him changing a tyre a little bit ago.
Okay.
I'll tell you what is really cool, Dave. We also saw another father and son come in a little bit earlier. We saw Josh Byler and Rusty Byler come in literally nose to tail into Hammertown. And do you know what's even cooler than that? Is they've stripped every single body panel off their cars and they've handed them out to the kids out in front of here.
Class act.
That's classy.
Acts.
I like that.
And we still have the social gathering over on Jackhammer happening.
Yeah,
it's an annual meeting.
Bring a koozie, crack on down.
Back to King's Veto. Can't get the number on that car. Back in the Turkey Claw. 4570. Joe Gatlin coming down Turkey Claw. I believe he is a lap 2 coming in to start his lap 3.
Yeah, looks that way. Now look at this. We all know who this is.
Tom Ways making some clean air now. Heading back on Emerson Lake Bed. He will, about 30 minutes away then, come back into Hammertown.
Yeah, we just had some fans in front here just asking. And this is Vaughan Gittin Jr. making his way down through Dirty Enough. Now, we saw Vaughan on his side in King's Veto. He was there for quite some time. I reckon he's lost nearly an hour there, Dave.
Yeah, he spent quite a long time on his side there. It was a very difficult recovery. Now we should see Robbie coming through Chocolate Thunder a few minutes ago, heading over to Sledge with Jaron Gunter and Vaughn. Who else do we see coming down there? Brian Cross has got a flat tire, but coming down Dirty Love as well, correct?
Yeah, we should see Brian Cross at any moment now.
Cody and Hunter Miller are also coming down Aftershock. There's Robbie going up Sledge, I believe.
Yeah, I've got to say, really impressed with Robbie Gordon. Of course, he's the desert legend himself.
Excuse me, he's coming down Jack North still.
Yeah, and it's great to see him out here on track. And joining us in the booth now is Emmy Hall. Emmy Hall, how you doing?
Oh, hi. You guys have been in and out of the booth all day today. It's been a pretty good day.
It's been a great day here in Hammertown, hasn't it? It's been absolutely glorious. The sun is shining, we've got a nice stiff breeze, and we've still got plenty of race action out there on course.
We sure do, and I know that we are going to get going here awards at any minute. So stick around here in Hammertown. We'd like to see our first, second, and third place winners of the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. We're going to be doing that here in just a hot second. So it looks like we're going to be getting ready for awards here in just a hot second. So those of you here in Hammertown, we've got a big crowd out here by the jumbo stage, but if you are not here, come on out. We're going to get our first, second, and third place trophies here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. once again,
Should be
in
Cody
first.
Cody Miller coming down off Emerson Ridge.
That is amazing that these UTVs are still out here and still doing it and keeping a really good pace next to these 4,400 cars.
Absolutely.
You know, but I'm still going to call them golf carts, Dave. I don't care what you say.
I gave that up about 7-8 years ago. Once I started doing 100 miles an hour, it was kind of...
Yeah, they are no longer golf carts.
Kind of hard to say that.
So if you are just joining us, we do have our first, second, and third places here. I can't believe it. They finished in under 6 hours, 1 lap of the desert and 2 laps in the rocks, and all in under 6 hours. That is a really, really quick pace. You know, Dave, you can tell us when you guys first started doing this race, how long did it take them to do that kind of mileage?
Well, they only did 42 miles in 4 hours the first OG race, so it's a 42-mile race course, which was less than even like half of our lap 2.
Right,
and
right.
It took them 4 hours to do it.
That is just amazing how much technology have gotten into these vehicles to be able to get through the hammer trails unscathed, although we know we've got a lot of cars out there that are definitely scathed here. I'm looking at the tracker here. I see a lot of little red dots underneath these numbers, which means that they are not moving. But again, keep in mind this tracker updates like sometimes every 2 minutes, sometimes every 3 minutes, sometimes every 6 minutes. So you need to take what's on the tracker with a grain of salt, but it is a good way to get an idea of where your favorite racers are, where your friends and family are out here on the course.
Looks like the traffic's starting to flow a little better in Kings Vito.
Yeah, the wind certainly has picked up here in Hammertown. I can't really even see across the valley to Chocolate Thunder. Can be good for the racers to get a little bit of that dust out, but people here, we're all getting our sunglasses on, we're getting our goggles on, got our neck buffs up so we can keep the dust out of our lungs. We got a little bit of a hammer lung going on here.
Trying to figure out that shot. Oh, that's up in Thor's. So Phil McGilton getting up there. He's going to fight his way up Thor's, and then he's got to go over there and join the party in Kings Vito.
Now, Kings Vito right now, do we have a little bit of traffic that's happening up there?
We have about 6 or 7 cars backed up. So Philip's coming up Thor's right now. Let's see what other kind of traffic. Looks like there's a few other cars with him. That Hunter Sparrow should be right behind Philip McGilton as well. This is the section I was talking about in the driver's meeting that they were allowed to come out on the sand hill outside of the rocks. There's a couple Factory 55 worn winch points up there, but it seems like most of the 4,400 guys have been driving it.
Yeah, of course, once you've got a lot of those 40-inch tires going through a soft sanded hill, things will get really loose and really torn up, but it doesn't look like he's having much of a problem at all climbing up there, making it look easy.
He's not quite to the hard spot, though.
We are, of course, at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. We're getting ready for our award ceremony here so we can give away our awesome LaserNut trophy hardware. So if you are in Hammertown, come on down to the Jumbotron so you can check out all of the action. 449, they're going through Spooners, looking pretty good. Now, looking at the tracker, our next finisher looks to be
Tom Waits is still coming around.
Tom Waits, he's still coming around? Okay, great.
Vaughn getting through Chocolate Thunder, heading up. Idle issues. He's trying to track down Robbie Gordon right now.
And I think that is 416 coming through the saddle. Brian Reed.
That's 570.
570.
Brian Reed, I believe, is out of the race. They had some problems.
He's still showing on the tracker. So like I said, you guys take the tracker with a grain of salt.
No, you take the tracker for exactly what it is. You just have to look at the data and ask it some more questions. It's accurate. You just got to know what to ask it. 416. Let's find out where Brian's at.
416 says that he updated a minute ago, moving at 25.5 miles per hour. So seems like he's still in.
Sounds great. I was going by his pits telling me he was having a problem. So coming around, you'll have Tom Ways, Cody Miller, and Hunter Miller are our next three moving on course coming into the finish. Going back past that, you have John Webb coming down Z-Walk right now. Eric Miller looks like he's made it up out of Sledge. That's Rick Levezzo in the 4449 car. I believe that's a new car, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a Penhall car that he picked up from Paul Horschel. Rick was our modified champion last year, I believe, and so he's stepping up into 4400 now. Same with Casey Gilbert, stepping up from Legends to 4400.
So how often do you find guys that have come in and raced the Everyman Challenge and then the next year they want to do the big race?
Not often is it the next year, but sometime after 5 or 6 years maybe.
Yeah.
Most of the time people aren't ready to make that jump. If they decided to stay EMC, they stick with it for a few years. But there's a lot of drivers that have matriculated from UTVs or stock through modified and Legends into 4400 over the years.
And what is the cost difference there in terms of prepping a 4400 car as opposed to just prepping an EMC car?
The big cost is CVs.
Yeah.
As soon as you put CVs in it, you're putting a whole bunch more cost.
Dave's headset's a little wackadoo. Is it? That's Rick Levezzo making his way up through Spooners in the 4449 car. Again, we are almost ready here for the awards at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. Can't wait to give out that hardware. Jim Marston's going to be up there giving out all of those trophies, those well-earned trophies for our winners here at the most gnarliest, most awesomest, most raddest race in the world.
Those are some pretty high claims, but...
Yeah, did you like how I used poor grammar too? Most gnarliest?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hyperbole with poor grammar is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, I went to college.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
I got a degree.
Huh? And here we are.
And here I am in a booth with Dave Cole. How did this happen?
Emmy, I think they're asking you to go to the stage to go be
all right.
top 5 to the stage.
Yes, top 5, please come to the stage. We have awards for you. Top 5, please make your way to the stage.
Basically everybody that's finished. It's good to see Tom moving. He's had some bad luck over the past couple years, and to have him come in a top 10 finish like this is great to see. Is that Marcos, or is that, no, it's Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, it's Robbie.
That's Robbie Gordon. He's come through Chocolate Thunder and Wrecking Ball, Bender Alley, and Jack North, and now he is working his way up into Sledge. Now, is there anybody up there to help him winch, or is now Robbie getting out of the car and winching by himself?
That is a sight I would love to see.
You know, I'd be the first one to poke fun or give him some crap because it's fun. It's fun. I mean, guy's obviously an incredibly accomplished desert racer, and I watch him come here, but he's showing up very well right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he started at the end of the pack and he is up here doing really well. He has passed a whole bunch of folks. So seeing Robbie come out, and I mean, he was late to lineup. He was last off the line with Bailey Campbell, almost last off the line, and he has just made incredible strides out here.
Yep, Bailey Cole coming down, so we saw Vaughn go up. So it sounds like it's Robbie Gordon, and then looking at the tracker here, Robbie and Sledge. Brian Cross is going up Wrecking Ball. I know Vaughn is up there somewhere, and now Bailey's coming up right after them. And I think Hunter Sparrow's in there as well, and Jaron Gunter. Great racing. Eric Miller still moving, coming up through legit right now.
You better not quit, because it's too legit. You're welcome, Dave. Remember before you met me?
I'm trying. I'm desperately trying to remember the time that I didn't know you. No, I'm kidding. It's been wonderful, Emmy. Thank you.
All right. So if we have our top 5 finishers, please, to the stage. Top 5 to the stage.
That's Brendan Thompson coming down Dirty Love. Also made it free of the treble on King's Veto. Maybe we'll get production to give us a shot back at that again and see what the traffic's like there. There's actually, let's stick with Robbie trying to make it up. Looks like Darian Gomez is still on duty up there.
That's awesome. He's staying out there and helping people, spotting people through. That is sportsmanship right there.
Yep.
You know, when you can't go anywhere, you're done for the day. You might as well help your fellow competitors.
Yep. And those are teammates now. So that was a last minute deal. The Gomez brothers had an extra car. Robbie Gordon had I guess an extra butt to put in the seat, which was his, and that's what they accomplished. And last minute deal. There's Darian pulling rope for Robbie, and if he clears Sledge, he's on this home stretch.
You know, as a super budget racer, I can't imagine what it's like to, quote, have an extra car.
I have an extra butt, so I mean,
All right, we've got a crowd is gathered here at the stage waiting for these awards at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. We are going to get to that here momentarily, you guys. I know I keep saying that, but this time I promise.
that's Vaughn Gittin. He's going up Wrecking Ball. Getting ready to turn onto Bender Alley.
Now, how long was he down when he had rolled it?
He had to been on his side for at least 45 minutes, if not an hour.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Back in King's Veto, it looks like we have a different traffic jam happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. Trying to get a grip on where we're at. There's Dan Fresh up in the front. Is that Sterndal there, the 1982 car?
1982 is Tom Gilpin.
Tom Gilpin, okay. I believe he's racing for SEI though, the Sterndal team. Oh, there's 3 cars ahead of those guys. I think that's Marcos Gomez at the front of that. That might be Joe Thompson right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the tracker here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 cars, if not 6 cars in King's Veto. A few of them are stopped. One says that it is moving. But yeah, we've got a lot of traffic there. And you know, it is 3:30 right now. The shadows are going to start getting long, and when they get long, it goes pretty quickly. That sun dips down behind that mountain pretty darn fast, and then you're out here in the rocks at night, which is not my favorite thing to do. I know that these guys have got awesome lights. We've got some nacho lights out there blazing the way through the dark, but still not where I would want to be.
I'd rather be in the car blazing through the dark than sitting here talking about them blazing through the dark.
Oh, I thought you were going to say then sitting here with me. And I was going to say, Dave.
No, I'd rather be out there wheeling with you. Let's go racing.
Let's go. We'll take the
But
Miata. It'd be great.
Always better to make dust than it is to watch people make dust.
Or to eat the dust like what we're doing up here.
So I'm looking back here, and it looks like that there might only be 5 or 6 people that really have a chance of making it back here to start their 3rd lap.
Yeah, they need to come. They need to be back here by 6 o'clock to start their 3rd lap, and then our race, and it finishes at 10 o'clock. So yeah, it looks like
4 cars moving. 178, 1481, 401, and 4445 have all cleared Aftershock. Mark Welch is stuck up there. Sky Johnson's coming down Aftershock at a decent clip.
Yeah, do you think Sky will? You think he's got enough time to make it here? It's 3:30. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're moving out of Jackhammer here in the next 20 minutes, you got enough time.
All right, cool. But we do have some vehicles stacked up on each other in Jackhammer as well, or close to Jack rather. I got to zoom in here on the tracker.
Yeah, Jack is the mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. There's a lot of vehicles there that are not moving. We've got 10, 11 vehicles at or near Jack right now, according to the tracker. That's a lot of traffic back there.
Let's see if we can get some help from race ops to talk to the course marshals out there and find out if that traffic jam, how many have a chance of getting their car moving forward again, or how many are broken.
All right, here we are at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. The wind has kicked up. It seems to be blowing a little bit of the dust out here, but it is still pretty darn dusty. I see a lot of people with goggles, a lot of dogs with goggles out here. We'll be starting our award ceremony here in just a second. We've got some beautiful Laser Nut Trophy hardware out there, just waiting to be given away to our 2023 King. Oh, and look, there's a little squirrel that's racing here on Dirty Love. Aw.
That's coming down Aftershock, but I didn't get the car number. That might have been Sky Johnson. That would have seemed appropriate. Oh, that's 4403.
.4403 is Patrick Beckworth. He started 73rd off the line this morning. And it looks like we are waiting on one racer who has gone to his RV to clean up a little bit. If someone has lost a set of keys, I have them up here. If you have lost a set of keys, I have them up here. Come on up here and tell me what they look like, and I will give them to you. Patrick Bethwick there in the Spooners. But David, looks like you got some information here.
Yeah, I just talked to Chris Pive in the 906 car. He was co-driving for Tad Docker today, and they got that unfortunate rock underneath the skid plate, picked up a right wheel, then just got pitched over. And when he did, he broke the upper corner of the radiator, hit a rock, and broke the radiator, and Dave was done there on Jack. So 906 and Jack is one car we know for sure is not going to continue on.
That is a bummer. Now, when those cars break down in Jack, they just need to stay there until the race is over before they can be recovered, correct?
No, they can, where they're at in Jack, if they can get off the waterfall, you're down to a place that you can get yourself off the course.
Okay. But regardless, I think that our recovery teams are going to have a long night ahead of them. We've got a lot of cars out there that are currently not moving.
I got Tom Ways through Turkey Claw. I got
Cody Miller coming through Melville Ridge.
Yeah, but Hunter Miller is already coming back into town, it looks like.
Go Hunter! All right, while we wait for our award ceremony, we're going to take a quick commercial break right now. So please stay with us. We've got more action right after this.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
Okay, and here we are back live in Hammertown at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Rate of Kings, powered by Ultimate Batteries, and joining me on stage now is Hunter Miller. How are we doing?
I'm whipped. Sorry, I can hardly breathe. That was a long day, man. That was hard. We were brutal. It wasn't as hard for me as it was for Chad, to be honest. That dude was out of the car, I think, more than he was in. That was a tough course. Dave wasn't joking when he said he put together a hard one today.
Yeah, no, it's actually remarkable. And let's remind everybody, this is 3 brutal laps around Johnson Valley. There is no easy miles out there, is there?
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, we were just happy to get through the desert. That was our main thing. You know, we got up to a good start, got ahead on our row, and didn't have to eat dust the whole time. We were doing good coming down Spooners the second lap. We got a flat tire, got that swapped, and then over on Fissure blew a belt. But other than that, it was a solid day. We'd probably been here 30 minutes ago, but Chad kept making me go slower. He didn't want to break out there and fix stuff.
Push again across the finish line.
Now let's talk about that, because obviously you were racing in the Can-Am UTV Championships, and we saw you had to push your car across the line to get to the finish. So it must be very nice to arrive here still driving.
Oh man, you ain't kidding. That's all Chad kept saying. I don't have the energy to push today. I've been out of here way too much.
Well, let's talk to this guy over here. Right, come on, tell me, how's your day been?
It's been awesome. We put together a good run. We had a belt issue, and one flat tire, but you know, we just kept pushing and hitting all our lines in the rocks, and we tried to stay calm and smooth as much as we could, but we wanted to place well. So here we are. We're happy to be here and put a UTV up here. I don't know exactly where we finished yet, but where'd we end up?
I will tell you in a minute. Right, let's just have a quick walk. Now, this UT is a little bit different to the one that you raced the other day.
Yeah, this one is slightly different. It's still super production based, to be honest with you. It's very similar to the cars we raced in the UTV race the last couple of years. UTV race this year, we were racing the pro stock class, so those things were extremely stocked. This one not so much, but no, it's still a Can-Am at its heart, that's for sure. You know, all the stock geometry is still there. It's still solid Can-Am.
Absolutely. Now I'm sure you've got an army of people you want to thank.
Oh man, I mean all of our sponsors, Can-Am, Maxxis, Raceline, Liquid Moly, UTV Race Shop. I mean, these guys came out here to help us and support us this weekend. Elka, George White with Double E Racing, and Doug Roll. I mean, these guys have been out here with us for almost going on 3 weeks now, tuning our suspension and making sure everything was absolutely perfect. I mean, I honestly almost wanted to go another lap. That car was so dang fun to drive. But, you know, Maxxis tires, Raceline wheels, I mean, everybody, thank you so much. I mean, I'm terrible when I get put on the spot with my sponsors, but Texera Tech, Hess Motorsports, you know, everybody, my whole crew, everybody, Randy and Walter and Ben and Derek and my wife for flying out. She was sick. She was supposed to get here a couple days ago. She flew in just for today. All my family at home, and definitely Chad Hughes. I mean, I'm telling you right now.
Let's get that guy in here. Come on.
I'm telling you right now, if it weren't for this guy right here, I'd still be on lap one, I'm telling you.
Number 6.
6?
Yeah.
That ain't bad. Hey, that beats Cody from last year. He got 8, so that was my main goal.
He just stole my thunder.
Yeah, it was gnarly. There were, we got into quite a few bottlenecks. King's Veto was a mess. I mean, Chad had us winching up cliffs. It was insane. It was a hard day, but thank you to everyone so much. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. You know, the last 8 months, I think I about had a nervous breakdown getting ready for this, but now that we're here and it's over, I'm so happy. I can't tell you how happy I am right now. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Dave for putting this together, and all of King of the Hammers. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Absolutely superb. Well, Hunter Miller, I am very proud to tell you that at the 2023 Progressive King of the Hammers Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries, you are unofficially 6th place. Give it up for Hunter Miller. Our first place UTV across the line here in Hammertown. And still drivers keep coming across the line. We're just going to pop it back to Emmy in the booth, and then we're going to get another finisher up on stage.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. You know, when I was talking to Hunter Miller this morning in the lineup, he said all he wanted to do was beat the 8th place that they got last year, and it looks like he has done it. Now, we've got a lot more finishers here that are coming up. We're going to do a few more interviews as they're stacking up, and then we are going to go to the awards. And there again, we've got Vaughn Gittin hanging out there in Sledgehammer, getting that help from the Gomez brother as they are getting winched up through Nacho Dip in Sledgehammer. This again is the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries here at the 2023 King of the Hammers, brought to you by Progressive and powered by Optima batteries. So we are just waiting here to get our next interviews up on the stage here. We got a lot of traffic there in Jack. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 cars, 6, 7 cars up there in Jack. It's a big parking lot up there. But you know, one car goes down and then sometimes they can just stack up in the back and it can take forever to get through. Really makes those drivers nervous because they're on a tear and suddenly they just got to stop. And there is the 221 car. That is Cody Miller coming through the saddle. He's going to be here in Hammertown pretty darn soon. He can see the RVs. He is almost back here, back home where he can celebrate a finish here in the 4400 class with that little Can-Am UTV. And what a gorgeous shot there from our live crew. We've got so many great camera people out here coming up and over the hill, and then he just needs to make one more turn till he gets into our short course where he can take his checkered flag. Just needs to come around that little mountain right there. You can see Hammertown. You can see all his friends and family waiting for him, getting through that Yukon arch for that final jump and the checkered flag. So it seems like Jim's got another interview out there on stage. Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, Emmy. Joining me on stage right now is the one and only Mr. Tom Ways. Tom, how are we doing?
That was a great day. Dave designed a great course. Hammer King, volunteers, and all the course staff did a heck of a job. Really love peeling out all day for the fans, and happy to be here.
Well, it's fantastic to see you here on stage. We love this car. We love watching you race. Now, talk to us about this course, because this course was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the way out was really nice. Way back was a bit rougher on the desert loop. Once we got back into the rocks, just started doing our thing, and car ran great all day. James did a great job calling the initial desert loop, and Trotter jumped in for the rocks, so I actually had 2 co-drivers on purpose. And I felt like we ran a great day. This is the first time I got out of the car all day since this morning, so I'm pretty happy to be out of it, and definitely want to thank Icon for everything they do, my crew, my family, everybody that helped support me, get me here. I couldn't be here without them. Scopio Performance, BF Goodrich Tires, Icon, C&H Motor Parts. I can't even tell everybody how much it means to me to be here. I definitely thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, mate, look, we know how much this means to you, but let's just step in here, because this guy, hey James, how are you?
Doing pretty good.
Now, talk to me. Now, it's not that long ago that you had a pretty serious accident out here, and a lot of people wondered if you'd ever get back in a car.
Yeah, I don't think you can get off the horse without getting back on it like that. So last year getting back in was nice to be able to get the finish after all that. It was good to be back in the car.
What's it like driving with Tom?
Oh, it's a blast. If you like doing dumb shit, this is the guy.
Well, that's what we like to hear. Let's just cross over. I've got Mr. Trotter here. Brian, how we doing?
Doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm always good, mate. Very happy to see you here in Hammertown.
Oh, kind of happy to be here.
Fantastic. So what is it like in those rock trails? And we saw he had you pulling cable out there.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be kind of a winch game, so going into it, there's a couple of sticky spots. It's a matter of finding the right rock to pull. So it took us a little bit on the Vito, but we got through.
Yeah, we saw you pulling down a rock that was about half the size of this car. It's quite impressive.
Right, yeah, it's, you know, it's like, well, that'll work. Well, no, it won't work, so.
Right, let's cut back to Tom. Now, Tom, it's great to see you back here in Hammertown, and I can tell you that you are the unofficial 7th place here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Racer Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. How does that make you feel?
I think we're 6th, but 7th sounds okay too, but I think we're 6th right now.
It's adjusted time. I think you're probably right. That's why it's all unofficial.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think I'd be happy with 6th. We got 9th last year, which was a testament just to proving that we could drive calm. But all my crew agreed last year after driving calm all day that they'd rather have me drive like my hair's on fire. So we're going to go back to wringing this thing's neck once we put a little bit bigger shock on it, and we'll be back in the hunt for next year again.
Fantastic. We can't wait for that. Tom Ways, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jim, out there with Tom Ways. You know, I hardly even recognized him without his mustache, but I do love that they're out there. You know, I talked to him this morning, and he said that you're going to see me at the front. And indeed, we saw him. He started 24th, and he's made up all that time to come back as a 6th place unofficial here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings.
We got Bailey Cole going up into sledge right now.
And I think we are just waiting to get one more car up here on stage before we do our awards. Oh, Bailey's about to lose that lucky 13.
It looks a little haggard for right now. So I was doing a little note checking here. Let me see what I got. I have we have Raul and Jason, then Josh and Rusty, Randy Slauson. We had Hunter Miller, Tom Ways, Cody Miller. We have John Webb coming. Somewhere out there, and I'm going to check here, we had Eric Miller is now moving again out of pit 2. So Eric has dropped in just ahead of Robbie Gordon. Then you're back to Jaron Gunter. Well, looks like Vaughn might have gotten around Jaron. Vaughn Gittin, then Jaron Gunter. Brian Crofts is in sledge right now, and Bailey's coming up behind Brian in sledge right now. Brendan Thompson coming down Jack North.
So we still have a lot of awesome racing here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. We don't even have 10 finishers in yet. Bailey Cole trying to find some traction there in Nacho Dip Sledgehammer.
He's right there in the middle of the Z-turn right now, and it has gotten a little chewed up, but shouldn't be having this much problem right there. Maybe a little higher right. If you go a little higher right, then you don't diff out, especially if that's a passenger side drop front diff. That rock right there on the right will catch you.
Oh, yep, looks like
he's going to go higher left. Yep. That's one thing to do. It's always an option, I guess.
That's always a thing. You're doing a thing there, kid.
That's not a move I taught him.
Let's see if that's going to work out for him. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Yeah, but now with your back moved over, now you're not getting hung rear diff. So
yeah.
You'll end up washing back into the hole again, but be lined up better.
Yeah, it looks like that pulled him right back down again. I think it's kind of right back where he started. And coming through the KMC Turkey Claw, that is car number 4445. That is Gary Easley. He is coming in on his second lap. So as long as he gets here by 6 o'clock, he'll be able to go out on his third.
It's Brent Gagerbeer in the 4473 car on his third lap in Spooners. He is definitely on a pace to be able to get to a finish, especially if the traffic jams kind of clear out for him.
All right, and do we have a car stopped out there in the desert? Looks like it.
Are the drivers ready?
I see a car stopped and I see a helicopter on the ground.
Could be bad. All right, we are going to go to our award ceremony hymn with our Masters of Ceremony, Mr. Jim Marston. Jim, are you ready for it?
Okay, thank you very much, Emmy. It's always great to be here in Hammertown. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. This is the Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries. Been an incredible day of racing so far. We have already had 8 finishers across the line, but the most important ones are the top 3. And we're going to get those guys and girls up here on stage right now. So please, can I call to the stage Josh Byler, Jason Shearer, and of course, Raul Gomez. So as we're waiting for these guys to get up on stage, we've got some amazing prizes here. And there's some real history. We've seen multiple kings over the years, and Raul Gomez is joining those ranks. He won his first title last year. As walking up on stage and joining me now as a 3-time king is Jason Shearer. How you doing, Jason?
Awesome. What a great day, huh?
It's been a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the hardest course we've ever had, and the pace was just insane to think about how fast everyone got back, and to see all my buddies crossing the line right now, it's awesome.
Now, tell me about the new car. I mean, we're going to be talking to you in a bit anyway, but while we're just waiting for Raul to come up and Josh to come up, how's it feel to drive that? It looks a lot of fun.
Definitely the next level for me, that's for sure. You know, I've been designing it for 3 years with Keith from Get Bent Fab, and we took the old car, we put it back in SolidWorks because we hand built that one. We took what we liked and we kept adding new stuff to it, portals and a special custom SCS transfer case, and then that big Ford engine. And so basically we redesigned the whole thing, and that was the most fun desert lap I've ever had in my life.
Fantastic. Right, we're joined on stage now. I've got our 3 podium place people. We're just going to set you all up here. Raul, come to the center where you deserve to be. Jason and Jason on this side. Josh. Jared. Okay. So in 3rd position, we're just going to get Shelby to come round. So Shelby, if you can hand out 3rd position here to Josh and to Gerard. It's 2nd to Jason and Jason. And we'll just run through this as soon as we've got some trophies. So here we are. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, Nitto Race of Kings. On this side here, we have Josh Byler with Gerard in 3rd position. Josh, what does this mean to you?
This is fantastic. This is the 2nd year in the row we've pulled 3rd place. It's a hell of a tough race, and we're just honored to finish. Finishing this race is an accomplishment.
It is indeed. Jared, very quickly, what's it feel like?
He does a great job driving. Good.
Fantastic. Right, let's run over here to 2nd place. Jason and Jason.
Hi.
How we doing?
Doing good.
Yeah, is it feeling good to be up here?
Yeah, it is. When we first finished, I mean, I told Raul to his face, I fucking love this guy. I really do. And
that's the same as lots of love, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, why can't it just be a little easier? Why does he have to be so fast the whole time? Like, can he just back off just a little bit? Damn it.
And come in here, Jason. Come on, tell us, what does this mean to you?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, it feels so good, and I'm just happy for our whole team and everybody out there, but I really got to hand it to you, brother. That was an awesome race. He pushed the whole way, and you deserve this one. You earned it.
Now, let's stick to this. Last year, you became a king. This year, you became a 2-time king, back to back. The only other person to have done that is this man next to you. How does that make you feel?
I'm just honored to stand next to this guy, man. I look up to this guy. He's a hell of a racer, and he just makes me better every day. And thank you, Jason. I mean, that was an amazing fucking race. You guys killed it. You guys killed it. I was just trying to keep up with the pace all day, and that was it. So here we are.
Absolutely fantastic. This is our top 3 here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Ultima batteries. Take it away, gentlemen. Fantastic scenes here in Hammertown. The champagne is flying. Trophies, the scepter. So many memories being created here today. This is the 17th year of racing here in Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers, and we absolutely love it. As these guys celebrate, and these celebrations will go on long into the night. Records are being made. History is being made. Emmy, back to you and back to the racing.
Thank you so much, Jim. You know, I love seeing those guys spray that champagne all over the place, although it looks like Jason maybe had taken a shower, and I think he's going to want another one after getting all of that
The Woes love you.
Sticky sweet champagne all over. It's great. These guys get to celebrate. The crowd here in Hammertown is cheering for their favorites, cheering for their friends and their family. Now I'm looking here at the tracker. Our next car that's going to come through is car 4445. That's Gary Eastley, but he will be going out on his on his third lap. Our next finisher looks to be John Webb. He is in the 4468 car. I think John Webb might have some fans out here. His tracker pinged about 2 minutes ago. He was running fast at 48.5 miles per hour. So he should be our next finisher in here to Hammertown. There we have the 4445 car coming in. Again, that car will be going out on its third lap once it comes through Hammertown. Now, I believe we're going to have another interview here after we're done with photos on the stage, so please be sure to stay tuned for that. I believe it is one of the Miller brothers. Cody Miller should be coming up here pretty soon. We've got our top 10 here. Of course, our king at the Race of Kings is Raul Gomez, followed by Jason Schur, and then Josh Blyler in third place. His dad, Rusty Blyler, takes the fourth place. Randy Slauson comes in fifth, Tom Weyes in sixth, and then our first UTV 190, Hunter Miller, is unofficial seventh, and then following that, we've got Cody Miller coming in the 221 Can-Am UTV. So we should be getting an interview with them pretty quickly. And Hammertown's getting a little thin out here. We've got a lot of vendors that are trying to beat some of the traffic. We've got some people out here trying to beat some of the traffic, but all of our diehards are here in front of the Jumbotron here, and that looks to be our next finisher. That looks to be John Webb coming. Nope, that is 401. I do not have 401 on my tracker. But we still have plenty of great racing for you tonight. Again, this race does not actually end until 10 o'clock. Teams have another 2 hours to finish their second lap and start in on their third lap. Yep, so we've got a couple of cars that are going to be coming in here soon. Of course, we're going to get our next finisher up on stage so Jim can get a quick talk with them, because we know they've had a really tough day out in the desert here in Johnson Valley at the toughest race in the world. Again, we've still got a lot of traffic out here in Jack. Looks like we've got at least 4, 5 cars. I mean, some of these are camouflaged within the rocks, but we're just trying to get those cars through so that we can continue racing here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings here at the Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. There's the 4468 car of John Webb coming through the KMC Turkey Claw. We expect to see him here finishing his race momentarily as he makes his way down this rock section, the last rock section of the race. All right, we've got plenty of racing here as we watch the number 8 car come down Chocolate Thunder. So stay tuned for more great racing. We're going to pay a few bills here.
Built for those who answer the call. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain for the job site or the campsite. Recon Grappler stands out as the new standard for all-terrain light truck tires. A true all-terrain tire with everything in between.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No.
Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog. Seriously? These fools think I'm fried?
They know the deal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. I am Emmy Hall, and we are here looking at a live shot from Jack, where there's plenty of people out of their vehicles and plenty of vehicles stopped. So we got to make sure that we can get those guys moving again and through this obstacle, because the folks that are on their second lap, they only have another just under 2 hours to make it back here to Hammertown so that they can start again, start a fresh lap, a number 3 lap, and they're going to be doing that in the dark. We've got the 401 car coming through KMC Turkey Claw. And you guys probably can't see this at home, but the wind has picked up here in Hammertown and the dust is blowing. So all you diehards that are still out here in front of the Jumbotron, thank you so much for being here. I mean, look at that dust just coming off the mountains. It is real dirty here, but we've got Old Glory flying proud across our short course. And it looks like Jim has got another finisher out here on the stage. Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, Emmy. As I try and keep the dust out of my eyes, I can only imagine what it must be like in the race course with all this dust flying around. Right, joining me on stage now, we've already seen these guys cross the line, but we'd like to bring home and celebrate every single one of them. So we're going to hand out some awards. So in 4th position, it was Rusty Byler. In 5th position, it's 3-time king, Randy Slauson. Then the man himself, it is Mr. Tom Ways. And first UTV across the line today was Hunter Miller. Give it up, guys, for these fantastic top 10 finishers. It's always a great time here in Hammertown, and the top 10 finish here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries is something to celebrate. So as these guys pick up their trophies, I'm sure they want to head off stage now, have showers, have beers, and see their people and their loved ones. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Jim. It is so great to see. We've had 8 folks across the line today. Everybody started racing at 8 o'clock. Race goes until 10 o'clock tonight. And our next finisher looks to be number 4468, John Webb. His tracker pinged about a minute ago, coming through the final part. And right now we're looking at her problem. We've got this vehicle is going to have to go all the way up there through idle issues and then down into her problems. That is the 1978 vehicle, Joe Thompson. He's looking good coming up through here. Now that has just, you can't see it because of all the dust that those tires are making, but man, that is rutted out. I would not want to be someone that tries to do these trails next week because it is going to be very difficult indeed. And that looks to be the car of number 25, Vaughn Gittin. He was on his side this afternoon for about 45 minutes or an hour, so he lost a lot of time there. But you know what? That professional fun haver, he does not give up, and he is going through these rocks. We've got a lot of shadows out there. The sun is going down. It's 4:09. We've got just a couple more hours of daylight until they're going to have to start using those lights. Again, Vaughn Gittin Jr. looking good after his rollover. Just trying to make it through, come back to Hammertown. We're looking like Robbie Gordon is going through. We've got him on the tracker through Race Mile. Maybe about 40 minutes out, we'll see the one and only Robbie Gordon coming through in that borrowed vehicle from the Gomez brothers. And look at that, cars just stacked up. It is carnage out there. You know, not a lot of vehicles actually finish this race. The attrition rate generally has been really, really high. But those finishers did come in here pretty quickly. I mean, Raul Gomez, his time was 5 hours, 45 minutes, and 27.393 seconds. And Jason Scherer was very close behind at 5 hours, 46 minutes, and 16.234 seconds. When you think that after over 200 miles of racing, they are that close, that is just some awesome, awesome racing. And it looks like we have got our next finisher here, number 4468. John Webb has finished in that Synergy vehicle. We've still got a couple of interviews here waiting before we'll see John. We are just waiting for Cody Miller to come up on stage so we can have a chat with him, see how his day went in his Can-Am UTV. But meanwhile, look at that vehicle. Get those giant Fox shocks hanging out there. And it is so tall, a person trying to get the tracker off is having a hard time. And there's the number 9 car. They're going through those rocks like it just isn't anything. But man, once you get into those canyons and you have no sunlight, it gets really dark. And to me, that gets really super scary. And the 88 car, man, I love that checkered flag livery that they've got there. That's just them being very optimistic about getting that checkered flag. That is Mark Welch, and he is on his second lap. So when we see him come through, he will still have one more lap ahead of him as he makes his way down the KMC Turkey Claw. You can finally see Hammertown in the distance through all of this dust. And he knows that he's still got another couple hours in those rocks. And that number 9 car, that is Brian Crofts. He started third off the line today. So he has fallen behind just a little bit. But you know what? He is still going strong because Ultra 4 racers never quit. And joining me right now is the fabulous Ian. Hello, fabulous Ian.
Oh, thank you very much, Emmy. It's great to be back in the booth here. Yes, as you said, that's Brian Crofts picking his way through the rocks. He had a little bit of trouble earlier today, basically dealing with an overheating issue, but it's good to see him back working his way through the race course. We suspect to see him back in Hammertown sometime tonight. As we're watching 44 at 45,
That is Gary Easley coming in at the end of his second lap, so he's got one more lap and the rocks to go. And we've got 2 finishers stacked up waiting to come on stage.
Yeah, we have Jim Marsden out there going to be talking to them. And we have a course cutoff for lap 3 out there, but we're nowhere near it. I believe I heard it's like 6 o'clock.
It's 6 o'clock, so we're still 2 hours out, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, so you still have 2 hours to get out there, and then our plan here is to stay up in the booth and stay here until around 10 o'clock tonight. We'll still be bringing finishers across the line late into the evening. But right now we have Jim Marsden out on stage with another finisher here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings.
Okay, I'm joined on stage now. We've just seen his brother, but now it's the time of Cody Miller. Cody, how are you?
Oh man, you know, I'm worn out, I'm beat up, I'm tired. Happy about it though.
Well, it's great to see you back here in town. Now, let's not forget, this is King of the Hammers, and you're driving a UTV. That's pretty special.
Yeah, you know, everybody thinks we're crazy for running this class against all these unlimited trucks with our limited cars here, but they're unbelievable. These cars work so well. You know, I was doing much better than where I finished whenever we came out of lap 1. We were sitting around 4th place or so, and we had a spotless race. You know, I finally got to this dadgum sandhill over here before Turkey Claw, and we had a rear boot come off of an axle, so we stripped the splines on a rear axle, and we just could not make the hill. We tried 3 times, and then had to go back to the bottom of it, find a safe place, and change the rear axle, and then after that we blasted up the hill, made it back here to main pit, got some fuel. Shortly after we left the pit, we found out we had a flat tire, so we changed that. Then we took off. As soon as we got into the lake bed, the dadgum, one of the brake disc bolts backed out and started shredding stuff up, and I lost all the brakes, and we thought we didn't have a clue what was wrong, so we jumped out, checked it over, just finally found out that the axles were good, so we just kept going with no brakes and finished the whole lap 3 with no brakes. But Cody Taylor, my co-driver here, was spot on with all the calls. You know, we knew the trail like the back of our hand after racing in the UTV race, and I'm pretty sure we drove every single obstacle out there without winching until we got to King's Veto, and it was a complete cluster. There was cars upside down, there was cars in basically every line, so luckily we've got an RC9 Warren winch on here, and we towed the car straight up a rock face that I don't think anyone's ever been up or down before, but it worked. So we got to the top of that thing pretty quickly. When we got there, actually, we saw my brother bouncing around at the top trying to get out of it, and it was a cluster. I'll tell you what, it was so difficult. And then finally we got back over here to Sledge, and Eric Miller was broke down there in the line, and the Icon truck was trying to drag him out of the way. My brother said he had winched over the rock on the left-hand side of that, so I pulled up there, and then these guys were about mad enough to fight after that, so we backed out of the way, and then the Icon car jerked Eric Miller out of the line, and we drove right up that too. We drove every obstacle. It was unbelievable. This car just works so freaking good. I mean, I can't say enough about Can-Am. Obviously, they put us out here, and they put us in the best vehicle on the market. Maxxis tires, we've got a 35-inch Rockzilla here, and it's amazing, you know, the difference that it makes whenever you have a sticky tire like that. UTV Race Shop, all the best parts you can get from one place. Liqui-Moly, lubricants, Raceline wheels, Elka suspension. These guys have supported us fully, and the testing and tuning that we've done out here with George White and Doug Roll and Elka is unbelievable. We've got bump stops on this car. It's kind of an evolution of the side-by-side, if you will, but it's not legal in anything but the unlimited class. So here we are. Big thanks to Cody Taylor here. He actually designed this entire chassis, and S3 pounded it out. So this is an unbelievable car. Yeah, and a hell of a co-driver. Texera Tech A-arms, trailing arms on this thing. This next level suspension is amazing. It makes the car perform completely different than the way it comes from the factory, but it's really, really nice. SSI decals, factory UTV skids. Recaro Seats is a new sponsor this year. We were absolutely on clouds out there. This thing is so comfortable. I couldn't believe it. I'm really impressed with that. Sparco fire suits and gear, thank you very much. Hess Motorsports with all the billet parts. Tire balls, Keller Performance with the ball joints, AIM, computer systems on these things keep us up to date on the belt temperatures and everything else that we need to know so we don't blow the thing up. Anti-gravity batteries, I don't know how it survived that winching up that major hill, but we got straight to the top without the car having any issues. HMF exhaust. Hans is here. He's helped us. He flew down from Ohio to help us build custom exhaust for this thing, and we couldn't have done it without that. I really appreciate it. Warranty Killer Performance, Warren Industries, Renegade, Boostine Race Fuel, Evolution Power Sports, Pit Viper, Monster Seal, Baja Designs, Run BC, Brinson Power Sports, Dixon Flannel, brand new sponsor this year. We're super pumped about that. And Handy Lifts. I don't know if y'all seen our cars over there in the pits or not, but these Handy Lifts that they just came out with for the side-by-sides are absolutely unbelievable. They make your life so much easier.
Is there anyone in Hammertown that doesn't sponsor you?
Yeah, there's a few. I got to talk to them. But before I drop the mic here, I'd like to say thank you very much to Dave Cole and the whole crew out here. Y'all put on the coolest freaking event in the world. We couldn't be more proud to be up here on the stage. We'll definitely do this every single year, and I'll never drop out of this class so long as it's possible for me to race it.
Fantastic. Well, Cody Miller, we love seeing you out here. We really enjoyed seeing the images of you racing all week long. So pleased that you're going to come back. Just got to have a quick chat to this man, though. What's it like out there pulling winch ropes for this guy?
Oh man, this race this year is very eventful. We got so many things to talk about. We can't even think of them all. But the highlight, I would say, other than keeping the car going the whole time, was coming up to King's Veto, hearing Hunter and Chad on the radio saying there's cars flipped over everywhere, in all the lines, and we just drove up to the left, and Cody was like, you know, we can't go up our normal lines, we got to go somewhere else. So I got out, hiked the winch line up the hill, and just went to looking for big rocks up there, and they were so big that our tow rope wouldn't even fit around. We was having to join ropes together, but once we got it hooked up, the Warren winch pulled us up straight up a rock face. It wasn't even a trail over there, but we winched twice. And you know, we ended up passing four to five 4400s right there on that trail.
Oh, that's fantastic stuff. Well, gentlemen, I'm very pleased to tell you, at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, Nitto Racer Kings Power Ultimate Batteries, you are unofficially 8th overall. As right here, this is Cody Miller, just crossing the line, unofficially at 8th. And we're going to pass it back to Emmy in the booth.
Dave, that's got to be good to hear from all these guys out there. Super stoked to be out on the course. And it's super good to see one of those Can-Ams make it back into town. 8th position. Did you think they'd finish that high?
Of course, yeah. They've been doing that for the last few years. Cody mentioned there about them being allowed to race in 4400. I have no intention on changing that. I think specifying minimum weights for a class that's unlimited makes no sense when we haven't really figured out what the best car is yet. So it's pretty amazing to watch how the class is evolving, and I think that the UTVs showing the way they are is going to cause people to look at it, to maybe shift the way they think about building cars.
Yeah, you know, perfect example you just mentioned there. We always kind of talk about that as, you know, the UTVs being the weight that they are, obviously was a benefit to them when they got on those rock trails, being able to winch up over stuff that obviously the 4400 cars couldn't.
Correct, yeah. I mean, there's give and take on all this stuff. I'm certain they don't have the same top speed in the desert, but they are more nimble in the technical things. But when they get back in the big rocks and the big cars take over again, so I don't think they quite have the number. I'm intrigued by watching the technology advance.
Well, we've seen it. You know, there was a few years ago we used to sit up here and talk about how IFS would never be able to tackle this race in the rocks, and that's obviously changed. So it's not surprising to see a UTV, the technology in these UTVs, especially when we're talking about the factory-backed UTVs like the Can-Ams and the support that they're getting to come in and tackle this race. But right now, that's we're looking at that. I bet it's Jordan Pellegrino.
Jordan Pellegrino. He's having a rough day. He was up in the top of the pack, but he's still finishing lap 2 right now. He was stuck up on top of Fisher for quite a while. So we'll get him in here now. We'll see if he has his car repaired or if he's just limping in.
Now, Dave, you did say there is a cutoff for that lap 3, 6 o'clock. Is that still it?
6 o'clock. Yeah, you have to start your lap 3 before 6 p.m. I think that I haven't seen Blanton move in a while. I see Ron Prindle up there on Jack. Looks like he's actually coming down Jack, though, because he was farther up. I'm not sure who's left. John Hall coming in. Is this John Hall, number 71? Yeah, John Hall. you know he's not going to give up. He'll be through here in about 30 minutes, and he'll definitely go back out again.
Yeah, he'll head back out there for that lap 3 to be able to get out into the rocks.
So we're seeing we should be getting Robbie Gordon here in about 25 minutes, 20 minutes, and then Vaughn Gittin, Jaron Gunter, and Brian Cross have all through Aftershock and are getting out onto Emerson right now. Bailey Cole, Marcus Gomez, Brendan Thompson. Looks like Brendan's already dropped down Z-Walk, so he's going to be coming in after Jaron, and then Bailey is ahead of Marcus Gomez by just a bit, going into legit right now.
When does Darian get to leave his new house out on Sledge?
I think they pick him up in April. It's the thing.
I saw him out there. I was in watching on the VIP, and I saw Robbie make the turn. I was like, Darian's still out there pulling winch line for these guys. Good for him.
Mm-hmm. It's the culture, though.
But
I've seen Shannon Campbell do it. I've seen Waylon Campbell do it. I've seen countless.
We see it
countless.
every year.
Yes.
Yeah, we see it every year, and we always tell the story. It's funny. I jumped down and saw Raul right down the end, and I sort of stuck my head in the car, and I congratulated him on his finish, and I said, hey, having Darian over there be ready to pull that winch cable, that's probably one of the smartest strategic moves that I've seen out here in a while. And he said, yeah, I heard him on the radio, said he was break, and I'll paraphrase for our viewers at home. I told him to get his butt over to Sledge to pull winch cable for me really quick, and he did. So good to see them thinking that far ahead in this race.
Yep.
And I think that's probably what saved his race and got him in. We can look back and look at 100 different things, but I'd say that's got to be one of them.
We had the tire change in Aftershock, and if he doesn't get through Sledge clean like that way, there's no way he makes up that 50 seconds someplace else.
Yeah, because of the fact that we talk about this all the time, being a single-seat car, to get out and winch that by yourself, you're not going to get that time back.
That's Aaron Smith dropping down spooners on his lap 3. We should be able to pick up Robbie Gordon dropping into Turkey Claw here in a few minutes.
And that's an impressive story as well, Dave. This isn't the first time Robbie's raced this race. He's raced it in the past, but he's doing incredibly well out there for someone who hasn't been in, let alone in a 4400 car, but in it all by himself.
I'm looking forward to hearing his stories.
He's probably got some great stories. It'll be amazing. It'll be great. All right, but right now we're going to throw it back out to Jim on the main stage with another finisher.
Thank you very much, Ian. Always good to be here. Always good to be in Hammertown. But here's a man who brings the party to Hammertown. This is John Webb. I like to play John Webb bingo when I'm doing commentating, because every time I say John Webb, I get this fantastic shout. Now, John, you've been coming here for absolutely years, and you really do bring the party to town. Those look like lights on the front of your car, but they're not. They're massive speakers. All around the Hammer Trails, we just hear music when you're cruising through.
Yeah, it's a good time, man. I mean, I like to spread the music love.
You certainly do that. But not only that, you push through these trails with remarkable ease. We've seen you in the top 10 more than once. It's great to see you here.
Yeah, it's good. It was a good race today. It was dusty out there, and yeah, had a good time, man. Had a real good time.
Now, talk to me about your young co-dogs here.
Well, this is Colin, and this is Ryder, and one day they'll probably be driving this thing.
So what are those tracks like? Now, this is the hardest Hammer Trails we've ever seen. What were they like?
Yeah, I mean, King's Vito was a complete mess. And kind of, I was trying to do this pass, slid into upside down car, and that was pretty crazy. And then I tried Sledge a couple times, and then we were just, let's get to the finish, and we just ended up winching it. And yeah, besides that, I mean, it's just another day at the Hammers.
Just another day at the Hammers. Let me see if I can reach over there and speak to your co-driver. How are we doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm always good. Better for seeing you. Tell me about your day.
It was awesome, man. We didn't have any breakdowns, major breakdowns, so it was awesome. And, I probably could have done better with the winching because I screwed up the line, but first timer, so we'll learn for the next one. And, it was fun and a little bit brutal, but awesome.
Fantastic. Now, John, I'm sure you've got an army you would like to thank.
Yeah. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank my wife because she puts up with all my stuff, and then my kids, my crew. I got to really thank Jason Shearer for letting me copy his car and all the help he gives me. And then I got Synergy Poly Performance, BFG tires. Let's see, Dips by Perry, Dirty Life Race Wheels, West Coast T-Bars, Rob Zombies, Rigid, Modify Sunglasses, and VP Racing Fuel.
Fantastic. Well, John Webb, we always love having you back here. Thank you for racing, and I'm very happy to tell you that on the 2023 in Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, Nitto Racing Kings, powered by Ultimate Batteries, you are unofficially 9th today. How does that make you feel?
That's awesome, man. That's good. That's good. Top 10, can't go wrong.
Absolutely. It's always great to see John Webb here. Boy, let's get this party started. Where's the music, John? Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Jim. And while we were interviewing on the stage, we did see Robbie Gordon making his way through KMC Turkey Claw. So we should see him back here in Hammertown pretty soon. We were just talking about how we're excited to hear his stories from the day. That's a monumental feat. It's one thing to come out here and jump in and race this race, but to jump in and race this race in a single seat car, that says a lot for Robbie as a driver, and as well as also probably as such a well-built machine by Joe Thompson and the guys over at UFO Fab.
Yeah, UFO, John Thompson, everything they've been doing out up there, like every car that comes out seems to be a rocket ship. So pretty amazing. Looking back on the tracker, unfortunately, it looks like Eric Miller and John Hall have peeled off the course. John Hall has peeled off and headed back directly, and so is Eric Miller. That's a bummer. John was our next and maybe our only person capable of making the 6 o'clock cutoff. So that'll be interesting. Here comes Jordan Pellegrino. It looks like he's still hot.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. That is Jordan actually finishing his second lap, so he still has lots of time to head out on that third. He's well within the time cutoff.
Yep.
But as Dave said, it looks like we may not have a lot of drivers that could come in and make that cutoff. There'll only still be a few people out there on race course.
So we have Robbie coming in now. Then you have Vaughn Gittin, Jaron Gunter, and Brian Crofts all sticking together pretty well.
Yeah, that was Robbie going by right in that screen. And that Joe Thompson UFO car, always easy to spot those cars. They got that classic silhouette, easy to see them out there. And you can see the crowd down here at the main stage in Hammertown, still waiting to see. We're talking over 8 hours of racing, and we still haven't finished our top 10. We just had our 9th vehicle across line, still waiting for number 10. Is number 10 going to be Robbie?
Number 10 is going to be Robbie Gordon at this point. It looks like Marcos Gomez might have gotten around Bailey Cole in Z-Walk. And Brendan Thompson has just another UFO car. Brendan Thompson has just left pit 2, coming in on lap 3, dropping through Masters Course, Aftershock, and then around the horn back in again. So you're sitting on a Robbie evidently 10th, Lauren 11th-ish. You have Crofts and Jaron Gunter would be 12th and 13th. Brendan back in 14th. Looks like Marcus Gomez top 15 and Bailey Cole in 16th right now, with Dan Fresh making it up sledge.
Wow, that's still a lot. And those are recognizable names that you see all the time here at the Hammers, out there still charging hard in the desert. Good to see Brian able to get that car. We watched him earlier today deal with some overheating issues. Obviously, that's well taken care of, and he's still going. But right now, it's looking like we're going to have Robbie Gordon back into town here for that 10th car across the line here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. All right, so while we wait for Robbie to get back into town, we are going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. We still have lots of racing. We'll be here until 10 o'clock at night, but make sure you stick around with us as we watch these guys come into town. We'll see you shortly live from Johnson Valley OHV.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your Jeep at 4WP.
I'm Brian with Nacho Off-Road Technology, and we bring to you the next step in user-controlled lighting.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley OHV. We are here covering the 2023 Progressive King of the Hammers Race Week, powered by Optimal Batteries, and today it's all about the Nitto Race of Kings. We are in Hammertown, coming to you live right now, and what you're seeing right there is the top of Thor's Hammer. We've seen action all day, lots of traffic, lots of cars in a bad spot, but these are racers still working their way through that lap 3 rock trail, trying to make it back into Hammertown. Now our next finisher, we fully expect to see Robbie Gordon back into Hammertown right now. As a matter of fact, I think I hear him coming through the short course. I can hear that big Dugan's engine screaming there. And that will be our unofficial 10th car across the line. That is the man, the myth, the legend, Robbie Gordon. And that says a lot. He jumped in that Gomez Brothers Racing Joe Thompson UFO car just yesterday. I think it was decided he was racing, and he's been able to single seat this race and come in as a top 10 finisher for the 2023, and he started in position 106. So good for you, great job. We never discount the fact that Robbie is such a great driver, but to come out here and basically jump in a single seat, that says a lot to come out and tackle this race course. Right now we're going to wait for him to get up on stage. My good friend Jim is out there talking to him. But for those of you, I'm sure you've joined us before this, but remember our winner today was Raul Gomez, followed by Jason Shearer, and then Josh Blyler, Rusty Blyler, right behind him in 4th position, Randy Slauson. After that, and we're just trying to basically wrap out our top 10.
As we wait for Robbie to get up on stage, it looks like we've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. from Fun Haver Off-Road. He's going to be coming here into Hammertown pretty soon in the number 25 car. And then the number 74 car, they have also taken the turn at race mile 65, and they are on their way back to Hammertown.
Yeah, we still have a few drivers out there making their way back to town, and right now we are watching. I didn't. Oh, it was too late. We jumped out of them. But that was another one of our UFO cars. That was either Brendan Thompson, or it could have been Joe Thompson out there. I'm not sure.
Now that is the 47 car, and looks like both driver and co-driver are out, helmets off. That is never a good sign.
Yeah, so we've got them out of the car and out of contention. So we're just basically waiting right now. We have seen Robbie Gordon come into town. We're waiting for him to get up here on stage, where Jim Marsden is out there to talk to them, see how Robbie's day. There's going to be a lot of great stories coming through here.
Oh, 100%. I can't wait to hear what Robbie thinks of this course. He is so fast out there. I love hearing that car. You can hear it. It is its own exhaust note.
Yeah, you know, it's always good to see the Joe Thompson UFO Fab cars. They have a beautiful sound. They got those, I believe they all have that Dugan's race engine in it, but it'll be nice to see them get up here. And I believe I hear him making his way up.
Yeah, I hear it in my heart, man. That thing is like a bass in my heart. That beautiful shot there from our live team. Looks like we've got co-driver walking down the hill there. Not exactly sure what is going on, but man, those co-drivers, they are working hard, getting out of the car, winching, changing tires. You got to be fit and you got to be quick if you want to be a co-driver here at the Nitto Race of Kings.
All right, well, I'm just watching our good friend Jim Marsden out there. Robbie Gordon is up on stage. Robbie Gordon is up on stage. We're going to throw it out to Jim. Jim, let's hear how Robbie enjoyed his day in that single-seat UFO Fab car.
Okay, here I am on stage here in Johnson Valley, California at the Nitto, King of the Hammers, and I'm joined by the one and only Robbie Gordon. How are we doing, Robbie?
I'm doing good. That is a gnarly course. You know, for not pre-running and really never driving the car before, you know, last night about 7 o'clock, can't say enough about Gomez Brothers Racing. Impressive. Congratulations, guys, on the win. Giving me an awesome car, and you know, I was just probably a little too conservative in the rocks, and then I got stuck with the Von Gittin deal, so I looped back around and made sure I went to pretty much every point on the course, but I got him back on his wheel so the other competitors can come through. So, you know, I don't know how much time we lost there, probably 45 minutes to an hour, but besides that, pretty much trouble-free. This was their pre-runner that I think he said went 3 or 4 times around the course and just went another time in the race. So I know at the first lap we were pretty close on the desert section, starting last, and I gave up too much time in the rocks. I just didn't know how hard to drive.
Now, you've raced here before, but I can remember a very famous expression of you when you saw Outer Limits for the first time, and you uttered the words, "That can't be a trail." So how did it feel to be out there today?
Same time. There was many times there was a trail, and I just had to stop and think about it for a second to decide what road to go. You know, I still don't have a lot of experience. You know, Dave Cole's been, you know, giving me advice and trying to help me the best he can. But, you know, when you don't have any seat time or pre-running experience, it's pretty hard. But car's fast, really, really, really good. It's impressive, and can't say enough. Is it WFO? UFO. Sorry, UFO. Incredible car. I'm thoroughly impressed with the vehicle, the way it handles, and congratulations, brother.
Oh yeah, you hit that one button there, the fans, I think.
It's on its own. There we go.
And just like that, peace and quiet. So it must feel fantastic to be back here in Hammertown. You've been in the car for over 7 hours.
It's a long day, and it's a challenging course. It's different, you know. I've raced Indy and raced Daytona, but here you really have to methodically place your car, and you have to learn where to place it on rocks. And you know, I just don't have much experience out here in the rocks, so pretty cool that we could actually finish in the top 10.
Yeah, it's very impressive. As you say, you've done absolutely zero pre-running out there. It's literally to turn up and go out on this course without having done any pre-running is special. But I can tell you what's even more special, Mr. Gordon, is the fact that you, on the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Ultima Batteries, there's a mouthful, you are unofficially in our top 11 positions.
11, okay, cool. Is that where we end up? You know, I like I said, I probably gave up 45 minutes to an hour helping Vaughn, but it's what I had to do because it's the only way I could get to the whole course.
It's absolutely amazing. Let's not forget 107 starters this morning.
I think I started 107th, 106th or 107th. We started at the back, so it's pretty cool.
Fantastic stuff. Everybody give it up for Robbie Gordon.
Thanks, Jim. I'm Ben Napier. I've stepped into the booth. We've done a bit of a crew change here. I'm with Dave Cole. We're watching Jordan Pellegrino making his way around the back of the course.
So he did go back out for his lap 3. That's great to see. That means his car's healthy. He wouldn't have gone back out there trying to brave that if his car was wounded. So he's looking quick.
It looks healthy there.
Maybe we can be able to get somebody down to his pit and find out. If anybody in the Pellegrino pit's listening, Genrite pit, let us know what hemmed Jordan up there. Oh, the way that back end is kicking though.
Yeah, it might be fully fueled and a little bit heavy, and just kicking him around a bit of shock fade through the day. It's been a real rough day here.
So we have Jaron Gunter and Brian Crofts coming in next. We got Vaughn stopped out just after the turn coming back in. I'll keep an eye on how long he's been stopped for.
Now, Jaron was telling me at qualifying that he's raced this one 3 years in a row and DNF'd every year, so I'm sure he is absolutely pushing for this finish coming down Turkey Claw.
There he is, Turkey Claw right there. I'm not sure if Brian's ahead of him or behind him. Then looking back, you have Brian Crofts and Jaron Gunter. Then you have Vaughn, who's currently stopped, but I'm sure we'll get moving again. You have Marcus Gomez and Brendan Thompson. 2 more UFO cars. 2 more UFO cars coming down out of Aftershock right now. And then Bailey Cole also in Aftershock. And then all the way back to Dan Fresh, who's just going up into legit.
Yeah, we still have a lot of competitors out there. A lot more action to come this afternoon at the...
Hunter Sparrow and Tom Gilpin back in Sledge. They look like they're helping each other get through Sledge right now. And then... Sorry, that's not Tom Gilpin. Who's 1978? Joe Thompson, another UFO car. So Joe Thompson's in Sledge, and then Tom Gilpin's back in Chocolate Thunder. Bailey Campbell is moving up through Wrecking Ball right now, which I believe is Ryan Miller now driving, correct?
That was my understanding. Yeah, Whalen drove the 2nd lap, and Ryan Miller was going to jump in and drive the 3rd lap. Now, Dave, you said those guys are probably helping themselves up Sledge. They've had a long day out there. They're battling their way through 3rd lap. It's a big advantage to sort of team up with people that are moving with you. You know, you're no longer racing for the win now, you're racing for the finish, and it's pretty cool to see these guys working together.
Once you get the racers leave and they're in racer mode, and all they care about is being first on course. And when you realize you're no longer first on course, you start looking for friends that'll help you get home.
Speaking of friends, Kevin Yoder.
Yeah, doesn't get much better than that guy.
Battling out there.
He's out going down Aftershock right now. Now, he can get back here before 6. And it seems like every year Kevin is just making that lap 3 cutoff time, and every year just makes the finish line cutoff time. Love cheering for Kevin Yoder. Hopefully he gets back here. He has an hour and 15 minutes. That should be doable for him to make it back off Aftershock.
Now, Kevin is the almost OG person in this race. He's raced every year except for the OG race. That's pretty impressive.
A lot of it in that same car. He's been running that same car
since 2011, that car.
Yeah.
And the same tyres for the last 4 years.
And he's finished those races.
I'd have to check the data on that one, but yes.
Okay. Well, there's that.
I don't think they make those tyres anymore.
That's probably why he's still running them then. He just really likes them. It's like wearing an old pair of shoes.
Yeah. Wear them into the ground.
So Vaughn's still stopped. We've got Brian Crofts coming into Turkey Claw. There's one of our rookies, Brent Moffitt. He might be the highest placing rookie in 4,400. I haven't seen many of them moving around right now. That's Derek West's old car right there, Ben.
Oh, yes, I met him earlier in the week. He's out here on his first time. That's a very historic car, sort of almost a Legends-worthy car, but he's out here battling Ultra 4, and you know he's going to push in for a finish at some stage today. That's his 3rd lap, is it?
He's on his 3rd lap, yep.
Yep, I think he's got enough time to make it round before our 10 o'clock cutoff.
We got 2 cars coming down to Emerson. That should be Marcos, and look at that silt.
Yeah, it's dusty out there. That's our double UFO pair coming down off that Emerson Ridge.
Yep, that's Marcos and Joe Thompson. That should be Marcos in the front, I believe.
And I'm not sure if they share radio channels, but if they do, I'm sure Marcos is saying, you know, suck on this, Joe. I'm going to dust you out the whole way home.
Man, that's some rough silt. I haven't seen Emerson silt up like that in a while.
Well, turns out you run several hundred competitors over there, and it's an amazing race course. We run our T1s out there and all of the Desert Challenge, and it's a really fun place to race out there.
So with Joe and Marcos down on Emerson and Bailey coming down to Aftershock, you're going back to Dan Fresh and Legit. Is the next car still moving? And he's actually stopped in Legit about the same place that Bailey got stuck at as well. We should have Brian and Jaron coming in nose to tail here in a few minutes. Looking up there on, see Chad Hunt. There's one of the rookies up there in that Toyota. There's another rookie in 463. I'm not sure how many of these guys are trying to repair and move forward and how many are just trying to stay out of the way. Look at that. Look what's hanging down off of Marcos's car. There's something hanging down there. Is that the spare tire mount in the back?
Yeah, looks like he's lost his spare tire off the back of that one. Some incredible footage we're still getting from out the back here.
Yep, he's lost his rear spare tire and the mount has folded down.
He's only got Turkey Claw to go though in the rocks, so I'm sure he'll be able to make his way down that.
.47's for McGilton, isn't it? Yep, there he is. Still making time coming down Dirty Love. And that's Brian Crofts coming back into the finish.
And he's still a man on a mission, Brian. He's obviously battled that overheating all day that we saw him sitting on the side of the trail and helping out others a bit. And when he helped Vaughn change that tyre all those hours ago. But that car's still running and he's pushing in towards Hammertown. We'll be seeing him shortly. I can't quite tell if Jaron's ahead or behind him, but we think we have two more competitors coming in to join us in town shortly. He'll be battling that dark and shadowy areas, lack of light. This is the hardest time of the day to drive. Sun's in your eyes or sun's behind you, creating shadows.
Better this way than with the sun in your eyes, though.
Absolutely.
Now they're going to have it in their eyes coming down, across where Marcos and Joe Thompson are at. They're going to be coming up right over that ridge, right into the sun, though.
Absolutely. They'll be running over what we've been calling Emerson Saddle, into the sun, launching themselves. It's quite tricky through there with some rocks that you got to avoid. So
coming around Means Butte and into the finish, Brian Cross. Well done, sir. We're going to go out and look at a camera perspective from King's Veto.
Got some drivers walking down the right there. Someone just out of shot who's blasting up that ridge there. Can't quite make it out. Brian's on our short course making his way home through the last corner. And Jaron's right behind him. There we go. Also coming into the last corner. He has battled for this finish for 4 years, and here we go. He's about to get his finish. So 2 more finishes across the line at the 2023 King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
It's like Joe Thompson's gotten around Marcos Gomez. And the next car they pick up on Emerson, there's Jerome coming back. The next car they pick up would be Bailey Cole dropping off the ridge.
Now, Dave, you mentioned way earlier in the day that this is the first time Bailey's had a big boy motor. Emerson's the place to test it, isn't it?
No, not on the third lap when you're in 15th. Emerson's the place to high-five your co-driver. check all the gauges.
Well, let's hope he's being sensible. I'm sure he will be. At the same time, when you get that big horsepower, it is fun to push down and giggle.
Hey, if we can get somebody over in the pits over to the Fun Havers, Vaughn's been down for a lot longer than a spare tire would be taken, so I'm not sure what's happening there for him.
Now we've got a few competitors helping guide this driver up.
Is this back into King's Veto again? Where are we at? Or the... It looks like the obstacle in Thor's, but I'm not getting the camera location.
This is King's Veto, Dave.
Okay, that was King's
Veto, yep.
That was King's Veto, and then this is Bailey coming down Emerson Ridge.
Now, he's had a couple of problems today, I understand, but he's battled through them and he's putting in a really respectable pace now still.
So there's got to be at least... There's 18 cars on lap 3 in Outer Limits and Spooners.
And from Outer Limits and Spooners to get round that third lap, yes, there's a couple of extra obstacles, but it's well and truly possible all those cars could make their way through to our finish by 10 o'clock from there. They'll have to keep moving. And while we watch Bailey keep on down to Emerson, we're going to jump up to the stage with Emmy, and we have another finisher. Take it away, Emmy.
Thank you so much, Ben. I'm here with Brian Crofts in the number 9 single-seater. Brian, you're coming through. Your eyes look a little red. How was that dust out there for you?
You know, we got the start up front, luckily, but the dust wasn't too bad until had some motor issues and got a flat tire.
So how long were you down for with that?
Well, about every hour I had to stop for about 10 minutes.
Every hour stopping 10 minutes out of the car doing work?
Yep. Yeah, so I'd have to pop the radiator cap, put water in it, and just try and keep going.
But you are here now, which is awesome. I mean, you know, what did you think of this course that Dave laid out for you guys?
You know, I think Dave did an awesome job this year. I came from rock crawling background, and this was the first year I think that we did a lot more rock trails, and we actually did a lot of rock crawling, so I'm happy.
That's awesome. Your rig looks really good. I mean, you're coming in here. I can just see that your eyes are so red. I just know the dust out there is really, really bad. But we're so stoked to see you here. Is there anybody here that you want to thank?
Yeah, so first off, I want to thank my fiance, Bailey. She's always been supportive of me, my mom, and my dad. And then everyone on the side of this car. You know, Fox, Nitto, Curry, Mtron, Josh West, Matt Taylor, the entire Campbell crew. You know, today we even had a full weld-up job on the rear end and 2 tire changes in main pit. So the entire Campbell crew really stepped up and helped me get through.
Well, you know, you've talked about having all of those problems, but still, you are a top 15 finisher here. There are a lot of trucks out there that are not going to make it. So you should be really proud of yourself, dude. You had a great run out there. We enjoyed watching you on the tracker, coming through, looking really good every single time. And congratulations, you have finished the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings.
Thank you. One last person I need to thank is Brian Caprera. 2 weeks ago, I did not have a motor. Caprera gave me a motor, and it's the only reason why I'm here.
Awesome. The big thanks to Brian Cabrera and his motors. You guys, it is Brian Crofts, ladies and gentlemen, in the number 9 car. We'll get some photos here of this great racer. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. Brian Crofts, great finish. 12th unofficially across the line at this stage. And we will be further updating. We've got a lot of competitors still coming in, as Dave was saying. We've got a bunch of guys out in Spooners and Outer Limits. We've got the 2 UFOs making their way around the high speed on the way back to us. Bailey Cole following them up. Hopefully he's across Emerson. So he'll be coming through Emerson Saddle and around the back of Melville pretty soon. And we've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. He's about 6 miles short of Turkey Claw and not moving at the moment, so we're still waiting to see what happened with him. We're watching Brett Harrell make his way up Sledgehammer in that awesome obstacle Paul Horschel vehicle. Co-driver's got a winch out and walking, so maybe they've been doing some winching a bit earlier. As we've got the number 47 coming down Chocolate Thunder. That's Philip McGilton. We'll see what line he chooses to drive up this this exit.
That's not the line.
No. And we've got a bomber on the top of legit.
That would have been Dan Fresh getting out of there probably.
It looked a bit different from Dan's, to be honest. It didn't have those tail flares that Dan's got
Justin
on his
Wicks.
number 8. It would be Justin Wicks. That would be it.
Then Justin Wicks it was. He is through legit then. Joe Thompson has dropped down into Z-Walk. And Brendan Thompson and Marcos are making their way down the MDR course right now. Looks like Ryan Miller is still making great progress. Okay,
He might be calling the race. Looks like he's going to become a spectator pretty soon.
Yep, Phil McGilton has left the race course. 47 is out. That's a bummer.
When you've had a big day like this, if he's just lap 2, maybe he's making a smart decision. The sun's about to drop.
He's lap 3.
He's lap 3. Oh, wow. That's a hard one. And whilst we work out what went wrong with Philip, we'll throw up to Emmy. We've got another finisher on the box.
Ryan Miller heading to Sledgehammer right now.
Yeah, Ryan Miller in the Bailey Campbell entry. Let's go talk to Emmy about who else we've got on the finish dais.
Thank you so much, Ben. I have got Jaron Gunter here. Jaron in the 75 car. How was your day today?
It was awesome. We went out with a plan to drive our own race and take some time. The first lap was a lot of fun. We came in, or I don't know what it was, but it's a hard race. We've been trying with this car now this is the 4th one, and we've been close last year and then not close at all, and it's a long time coming to get this.
So this is your first finish here at the Nitto Race of Kings?
The Race of Kings, yes. We finished podiumed in the 4,800 class, but this is the first one in the Nitto Race of Kings.
Would you like to know your unofficial standing?
Yes, I would.
You are unofficially lucky 13.
13th across the line or by time?
You are unofficially 13th place.
Okay, thank you.
But again, that could stand with corrected time, but it's still a great top 15 finish here. What was your favorite part of the course?
Right here.
I said this was going to be a fun interview, and look at, he's a smart ass.
I got a bunch of people out here that have been supporting me since when I started doing this in 2016. I've got friends out here that we've been rock crawling with each other since 2000, so almost 24 years. What year is it? 23 years. I mean, we've been out having fun, and this one's for you, Sarah. I still hate rock crawling. Going fast in the desert is where it's at.
Says the man that just did 2 of the hardest laps known to motorsports, but he hates rock crawling.
Yeah.
All right, and who is this little guy right here?
This is my son, Cody. So our number is the 4th of July, 74. That's his birthday. Our team is Jax Daniel Racing. That's Jackson Daniel right there. So it's a big family race team, and they're racing 170s now, last year and hopefully starting this year. So we're just going to keep moving them on and teach them what to do.
All right, well, keep this car for these little ones because they're going to need a good car to race. And this one obviously is a good finisher. You guys are lucky number 13 unofficially. I'm stoked to see you guys here at the podium. I love to see your mustache, co-driver. It's amazing. Yeah. And
we had a bet that it was the top 10. He was supposed to shave it off.
Just like your placement, it's unofficial.
Oh yeah, unofficially he doesn't have to shave it off, but I feel like that might be a good. Maybe you can do it for charity. Shave that mustache off for charity. Yeah, he says sure, that's gonna happen. Well, listen, I know you got a lot of people out here. Is there anyone else that you would like to thank?
Yes. Well, I'd like to thank my wife, my family for supporting this. I'm pretty sure if we didn't finish this race, the car was going to be for sale, because we haven't finished one yet. World-class property management up in Lake Tahoe. FK tie rods, rod ends, they held together all day. The Radflow shocks, Liberty Mountain Fab for doing the tune on the shocks. Let's see what else. The Danzio engine ran amazing all day with no hiccups. Gearworks transmission, flawless. Let's see what else is down here.
You got Willwood Racing.
We had to run the Warren winch a couple times today, so thanks to Warren for the great recovery equipment.
You know, you got to write this down if you're going to keep finishing these races.
Well, I haven't finished in a long time, so I haven't done one of these in a while.
All right, well, listen, you've got a lot of people out there. We've got some time. Are you all up here for these guys? All right, let's get a photo here with the number 74 car, Jaron Gunter. Congratulations on your finish. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emmy. Great news, Jaron. I know we talked about it earlier. It's awesome to see you finish. That man sounds like he needs a beer. Brains fried. It just really takes it out of you. We'll have more from the Nitto Race of Kings Power by Optima batteries after the commercials.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise!
Can't
hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog. Seriously? These fools think I'm fried?
They know the deal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
And welcome back to the 2023 Nitto Racing Kings. I'm Ben Napier. We've had about 12, 13 competitors finish the race so far, but We're looking out at Spooner's number 726. His day just got even longer, unfortunately. He's on his side. Bit of an oops out there. Hopefully they can get themselves back on their wheels and going again. I'll try and get you a driver name on that one.
And just looking here at the video here, it looks like his driver front tire is just shredded right around the wheel, or is that a shadow?
That might just be some rubbing from the rocks. It's
All
sort
right.
of hard to tell on that angle, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's obviously... They're not in a hurry to do much, though.
No,
so
they're kind of like standing around like, hey, you want to talk about the Super Bowl tomorrow? I mean, I don't know. They're just not doing much recovery there.
And the 726 is Denny Sternal, SEI Racing. And that's Dan Fresh, number 8. He's one of our competitors close to the end of his third lap. So we'll be... I think he's heading towards Aftershock next.
You know, I heard that Dan is fresh, exciting. You know the song? Come on, give me something, will you? Give me something.
I've lost my voice already, and I'm definitely not going to be singing, I'm sorry. People at home already have to put up with a croaky Australian, so I think the singing will be limited.
Oh, I thought it was a croaky Australian. All right, yeah, Dan Fresh is one of our favorite competitors here. He's looking pretty good as he comes down through the rocks. Hopefully he's going to be back here in Hammertown soon, but it looks like we're going to have another Gomez brother as the next finisher here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Dan Fresh is making his way in as we see Marcus Gomez enter Turkey Claw, KMC Turkey Claw.
And I'm looking here at the tracker, and it looks like number 25, that is our favorite Vaughn Gittin Jr., has been stopped for quite some time. His tracker pinged at 5:08, that is a minute ago, at 0 miles per hour, but he has been stuck there for a while, so don't know exactly what happened to poor Vaughn, but tough luck for him. He's already been on his side once, and who knows what's going on all the way up there.
Yep.
What is happening there?
Well, Dave and I saw this earlier. So Marcus Gomez is making his way through the KMC Turkey Claw, and we were actually thinking before that his spare tire rack had broken, but actually most of the back half of his car is broken off. The sway bar isn't connected. Things are just flapping everywhere. Hopefully he can make it all the way back into us. He's not far now. He's got a couple of miles of that nasty cross grain to make it back into town.
That is nuts. I love that you can run out here with half of your car. That's just a testament to how tough these cars really are and how great these drivers are.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not ideal, but at this time of day, you're just fighting to get into the finish, and he's in a single-seater. He probably doesn't want you to get out and deal with it.
Nope.
He's just going to drag it all the way in.
Yep, you've only got a few miles. You might as well. I mean, one year I saw Shannon Campbell come in on a wheel that was maybe a quarter of the way there. No tire, just a quarter of a wheel, and he still made it into town. It is 5:10. Those that are on their second lap have 49 minutes now to get it back into Hammertown so they can start their third lap here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings.
Yes, and speaking of people who haven't started their third lap, this is James Mahoney, 308. He's in King's Veto. He's got a long day ahead of him. I'm not sure he's going to make it around from here to get back to the finish to start his third lap, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, really, cars need to be right around Emerson Ridge if they want to make it back here in time. And I'm looking at the tracker, and there really isn't anybody. The number 8 car, Dan Fresh, he is just through Aftershock.
Yes, but he's on his third lap already.
Right, he's on his third lap.
So we will see him come in for a finish. I do see the 44-34 of Kevin Yoder. He's out heading across Emerson now. He probably will make it back in time to take a third lap. Ahead of him is Dennis Stansfield. So he will... was he the one no, he wasn't the one on his side. He will probably make it back in to make a third lap as well. And making the corner and heading for Turkey Claw. We've got one more racer as well that's running for their third lap as well. And we've got another competitor in Turkey Claw. That's another UFO machine, if I'm not mistaken. As Dave Cole rejoins us in the booth, we're going to get a couple more finishes in Hammertown very shortly.
Joe Thompson heading down Aftershock, right? 1978.
Yeah, that's Joe Thompson. So he's He's right behind the other competitor we just saw in Aftershock a minute ago.
That would have been Ryan. Looks like Ryan Miller just came down that way. No, excuse me, he's just going across Fisher right now. Dan Fresh and Joe Thompson are together.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Eric Miller's out. Jordan Townsend's out. Looks like Dale Krebsbeck has just called it out on Wrecking Ball as well. Got some updates on Jackhammer. Chris Paiva and Tad Dacker, they had the broken radiator on Jack. They're out. Joe Gatlin, 4570 is out on Jack. And Chad Hunt is also out on Jack.
So in that whole group of cars that were working together on Jack, I only see one that's actually still marked as running. William McGibbon. Yep.
He is the optimistic one at this moment.
And he is still on his second lap. It's going to be a fair battle for him to get back here in 45 minutes. I'm not even sure Jason Shearer and our new king, Raul Gomez, did it in that amount of time.
No.
We have a few cars that are on the canyons above Sledge at the moment. I think they're also going to struggle to make it round and start their third lap in the amount of time we've got left in this event. But there's a lot of guys still out there battling as we watch Joe Thompson on his way down Aftershock. In this event, we see groups of cars come and go. We used to have a lot of Jimmy's cars. We still do have a lot of Jimmy's cars. We had a lot of bombers. Now we've got a lot of UFOs at the moment, don't we, Dave?
Yeah, and they keep running. I mean,
Yeah.
Darian's out, and JP had a bad day.
Yes.
They had, 6 starters? They had 6 starters, and 4 of them finished.
Absolutely. And how cool is that shot on the ridge?
Von Gittin is moving again. I just saw, it might be a coincidence, but 13 stopped right next to 25. 25 just got moving again. Either way, it's good news for both.
If I know Bailey, he's probably stopping to check that he's okay. They're Ford teammates.
Correct. Yep, 13-25 moving in together towards Turkey Claw.
And here comes Marcos Gomez through the saddle, dragging that half of his car behind him.
Is that the sway? That's the sway
bar's completely disconnected from the back of the chassis. It's not just the tyre rack, Dave, it's the whole back of the car has come off.
Yes, that would be the back of the car.
Did you say he's moving?
Yeah, Bailey stopped and got him going again, I think. Okay, here comes Marcos and most of his car.
So I wonder if his team has told him that his brother has won this event again. Or whether they've just let him drive. I'm sure Rail's on the radio giving him hell, urging his brother to come in.
Wow.
Reasonably calm through the short course for a Gomez brother and heading towards our finish here.
So we have 2 guys that can make it. Dennis Stansfield, 422, and Kevin Yoder can make it to go out on lap 3. And after that, we are finishers only, I believe.
Yeah, those 2
Congratulations
guys
to
still have
Marcos.
a long night ahead of them. As Marcus finishes the race here, we'll have him on the stage with Emmy very shortly and hear about his day. Oh, Joe Thompson's got issues in Aftershock. We were just talking about UFOs finishing, Dave. I hope we didn't jinx him.
Nah, he's got that. He got a little too far right on that. Got high centered a little bit. Probably were trying to protect that right rear drive shaft.
Is that just the co-driver out? Maybe getting the winch, or is this a single-seat car?
It's a 2-seat car. It looks like the co-driver's the one that's out. I mean, it's a 2-seat car, yeah, and it looks like it's the co-driver's out. That should be 51. That finisher you're talking about coming in the distance is Brendan Thompson, 51.50.
Another UFO car.
So he was the one we watched across Emerson Lake Bed, just sucking on Marcus's dust. It is so dry out there with that dust. All these engines are going to be struggling now. They've been ingesting dust all day. These guys have been running at the back of the pack, running in thick dust, battling. Their pumpers will be, half clogged up. A lot of these guys crossing the line with filthy faces. It's been a battle here today.
Just the way they like it, I think.
Absolutely.
I believe they'd be disappointed if it was easy.
Every year they tell you it was too easy, and every year you make it harder. And every year they throw down and drive amazingly and tear up our course out here and have a great time.
It was a good show today. Drone staying with Brendan Thompson as he makes his way around Means Butte, dropping onto the short course. Thank you to John Goodby, Bird, Sweeney, some other guy that was up here with Goodby for making an amazing short course. The guys came out, worked with Lee Perfect, and made a world-class short course out there for us for the last 2 weeks, and very thankful. There's Bailey coming down Turkey Claw. Vaughn Gittin should be right with him after that.
And here comes Brendan Thompson around the last corner of the racetrack, lining up for the start-finish jump. A hard-earned finish.
And another UFO car.
And another UFO car crosses the line. Unofficially the 14th car to cross the line.
Looks like Bailey's still got 4 good shoes and a fifth one, and the car's moving pretty well. I think we just heard rumor that Vaughn is coming down right behind him.
Okay, and while we wait for Bailey to clear out the bottom of Turkey Claw, let's jump up to Emmy on the stage again. She's got Marcus Gomez, the King's brother. Let's hear from them. Take it away, Emmy.
All right, thank you so much. Marcus, you came in here so excited to tell me your story. Now is the time. What the heck happened today?
Oh, I'm just so excited, my brother Raul. He's one bad mother effer, man. That guy is bad to the bone. I heard he had it. That guy's bad. I had a long day. I qualified right where I wanted, 30th. I picked up my tempo pretty good that first desert lap. Came in 10th. I don't know how many minutes, but minutes within the leaders, Raul and Shear. And then I picked it up pretty hard on lap 2, got around everybody. It got a flat, my mistake. Jack broke, buried the car in the sand, almost gave up. And who comes clipping along about 45 minutes later? Oh, Turtle Joe Thompson from UFO Fab. Stops, we pull the car off the side, we use his jack, get the spare on there. Some of the studs were kind of screwed up. Oh, don't worry about it, I'll just get it to main pit. Got it to main pit, and they spent some time. They got it all repaired, and I just flat out sent it third lap. No shits given. Just flat out sent it. I heard my brother want it. I'm like, and then I was going through. I was like, I was doing 109 on the lake bed. I'm like, this thing's been through every rock till I'm doing 109. Maybe bring it back to 80.
Well, do you know what is going on at the back of your car?
It feels a little loose.
First we thought maybe it was just your spare tire carrier, but it literally looks like you've lost the whole rear of your car. I think your entire sway bar is disconnected. And not just disconnected, falling off of your vehicle.
Yeah, that's why she felt actually really good, though. I couldn't quite tell. I was just driving the shit out of her.
Hey, man, who needs sway bars anyway, right?
I know, and then so I fell back. So lap 3, I sent it. We had a bottleneck. I do got to say, I have never used a winch on this car. And I had a winch around all the bottlenecks. This Warren winch, which is, 9,000, not no crazy winch, it pulled this thing out of some cracks, some crevices that I've never think this thing would go in. Big shout out to Warren. Big shout out to Warren. This thing, I didn't. The straps they made for us. I getting around bottlenecks with Spooners and King's Veto.
L-rod straps.
And L-rod straps. Literally, it was bottlenecked. I'm like, I'm not gonna sit in the bottleneck. I literally had to jump in a competitor's car. I'm not gonna say a name. Drag it off the hill. He was done. With his permission. Then I got back in my car, drove around. Oh, it was exciting.
Well, I did hear that your Sunday dinners are going to be a little fun now because, again, you've got to refer to your brother Raul as the king.
You know what? Earlier this week, I was saying I didn't want to hear Raul saying he's the king at work anymore, and I will gladly take it. No problem. It's staying within the clan. I don't know how official, but it sounds like it's official, and I'll gladly take Raul. He's one bad mofo. God, that's all I gotta say. One bad mofo right there.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you are one bad mofo as well because you have earned yourself a top 15 finish here at the 2023 Nitto King of Kings.
Oh, not bad. I just didn't. I wanted to get here before the sun went down. I'm not gonna turn my lights on. Fuck that shit. Hell no.
Absolutely. Nobody wants to be out in the rocks in the dark. Well, listen, I'm going to let you guys get some photos. Congratulations. You are a great interview. Enjoy your adult beverages tonight. All right, you guys, let's get a photo. Just get out of the way.
And thank you, Emmy. Well done, Marcus. I'm sure the party will be in the Gomez pit tonight. Watching Aaron Smith taking his bomber up one of these trails. I'll just create a location for you guys. And we're also waiting on Bailey Cole and Vaughn Ginton Jr., who should be our next two finishers. They're both in Turkey Claw or just clear of Turkey Claw. And Aaron Smith's making his way to Thor's Hammer. Still got a lot of course in front of him, but he is on the third lap. So this is his final lap. He'll be battling in. I think he can well and truly make it before our cutoff at 10 o'clock tonight. So I'm just looking at our tracker. Bailey Cole's moving along in the short grain. We'll be seeing him in the deep stuff there. There he is in the saddle, making his way back into Hammertown. We've got Vaughn Ginton Jr. He's moving at almost 6 miles an hour. He'll be following Bailey in. We've got Bill Kunz. He's sitting at the bottom of Turkey Claw. He's not moving at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on him. He could go out on his third lap if he got fixed. He's in that amazing Torchmate TTB car that's been around for a long, long time. On the far side of Turkey Claw, we've got Dennis Stansfield as we watch Bailey coming through the saddle still. Back of that car looks really soft. It's had a big day. But it is just brutal through there. The last bit of the course is some of the roughest that you move at a decent speed through. So he's making his way in. Dennis is still moving out there in the 422. He will probably get just in time to run another lap if he so chooses. Kevin Yoder behind him. He's about to make the high-speed left-hand turn and head to Turkey Claw. He will probably be our last competitor that can possibly make a third lap. For those following at home in Australia, we've got Pip Justice on his third lap. He's out there. He's moving at half a mile. I'm not sure if he's limping. He's a little bit off course, so I'll have to get some details on him. I know he's fought all day and they've had a big week with some motors, and you know, everyone back home in Australia is definitely following him and rooting for him. So, you know, we'll see how we go there. And then we've got Dan Fresh way out the back on Emerson Lakebed. He's moving. He's doing 50 mile an hour across the lakebed in his bomber. He's coming in as well. He will be he'll be well in time to get an official finish if he keeps it together. We've got Bailey Cole cresting the butte out behind Hammertown. And he'll be running around the back of Means Butte and onto our short course. I haven't got Dave in here. I think he's out there ready to wave his son home. And I'm sure he'd be very happy to see Bailey make a finish. Bailey's been doing some really great racing this last couple of years, and we saw him out there in our EMC class in his Ford Bronco, and he's backed it up again today in the Monkey with a Knife vehicle that they worked on all week. These guys really worked their butts off to keep this car on the road. I know they had to put a motor in it. They had to do a lot of work, and they've fought to get this finish. I'm sure they'll be super stoked.
We're going to bring Brendan Thompson up on the stage now.
And Bailey's got 2 corners to make. As Bailey rounds our last short course corner around the flag, and he's going to make a run for our start-finish jump. Checkered flag, well done Bailey, great finish. We'll have him up on our stage soon too. We're going to keep bringing you as many finishes as come in tonight in our official race time of 10 o'clock. So stay tuned, still a lot of action still to come.
Vaughn is off of Turkey Claw.
And while Vaughn makes his way in, let's go up to Emmy on the stage. Let's hear from the next finisher. Take it away, Emmy.
All right, I am here with Brendan Thompson. Brendan, I just said it looks like you've had a day, and tell me what happened out there.
Yeah, Marcos is a nut. That guy passed me doing like 90, it seemed like, through the whoops and in the sun. But it was pretty badass to watch him go by, and it was a brutal race. It was an awesome event, and super stoked to be up here.
Yeah, I can see your face is just covered with dirt. Your eyes are red. It must have been super dusty out there.
Yeah, way dusty, especially with, I didn't know where I was going. My GPS kept flipping out, so.
Oh, so, well, did you pre-run, right? You pre-ran?
Oh, yeah, 100% off of Raul's notes.
Well, at least you're pre-running off of the King's notes.
So, yeah, he gave me his GPS stuff before he left, so it's badass for the UFO people, and Max, this was a huge help, and my family, glad to be out here with my kid. We were supposed to race yesterday, but he lost the motor, so he was pretty bumming. And my brother-in-law and all my friends, and wish my wife could be here, but she's not. And I want to say thanks to Max's tires, because they killed it on the first lap. We swapped out tires to the 42-inch Trep, and it was a good choice through the rocks for sure.
Did you have a favorite part of the course today?
The King's Veto was pretty cool. I mean, I like the new rock trails, and they're big, and it was good. It was fun. One traffic jam, I think, in Thor's Hammer or something like that.
Yeah, on the tracker there was a lot of traffic in Jack and also in Thor's Hammer, but you only ran into one, which is good.
Yeah, it was fairly quick. I had a super stoked week, basically. Qualifying was great for me, and it's probably the best I've ever felt coming here to this event after 9 or 10 years.
Well, and the best news is you came in before dark. That's always a relief.
Yeah, and my brother. So
you've got a brother out there that you've beat, so now Sunday dinners are going to be like, haha, I beat you?
No, my brother's going to be the real winner because he's obviously Joe Thompson, so with UFO Fab, and he killed it. So.
Awesome. Yeah, we can't wait to get him up here. We know he is just a little bit behind. Is there anyone else that you would like to thank?
Max's Tires, SMT American Forged Wheels, UFO, and Gomez Brothers, because they always help. No matter what, those guys rock. So, and obviously my family and everyone else out there.
All right. Well, listen, I know you've got some people up here, so we're going to get some photos. Brendan Thompson, you are unofficially a top 15 finisher here of the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, get your photos done. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emmy. And on screen now, we're showing Vaughn coming back into town. He's fought hard today. We saw him throughout the coverage. Lauren helped him change a tire. He had a couple of issues. He's pushed this Fun Haver machine all the way through this course, and he's coming into town now for a finish. Just before dark. I show Brendan Thompson as our 15th finisher. Unofficially, Bailey Cole's actually jumped right up into 12th as we bring some people in at this time of the hour as they come in closer and closer, because we had almost 53 minutes to get the starters off the line. There'll be some quite big adjustments of finish positions, and then we have to do some work back in race ops to make it official. But we've now got 16 cars across our finish line, and a couple more coming in, but I don't think we're going to get many more before dark. As we watch Eric Miramon, he's still out there. That was the car that took an absolute beating in qualifying. That huge double, triple roll, and they worked on it to make it safe and get it back out there, and here it is running around the course. The shadows have set in the canyons out here. It's getting darker. The guys are running lights now. Hopefully they all put lights on their vehicle at some stage in either the start of the race or at the last pit stop, and also that they haven't had any rollovers or anything that would have damaged the lights during the race, because it can be very dark out there, and these guys are about to find that out. Some of these guys have a long way to go to get home. We'll be here to 10 o'clock to bring them in. We'll bring you as many finishes as we can. And while we watch that competitor come down Emerson Ridge, I've got Mr. Bailey Cole on the stage with Emmy. Emmy, take it away.
All right, I'm here with Bailey Cole in the number 13 car. Bailey, I was just saying, you look so good. You don't look dirty or dusty at all.
No, it was nice and clean out there all day. No dust. Basically paved roads.
Yeah, it was real smooth. Now, tell me about your day for reals.
Oh, man. The first lap was pretty brutal.
Wait. The first lap was the desert lap.
Yeah. The desert was brutal, and then we got to the rocks, and it went sideways from there. But we made it through and kept on trucking along, and the car never quit.
Well, yeah, of course the car never quit. I mean, it's driven by Bailey Cole. Come on.
Oh, it tried to make us quit a time or two, but we didn't want to.
So, what kind of problems did you have out there? Was it mostly traffic? Was it just getting through those rocks? Was it winching? Where were your problems?
There was definitely some lap traffic and some people plugging up the good lines, so we had to work our way through them. But besides that, it was honestly a really smooth day until the King's Veto. King's Veto, everything kind of went sideways, and then legit, we broke our winch rope a couple times, so it got a little sideways there, but we kept on moving.
So you broke your winch rope, so does that mean your navigator there, did you tie it together? What happened?
Oh, it broke as we sort of pulled off the rocks, so luckily we just tied it up and kept it in the car, and we're okay. So.
Okay, so at least you were lucky enough to break it at the right spot, because otherwise it would be that would be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, from there we knew we didn't have a winch, so anytime the front diff or rear diff would touch anything, it would just kind of be a little skinny pedal and keep on moving.
Was it a little bit of like a Code Brown moment, like, oh God, oh God, oh God?
Maybe for Mitch there.
Well, Bailey, your dad Dave is standing right there, so I'm going to put you on the spot. What was your least favorite part of the course today?
Nothing. It was an awesome race.
There was no part where you were like, I really hate my dad right now?
No.
Are you just saying that because he's standing right here looking at you with an evil eye?
No, it was fun. It was hard, but fun.
All right, well, I guess I'm not going to get a joke out of that. Do you have any folks that you would like to thank?
Oh, there's so many amazing partners. Yukon Gear and Axle, Vision Canopies, Vision Wheels, Yokohama Tires. We started on 4 fresh tires and ended on 4 probably less fresh tires, but still all inflated. Yeah, so many amazing partners that helped me get here. Obviously, the MWAC crew, they let me borrow this beast, so thank you guys very much for not only letting me borrow it, but keeping it running all week, as well as Jack, my crew chief, Chad, and Mitch here for riding with me, as well as the Brave Motorsports team that helped me, keep the car running all week.
All right, and one last question. Did you notice your top speed today?
120.
120, buck 20 out there on the lake bed, dude. That's pretty fast.
No, it felt good. We felt like we had a little more, but then there started to be a little vibration, and we lifted.
Yeah, as soon as the car starts shaking, you're like, no, we're going to back up. We're going to back up. All right, well, listen, I know you got some people here. I'm going to get out of the way so you can take some photos. Bailey, congratulations. You are unofficially top 15 finisher here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. Bailey's people, come on up. We'll get a photo for you guys.
Thank you, Amy, and for those following along at home, and especially back at my home, that's Mitch Thorpe, long-time Ultra 4 racer in Australia, co-driving with Bailey and getting some great experience, and he's built a pretty cool machine, or upgraded his pretty cool machine in Australia, and I hope to see him racing here very shortly. So he's getting some great experience riding with Bailey and learning from some of the best over here. So now looking at the map, we've got two competitors near Turkey Claw that are still on their second lap. They've got 23 minutes to make it back from Turkey Claw. We've got Dennis Stansfield and Kevin Yoder making their way back into town, and we'll see whether they go out on that third lap and try and conquer the beast that is the 2023 Race of Kings.
How we doing, Ben?
We've got Dan Fresh. He's about to make the corner, I believe, to come back towards Turkey Claw. He's shooting across the back of Melville there.
Yep.
On that high-speed two-lane track. That's a road we've raced for years at Hammers. I love that one.
So evidently Cameron took out a radius rod. That's what broke Cameron there in King's Veto. That looks like Cameron's still working up there.
Well, Cameron's the ultimate sportsman. I'm sure he's up there helping people get past him. And
what a stud. Yep. Pro.
And with a car that shiny, I guess he probably doesn't want people to drive over him. So
it's a rental, and I think he's got the full insurance package.
There we go. From Thrifty.
Yep, we're going to find out in a second.
And here's Kevin Yoder in Turkey Claw.
Come on, Kevin. 22 minutes. You got this.
And you know Kevin's going back out.
It doesn't make a difference. If it's 6:01 or 6:20 or 9:45, Kevin will go back out there.
Yep, he comes to finish this race and has a great time doing it. Has a bunch of mates down here.
So did Vaughn come up here and get interviewed yet?
We haven't seen Vaughn yet.
Wait till you figure out what caused his breakage. I'll let him tell you about it. Here's an alternate throttle now.
Aha. Did someone lose their shoelaces?
It appears that he has, yes.
Well, unless it's fly-by-wire and he's using the light switch to turn the engine from full throttle to zero throttle. That's the bomber we saw earlier. I think they were at the top of Thor's Hammer. Heading up from there.
178, correct?
Yes, he is just Aaron Smith at the top of King's Veto.
Top King's Veto right there.
And looks like he's in a world of a spot there. Big boulder on the right. And this is the Jensens, the ORI brothers. We saw them struggling qualifying and have to start from the back, and they've been battling it out today.
And they're coming down Aftershock right now.
All the way from Canada. Working that high line around the side of Aftershock there.
They should be up in there. Ryan Miller should be down just below them. Tom Gilpin should be just ahead of them as well.
And are they on second lap or third lap, Dave?
Nah, they are on 4401's on their second lap, I believe. I'm not seeing them on the tracker right this second. Yes, I am. They're on their second lap.
So they're going to have a little bit of a difficulty trying to get back here and make their third lap before 6 o'clock. I think that's a little bit of a mathematical impossibility. And as we watch them make their way through Aftershock, let's go check with Emmy and let's find out what happened to Vaughn and how tough of a day it was out there. Go, Emmy.
Thank you so much. I'm here with the professional fun haver, Vaughn Gittin Jr., getting out of his vehicle here so he can stand proud on the podium. Well, not the podium, but at least on the stage. Vaughn, what happened to you today?
Yeah, we had quite the day. Where do I start? You want to hear the whole story?
Well, I mean, yeah.
All right. So lap one, everything was great until it wasn't. We were ripping. I feel like it was lap one, maybe lap two. At some point, we got two front tires flat.
At the same time?
At the same time. Don't know how. Of course, I didn't hit anything, but you know. So I had two flats. So we get out of the car, our jack broke. So we couldn't change the flats with the jack. We only had one spare, two front flats. So we threw the truck up on a boulder, hung a tire off, got the wheel off. It was right at that gnarly sand hill. I had to climb that sand hill with 3 tires. Thank you, Nitto. Sometimes 3 is as good as 4, evidently. So then we got up there, went to pit, got our tires back on the car. We were good. We were going, ripping, doing pretty good for a bit. My co-driver started not feeling very well around second lap. Fortunately, actually, no, sorry. Met Lauren in the rocks. He was broke with Jesse. They changed they helped us change a tire because we had another flat in the rocks. Then we got back to main pit. My co-driver wasn't feeling too well. Jesse jumped in, who's Lauren's co-driver, who's co-drove with me before, so he trusted me. And then we'll get into why he probably shouldn't have. Then we're on. Now we're cruising lap 3. Everything's going pretty good. Then we're ripping. We're probably like 5th or 6th place. Then we get to King's Veto, and it's like a yard sale of race cars up there. So Cameron's broke. The whole corner of his car is off. Eric Miller was behind me. I knew he was running for the lead, so I backed up, let him get around me. He runs this sketchy side hill, almost rolls in front of me. Cameron's car's there. You got the UTVs trying to get through there. It was just madhouse. So I'm being patient, and we're like, okay, get the line, got it, boom. All right, so we go put the car up. We belly it up on these rocks next to Cameron's car. Then almost flip. Then we hook the winch to get us out, and so I'm pulling up with the winch, and all of a sudden the winch point, a boulder, it's probably 1,500-pound boulder, decides to fall down the hill, and we just flip over.
We're wondering how that happened to you.
That's how I got upside down, is the winch point failed on me, and I'm hanging upside down for like 30 minutes. I finally got out. These guys had like this triangulated, gnarly, I don't even know what to call it. Somebody would be, some geometry guy would be super proud of this thing they built.
Pythagorean theorem was happening there.
Yeah, totally. And then we got up. Well, Robbie Gordon left King's Veto, came around, hooked the strap up to us. He was the reason why the triangulated thing worked. And then we got to King's Veto, still no brake. And then while I was flipped over, someone ran me over, was burning out on my car, killed my brake line, so I had to lock my rear brakes, which basically I had no brakes because the Masters, anyway, technical stuff. And anyway, so I did the last, after King's Veto, no brakes the entire rest of the lap. Then, 10 miles to go, our throttle linkage broke. And so what we did is, if you look in here, I have a little keychain, a little metal chain, and this is my throttle that we drove the last 10 miles on.
So you were driving with hand controls, with your hand?
I was driving with hand controls, no brakes. I had to have Jesse downshift it into low and put it between 3rd and 1st to slow us down. So yeah, it was a day, but you know what? What's better than
nothing is better.
Racing?
Nothing is better. Nothing is better. Now, we saw you stopped out here just right before you got into Turkey Claw. What happened there?
That was a throttle.
That was a throttle linkage. Okay. You know what? Your day sounds really great.
You know, I'm proud to be here.
We're proud to have you here.
We worked hard, and it was a beating. This is what Kings and Hammers is, and you know, sometimes you're spraying champagne, other times your neck is super sore and you just feel wrecked, and that's just what it is. And we'll definitely be back next year doing it again, and hopefully I won't feel it like this exact thing. I mean, where's my truck?
I don't know. Everything is gone out of this. You have definitely been scraping through some rocks here. But I want to talk to your co-driver here because you just hopped in with this madman?
I did.
Are you out of your mind?
A little bit. I think so. So, yeah, we came back in, and I had already changed. I got out of my fire suit and everything, and then I get a phone call that, Eric wants to get out, and will you jump in? I'm like, well, sure, I guess. So I wouldn't put my fire suit back on. I didn't figure it was going to be another 6 hours in the car, but, hey, we made it back. We got here. We, made some stuff work, and we're in, so.
Well, I am happy making the dream work. I'm happy to tell you guys that you are unofficially a top 20 finish here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. You've got some people out here that I'm sure want to get up and take a photo, so I'm getting out of the way. You guys, congratulations. I know it was a lot of fun out there, even though it was a really long day.
It was a lot of fun. It really was challenging, You got to work hard for things, and that's just one of the just finishing hammers. I always say it. It's like an unbelievable thing to accomplish, and we have a pretty good finishing record, and I'm pretty proud of that. And shout out to the entire Fun Out Off-Road team. These dudes seriously have been wrecking themselves like the last 3 months, prepping 3 race cars, 1 winning car, two that showed up ready to win until their drivers got a hold of them, and they've been in the desert for 2 weeks doing it all again. So thank you guys.
It's good to see you.
It's an honor to have you guys spending your time and effort and energy on what we do out here. So really grateful. And Lauren, thanks, bro. We're here.
All right, as they say, if it were easy, everyone would do it. You guys come on up if you would like to get a photo here with your team. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you, Emmy. We've been watching images of Dennis Stansfield. He's fueled up and going out for his third lap. The team was checking the car over as we see Dan Fresh coming down the KM3C Turkey Claw and heading back towards Hammertown. He's on his third lap. He'll be coming in. He's our next unofficial possible finisher at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings.
So we got Chase Caprera coming back off course, so it looks like he's out. 4406 is not going to make it back in for the next start, so that'll be our first. Brent Burton will come in about 20 minutes.
And we've got Joe Thompson still making his way across the top of the course, and he'll make that left turn and head down towards Turkey Claw. And as we watch, I think this is Kevin Yoder coming in, or Dan Fresh. Let's hear from our sponsors, and we'll be back soon for the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB Air Lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
Dana's involvement with King of the Hammers includes our sponsorship of the EV spec class with our Spicer electrified E powertrains. Dana is here not only to invest in the next generation, but also to provide the next step of technology that's needed to race in the desert using electric technology.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
And we are watching Kevin Yoder make his way to finish his second lap. He's 8 minutes under the cutoff time. That means he can head out and run this third lap in the dark. It's going to be a long night for him. And we're also awaiting Dan Fresh. He's on his third lap. He's just about cleared Turkey Claw, and he'll be on his way back to us shortly as well. Now Kevin looks like he's looking for his pit crew. Hopefully he can find them and get his way back out there. It is really getting dark out there very quickly.
It's hard enough to tell the trails when you're just looking at rocks, but when you're just looking at light on rocks, it's harder. That is Aftershock, though. They just dropped off they're going down Aftershock right there for sure. Coming across Emerson Ridge, that would be probably Tom Gilpin in 1982 or Ryan Miller finishing up for Bailey Campbell in the 35. We'll see them in a second. We'll have enough light to be able to tell the cars apart. I'm going to go with Tom Gilpin, 1982.
And the dust is just sort of hanging out there. We had a fair bit of wind this afternoon, but it's starting to calm off again. Still a bit breezy over in Hammertown, but it's definitely hanging out on Emerson. It's just so silty and dusty out there.
Should have that fire pit going here pretty soon. It'll get warm again. We have some music later tonight.
Yeah, we've got a lot of entertainment still to come, a lot of finishes.
Tonight.
Country music, very good.
Chase Beckham.
It's going to be awesome. So if you're in Hammertown, if you're watching this live, come on down. I've seen the guys load all the firewood into the fire pit. They're going to get that cranking. There'll be a party here. We'll keep on welcoming finishers home into the night. And as you can see on the screen, Hammertown's still a place to be. Come on down. Let's enjoy the party.
I see a line on Boone Road, though.
Yeah, probably not worth going home. Let's stay here and join us for the night.
That's our shot on King's Veto. It still has customers. Remote Pit 2 is probably pretty busy today.
Yeah, I still show about six competitors in King's Veto. A couple of them not moving, a couple of them second lap. We know Cameron's in there broken. He's been in there for a fair bit.
Got Joe Thompson, we got Dan Fresh coming in first, and then Joe Thompson and Justin Wicks coming down the home stretch now.
Yeah, and as we approach 6 o'clock, only 5 minutes left until it'll be full time for being able to go out and complete the third lap. As you guys have seen today, it's a very tough race course. If you haven't started that third lap now, it's been 10 hours of racing so far, and the chances of making it around that third lap in 4 hours is pretty rare. And to minimise the amount of extra vehicles we have to recover out there and be fair on the volunteers, we have a cut-off time of 6 o'clock. But I think by this time most guys are pretty done anyway if they've been out there that long and still have so far to do another third lap.
So I went out and just ran the rocks on lap 3 in the Trail Bomber, and it took 4 hours. Just kind of trail wheeling, not going fast, but that's still moving and not stopping, not winching. With traffic, it's hard to make it around in less than 4 hours.
Yeah, and if you head out there at 8 o'clock at night and try and get back by 10 at night, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. As much as we want everyone to be able to finish as much of the course as possible, it just inspires you to go home and make your car faster, prepare a bit more, and get around a bit faster next year.
Rick Labezzo still coming in for a finish, though. He's made it up past Sledge. Is working up towards Legit right now.
And I'm showing Dan Fresh is clear of Turkey Claw, and he's in the cross grain heading back across the saddle there. He'll be into town shortly.
I bet you he'll have some stories, too. Either that or he'll just... Yeah.
Absolutely.
There'll be some kind of good comments.
And talking of stories, Joe Thompson is following him, Mr. UFO. And I'm sure he'll have some stories, and I'm sure he'll be pretty stoked to hear that he built the winning car again. And following Joe Thompson, we've got Justin Wicks. He's on the high-speed road heading towards Turkey Claw.
So going back through the trackers, I got Eric Miramon, 42.15, stopped in Aftershock. I've got 44.47 on second lap. Patrick Peterson coming down Aftershock along with Kirk Jensen. We saw him a few minutes ago in the ORI car.
Hold on, Dave. We've got Bailey Cole's entry with Ryan Miller stopped on Emerson.
Bailey Campbell's
Bailey
entry.
Campbell, sorry,
Yep.
Bailey Campbell. Yep, I'm sorry, apologies. Bailey Campbell's entry in that borrowed Lucky Dog Campbell car. And something has gone wrong there on Emerson because they were moving pretty good and then they came to a stop. Oh, got
There
it
it
going
goes.
again.
Yep.
Reset whatever it was.
Have you ever gotten in that situation where you go into limp mode and the car keeps shutting off?
Absolutely.
That's always fun.
I spent a long, cold night out on Emerson, one race where my torque converter decided to finally give up after outer limits and spooners, and sitting out in our Emerson saddle, it was very cold out there once it got dark, and waiting for recovery. But they're luckily for Bailey and her team, they're on their way back. As we see Dan Fresh, he's just taken the finish line. He will be our next finisher at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. Saying hi to his pit crew. He'll be making his way up on the stage very shortly.
We've got some unfortunate news. Looks like Kevin Yoder's decided to call it out.
I heard some engine noises. I think he might be sitting pretty close. I'm not sure if we're gonna.
He's out in his garage area right now, and he's.
That's a shame.
Marked off as DNF. Bummer to hear that for Kevin. It looks like that. And then our last hope of his finisher is Dennis Stansfield, who is just starting out on his third lap, which will be a tough get. Looking back through the crowd, you got Ryan Miller, just got moving again. That should be the mess that Jordan Pellegrino is going to be catching up to here pretty soon. That looks like it's King's Veto. Yep, there's Cameron's car still stuck there, or Cody's car still stuck there in the rocks. So Brent Gagerborough's in there. 1950's in there, which is Logan Goodall. The 308 of James Mahoney, that's got to be a bad tracker ping. Brian Reed is in there in the 416 car, Jason Shear's old car. And also in King's Veto is sorry. They're all stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, we've got quite a fair crew in there at the moment.
I can't get to that back number.
Cole Johnson. Did you mention him?
Is that Cole Johnson in there in the Sky Off-Road car?
Yeah, I've got the Sky Off-Road car in there as well.
Those are the numbers we're calling, or the numbers we're looking at. Those are all guys stuck in King's Veto right now.
We've got 4 or 5 cars moving around that crippled laser nut car. And I can hear Dan Fresh making his way up to the stage, so we'll have his story shortly as we watch King's Veto, and lots of co-drivers out there trying to spot their drivers around, trying to get this moving. If you pull up at the bottom of a backup like this, the best thing you can do is send your co-driver up to help, because it only serves to get you through faster and get you back on clear course.
So that should be the Sky Off-Road car, the 4482. That was a number I wasn't reading. He's sloughed off those same rocks, kind of falling down in there. That's not a great place to be.
Yep. And as we watch them battle it out in King's Veto, let's go to Emmy. She's on the stage. She's got Dan Fresh, who's just finished in his bomber. Let's hear about that day. Take it away, Emmy.
Thank you so much, you guys. I'm here with Dan. Maybe not quite so fresh. What happened today?
Oh, it was one of those rough days. We had a bad overheating problem. Didn't know what it was all day. We just persevered. We'd pull over and wait for it to cool down and get past. Then we'd pass some cars back. So it was a back and forth battle, but the car worked really good today. We cleaned King's Veto, and we were happy with that. But, the bomber chassis really came to life out there.
So you had a lot of overheating issues today, but what was your favorite part of the course?
right now.
You are not the first person to say that.
Oh, a straight axle out there, it beats you to death. I mean, at one point when we came in after lap 2 and we were getting them looking at the engine and checking coolant and all that, I was like, man, do we really have to keep going?
Yeah, you still have another lap there, my friend.
And of course, it's the toughest lap. But you know what? It was an absolute blast, and loved the course this year. It was. I've done this. This is my 6th year now. This is the toughest course. No joke.
Yeah, I mean, every single year the racers say, oh, this is the toughest course, and every single year it just gets harder and harder.
Well, I got to thank Dave Cole for that.
Well, he's right there. You can thank him. Dave Cole is sneaking up on everybody here. So, Dan, do you have anybody that you would like to thank?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank my crew, my wife, my kids. Evan Weller here, he usually rides in trophy trucks and stuff, and I talked him into coming out here and smashing around on the rocks all day with me, who I got to say, he's a great co-driver. He never says die. He runs the whole time. He's definitely motivated. So, yeah, it was a pleasure to work with him today.
So, Evan, is this your first time in a Ultra 4 car? Yeah, so how many times do you have to run the winch?
I forgot. I mean, I stopped counting probably after 4.
It's a lot different from a trophy truck, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think we actually got stuck. We did it kind of as a, just to make sure we didn't get stuck. But I don't know. Did we get stuck at all?
You know what? I don't even remember getting stuck. But I'll tell you what. We had a plan. Winch up sledgehammer, winch up certain things, just so that we didn't break the car. Because obviously we raced yesterday. And we got 3rd yesterday, and so, to take the same car the next day, throw 40-inch tires on it, and change the engine oil and bring it back out, I think that's a true testament to the prep job that my guys did at the shop.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that, most people wouldn't even think about taking a vehicle out 2 days in a row, and here you are, same vehicle, just a different set of tires. So who's your prep guy?
Well, I got Cole here who does our prep at our shop, and then Evan Weller who's sitting next to me here. His guys got involved the last week or so because we were not going to have it done. So he was nice enough to jump in and get some of his guys involved as well. It all came together. The car still feels great, which is just so odd.
So, Dan, what are you going to do now?
I'm going to finish our new race car we've been working on for a little while, and that's going to be coming out next year to KOH. We might try it in a few more races this year, but still going to race Baja this year at Score in our spec truck. So, yeah.
No, I mean, what are you going to do right now?
No, I'm not. I'm going to have a Gatorade and a water.
All right, well, Dan Fresh is going to have a Gatorade and a water, and then maybe after that he'll have a beer. If you guys have any photo, you want to come on up and grab a photo, please do. Dan Fresh, I believe that you have an unofficial top 20 finish here in the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. Congratulations. Always good to see Dan Fresh up here on the stage, and it is back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. Great work, Dan. As he said, unofficial top 20 finisher. And whilst we were talking to Dan, we saw Brett Harrell finish. Now, he wasn't tracking or something was playing up there, and we've just seen him cross the line. He's done all 3 laps as well, according to my notes here. Yep.
Transponder time from there, where does he stand?
He looks like at the moment he's actually moved into 16th, just ahead of Vaughan now, all unofficial. And as I said earlier, because of the gap of the starting this morning, there's going to be some movement in this top 20 as people come into the night. And, you don't necessarily have to beat someone on course to actually beat them on time when we do the adjustments here.
No, yeah, well, the last car started 50 minutes after the first car, so.
Absolutely. And I think this is Joe Thompson coming in round Means Butte.
That's confirmed,
He's
yes.
heading to the short course there. He'll be another one of our finishers hopefully very shortly.
We have that, and now just to get the crowd ready, we have Joe Thompson coming in now, then Justin Wicks is after that, and I can promise you that when Justin gets here, we're going to have an emotional time on the stage.
Absolutely. So Joe Thompson, Mr. UFO, taking the last corner of the racetrack.
It's fitting that he's the last guy to come in a UFO car. His team's in here waiting. He's built an entire stable of tremendous cars, and then he's gotten to go out and prove the same for himself. So well done, Joe.
Yeah, and I'm sure his brother will be waiting at the line to remind him that he beat him, but I'm sure Joe won't care because he built the winning race car as well. So very cool how much they're pushing the sport. There's a few lead innovators in this sport, and Joe is definitely one of them. Always coming up with cool new ideas and different ways of doing things, and he's not afraid of sort of trying things. And cool to see what they're doing with that program. A lot of the Gomez brothers are pushing it, but we've had a heap of UFO cars finish today. And Joe Thompson looks like he's going to slip into 19th unofficial at the moment. As we said, a lot more competitors coming in shortly, so that will change.
If Joe's in, Justin Wicks is in, and then we don't have anybody coming until Tom Gilpin and Ryan Miller probably in about 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
We will have Chad Hunt come in. He had some rough times on jackhammer, but he's made it around. He's going to finish out his lap too.
That's Joe Thompson onto the stage, and this is
that'd be Justin Wicks coming into the finish line. Yep.
Round the back of Means Butte. And while Justin Wicks finishes, let's hear from Joe Thompson on the stage, who's joining us with Emmy. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much. And actually, this is not Joe Thompson. This is...
I'm Brett Harrell.
All right, you weren't tracking, so you surprised us all.
Yeah, I don't know. We had some problems with qualifying with parts, and we got stuck 97th. And we had a really good day going on. I don't know how many people we passed or where we even got up into, but we ended up throwing 2 drive shafts, and we didn't have one flat. This is 2 races in a row for Nitto that we're with. 2 races in a row that I'm probably still one of the only guys that didn't get a flat out here. So it was a tough day. Dave gave us a really tough course, and we were able to get it done. So I just backed it off this year a little bit, and it's not the finish that we were going for, the win, but a finish here at Hammers is really tough to get, and this is my second one and my fourth Hammers, so pretty good day.
Yeah, well, you started way far back in the pack, but I can tell you right now that unofficially you do have a top 20 finish here at the Nitto King of Kings. How do you feel? Race of Kings. How do you feel?
Feel pretty good about that. So it was a tough day. It was a real tough day. There's a lot of broken cars, and yeah, we'll be back next year, and yeah, I mean the car worked great. So
I think he's a little shell shocked. He's like, yeah, we'll be back next year. Next year we're going to be here. Next year. So tell me, who would you like to thank?
Let me grab my cell phone real quick, because I just got my head rung for about 12 hours.
Yeah, you always want to make sure that you get your sponsors, and smart drivers write them down, because you never know where your head is going to be once you get up here to this stage. All right, who do you have for us?
First, I'd like to thank God for keeping us safe today. This is crazy what we do. We are probably one of the faster cars out here in the desert, and allowing me to do this. Justin, my co-dog, for being here and helping me and my son Brent. Paul Horschel and his crew, Nitto Tires, for coming on board with us this year. Tube Works, Rigid, and we're praying for you, Pablo. Obstacle, Max Tie Downs, Trail Ready, and Warren.
That's a pretty good list there that you've got going on.
And last but not least, my wife and children. They put up with us. They go everywhere with me, and this is a big family thing that we do, so I want to thank them too.
Awesome. Well, we do know Ultra 4 is definitely the family here out in the desert in Johnson Valley. If we've got anybody who want to come up and grab a quick photo, please come on up, and then we are going to get the next 2 finishers up here. Come on up. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy. Well done, Brett. Great to see you push through. Tough day, tough week. I know you guys have had a lot of cars and a lot of events, and you put a lot of effort into this event, and great to see you finish. I know it probably wasn't where you wanted to be, but great effort. And we've got another finisher coming in, I think. Just try and get a details on this one that's coming around our short course. If this is the 44.06 of Brent Burton, he might be a second lapper, I think. I'm just still trying to see that tail number on that vehicle. And I'll keep an eye on scoring and see what updates there, and we'll see who this was. Sorry, with the lights and everything tonight, it's a little hard to make out. We're going to keep bringing some teams through, keep hearing the stories, keep hearing what happened today. And we've got Emmy on the stage ready. She's got another competitor who's just finished. Top 20 interviews happening at the moment. Emmy, bring it on.
Thank you, Ben. I'm here with Joe Thompson. Joe, you got on top of this stage with a big grin on your face. Tell the world what happened to you today.
Well, we finished again for the second year in a row, which is crazy. Just to give a little perspective, this car has 6 total pre-runs on the entire course.
8. It had 8.
I'm sorry, 8. 8 total pre-runs.
It had 8 rock laps.
We didn't switch the tires. We didn't touch the CVs. We checked the oil. We're missing lug nuts in the back. And we're good to go.
How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. This is like our good luck charm right here. I tell you what. It's a good little rig, and we built it for the brothers, and they've been beating the heck out of it. And they're like, okay, if it's still running, you can drive it. And so, you know, it was still running, and here we are. And for the second year in a row, we finished in it, which is amazing.
So your third teammate here, 1978, does she have a name?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's always been old parts.
Yeah, old parts, you know, junkyard dog, whatever you want to call it. It's actually, this car is actually built with all of the older spare parts from the twins that Robbie finished in, and Darian's car. Yeah.
But still, you were able to pre-run in it, do 8 rock laps, all on the same set of tires?
Same tires. We never touched. The tires looked just like this when we left. We didn't even, we're like, looks good enough. Let's go.
Dude, that is incredible. I cannot believe that.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I got to say something real quick, though. We got to thank RCV and also King Shocks and TubeWorks. Those are the, and I hate to say, two more. SCS transfer cases, but Maria at FK Heim Joints, she's amazing. But all those people that we talked about just now, they literally have gotten all of these cars to the podium. So without them, it's been pretty nuts. And then one more thing, I'm not going to be long-winded here, but Mom. Yep. So all the cars, you know, the winner, the winner today, you know, and Raul Gomez and some of the other cars that finished, they are literally because of my mom. She raised me. She raised me to build stuff the way that I knew I could build it without following anybody else's lead and trying to. I don't play follow the leader. I never will, and that's why we're on top. You know, it's because of my mom right here. So, got to thank my wife Angela, my daughter Daisy, who is right here, my crew members Clay, AJ, Steven, my CAD guy. So all the winning car you saw, Steven here, he designed, made it look pretty. I design stuff, but he makes it look better. And then, yeah, and the whole GBR crew. I mean, we wouldn't be here without the whole Gomez brothers, their team, the family. We got the best pit crew in the business by far. And if it's not obvious by now, then I don't know what to tell you. So.
All right. Well, I love that you interview yourself. That is amazing, Joe. Yeah. You raised a good one, Mom. I'm going to let you guys get a couple of photos. Congratulations. You are unofficially a top 20 finisher, I believe, here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. Congratulations to you and your co-driver. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emmy.
Well done, Joe. As we await a few more finishes, I've seen that Bailey Campbell's car, currently, I believe, piloted by
Ryan Miller.
Ryan Miller, that's it. He's made the turn and is bringing the car back down to Turkey Claw. Just ahead of them, we've got Tom Gilpin. So there'll be our next 2 official finishes. Tom's ahead of Bailey's entry. We've still got Bill Kunz around the bottom of Turkey Claw. He hasn't moved in a while. I think his day might be done. Well, it's after 6. And Chad Hunts from Hunts Motorsports. He's moving about 10 miles an hour at the top of Turkey Claw, but again, he's missed our cutoff, unfortunately. So he'll be...
he had a long day on jackhammer. He got the jack pretty early, but had a long day on jackhammer.
Yeah, and how your fortune can change in this race.
Jordan Pellegrino was in top 5 when he went up on top of Fisher. He's still moving now, it looks like. Let's get an update on where he's at. I got Mark Welch still moving. He's on Thor's Hammer in that UTV, single seat UTV on Thor's Hammer in the dark by himself, getting ready to head to King's Veto.
Well, he's got a couple of guys moving behind him. The Dennis Stanisfield entry, he's in outer limits at the moment. He's probably our last car on course that's still actually moving. He'll be the longest out at this stage, or he might be in Spooners actually, and then going to outer limits. So he's got a long night ahead of him, but he's currently our last moving vehicle. But he'll probably come through a lot of these guys as well that are still out there stuck as we get this course shut down and start moving some vehicles off and get people home. And if you're in Hammertown, come on down. We've got some pretty special things happening with this next interview. So if you're wandering around, please come and join us. And don't forget, later there's a lot more action to come, and bands later as well.
And Roxy's going to come visit us.
Roxy's going to come visit us, great. Has she shut down merch, or is she still down there selling all her things?
I think she's pretty much out.
Wow. Well, I'm sure if you missed out or you're listening from home, there's a way to go on the King of the Hammers website and buy what you need as well, and Roxy will ship it to you. She might even draw something on the box if you ask nicely.
Ryan Miller, Tom Gilpin. We got Eric Miramon still stuck in Aftershock. Jordan Pellegrino has made it back to remote pit 2, but I believe that's before King's Veto. I don't believe he's already gone around yet, so he's getting service in pit 2, and he's going to have to go do Veto.
And from memory, last year he was one of our last finishers as well. The whole crew came down at about 9:55 or something, or maybe he might have been just out of time. So maybe this year he's going to get a finish before the clock runs out.
That would be wonderful. Jared Pallant's been stopped for quite a while in the Masters course.
Watch over Hammertown. As I said, come in here if you're still in town. Join us at the fire. It's nice and warm. I'm going to hand my headset over to Mr. Robbie Gordon, and Dave's going to hear about Robbie's day and how he went out there in that UFO car.
Right on. Well, if Robbie puts on his headset, I can tell you in fairness, you also had full course compliance today, which is something new for you at the Hammers. Congratulations.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I don't know if
that's your first finish here, correct?
That's my first finish. It's my second race.
Okay.
No pre-running. We were close on the first lap. I mean,
you didn't even intend on racing until the night before the race or second day before the race.
Yeah, I drove the car for the first time about 7 o'clock last night, and I went and climbed Chocolate Thunder, and I'm like, okay, that was a breeze. I can do this. And, unfortunately, Joe lost a rear gear, so we had a little discussion out there at the first pit. So the first lap, I probably gave up 3 or 4 minutes. I was on the other side of the banner, and I had to back up, go back over. We talked for a couple minutes, and I convinced him and let me stay in the car because it was so good. And I'm like, I've already passed about 40 cars. And we got beat a minute and 20 on the first lap, so that was pretty awesome.
It's always wonderful being on the other end of your convincing conversations, Robbie.
We've had a lot of those, huh?
So tell me about it. So before we get to the rocks, tell me what it's like. You have driven about every form of go-fast truck in the desert there is, and now you've driven a go-fast Ultra 4 car. What did you think?
Well, I got to be honest. These things are so impressive. I've been fortunate enough. I've driven Indy cars, Formula One cars, GTP cars back in the day when they had 10,000 pounds of downforce, NASCARs, trophy trucks, and obviously UTVs. But those UFO cars that Joe makes are absolutely incredible. I joked about it. I said, you guys are cheating. It's so good, and they've got their geometry so figured out. There was no bumps here. I probably gave up 45 minutes to an hour with Cameron and Von Gittin. So I don't know if you saw what we did there.
There was a mess in there. Oh, yeah, I saw you got up, you turned around.
So I went all the way up next to Cameron. I was going to run over Von and go through, and they convinced me to go back down and tow him around. They're like, go down, go around, hook up to him, and you'll be good. So I came all the way back. So I was probably within 20 feet of, the distance of him sitting upside down. I basically towed him back over, and hopefully Vaughn got out of there, which was...
He did. He just came in finishing on a jerry-rigged throttle cable,
cool.
shoestring throttle cable.
So he did get to the finish line. So
he did, sir.
We helped him get to the finish line, too. Pretty cool.
Rad, super rad. So the desert was fun for you. What were the rocks like for you in a single seat car? Did you have to winch at all?
I winched twice. Darian, is it Darian?
Darian was waiting for you. Darian was a trooper on sledge.
That was so smart what Raul did. You can have help from other competitors, but you can't have outside help. So I could hear this on the radio, and their race strategy, they deserved to win the race based on their race strategy calls.
Right.
And, as a racer and a race operator of race teams, I thought that was very smart. He's like, okay, if you're broke down, you go hike over there and help me winch. And that was brilliant. It probably won them the race.
It absolutely did. He won by 51 seconds. If he had to winch there, he's going to lose 5 minutes.
Exactly.
And Jason's got that one by 4 minutes.
Yep. So it's, I just talked to Jason. I guess he lost a cylinder or it loaded up. But, these are the kind of races we want to see. You want to see a race that comes down to seconds at the end. And it just shows what quality teams you have out here. It's not just one team. There's quality ones. And it's pretty cool. You have more than a race here. You have an event. And that's, I look at my Long Beach Grand Prix, and we race our Stadium Super Trucks there. And we have a race, but there's really a whole event. And, these are our hardcore people out here. These are the guys that love the dirt. They're my friends, my fans, and my compadres. These are what we love to do, and I love being in the desert just like you guys. I was just fortunate enough to be able to change my career for a few years and go off and do other things so I could come back and build a UTV like we did.
Yep. Well, what else what's next for you? Where are you off to next?
So I got a couple good things. So yesterday, we did get our carb compliance for California. I was going to announce it yesterday, but I ended up negotiating a deal with Gomez to drive their truck, and I didn't announce it. So I'm sure Todd's mad at me for that. But we do have carb compliance for Speed UTV, which is a massive undertaking. It's been a year and a half to get it. I think we went through 4 or 5 different engine packages because you got to run for 10,000 miles, and if you have a problem, you start over again. So that was a gnarly thing, and we got carb compliance, and then I come out here and we spit gearboxes out of the cars like they're pretzels, just crack, 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 crack. And
the hammers tend to find the weak links.
And that's what people don't understand. We've been driving this 18 car around. I went and pre-ran with it, and when you put a number plate on a car, it's different. If you just cruise them around like most of my customers will, we're not going to have an issue. But we made a stronger gearbox. We've got that thing back in play, and things are good. You want to jump to the finisher right here? Go for it.
I'm going to see that's coming in. That's Chad Hunt. Chad Hunt's finishing his second lap. He had a rough day on Jack.
Okay.
We'll still have him come up and talk. If you got to go around this car, if you spent this long of the day out there on the course, you should come up and say something. So we'll see Chad in a few minutes.
All right, cool.
Continue on.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you guys saw me in the short course, but I'm telling you, that was a fun car. I've been learning with my trophy truck, if you stay on the gas, you basically don't even have to slow down the corners. If you're brave enough to stand on the gas, it'll just pull you around the corners. So I knew we'd have a good race with Bailey when we took off. and I thought she would get me going into turn 1, so I just stayed wide open on the outside.
Okay, we're going to kick it over to Ian on the stage.
Cool.
Have our next interview.
I'll stick around, and we'll take it after that.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks, Robert.
All right, thanks, Dave. Thanks, Robbie. We're up here on stage with our next finisher. We have a father-son duo inside the car, and the cool thing is not only that, this isn't your first race this week, right?
No, so I started the couple weeks off here with King of the Motos, finished King of the Motos, and then hopped in with Woody Rose in 4800, finished 4800 with Woody Rose, and now we're here.
Now, we were talking earlier, we had Dad in the passenger seat, but you used to be in the driver's seat, right?
Right. Justin's been co-driving since he was 15 years old for me and his uncle, and I finished 2 King of the Hammers with him as a co-driver, and last year we put him in the driver's seat, and I've been co-driving for him now.
Awesome. So all in all, you're here back in Hammertown. How was your day out there? How'd you like the course? Anything special? I'm sure you got 1,000 stories, but let's just pick one that sticks out in your head right now for everyone here in Hammertown.
Dumb line rolling over and her problem. Dad yelling at me. Yeah, it was great.
There you go. Those are the memories that'll last forever. But more importantly, there's 2 people in this car right now, but there's actually 1 extra person in here riding with you right now, and that is Zandy's in the car with you from Rufus Racing. And we have his Ashes with you. We have the whole crew here from Rufus. That's why all these people are up here. As you know, we lost Zandy recently, unfortunately. So we have we're going to take some time right now up here on stage with the entire Rufus Racing crew. I think we're going to get Dave out of the booth, possibly. Maybe Dave's going to come out here, and we're going to have a very special moment right here on the stage here at King of the Hammers 2023. We'll have everyone get together, come out of that car, and let's give Zandy his last King of the Hammers race.
I'm picking up the mic right now, and let's everybody at the fire. Can I just get a massive round of applause for Rufus Racing? They are the heart of what we do, and yeah, to see them come back out here, well done. Love you all. Okay. Hard to segue from.
I wanted to ask you a question. I still got Robbie here. The question I wanted to ask you is, you started talking about UTVs in general. You drove a big heavy car today, and there was 2 UTVs that went 6th and 7th. They keep trying hard. They keep coming in the top 10. What is your opinion about as far as if you built the most ideal 4400 car tomorrow, where would you start?
Hello. Okay. Sorry about that. My mic was off. Well, that UFO was pretty incredible. So I learned a lot today in that car. But, the UTVs, where they're so magical is they're light and they're nimble and they're short wheelbase. So what Can-Am has done here and what they did in the UTV race the other day, it's impressive. I mean, those cars go very fast. Those teams that run those cars do an excellent job. And it's impressive that they can honestly finish inside the top 10 against 700 horsepower cars.
We're going to throw it back to the stage real quick, Robbie.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're getting ready for music, too.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Dave. I got sort of caught up in it. We forgot to let Justin thank everyone who helped him get here to the finish line today, which is kind of important, So, Justin, who do you have to thank for getting you here to the finish at the King of the Hammers?
So first off, I got my dad. He put up with my shit all day long, and my mom, my sisters, they couldn't be here. I really wish they could, but the whole Rufus family. I mean, look at everyone. All these guys helped me out, and Bore Off-Road, they do a lot for us. They helped us get this car together, and Max's tire, they made a great tire. We had 2 flats all day, and they were driver error. I knew right when they happened. And yeah, S-Pod helped us out. We had some issues out here on the lake bed, and they took care of us. High Desert Surface Prep, they helped us out, get the car together, and couldn't thank them enough.
Awesome. Yep. Good to hear. Well, thank you very much. Thanks, guys, for getting back in here to Hammertown. That was a very special moment we had here with Dave Cole, with the whole Rufus Racing family. That was unfortunate that we lost Andy this year, but it's great to see this chapter come to an end right here on the very stage. As Dave said, it's the epitome of what King of the Hammers is all about, with Zandy and the Rufus Racing team, to have them up here. Thanks a lot, guys. All right, guys, we're going to get you to move this car off the stage because we got even more guys who battled in the desert all day.
Okay, we're gonna close up here with Robbie, and then we're gonna kick to commercial. We're gonna bring in some music. We're gonna bring in some finishers. Robbie, closing it out. Your dream Ultra 4 car.
Dream Ultra 4 car is probably a mid-engine.
Can you turn his mic back on? Sorry, we lost my dream Ultra 4 car.
I think solid axle is pretty impressive. I didn't get held up with anything solid axle. But ideally, independent would still be the key. I see eventually a trailing arm Ultra 4. But like we were talking about the UTVs, I mean, they're going to get an overall here one of these days.
Yeah.
They're qualifying up towards the top, towards the pointy end. They're finishing at the pointy end. Can-Am, like I said, is doing a wonderful job. And I think we can all learn from what they're doing.
Well, Robbie, I want to thank you for coming out. I hope we see you next year. I have a feeling I'll see you a few times more this year. But it's always great to have you out here racing. I'm honored and appreciate it. It was wonderful watching you today.
Well, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. And I want to thank all the fans out there. Thank you guys very much for coming out today. Without you guys, there wouldn't be an event like this. And so thanks for coming out and being part of it. And we'll see you guys next year. Be safe going home, man.
Right on, Robbie. With that, we're going to kick it to Ian. Ian, it's all you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thanks, Robbie. Always great to hear that action from someone who's basically tackled this course. But right now up on stage, it's all about these two gentlemen right here, Chad Hunt and Rick. We've got we're back in the Hammertown, so let's talk about how was your day. It's a long day. How was your day out in the rocks on this 2023 King of the Hammers?
It was a very long day. Coming up Wrecking Ball, we shot a U-joint out of the rear. We got winched all the way to the top. Front wheel drived it all the way down to Sledge, put a new U-joint in it, and then out we go. And then we dealt with the back log at Jack.
And I'm sure that you have more than 100 stories like that once you get back and get your mind wrapped around over almost, I think we're at 9 hours of racing so far today, but I'm sure you have a lot of people that you need to thank to get you here to the finish line. So who have you got?
Absolutely. First and foremost, my wife. She puts up with this. She lets me do it. She enjoys it. I love her to death. And then Brannick Motorsports, Mast Motorsports, Fox, Nitto Tires. Not a single flat. We were running with Eric and Bleilers today, just beating this thing down, and just they held everything. They're amazing. My co-driver Rick, he did an amazing job today. The new GPS, the Garmin GPSs, they're legit.
Keep you from getting lost out there. So, all right, co-driver, how often did you have to get out of the car today to keep this thing moving through the race course? Or did you lose count?
Sorry, man. I went miles today. I went miles.
That's all part of it. You know, it's a team effort to get here and get across the finish line. But congratulations on getting here. I just want to know, so we have a lot of new trails out there. Did you have a favorite new trail or maybe least favorite new trail that you hit today?
Well, coming back down, we had to hit Z-Walk. Rufus Racing is an amazing group of people, and Zandy was amazing, and I just had to go down Z-Walk just to do it. So
that is awesome to hear. As you know, we just had the Rufus Racing crew up here in front of you, so that is great to hear. I'm super proud of you for doing that. And, you know, welcome home to Hammertown for finishing the 2023 Nitto King of the Hammers. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And this is the coverage of the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. We've got a lot still to come here. Come down the fire, it's cranking. The band's firing up down the end there. Dave Cole's here. Roxy's in the house. Ian's on the stage. We're going to keep bringing you some more stuff, but after these commercials.
Sometimes, adventure is a road. A ribbon of dirt winding through the woods, or a strip of pavement disappearing over the horizon. More often than not, how we travel these roads is the adventure. Move confidently, journey often, and stand strong when the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023, this championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys, it's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog. Seriously? These fools think I'm pride?
They know the deal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. I'm up here on stage with another finisher. Joining me is Tom Gilpin, back into Hammertown with his co-driver, Scott Gearhart. Now, they're already in the car because they've been up here waiting to tell their story, and I'm sure you have 1,000 stories from today. But let's just start off with a real simple question. How was your day out there in the dirt?
It was fun. Usually we go out wheeling, and we'll wheel, 1-2 trails a day, have a couple cocktails, and eat some sandwiches. So, yeah, let's go do them all twice. And the hardest ones that I've ever done. Those were the absolute hardest one. King's Veto was absolutely no joke. I don't know what happened. I ended up on my lid, and then we ended up wedged between a rock. Had to wedge. It was a nightmare. He had Co-Dog. If I didn't have him, it wouldn't have happened. He was amazing. Second year Co-Dog. He did awesome. I'd like to thank Chip Sterndahl Enterprises for building this car for us and everything. We had one of our main pit guys, Get Her Done. His dad passed away at our camp this week. 78 years old, had a heart attack. So racing for Dale, this is for him. Also, Zandy with Rufus Racing. My heart goes out to Zandy and his family. Angie's here and all the Rufus boys. But my team at SCI, all of these people, my friends, family, my best friends, my wife that's crying.
An emotional day, and even more emotional when you get back into Hammertown. I've asked everyone who's come across this stage the same question. As I said, there's thousands of stories. You'll remember them all in a week, and then you'll be like, man, I should have told that story. But most importantly, a lot of new trails this year. Did you have a favorite or least favorite trail of that new list?
My least favorite was King's Veto. Son of a gun, that thing was. That's just like gigantic boulders, no winch points, just unbelievable. My favorite was, I don't know, Turkey Claw, because it was easy.
And close to town.
Yeah. So I guess, my favorite was that one, coming back across them bumpy old bumps over there.
Awesome, Tom. Well, hey, once again, congratulations on finishing the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. One last question for you. Are you going to get in that Co-Dog seat again?
I believe so. I hope so.
He will.
Yeah, I think you got a job for life here. Good job, guys. Well, here, have a little bit of celebration time here, and then we got more finishers right behind you. But get your pictures, and we'll go from there.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ian. Great finish there. Great story. And King's Veto is still continuing to kick some of our racers' butts out there. We've got people all over the course. It's dark here now. And we're going to keep bringing you the action as people come across the finish line, bring you all the stories from today's racing, bring you the people that are tired and have fought all day. But while we do that, the band's on, the fire's hot. Dave, it's been a great day.
We got Rick Lebezo in about 20 minutes.
Yep.
Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Ben.
I'm actually going to leave.
You're going to leave?
I was going to sign off, and thank you so much for having me in here.
You know what, Ben? I want to say thank you, and thank you not only for what you've done on the microphone today, but you have been offering to come over to help for years, and I've been very reluctant to ever ask for help or even accept help for, my entire life. And you have absolutely made this event amazing. You've helped us run race ops. You've run announcing. You have kept us on point. Thank you very much, Ben Napier. You made this a heck of a race. Appreciate you.
Well, it's been my pleasure. It's an amazing event. I love it. There's a great team up there that you've assembled. Working with them is easy. It's easy to work with good people, and you have a heap of them up there that help as well. So
and Roxy.
And speaking good people,
we got great people.
I'm
and Roxy.
going to hand the microphone over to Roxy. The guys in the truck, well, they better be ready with the beeper button, and God knows what else is going to happen, because I remember Roxy's old shows, and they were a lot of fun. And if this is anything like it, we're going to bring these races in. We're going to celebrate them. I'm going to go up and have a break and leave you guys to it. Have a great night. I've been Ben Napier, and this is the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings, and enjoy the night, guys.
Cheers to that, Ben. All right, hand that mic over, and we're going to, this for anybody that hasn't been around in a minute, way back in the day when we were trying to figure out how to make a show worthwhile at 9 o'clock at night with no lights, Roxy would come up here and do Roxy After Dark. So I asked her to come back and join me right now. Then she can tell us stories And we could also just give it to Ian. Roxy, this is it. We give it to professionals. So Ian on stage, go.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, right now on stage, I actually have 3 drivers in this car. We have 1 driver of record, which is Bailey Campbell. You started the race. And then we have Waylon went out for that lap 2. And then in the car, Ryan Miller finishing this race out. Looks like you kind of shoehorned yourself into that car. How was it wearing this like a pair of 80s jeans for that last 3rd lap?
Well, I did not want to get out of the car, and I didn't have to, so that was good.
That's a good way. Now, unfortunately, the Campbell Cam had some bad luck with some motors, but, we've been calling this race all day. I like how you swapped the hood out. Very smart. I see that on there. Kind of threw me for a loop a couple times when I saw the car. But we're just going to go down the list. So we're going to start with Bailey. Bailey, you started the race, went out and did the desert lap. How was your day or your 1 lap of the race?
Honestly, I was very nervous this morning, I'm not going to lie. This is my first time ever in a single seat. I'm used to just loading them on the trailer for my dad or my brother, and it was a game changer for sure. Just the way you sit in these cars sideways, and it's just a totally different feeling compared to what my car is. But you guys are looking at Levi Shirley's old trusty Loretta here.
Which was your old car, right?
No, it was a twin of my old car.
A twin of your old car. Okay, so, but unless I'm mistaken, Dave Cole will correct me quickly if I'm wrong, but I think this would be the first time we've seen a woman go out single seat in this race, which is amazing. I keep waiting for you to close this sucker out and get a Queen of the Hammers. I don't need to put that pressure on you, but that pressure's on you, just so you know.
I know, that was the goal for this year, and unfortunately my luck just, the stars didn't align. So that's just how it went.
That's racing. So now we've gotten through lap 1. Your race is over. So now we'll move over to Waylon. Waylon took over the car, went into lap 2. How was the car in the rocks?
It started off really well. I actually I couldn't find the damn air locker switch. I had the car in drive, and of course it's right below it. Took me a while. I ended up doing all the spooners and half of outer limits at 3-wheel drive. And, I finally found that and took off, started passing cars, and I got to pit 2 and just went the wrong direction. When I left the pits, there was still the old course markers out there, and it said resume race speed, so I just went that way. And so it put us back a little ways. I lost some positions, had some fans die on the radiator, and the motor overheated quite a few times. But I brought it home, and Miller did a kick-ass job.
Handed it over for Ryan, so now we'll step back over here. We'll pick up lap 3. So now lap 3, the easiest of the 3 laps, right? That's the easy one. So as we said, you shoehorned yourself in this car for that lap 3. How was lap 3 in this car out there at this 2023 King of the Hammers?
It actually wasn't that bad. After pre-running with Bailey, we knew all the lines. This car is a Campbell car, so it kind of acts pretty similar in the rocks. It's just not as big as her car, which helps. Only got to the parking lot in King's Vito and waited there for a while, and other than that, just a couple backups here and there, and it just kept going.
Awesome. Well, congratulations for bringing the car in. I'm going to go to the driver of record here and talk. Who do we have to thank to get you guys all through the finish? You got to run through all the lists now. Your name's on the door. You got to do it.
There's so many people I have to thank, but first of all, Levi Shirley, I can't thank you enough for letting me race KOH this year. That was the biggest thing, and I know nobody wanted me to not race, and I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, I was ready to go out there and start throwing some wrenches and call some favors and get a motor flown in here for you when I saw all the trouble you guys were having. So it's great to see you able to cut in and race. All in all, there's definitely no quit in the Campbell camp. That's always been the way it's always been with all you guys. Great to see both of you continuing that tradition. Thank you so much. Congratulations on finishing the 2023 King of the Hammers. Bailey's got one more thing to say. Perfect. Good race car driver. Good job. Let's go, Bailey. What you got?
My entire pit crew, our entire pit crew, every year they stay out in the pits late for us. They work their asses off, and I'm so happy they're here every year.
Just one more question. So now that you got the taste of the single seat, are you in now? Is this how it's going to be from now on?
We might be out here practicing myself winching some rock trails by myself.
Oh, you heard it here first. Breaking news from the lake bed. All right, guys, congratulations on finishing the 2023 King of the Hammers. Once again, always watching you guys never give up on the lake bed. Always a pleasure to watch, to see you guys keep that King of the Hammers spirit alive. Good job.
Congratulations to the Campbell family. We're going to see our top 20 results on screen right now. Starting in 20th, we have Justin Wicks, Joe Thompson, Dan Fresh, Fun Gettin' Jr., Brett Harrell, Brendan Thompson, Marcos Gomez, Brian Crofts, Bailey Cole, and Jaron Gunter in 11th in 8 hours and 32 minutes. Top 10, John Webb. 9th, Robbie Gordon. 8th, Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, his brother. 6th, Tom Ways in 7 hours and 21. Top 5, Randy Slauson, Rusty Blyler, Josh Blyler in 5 hours and 59 minutes. Jason Shearer about 13 minutes faster in 2nd and about 40 seconds faster than that. 2-time king and reigning champion 2 times in a row, Raul Gomez. So we're going to look real quick around the course. We have Rick Levezzo out on the MDR course. I would expect him in about 20 minutes. He's our next person coming in, regardless of finishing. He will be a finisher. We have a few more coming off Aftershock, but they seem to be struggling. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to kick it to a highlight reel. I know with the footage we've seen today, I can't imagine what this highlight reel is going to look like. So let's see it.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. And you guys, we have another finisher up on stage. This is Rick Lavezzo coming in to the hammer stage. And my pal Ian is going to see what happened at his day. Ian, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Emmy. As she said, up here on stage, we have Rick Lavezzo. Just came in, still unbuckling, unbelting. We'll wait till he gets his helmet off. While he does that, I'm going to stick this mic over here and talk to his co-dog. So we'll start with you. How was your day out in those hammer trails?
It was crazy. A lot of winching, a lot of pushing, but we never got a flat, so that was awesome.
All right, good stuff. So as we wait for Rick to get all of his belts undone here, do you want me to get you a hammer or? There we go. All right, long day. Right now we are looking at just over 10 hours of racing so far today.
It feels like 10 hours.
All right, we're watching Rick get his helmet off. He just had his safety belts loose. The car certainly looks like it had an adventure out there today. Oh, that must feel good to get that off your head. Like we said, 10 hours in the car. All right, so here's Rick is now on stage. Here we are. Rick, welcome back to Hammertown. So let's just start with the simple. How was your day out there, Rick?
You know, we started in 69th position, so we knew we had to work out to us. And about, I guess, 45 minutes into the first lap, we couldn't, the fuel pumps, everything was just shutting off. Couldn't get the car to run. Found out if we ran it at 60, it would stay running. Came back into pits, new fuel filters, took off again, same stuff. So we battled that all day, but you know, it was epic. My co-dog here, Kenny, we had to winch a few times, but Cameron Steele helped us in King's Veto. We almost went sideways over, had to take a new line. Jack was a new line, right up the side of the mountain to get around 10 cars there. But you know, these Yokohama tires, original tires, the way we started this morning. I just can't be thrilled after racing EMC now for the last 7 years, and you know, winning the national championship last year, and then stepping up to the 4,400. It's exactly what I want to do, finish.
That's the most important thing. Like you said, all that time in the EMC class, now up here into the 4,400. I'm sure you have a lot of people to thank for getting you here back into Hammertown, so let's run down the list. Who have you got to thank out there?
First, I got to thank my wife, my family, my father, all my crew, my pit crew. I couldn't do it without them. And then, you know, Paul Herschel and his team for helping me out. And then, of course, Yokohama, Rigid, Rugged Radios, King Shocks, Amsoil, and Raceline. I mean, without those guys, we wouldn't be here today.
All right, so we've been asking everybody when they come into Hammertown, a lot of new trails out there this year for King of the Hammers. Did you have a favorite new trail on the race course?
You know, I think my least favorite was coming into Hammertown.
Usually that's everyone's favorite part of the day.
It's brutal out there. This last 5 miles is horrible. I would say my favorite trail was probably sledge. I had a fun sledge.
Awesome, good to hear. Well, Rick Lavezzo, welcome back to Hammertown. Congratulations on being a finisher of the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings here in Johnson Valley. You got time to take some pictures. There's nobody behind you if you want to get out. You're good.
Okay, thank you, Ian. So it looks like our next finisher is likely to be number 54, Ron Prindle. He is coming down into Hammertown. He is moving at 35 miles per hour, so we'll see him here in a couple minutes. But to tide you all over, I do believe we have some highlights from today's racing.
Ron, what do you want me? Are you ready for me now, Tim? All right, well, we're back in here, and we got, is that Ron Prindle coming up? Or is that Levezzo pulling off? That's Levezzo pulling off. I just wanted to say thank you to the production crew for making such a great race and a great coverage today, and I planned on hanging out with you in here and doing Roxy After Dark, but it's kind of slowing down.
It is.
How are you doing, Roxy?
I'm good. I'm tired from selling all the things, but, I made time for you today, Dave.
You did.
I did.
Thanks for coming over here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I wanted to say thank you, and I wanted you to send thanks back to all the girls in the merch trailer.
Absolutely. I don't do this. They do it.
Fantastic. Just like me. I don't do anything. They all do it.
Right. I learned it from you.
Right on. Well, that's all I had. I had you over here just to say thank you to you, so thank you.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Let's hand it back over to Jim, Ian, and whoever else is going to be making this show go. Unless you want me to stay. I could just sign off and say goodnight. You can just say goodnight. Good night.
Good night.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our Trax stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
First place in the 4,500 Yukon
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California, here at the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. We have James Mahoney across the line right now. So we're back in Hammertown. Long day out there on the race cars. I think we're just getting close to 10 hours, maybe a little bit like 10 and a half hours worth of racing. So let's start with just simple question. How was your day out there on these hammer trails?
Oh, it was awesome, man. Our whole goal was just to keep the car alive. I'm 2 for 2 now, so I know the nutrition out there. I mean, the desert alone takes out 30%, so we were actually hauling a little bit more mayo in the desert because I got a new engine this year, but I toned myself back in the rocks. And on lap 3, I just kind of went to rock crawling mode because I just wanted to get back here to the finish line.
And now you're back here in Hammertown. So let's jump over to the co-driver just for a second. How was your day out there in these rounds? In the car, out of the car a lot? How did it go?
Not a whole lot. A couple winch points here or there, but this guy's a hell of a driver. So it was a lot of fun.
Hey, he came to King of the Hammers last year. He's never done any kind of wheeling besides maybe like a little Toyota 4-wheel drive, and he offered to co-drive with me this year. So the first day down here, we went and ran Thor's hand. I took him. It's like taking your kid to the Black Diamond the first time. I took him right to this jet. We never had to practice winching. So then before race day, he's like, dude, let's get some pointers, you know. And man, he all day long, he called out every single point. And if we had a little turn or anything, he would check me up and stop, you know, make sure we were on track and going the right way with the lap 2s and the lap 3s. And he killed it all day, man.
Yeah, it can get confusing out there in the desert occasionally. So let's talk a little bit about who you need to thank for getting you back here into Hammertown. Who you got to say thank you to?
First off, I want to thank my buddy Keith, Get Bent Fab Works. He builds a hell of a car. Like I said, we're 2 for 2 now. Milestar tires, they've been fabulous. These are the new Patagonia M2s, O2s, and yeah, I mean, we had a flat out there today, but it was my driver error a little bit. I came down Turkey Claw and smashed into a boulder in high range, trying to just kind of come in from the desert lap fast, and that checked me up and slowed me down, but we never had to get out of the car to change a tire. He just had to get up and hook a couple winch points, and it was more just to save the car. We would try it, and then it was like, hey, man, let's just winch, you know, and yeah, it was awesome. Deviate off-road for the wheels, Rigid for the lights. Man, they came on board this year, and the lights killed it in the desert coming back. Yeah.
Now, I've asked everyone this question so far because we've had a bunch of new trails out there, and you said, you know, second time out here. So did you have a favorite of those new trails out there on lap 3?
I really like the lap 3 trails this year, and I like how they, you know, you did Jack on 2 and then 3 to keep the traffic jam. And we actually got into Jack, and there was a guy broke at the top right when we got there. So I did a little old school KOH. He gave me the, you know, I could drive over his car, back of his car while we were, you know, and same thing. He's like, dude, let me just winch you while you're driving over it so we can get through it. And yeah, I want to thank my family for being out here. Tim killed it on the, you know, Tim, he was my crew chief this year, and he killed it. My whole family's down there, so I'm really happy to be here.
All right, well, congratulations on finishing the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. We'll let you have a little bit of time here on the stage. You are back in Hammertown, safe and sound. Good job. Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much, Ian. It is great seeing all of these vehicles come through here, finally getting into Hammertown, ready to have a little adult beverage and a little bit of fun as we close out the 2023 Nitto Race of Kings. It looks like our next 2 cars in is going to be number 54, Ron Prindle, and we've also got the number, hang on, let me get my tracker here, number 26. That is Jared Pallant. Now, they are really close together on the tracker, so who knows who is going to come in first. But for now, we have got a great highlight reel for y'all, so stand by.